In a world where everyone practices high-level martial arts, you start by awakening a god-defying combat soul, allowing you to level up 100 times faster than anyone else. How will an ordinary high school student carve out a path to the heavens in the battle realm? A genius? Sorry, but while others train for decades, I only need a few months. Any so-called genius is nothing compared to me. Chapter 1, is the title of class Heartthrob about to change hands? Yen, wake up. It's time for the combat soul test. A soft voice rang out from behind him. As if hearing someone call his name in a dream, Yen rubbed his sleepy eyes. The voice sounded so familiar. He blurted out instinctively, "Honey?" Though the voice wasn't too loud, it stood out starkly in the classroom where you could hear a pin drop. Instantly, countless murderous glares shot his way. Yen, that shameless bastard, how dare he take advantage of my goddess? He is actually asleep on such an important day. No wonder he is the biggest loser in the class. This is the combat soul test, the most crucial moment of anyone's life. For this marks the dawn of a new era, the age of the Blue Star Grand Alliance. A century ago, dazzling teleportation arrays began appearing across every corner of Blue Star, their origins unknown to all. The other side of these arrays led not to the future or the past, but to an entirely new world. Just as humanity was preparing to explore it in full force, they discovered that all their technological methods had failed. Weapons and energy sources of every kind were completely useless in this new world. Even more terrifying was that the land was teeming with ferocious creatures that showed no fear of ordinary cold weapons like swords and spears. Stripped of their technological power, humanity felt utterly insignificant here. The end of the teleportation array led to a world that had regressed to a primitive state. Just as all of humanity was sinking into despair and feeling helpless, someone finally discovered a transformation within themselves, a secret slumbering deep within the human soul, the combat soul. When a soul is strong enough, a human will awaken their own combat soul. Combat souls come in countless forms. Some can transform into weapons or armor, while others enhance a human's own strength. Relying on their combat souls, humans hunted creatures in this new world, consumed their flesh and blood, and were astonished to discover that they had grown even stronger. At the same time, hunting the creatures here offered a chance to obtain that species' combat soul. Over the next 100 years, more and more humans who had awakened their combat souls used teleportation arrays to enter this new world. They hunted alien creatures, obtained their flesh and blood and combat souls, and continuously transformed themselves, completing their evolution. This wondrous world, brimming with infinite opportunities, came to be known by humans as the battle realm. In the classroom. What are you yelling about? The girl, flushed with embarrassment and anger, kicked out with her foot, sending Yen flying. Yen turned around just then and saw Tang glaring at him. He gave a sheepish smile. Hurry up and take the test. Tang snapped. Yen nodded. Since his parents had passed away early, he and his older sister had been relying on each other for survival. Every day after school, he had to return to their small family restaurant to help out and make ends meet. Today, his sister had specifically handed him their parents' keepsake, hoping their spirits in heaven would bless her younger brother and help him awaken an incredibly powerful combat soul. Yen gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, the only memento left by his parents. Shaped like a leaf, its veins were clearly defined and lifelike. The next moment, Yen clasped the pendant in his hand, and his gaze toward the podium grew solemn. No one noticed that the instant he gripped it, the pendant emitted a faint glow. Yen's mind was completely focused as he walked step by step toward the podium. On the podium lay a jet black stone. Though it looked utterly unremarkable, Yen knew this awakening stone was priceless. Even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford a piece the size of his thumb. Of course, he didn't own much to begin with. Yen placed his hand on the awakening stone. Whether out of fear of breaking it or sheer nervousness, his hand trembled constantly. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Class teacher Xiao Changsheng sighed inwardly. He was well aware of this student's situation: no connections, poor grades, and unpopular, a textbook problem student. He heard that Yen also had a sister with a physical disability to support at home. Yen, don't be nervous. Focus on sensing the spiritual realm, Xiao Changsheng advised kindly. Okay. In the palm of Yen's right hand, resting on the awakening stone, lay a leaf-shaped jade pendant left to him by his parents. Dad, Mom, please watch over your son. Yen silently murmured these words in his heart, then closed his eyes. His mind was a void, but suddenly the scene shifted dramatically. A towering tree rose out of thin air, growing ever higher until it blocked out the sky. Its emerald branches danced in the wind, with faint flashes of lightning flickering amidst them, a truly majestic sight. Compared to it, all things in the world seemed insignificant. This tree was nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly, the jade pendant transformed into a stream of pure energy and surged into Yen's palm. What is going on? The pendant is gone? Yen was startled. At the same time, the divine tree in his mind began to shrink at a visible speed, eventually turning into a mere piece of wood. Its former majestic aura was completely gone. It looked like nothing more than an ordinary piece of wood. Then, something even more shocking happened. A crisp sound rang out. Yen's eyes widened in disbelief. The awakening stone had shattered. Yes, it lay in pieces on the ground. The entire class gasped in shock, and even their homeroom teacher, Xiao Changsheng, was dumbfounded. The awakening stone had actually shattered during the combat soul test, something that had never happened in human history. Could it be that Yen's soul power far exceeded the standard? This was a pleasant surprise. Thinking this, Xiao Changsheng smiled cheerfully. Yen, what kind of combat soul have you awakened? All the students' eyes turned to him at once, their hearts filled with a mix of jealousy and resentment. Could it be that this good-for-nothing was about to rise to the top overnight? Unexpectedly, Yen stared blankly ahead, taking a long moment before finally uttering, "Teacher, I don't have to pay for the awakening stone, do I?" Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Xiao Changsheng gave a wry smile. Of course not. The awakening stone is provided free of charge by the school for testing purposes. But inwardly, he was thinking, if Yen really awakened a powerful combat soul, then as his homeroom teacher, he'd benefit from it too. At that point, what would a mere awakening stone matter? Yen finally relaxed. The combat soul I've awakened is called Lightning Wood, he said. Just listen to the name of his combat soul, it's both striking and elegant. You can tell at a glance that it's no ordinary thing. At that moment, several girls in the class began chattering excitedly. I hadn't noticed before, but Yen is actually quite fair-skinned and handsome. Once he goes to the battle realm, Yen is sure to shine. Oh my, he just glanced at me. Does he have a crush on me? What if he confesses to me later? Every word reached Tang's ears. She shot a glance at the chubby girl who'd spoken earlier and snorted disdainfully. As if Yen would even notice someone like you? She exuded pure dominance. Yen, summon your combat soul so we can all see it. Yeah, show us what you've got. Several classmates egged him on. Among them was a boy named Lin Changgang, who was always picking on Yen. His gaze was tinged with jealousy. If Yen shot to the top, would Lin Changgang's status as the class heartthrob be in jeopardy? Yen nodded. With a flick of his mind, an object instantly appeared in his hand. All the students craned their necks and widened their eyes, eager to see Yen's combat soul. But what appeared in Yen's hand was a wooden stick. Yes, you read that right, the most plain and unassuming wooden stick. Chapter 2, Looks like you really don't know me, Chunlong. After the air had been still for a few minutes, it suddenly erupted in thunderous laughter. Just as expected of a loser, even his awakened combat soul is a piece of junk. The awakening stone shattering was just a fluke, right? That scared the hell out of me. Yen, please, whatever you do, don't set your sights on me, the chubby goddess from earlier prayed. Lin Changgang chuckled. He couldn't believe he'd almost considered Yen a formidable rival just a moment ago. What a foolish thought. To it seemed his judgment still needed polishing. From now on, he'd have to remain unfazed by both praise and criticism. This was hardly a big deal. Xiao Changsheng felt a twinge of regret. It seemed Lady Luck hadn't smiled upon his class after all. Yen didn't take the mockery to heart. He'd been through this his whole life. As he returned to his seat, however, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Hey! Yen turned his head and saw Tang wearing a smirk. She really is my wife. She looks good no matter how you look at her. Yen swallowed hard. Not bad. You actually awakened a combat soul. I thought you'd fail. Tang chuckled. What kind of combat soul did you awaken? Yen asked curiously. I'm not telling you, Tang replied. It's your own fault for falling asleep. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was time for school to let out. Tang piloted the hovercraft, speeding down the wide streets with Yen on board. In this technologically advanced era, flying shuttles were still a rare luxury, turning heads on the streets. But Yen never gave it much thought. He couldn't even afford a bicycle. When they arrived in front of a small restaurant, Yen stepped out of the shuttle and suddenly said, Tang, thanks for always giving me a ride. Otherwise, Lin Changgang would definitely have cornered me again. Tang snorted. Cut the crap. Yen began hesitantly. We're both 16 now. Does that promise we made when we were kids still count? You know it was just a kid's promise, right? Tang retorted. A bitter expression flashed across Yen's face. It depends on how you behave. We're going to the battle realm tomorrow, and you're not allowed to fall asleep again. Tang tossed out the words and drove off. Yen's eyes lit up, and his spirits soared. Once humans awaken their combat souls, they gain the right to enter the battle realm. Yen turned and pushed open the restaurant's door. Inside, the place was bustling with activity. It seemed business was booming today. But the next moment, Yen's expression changed in an instant. The tables and chairs inside were scattered haphazardly, and the floor was littered with shards of plates and bowls. It was a complete mess. Yen's eyes went blank for a moment. Large swaths of wallpaper had been torn from the walls. That was the blood, sweat, and tears his sister had poured into every stroke, and now it had been so trampled upon. Wait, where was her sister? Yen spotted several menacing-looking young men staring menacingly at a corner of the room. There, a wheelchair lay overturned on the floor. One wheel was missing, while the other spun alone. And her sister was right beside the wheelchair, her long hair hanging down to cover most of her face. On the half of her face that was visible, there was a bright red handprint. Sister! Yen felt her chest burning. She could hold back no longer and charged toward her sister. Xiao Yen, run! Don't worry about me, Sister Qian said frantically. Sister, I'm not leaving, Yen said firmly, shielding Qian behind her. The leader of the group sneered, think you can run? No one's leaving here today without paying the protection money. Qian gave a bitter smile. We really don't have any money left. Every last penny is going toward Xiao Yen's education. Please, just let us go. Looks like you really don't know the Blood Wolf Guild or me, Chen Long, the ringleader roared. If you don't pay up, we'll smash and burn this little restaurant to the ground. They'd already wrecked most of the place, yet several of them kept patrolling the area, looking for anything else to smash. Some had even pulled out lighters, itching to set things ablaze. Those despicable scum. Yen looked with heartache at the bloody handprint on Qian's face, then at the ravaged restaurant, and a surge of rage welled up within him. Within his soul lightning would emitted a strange glow. In the next instant, it transformed into a sword in Yen's hand. At that moment, lightning would burst forth with dazzling golden light, emitting waves of energy that rippled through the air. Where was the unremarkable wooden stick from before? This kid only recently awakened his combat soul. He has nothing to fear, Qianlong said. Attack together. Take him down. He lit a cigarette and watched with confidence. The battle would be over in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. However, this was the first time he'd seen a combat soul with such overwhelming presence. Several young men lunged at him, flailing their arms and legs. Yen gripped his wooden sword tightly. His eyes were consumed by a fiery rage at that moment. He had only one thought: send these bastards to hell. Yen seemed to have transformed into a natural-born swordsman, wielding his long sword with the ease of an extension of his own arm. With every strike, he pierced the shoulder of one of the youths. Instantly, screams of agony echoed throughout the arena. Qianlong was stunned. Someone who had just awakened couldn't possibly possess such formidable combat power. Only by undergoing the baptism of demon beast flesh in the battle realm could one unlock their true potential. With a clatter, a half-smoked cigarette fell to the ground. Qianlong stepped on it with his shoe and crushed it viciously a few times. It was his turn to act. Not everyone was qualified to undergo the combat soul test, especially within the Blood Wolf Guild. Each use of the awakening stone consumed energy, and since the academy was under the Alliance's protection, it naturally had deeper pockets than the Blood Wolf Guild. Qianlong held a certain status within the Blood Wolf Guild, so he had awakened his combat soul early on and had even ventured into the battle realm several times. However, in the battle realm, there were no major factions to rely on. Qianlong hadn't reaped any significant benefits there, but he was confident he could handle a newcomer. Qianlong summoned his combat soul, and instantly, a grey wolf-esque shadow rose from behind him. The shadow swelled wildly in the wind, completely enveloping Qianlong. Then, a startling sight unfolded. Qianlong's body swelled, his limbs becoming massive and powerful, covered in grey fur, transforming him into a giant wolf the size of an ox. Qianlong's combat soul was, in fact, a rare fusion-type combat soul, capable of transforming into the form of a bloodtooth wolf to fight. "Kid, you're dead today." Qianlong howled, his aura surging as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. "Xiao Yan!" Xian cried out in panic. If something happened to her younger brother, how could she face their parents in heaven? Was Yan afraid? Of course he was terrified. He still had so much left to do. He hadn't avenged his parents yet. He hadn't provided his sister with a good life yet. He hadn't married Tang yet, so what reason did he have to die? Yan suddenly roared, swinging his wooden sword fiercely at the bloodtooth wolf. But to his surprise, he struck nothing but an afterimage. "Ah, you fool," Qianlong sneered coldly as he swept past Yan. His true target was none other than Xian. Chapter 3: The Two Losers. Seeing the bloodtooth wolf charging toward her, Xian could even feel the gust of wind it generated. She closed her eyes in despair. "Sister!" Yan's eyes turned red. He mustered all his strength and hurled the wooden sword with all his might. The wooden sword transformed into a golden streak of light in midair, piercing the bloodtooth wolf's body and pinning it violently to the wall. The blood-toothed wolf's form blurred and shifted back into Qianlong. By now, he was on the verge of death, bleeding profusely from his abdomen. The young men looked terrified and hurriedly helped Qianlong to his feet, trying to flee. As he brushed past Yan, Qianlong spat out venomously, "The Blood Wolf Guild won't let you off the hook. Both of you will die." Yan stared at him coldly. "Say one more word, and you'll be the first to die." Qianlong was instantly silenced and slunk away. Once they had completely vanished from sight, Yan seemed to have been drained of all her strength and collapsed to the ground. The last sound she heard was Qian's concerned cry. The next day, at Xiangnan High School, class teacher Xiao Changsheng led the students to the school's teleportation array. All the students wore excited expressions, except for Tang, whose face was occasionally clouded by a hint of worry. "Yan, you jerk, you're late again. If you don't show up within a minute, I'm never speaking to you again." Tang stomped her foot in frustration. Perhaps her grumbling worked again, because Yan finally appeared. "Honey, I'm here." Yan leaned in, his face looking like it was asking for a punch. Tang was about to land a little punch on him, but when she saw the bruises and welts on his face, she asked, "Did someone beat you up?" "Don't be ridiculous. Who else but you, my honey, would dare hit me?" Yan laughed heartily. What greeted him was a flurry of little punches. Yan was in high spirits today, not because Tang had beaten him up, but because he had a strange dream last night. In the dream, an immortal clad in snow-white robes danced with a sword, his movements agile, swift, and extraordinary. And the sword the immortal held was none other than the wooden sword formed by Yan's combat soul. This lightning-wood combat soul is truly no ordinary thing. Yan's eyes widened as he tried to get a clear look at the immortal's face, but everything was hazy. Though he couldn't make out any details, the immortal exuded an air of dashing elegance and unrestrained freedom. When he woke up, although he couldn't recall the immortal's appearance, the sword technique the immortal had performed was etched perfectly into Yan's mind. Yan summoned his combat soul and gave it a quick try. He found that the technique came naturally to him, as if he'd been practicing it since childhood. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. Could I be a sword-fighting prodigy? Yen thought to himself with a touch of self-admiration, but his thoughts drifted back to the present. Xiao Changsheng was in the midst of briefing everyone on the precautions for entering the battle realm. It turned out that although they were currently standing on the school's teleportation array, there was no guarantee where they would end up once transported. At this thought, Yen instinctively reached out his hand. Smack! Tang had been listening intently, only to find his hand suddenly gripped tightly by Yen. What the hell are you doing? Tang exclaimed, embarrassed and indignant. Yen replied with a straight face, this way, I'll be teleported to the same place as my wife. Tang was at a loss for words. This guy was spouting utter nonsense with a completely serious expression. Get lost. Tang kicked Yen, sending him straight into the teleportation array. The classmates around them saw that beneath Tang's delicate exterior lay such ferocity truly befitting the esteemed eldest daughter of the Tang family. A flash of light and shadow, and Yen suddenly appeared in a new space. A soft bed and antique furnishings. It looked just like an ancient setting. Glancing down at himself, Yen was instantly speechless. Her original clothes had all vanished, replaced by a blue robe and hemp shoes. Her hair had even grown long and was tied into a bun. She looked exactly like a young nobleman from ancient times. Is this what happens when you enter the battle realm? Yen muttered to himself as he stepped out of the room. At the end of a long corridor lay a spacious hall. Everyone coming and going was dressed in ancient attire, giving Yen the illusion that he had actually traveled back in time. Brother Yen? A familiar voice rang out. Yen turned around and chuckled. It was his good friend Xiaoyu. True to his name, Xiaoyu was delicate and frail. Like Yen, he had no connections, poor grades, and few friends at Shangnan High School. Together, they were known as the useless duo. Ha, brother Yen, you look even more handsome now. I almost didn't recognize you. Xiaoyu rushed over and gave Yen a bear hug. However, the difference in their heights was so great that, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed as though Xiaoyu was snuggling into Yen's embrace. Yen, hurry up and verify your identity, Xiaoyu suddenly said. How do I verify it? Yen asked. You really are my own brother. Didn't you hear a single word the teacher said? Xiaoyu was utterly speechless. Yen was puzzled too. That's right, where was I when the teacher was speaking? Who am I? What am I doing? The two approached a stone wall in the center of the hall. Yen placed his hand against it, and the stone wall immediately rippled like water. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yen's mind. Yen, 16 years old. Level, warrior stage. Level up requirement, 100 essence points. Essence points, 0. Combat soul, common tier lightning wood evolvable. What is that voice? Yen asked in surprise. Those are the rules of the battle realm, Xiaoyu said. By the way, Yen, what tier is your combat soul? Common tier. Xiaoyu looked deeply disappointed. You made such a huge commotion when you awakened, and I never expected it to be the weakest tier. Yen remained silent. Fearing he might be discouraged, Xiaoyu comforted him, it's okay. Once we're strong enough, we'll go hunt high-level demon beasts and each of us will get an awesome combat soul. Unexpectedly, a flash of sharp determination suddenly gleamed in Yen's calm eyes. All combat soul tiers are fixed, yet his lightning wood could actually evolve. Recalling the divine tree that had obscured the sky and been surrounded by lightning during his awakening, Yen had a vague premonition that his combat soul was far from ordinary. Although I don't fully understand your abilities yet, I will definitely use you to make a name for myself in this battle realm. Thinking of his bullied older sister, Yen clenched his fists. Power, I need immense power. Only then can I protect my family. Oh, isn't this our class's two biggest losers? A sarcastic voice rang out. Yen and Xiaoyu glared over in anger. It was none other than the class heartthrob, Lin Changging. Xiao, why do I suddenly smell something weird? Yen said, covering his nose. Bro Yen, that's the stench of scum, of course it doesn't smell good. Xiaoyu instinctively moved away from Lin Changging. The two of them played off each other perfectly, their performance so convincing it infuriated Lin Changang. Just wait until we get out of this Zishao palace. You two are in for it, Lin Changang said menacingly. Chapter 4, Starting Off as a Pig. You two are in for it. As Lin Changang walked away, his two henchmen, Yao Fandi and Zhao Xiaoxi, shot Yen a glare. Tugging at the hems of their robes like unmarried young ladies, they cooed, "Boss, wait for us." Xiao Yu responded by flipping them off. Yen didn't give any of this a second thought. He asked, "Have you seen Tang?" Big sister entered the teleportation array even before I did. She must have been teleported to another area. Human strongholds like the Purple Shao Palace are far too common in the battle realm. Apart from the two of them, no one in the world considered Yen and Tang a couple. Yen waited a while longer, reluctant to accept it, but finally came to terms with the fact that Tang hadn't come to Zishao Palace. He bid Xiao Yu farewell and decided to go out and explore on his own. Stepping out of the grand hall, he found blue skies and white clouds outside, the air refreshing. Yen made his way to the nearest forest. Inside, the thickets were dense and the branches intertwined, causing Yen's guard to rise instinctively. Strictly speaking, he had already entered the territory of demon beasts. In the battle realm, demon beasts are classified into common tier, elite tier, commander tier, and monarch tier. Of course, near Zishao Palace, most were common tier demon beasts. However, even the lowest tier beasts were no match for a greenhorn. To grow stronger, a newcomer must undergo the baptism of battle and blood, consume the flesh and blood of beasts to gain essence points, and evolve their body. Yen had a compelling reason to grow stronger, so he had to hunt beasts. And now, he had finally encountered his first beast. A common tier wild boar. A full 3 meters long, its body covered in stiff bristles, its sharp tusks bared, gleaming with a chilling, intimidating light. Yen summoned his lightning-wood combat soul. With a flick of his right hand, a wooden sword materialized out of thin air. The moment he gripped the hilt, Yen seemed like a different person, exuding an unrivaled aura. The wild boar let out a howl, stomped its foot violently, and charged at Yen with the force of a small mountain. If an ordinary student were here, they wouldn't even think of fighting back. They'd be lucky just to escape without being scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Yen had sparred with Chen Long last night and gained some combat experience. The instant the wild boar closed in, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Yen had actually unleashed the sword technique of the immortal from his dreams. That sword light was both swift and uncanny, striking the wild boar directly in the neck. In an instant, a trail of blood appeared, and with a thud, the wild boar's head was severed from its body. Killed a common tier demon beast, wild boar. No combat soul obtained. Consuming all the flesh and blood of the common tier wild boar will grant 10 essence points. Thud. Yen felt a wave of recoil surge through him, causing the wooden sword in his hand to slip from his grasp. From the moment he drew his sword to the kill, the sequence appeared as smooth as flowing clouds in water, but Yen knew his physical condition was too poor. A single strike had drained all his strength. It seems I need to improve my stamina as soon as possible. Yen looked at the fallen wild boar, his mouth watering at the sight of what seemed like a sumptuous feast. Yen immediately lit a campfire, set up a wooden rack, cut off the boar's hind leg, and began roasting it. Having grown up in a family-run restaurant, Yen had spent his childhood in the kitchen. Even without any cooking utensils, he managed to roast the leg until it filled the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The leg sizzled on the rack, dripping with fat. The originally red meat slowly turned brown, and before he knew it, a golden brown crust had formed. It was perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Taking a bite, Yen found it incredibly delicious and devoured it with gusto. All the monster meat in the battle realm is pure, free from any contamination, and absolutely healthy and delicious. Most importantly, it boosts one's strength. After finishing the leg, a voice rang out. Consume the common tier wild boar to gain 1 essence point. Yen wiped the grease from his lips and looked at the wild boar, which was as big as a truck, feeling a bit daunted. A wild boar this big, how long would it take to eat it all? The real problem was that he'd already eaten a pork leg and felt full, yet had only gained a single essence point. Yen finally understood why there were so few intermediate warrior stage practitioners. Even if you killed a demon beast, without a big enough appetite, you wouldn't gain any essence points. It seemed he'd have to target smaller demon beasts next time. Yen was thinking this to himself when he suddenly noticed something unbelievable. The wild boar's carcass had it shrunk a little? He rubbed his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Was it an illusion? He stared intently until he saw the boar's other leg vanish at a visible speed. Only then did he realize it was real. Yen leapt to his feet as if he'd seen a ghost. At first, he thought some small demon beast had sneaked in to eat it, but looking around, there was nothing there, only the sound of the wind. Consumed the flesh and blood of a common tier wild boar, gaining 1 essence point. Consumed the flesh and blood of a common tier wild boar, gaining 1 essence point. What's going on? Yen looked down and saw that the wooden sword he'd used to chop the boar's leg was now stuck diagonally in its body. The sword seemed to have come alive, moving slowly wherever it touched. The pork melted away like ice and snow, disappearing bit by bit. Once he figured it out, Yen felt waves of happiness wash over him. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar vanished completely, and Yen, just as he'd hoped, gained 10 essence points. Seeing the wooden sword lying on the ground, Yen excitedly picked it up. If he hadn't been afraid of scraping his lips, he would have kissed it long ago. Ah ha 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 ha. His unrestrained laughter echoed through the entire forest, startling countless birds. Yen was simply overjoyed. He never imagined that this lightning could be so miraculous, able to swiftly absorb the flesh and blood of demon beasts and turn it to his own use. Didn't this mean he could level up many times faster than others? For example, a wild boar weighing over 500 gene, it would take an ordinary person months to eat enough to gain 10 essence points, not to mention the hassle of storing the meat and the energy lost during that time. But now, he could absorb the entire wild boar without any waste, and it would take him no more than the time it takes to eat a meal. It was practically like cheating. I will definitely grow stronger quickly. At this thought, a look of determination flashed in Yen's eyes, and he grew even more vigilant. The secret of the lightning combat soul must not be revealed, not even to his sister or his wife. This, too, was a way of protecting his family. Otherwise, if outsiders found out, Yen's entire family would surely suffer. Yen clenched his fists, feeling the changes brought about by the 10 essence points. His strength and stamina had indeed increased somewhat. Beasts of the battle realm, here I come. Yen gripped his sword and walked deeper into the forest. Just then, he heard a commotion in the distance, clearly the sound of several people chasing something. He looked closely. Yen was taken aback. It turned out to be Lin Changang and his 2 companions running toward him. And the creature they were chasing was a fox with fiery red fur all over its body. An elite tier demon beast, the flame fox. The protagonist's combat soul is beginning to show its true potential. Even more thrilling plot developments lie ahead. Please bookmark this book. Chapter 5, Anyone who calls Yen a dumb student will have me on their back. The flame fox was now covered in wounds. Anyone with eyes could tell the demon beast was on its last legs. Boss, that kid up ahead looks like Yen. Zhao Xiaoxi shouted. Lin Changgang's eyes widened. What a small world. But then he suddenly thought of something and barked, Yen, if you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Oh? Are you afraid of me? Yen sneered. According to the rules of the battle realm, no matter who had previously injured the demon beast, the one who ultimately had the chance to claim its combat soul was always the last person to kill it. So Lin Changang was terrified. After all, the 3 of them had worked so hard to cripple this flame fox. Lin Changang gritted his teeth and said, if you dare touch the flame fox, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. But before he could finish his threat, Yen drew a wooden sword and slashed the flame fox down without the slightest hesitation. Defeated elite tier demon beast, flame fox. Obtained elite tier flame fox combat soul. Consuming the flesh and blood of the elite tier flame fox grants 20 essence points. Hearing that satisfying voice, Yen felt a wave of euphoria wash over him. An elite tier combat soul, just the thought of it was exhilarating. Seeing Lin Changgang's humiliated expression made Yen even happier inside. Yen. Lin Changang glared at him with such ferocity that if looks could kill, Yen would have died 8 or 9 times over. Yen said nonchalantly, sorry, but when I saw the demon beast lunging at me, I was acting in self-defense. Self-defense? Self-defense my ass. Lin Changgang was nearly spitting blood. Even an idiot could tell the flame fox was on its last legs. Did you obtain a combat soul? Lin Changgang forced himself to remain calm as he asked. Yen raised a finger, and a red streak of fire, like a spirit snake, coiled around his fingertip. Is this what you're talking about? Elite Tier Flame Fox Combat Soul, ability, release flames. Transfer it to me. Lin Changgang exclaimed excitedly. Elemental attack combat souls were incredibly rare, and flame foxes were exceptionally rare as well. Just encountering one was a stroke of luck, let alone looting a combat soul. The chance of a demon beast dropping a combat soul was minuscule. Even after killing 100 or so, one might only get one combat soul. So, upon seeing this combat soul, Lin Changgang's eyes lit up with greed. How much are you offering? Yen asked in return. Pay? Lin Changgang was furious. How could this guy be so shameless? He clearly snatched it from him, yet he still wanted money. However, according to Battle Realm's rules, when partners team up to fight demon beasts and obtain combat souls, it's all based on individual skill. There is no reason to demand payment. 10,000, Lin Changgang said, gritting his teeth. Although he was the young master of the Twin Star Group, his allowance was pitifully small. He simply couldn't afford much. Yen chuckled. Lin Changgang, do you really think I'm an idiot? This is an elite tier combat soul, and it possesses elemental attacks. Don't even think about it unless you've got 1,000,000. Then, as if a thought occurred to him, he added emphatically, this is exactly what our homeroom teacher told us in class. Lin Changgang was on the verge of a breakdown. Anyone who dared tell him Yen was a poor student would have him to deal with. He hadn't paid attention to anything else in class, but when it came to money, he listened intently. Since you won agree, I'll beat you until you do. Lin Changgang roared, his entire body transforming into a 2-meter-tall gorilla. He pounded his chest, looking utterly ferocious. Yen stared in disbelief. The combat soul of the class heartthrob was actually a gorilla? That was way too out of place. Yao Fandi's combat soul transformed into a flail, while Zhao Xiaoxi's became a dagger. The two exchanged a sinister grin, as if telling Yen, you're done for. Lin Changgang sneered, this is an elite-tier gorilla combat soul, not something your lousy wooden stick can handle. He transformed into a black whirlwind, forming a pincer movement with Yao Fandi and Zhao Xiaoxi to surround Yen. Yen drew his wooden sword and struck Yao Fandi on the forehead with the blade, knocking him unconscious as if swatting a fly. Next, Yen's sword danced through the air. After a dizzying flurry of movements, the blade was already pressed against Zhao Xiaoxi's neck. Poor Zhao Xiaoxi was just about to spout some tough talk when he realized his life was already in Yen's hands. Spare my life, young hero, Zhao Xiaoxi pleaded, his face contorted in despair. Yen rolled his eyes. Had this guy watched too many period dramas? He was really getting into character. He couldn't be bothered with small talk and kicked Zhao Xiaoxi flying. Having gained 10 essence points, Yen's stamina was now a far cry from what it used to be. If it weren't for the fact that they were classmates, those two would have been dead and gone long ago. Lin Changgang hadn't expected Yen to be this powerful now. He cursed angrily, you two useless fools. Now it's just you left, Yen said with a smirk as he walked toward him. You, what do you think you're doing? Lin Changgang's voice trembled slightly. I've got an elite-tier combat soul, you know. Yen gave him a pitying look. Although Lin Changgang's combat soul was of a high rank, the threat it posed was nowhere near that of the wild boar from earlier. Because a newcomer with only a combat soul but no essence points and with stamina that couldn't keep up was nothing more than a paper tiger. Yen planted his sword into the ground and, with a mischievous grin, unleashed a powerful punch. There was a loud thud. The 2-meter-tall chimpanzee, under Yen's barrage of punches, rolled around on the ground like a punching bag. At the same time, Yen's fists carried the power of fire, causing sparks to fly and billows of blue smoke to rise from the chimpanzee's body. I surrender, I surrender. Stop hitting me. Lin Changgang had long since been beaten to the point of exhausting his combat soul energy, reverting to human form as he desperately covered his face. Don't hit my face. Thud, thud, thud. Yen's fists landed squarely on his eye sockets. Lin Changgang swore he wasn't crying from the blows, it just so happened they struck the exact spot where his tears welled up. Wah, Yen, big brother Mu, grandpa Mu, please stop hitting me. Lin Changgang buried his face in his hands and wept. At that moment, he was a complete mess, not a trace of the class heartthrob-esque composure remained. Back when you bullied me and ambushed me on my way home, did you ever imagine this day would come? Yen said coldly. Lin Changgang was filled with regret. Why had he provoked Yen? He thought Yen was a pushover, but it turned out he was a ruthless man. After a long while, he snapped back to reality and saw that Yen had finally left. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, Lin Changgang seemed to notice something, and his expression suddenly changed. The flame fox's corpse was gone. Yen must have taken it. At that thought, Lin Changgang actually spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yen, I'll never forgive you." But no matter how much Lin Changgang raged, Yen could no longer hear him. At that moment, he was in a secluded corner, placing his wooden sword on the flame fox's body and happily harvesting essence points. Consumed the flesh and blood of an elite tier flame fox, gaining 1 essence point. Consumed the flesh and blood of an elite tier flame fox, gaining 1 essence point. Consumed the flesh and blood of an elite tier flame fox, gaining 1 essence point. Feeling the 20 new essence points, Yen felt his whole body brimming with power. If he ever encountered Chen Long transformed into a bloodtooth wolf again, he was confident he could crush him with a single punch without even using his sword. Chapter 6, Elite Tier Ironhorn Bison. Yen used the teleportation array in the room to return to the academy. It was already evening. In the distance, he spotted a faint figure ahead. As he drew closer, he recognized it as Tang. "You've been waiting for me," Yen exclaimed happily. Tang snorted. "Don't get so full of yourself. I just came to check if you'd fed any demon beasts." Accustomed to such jabs, Yen didn't take offense. "I was teleported to Zhixiao Palace." "What about you?" "Yushu Palace." "Where is that outpost?" Yen asked. "About 5 or 6 outpost distances from Zhixiao Palace." "It might take a few months to walk there," Tang replied. Yen looked down at his own scrawny legs, a look of utter helplessness in his eyes. "Haven't you had enough of staring at them? Do you have to follow me even in the battle realm?" Tang naturally understood his thoughts. Yen nodded, his eyes as clear as autumn water, gazing at Tang with deep emotion. Thump! Tang suddenly felt her heart flutter like a frightened deer, and a blush crept up her cheeks. The setting sun cast its rays down, bathing the two in light as if trying to merge them into one. At that moment, a number of students began emerging from the teleportation array, catching just this scene. Due to the glaring sunlight, they could only make out 2 hazy figures. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, they looked perfectly suited for each other. Click. Someone took a photo of them and posted it directly on the school forum. Netizens only recognize Tang after all, a beauty always catches the eye wherever she goes. Yen, however, was obscured by the light, with only a small glimpse of his profile visible. However, this photo sparked public outrage. Tang had far too many admirers. Rumor had it that some had even formed a flower protecting squad determined to track Yen down and beat him up. Dare to take advantage of our goddess, and you'll pay the price. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. At that moment, sensing the strange stares around her, Tang, filled with shame and anger, kicked Yen. "Hurry up and run." "Why are we running?" "It's not like we're having an affair or anything," Yen said calmly. Tang was livid. "The jerk, why can't he keep his mouth shut? Hurry up and run. We're about to be surrounded." Yen suddenly pulled Tang along and sprinted out. Tang was stunned. How could this guy switch gears so fast? She looked down and caught every little movement of Yen's hand. He's hopeless. Why is he always looking to take advantage? Tang felt the warmth radiating from his palm and closed her eyes slightly. Fine, she thought. I'll let him have his way this once. Yen pulled Tang along, his heart racing. The feeling was just like when the prince carries off the princess after beating the game. 3 days later, Battle Realm. Yen stood facing the wind, strands of hair fluttering across his forehead, looking utterly carefree and unconcerned. All around him lay several common tier ironhorn bulls, strewn haphazardly. Most had been killed by a single blow that pierced their skulls. Some were charred black, emitting a pungent, burnt odor. My immortal sword technique is becoming more and more refined. Yen placed his wooden sword on the ironhorn wild ox. The wooden sword acted like a ravenous beast, slowly devouring the ironhorn wild ox's flesh and blood. Consume the flesh and blood of the common tier ironhorn wild ox to gain 1 essence point. Consume the flesh and blood of the common tier ironhorn wild ox to gain 1 essence point. Listening to the strange voice in his mind, the exhilaration Yen felt went far beyond mere satisfaction. He did the math, he already had 30 essence points, and there were roughly 7 ironhorn wild bulls here. Once the wooden sword finished absorbing them, he would have 100 essence points. By then, he would be the first freshman to advance to the intermediate warrior stage. Yen, who had always been a poor student growing up, finally felt like he was on top of the world. The sensation was almost like a dream. Ah ha ha! Just as Yen was laughing heartily, he suddenly heard a voice. You have reached the limit for consuming common tier ironhorn wild bulls. Continuing to consume them will no longer grant essence points. Yen's expression froze instantly. All his grand dreams had vanished in an instant. What a ripoff! So eating too many of the same type of demon beast stops granting essence points. Yen felt like crying but had no tears left. Even with his lightning wood combat soul, the path to leveling up was this difficult, let alone for an ordinary human. He did the math, he'd just taken a bite out of the 4th ironhorn wild bull when the prompt appeared in his mind. It seemed he'd gained a total of 30 essence points just now. Adding that to the 30 points from before, he now had 60 in total, enough to be considered a minor expert. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained the common tier ironhorn wild bull combat soul. Just then, gusts of wind swept in, causing the ground to shake. What was going on? Yen looked up and saw a shadowy figure, as massive as a small mountain, advancing on him with iron hooves. An elite tier ironhorn wild bull. It was roughly 6 meters long and 3 meters tall, its massive frame bulging with muscles, looking incredibly ferocious and terrifying. Its 2 horns resembled sky-piercing swords, radiating a cold, piercing glow. Especially those round, bull-like eyes, they now gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, looking extremely furious. Yen was at a loss for words. Hey, bull, this is our first meeting, right? Why are you glaring at me like I'm your sworn enemy? No kidding, you've slaughtered so many of my calves and offspring, how could I not be angry? The ironhorn wild bull let out a loud moo, slammed its iron hooves down on the ground, and charged straight at him. Those massive horns were like giant cleavers. Yen had no doubt that if he didn't dodge, he'd be impaled in the next instant. Fortunately, there was a large tree nearby. Yen was quick on his feet and scrambled up it in 2 strides. This ironhorn wild bull has such a ferocious aura. How come the flame fox, also an elite tier, was so weak? This was the second time Yen had encountered an elite tier demon beast, and he couldn't help but compare it to the flame fox he'd faced earlier. If the flame fox knew what had happened, it would surely be so enraged it would die all over again. It had been injured beforehand, and Lin Changgang's group had simply picked up the scraps, with Yen delivering the final blow. To be honest, the flame fox really did die a tragic death. Without at least a few warriors at the intermediate stage or higher, elite tier beasts were out of the question. After its charge missed, the ironhorn wild ox let out an angry bellow toward the tree. Yen chuckled. This tree is so thick, even a few of us couldn't wrap our arms around it. I don't believe you, you dumb ox, have any way to deal with it. He figured the ironhorn wild bull would just kick up a fuss for a bit before moving on. But unexpectedly, the ironhorn wild bull crouched low, its iron hooves scraping the ground, and slammed its massive horns into the tree trunk with all its might. With a series of loud cracks, the tree was pierced right through by the horns. Bro Bull's got some serious strength, Yen said as he leaped down the fallen tree. He landed right on the bull's back. The ironhorn wild bull's rage escalated further. It thrashed wildly, trying to throw Yen off. Yen, too, mustered all his resolve, summoning the lightning wood combat soul, which transformed into a wooden sword in his hand. Without any flashy moves, he used the simplest method possible, driving the long sword deep into the bull's head. Blood gushed out instantly. The Ironhorn Wild Ox staggered around as if drunk, then crashed to the ground with a thud. Defeated Elite Tier Demon Beast Ironhorn Wild Ox. Obtained Elite Tier Ironhorn Wild Ox Combat Soul. Consuming the flesh and blood of the Elite Tier Ironhorn Wild Ox grants 20 essence points. Chapter 7, The Ingrate. I've struck it rich. Yen laughed heartily and inspected the combat soul. Elite Tier Ironhorn Wild Ox Combat Soul, Mount Type. A mount. My goodness. That's a very rare combat soul. Yen had been worrying about how to transport all those common tier Ironhorn Wild Ox corpses back, and now he unexpectedly obtained a mount. It was truly like asking for a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. Consume the Elite Tier Ironhorn Bull to gain 1 essence point. Consume the Elite Tier Ironhorn Bull to gain 1 essence point. Watching the Ironhorn Bull slowly melt away under his wooden sword, Yen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In the end, only a small piece of tenderloin remained. This is the most tender cut of beef, with the best texture, so Yen planned to save it for himself. Armed with his previous experience, Yen made sure to bring all the necessary seasonings with him this time when he entered the battle realm. He sliced the tenderloin into thin strips, marinated them in salt and black pepper for 15 minutes, then set up the grill. With a flick of his right hand, a burst of flame shot out, sizzling beneath the grill. With the Flame Fox Combat Soul, grilling is a breeze. It smells amazing. This is top quality steak. Just inhaling the rich aroma was enough to intoxicate Yen. He silently resolved to bring a bottle of red wine next time. Red wine pairs perfectly with steak. Not far from Yen, 3 people were walking in single file, one of whom was Yen's good friend Xiaoyu. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu's face was contorted with anger. Don't be mad. At worst, we'll give you a bigger share next time we hunt a demon beast, said another man named Lu Dong. Yeah, chimed in the third man, Chung. But Xiaoyu wasn't buying it. How many times has this happened? Every time I'm the one leading the charge, and just as I'm about to kill the demon beast, you two swoop in to steal it. You eat all the meat and blood yourselves, not even leaving me a drop of broth. Stop following me. Despite her words, Lu Dong and Chang Qing clung to her like leeches. She couldn't shake them off no matter what. The reason they followed Xiaoyu was because of her unique combat soul, the common tier chameleon, which allowed her to blend into her surroundings, making her ideal for ambushes. Using his chameleon combat soul, Xiaoyu had knocked out several common tier beasts, but those two always snatched the kill at the very last moment. Out of consideration for their shared hometown, Xiaoyu didn't want to make a fuss, but they were getting more and more out of line, not even sharing a single scrap of meat. Just as the 3 were arguing, the aroma of grilled meat suddenly wafted over. The 3 of them took a light sniff. The aroma was simply irresistible. They ran over to find a teenager of 16 or 17 standing leisurely by the grill, enjoying a steak. It was Yen. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, truly the finest beef. Too bad you can't take anything out of the battle realm, otherwise, I'd definitely let my sister try some, Yen muttered to himself, his peripheral vision sweeping toward his back. Brother Yen. Xiaoyu stared in a daze. Lu Dongchang's expression was also somewhat uneasy. For they saw the corpses of 4 common tier Ironhorn wild bulls strewn haphazardly all around them. The air was thick with a murderous aura. Ironhorn wild bulls were nothing like the small demon beasts they had slain before. With their massive size, even a surprise attack wouldn't have gone well. Yet here they were, lying defeated at the feet of a mere teenager, a sight that was truly staggering. Xiaoye, come over and eat with us. Yen had just finished the last piece of elite tier steak, gaining 20 essence points. He now possessed 80 essence points, and the intermediate warrior stage was within reach. Sizzling on the grill were some common tier Ironhorn Wild Ox tenderloins, giving off a mouth-watering aroma. Can I eat some? Xiaoyu could hardly believe it. He put in the most effort along the way, yet ended up going hungry. Of course. You're my brother, eat as much as you want. Yen smiled hearing this. Xiaoyu felt a lump in his throat. In this world, Yen was indeed the only one who treated him well. Those two so-called fellow villagers were nothing but ungrateful wretches. Xiaoyu hurriedly sat down, grabbed a steak, and began devouring it voraciously. Lu Dongchangqing, standing nearby, swallowed hard and asked, "Could we have a little steak too?" Yen smiled broadly but said nothing. Lu Dong spoke earnestly, "We're Xiaoyu's fellow villagers. We're all family here." His voice was gentle, making him seem all the more likable. But the next moment, Yen's smile faded, replaced by a chill as he said coldly, "No." "What?" Lu Dong and Shang Qing were stunned. They never expected Yen to refuse. "Why?" Lu Dong said, unwilling to accept it. "You clearly have so much iron-horn barbarian ox meat. Sharing a little with us wouldn't cost you anything. I hunted that myself. If you want to eat it, go find it yourselves." Yen said coldly. "Don't be so unreasonable, friend," the two snapped angrily. "Who is your friend?" A cold glint flashed in Yen's eyes. "You two are well-fed and well-dressed, yet you've let little Yaya starve like this?" Their faces paled. It seemed Yen had heard every word of their earlier conversation. Yen pieced it all together instantly. "What little Yaya gave you is what belongs to you. But now, you're nothing more than a bunch of thieves." Yen's every word rang out with force, each one cutting to the bone. Lu Dong and Shang Qing's faces turned crimson with shame, utterly humiliated. Xiaoyu gazed at Yen, feeling as though his back had been magnified infinitely, a wave of emotion welling up within her. "Then we'll take our leave." Lu Dong and Shang Qing gave Yen a lingering look. Yen couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. He waved his hand dismissively, "No need to see us off." At that moment, a murderous glint flashed in Lu Dong's eyes. A dagger materialized from a combat soul had appeared in his hand, and he lunged viciously toward Yen. Chang Qing, wielding a curved blade, slashed at him from the other side. The two launched a pincer attack so fast and sudden that it seemed impossible to dodge. "Brother Yen, watch out!" Xiaoyu cried out in alarm, leaping to her feet to shield Yen. Having worked with these two before, she knew how powerful their combined techniques were. Yen, however, didn't move a muscle. He merely gazed at Lu Dong and Shang Qing with a haughty, indifferent expression. Seeing that look, Lu Dong and Shang Qing felt a jolt of unease. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. With a swish, a sword had appeared in Yen's hand, no one knew when. A wooden sword. Though made of wood, it was sharper than countless blades. Yen simply held the wooden sword horizontally before him, swept it lightly through the air in a half circle, and then withdrew it. The entire process was as swift as a hare leaping and a falcon diving, without a hint of hesitation. Yet, a crimson line suddenly appeared on the necks of Lu Dong and Shang Qing. "Ah!" The two let out their final, agonized cries before collapsing to the ground. The last thing reflected in their eyes was Yen's cold, indifferent gaze. Chapter 8, Zhao Xiaofeng, who is not short on money. Yen said coldly, "If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed." Xiaoyu was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected Lu Dong and Shang Qing to suddenly turn violent and kill someone over a minor disagreement. What difference was there between them and those brutal bandits? "Brother Yen, thank goodness you're unharmed. Otherwise, I'd never forgive myself." Xiaoyu was still shaken after all, these two had come with him. Yen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little Yaya, it's different from the Blue Star Alliance. In the battle realm, there are no constraints, only strength matters." Xiaoyu nodded and asked, "What should we do with all these iron-horn wild bulls? We can't possibly eat them all in a short while." "Take them back to Zhixiao Palace." Under Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, Yen flicked his right hand. A beam of light landed on the ground, flickering as it transformed into a colossal beast. Moo! A 6-meter-long, 3-meter-tall iron-horn wild bull suddenly appeared. Especially the bulging muscles across its body, they radiated explosive power. The moment the iron-horn wild bull appeared, Xiaoyu's legs went weak with fear. "Brother Yen, run! The bull boss is here to seek revenge." Yen chuckled, "Don't worry, this is my combat soul mount." "What?" Xiaoyu had already been surprised enough today her brain felt a bit overwhelmed. This was an elite tier combat soul and a rare mount at that. Xiaoyu could no longer quite figure Yan out. Still, Yan treated her like a true brother. No matter what happens, you'll always be my brother Yan, Xiaoyu thought to herself. On the way back to Zhixiao Palace, people witnessed a stunning sight. An ironhorn wild bull, as massive as a large truck, carried the corpses of 3 common tier ironhorn wild bulls on its back. Behind the bull's head sat 2 teenagers side by side, none other than Xiaoyu and Yan. The bull's back was broad enough to carry a heavy load without feeling cramped. Xiaoyu, however, felt a bit self-conscious. He sat in front, with Yan wrapping his arms around him from behind. They looked just like a couple riding horses together in a period drama. "Hey, you two, is that bull for sale?" A young man emerged from the crowd and asked suddenly. Yan eyed him up and down. The boy was dressed in an opulent brocade robe, a stark contrast to the rough hemp garments worn by the passers-by around him. Since being teleported to the battle realm, the clothes they'd been wearing had all been quite ordinary, so Yan had no idea how this boy had managed to get his hands on such an outfit. In any case, the boy's first impression was unmistakable: he was rolling in cash. "Name your price," Yan said. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy replied, 10,000 per head. 30,000 for all 3. Yan was stunned. True to his reputation as a big spender, as far as Yan knew, common tier demon beasts rarely fetched more than 50 or 60,000, and the smaller they were, the more valuable they were, since they were consumed quickly. Many wealthy people were unwilling to risk their lives hunting. They'd rather spend a little money on demon beast flesh to boost their essence points. However, this was rare among those at the high warrior stage and above, because the amount of essence points required for leveling up was enormous. Elite tier demon beasts were rarely sold, people usually kept them for their own use. "All right." Yan nodded impassively, though inside he was overjoyed. The youth unfastened a pouch at his waist. Yan's expression grew even more peculiar. Even wallets had adapted to local customs here. The power of the battle realm was truly miraculous. The youth swiftly pulled out 3 100,000 credit alliance banknotes. Only then did Yan let out a long sigh of relief. If even alliance banknotes had been replaced by something like promissory notes, he would have refused the transaction outright. The boy hired men to transport the iron-horned wild ox back to Zhixiao Palace, smiling as he said, "My name is Zhao Xiaofeng. I'm a freshman at Shangnan High School. If you ever have any demon beast flesh to sell in the future, just come find me." Yan nodded. "My name is Yan. This is my brother, Xiaoyu. He is also a freshman at Shangnan High School." Upon hearing that name, Zhao Xiaofeng was taken aback. "You two are that useless duo?" Yan and Xiaoyu's faces immediately turned awkward. "Are we really that famous?" Zhao Xiaofeng laughed it off. "Looks like the rumors out there are way overblown. An elite tier ironhorn wild bull combat soul isn't something you can just get your hands on easily." Yan replied flatly, "Just good luck." At that moment, Zhao Xiaofeng asked, "Is that elite tier ironhorn barbarian bull combat soul for sale?" "I'll pay 1,000,000. "1 million?" Before Yan could even speak, Xiaoyu nearly fainted. Was an elite tier combat soul really that valuable? 1 million in the Blue Star Alliance could buy a huge house. "Not for sale," Yan replied firmly. Mount-type combat souls were rare to begin with, and hunting with one saved a lot of stamina. Yan's resolve wasn't shaken by the million. He was looking far into the future. "Alright, if you ever have any demon beast flesh or combat souls to sell in the future, be sure to give me first dibs." After saying this, Zhao Xiaofeng took his leave. Yan and Zhao walked to the main gate of Zhixiao Palace, where they recalled the iron-horned barbarian bull. After all, its size was simply too imposing. Today's haul was bountiful, and Yan couldn't wait to teleport back and share the good news with his sister. Just then, the sound of a horse's neigh rang out. They looked up. Before them, a heavily armored steed, resembling a demon god, charged into the purple Shao Palace. Its pupils burned with a eerie blue flame, and its 4 iron hooves seemed to tread upon blue flames themselves. Its physique was mighty, and its speed was unmatched. An elite tier netherworld warhorse. Riding the horse was a young man clad in black, his gaze sharp as a soaring eagle, utterly captivating. The young man came to a halt before Yen and asked, "Did you just sell 3 common tier Ironhorn wild bulls?" Yen nodded. Selling demon beast flesh or combat souls within the boundaries of Zishao Palace requires a 30% profit share, the young man stated. Is that even a rule? Yen and Xiaoyu exchanged bewildered glances. But 30% is way too steep. Who are you? Yen asked. I am Yen Wuqing, one of the 4 great guardians under Bei Zhuhan, the young man declared haughtily. Bei Zhuhan? Xiaoyu slapped her thigh. Isn't he the heir apparent of the Jianbei Group? The Jianbei Group was incredibly wealthy and held absolute power in Binjiang City, where Yen lived. Compared to them, the Lin Changgang family's twin star group was practically a drop in the bucket. The Jianbei Group's reach is getting a bit too long, isn't it? This is the battle realm, the alliance's rules don't apply here, Yen suddenly said. Yen Wuqing frowned. As a subordinate of the Jianbei heir, he commanded great respect wherever he went, whether in the alliance or the battle realm. He never expected to be ignored by a mere upstart today. Yen Wuqing flipped his right hand, and a sharp, long whip appeared, which he lashed out with all his might. The whip struck like a venomous snake, lashing viciously across Yen's back. So fast. Yen hadn't managed to dodge it. He felt a searing pain on his back, his skin must be torn open. He glared coldly at Yen Wuqing. High-level warrior stage, was he? Speed and strength were indeed beyond his match. Yen Wuqing looked down on him and sneered, "Ignorant brat, defying the authority of the Jianbei Group comes at a price." Wave after wave of whipping strikes came at him. Each strike caused the air to shatter. Chapter 9, A Life or Death Battle begins. Yen's body was covered in gruesome, blood-soaked gashes. Xiaoyu was heartbroken. He shouted, "Stop! Stop! We'll hand over 30% of our profits." He pulled 100,000 alliance coins from Yen's pocket and shoved them into Yen Wuqing's hand, pleading, "Here is 100,000. Please spare my brother." Yen Wuqing toyed with the coins in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. 30% was the previous deal. But now that he has defied me, I'm confiscating all his profits. What? Xiaoyu froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Onlookers gathered around, pointing and whispering. How pitiful. He could have settled this with just 30%, but he had to be stubborn. Now all that hard-earned money is gone. He has angered the Jianbei Group. He probably won't be able to survive in the Zishao Palace anymore. That Yen Wuqing is notorious for holding grudges. That kid's in for it. Seeing the fearful and wary glances of the crowd, Yen Wuqing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Standing high above them, he looked every bit the overlord surveying his domain. Yen stared intently at him, her eyes burning with intense hatred. Xiao Ye, Yen said, enunciating each word. Xiao Yu's voice trembled slightly. Brother Yen. He feared Yen might lose his composure and do something rash. Give him the rest of the money. Yen practically ground the words out through clenched teeth. Xiaoyu nodded and shoved another 200,000 alliance coins into Yen Wuqing's hand. Yen Wuqing let out a long, loud laugh. "Ah, you must be new here. In Zishao Palace, the Jianbei Group is the sky, and Lord Beizhuhan's words are imperial edicts. If you want to survive here, first figure out who's your grandpa." Every word the man spoke felt like a dagger, stabbing viciously into Yen's heart. The gazes around them were a mix of sympathy and pity, though most were simply gloating. Today, Yen's dignity was being ruthlessly trampled upon. It was an unprecedented humiliation. As a result, Yen's vision had turned completely blood red. His mind and chest were completely consumed by rage. Yet he remained extremely calm, knowing he was no match for Yen Wuqing right now, let alone the forces backing him. Yen Wuqing, Yen said in a deep voice. Yen Wuqing was still cackling wildly. Yen has issued a life or death challenge to Yen Wuqing. The prize for the victor is an elite tier combat soul. The duel will take place in 1 month's time. During this period, neither party may harm the other. Does Yan Wuching accept the challenge? At that moment, a voice rang out across the hall, clear as day to everyone present. These were the words of the Battle Realm's rules. Yan Wuching's face froze instantly, though he remained frozen in the midst of his maniacal laughter. He never would have dreamed that someone would actually issue a life or death duel to him. A life or death duel is a duel rule protected by the Battle Realm. The challenger can set the reward and the time during the duel, neither party may harm the other. It is a very domineering rule, but the challenged party has the right to refuse. Is this kid crazy? Looking at him, he is clearly just a warrior stage and he is actually challenging Yan Wuching, a high-level warrior stage? A cornered dog will bite, but this kid is just here to give Yan Wuching some experience points. Xiaoyu stared blankly at Yan, her face filled with concern. Brother Yan, don't act on impulse. Yan's eyes were clouded with rage, yet he spoke calmly. Once a person's dignity is trampled upon, they can never hope to reach the pinnacle of strength. This humiliation must be washed away with blood. He had given himself a month. He believed that a month's growth would be enough to defeat Yan Wuching. Yan Wuching gave Yan a deep look and said, "Are you that eager to die?" Yan snorted coldly, "Cut the crap. Do you dare accept?" Yan Wuching laughed heartily, "Why wouldn't I? I'd love to see how you, a mere warrior stage cultivator, plan to defeat me in a month." The life or death duel was set. Yan Wuching mounted his shadow warhorse and galloped out, laughing as he went, "Ha ha, it's been ages since I've seen someone so delusional." Impressive. Yan watched him vanish from sight with a cold stare and muttered to himself, "Laugh all you want. My money isn't that easy to take." Xiaoyu, standing nearby, heard this and widened his eyes in astonishment. He simply couldn't fathom where Yan got such confidence. Teleporting back to school, Yan walked while pondering how to improve his strength, but suddenly, a gust of wind blew past him from behind. Someone was ambushing him. Yan was seething with pent-up anger and had been looking for an outlet. He curled his fingers into a claw and lashed out fiercely behind him, grabbing the attacker directly. The sensation in his hand was soft and smooth. Yan was stunned. He actually grabbed the other person's ankle, and it belonged to a woman? "You hooligan!" The other person yanked her ankle free, increased her strength, and kicked Yan hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. It was that familiar voice again, and that familiar force. The name had already slipped out of his mouth. "Tang, what are you doing? Trying to murder your own husband?" Yan staggered to his feet, not because Tang's kick had been particularly hard, but because it had aggravated the whip wounds on Yan Wuching's back. The pain was excruciating. "I thought you were some kind of badass, daring to challenge the advanced warrior stage, but turns out you're just a wimp." Without another word, Tang yanked Yan's shirt open. Yan was terrified. "Tang, what are you doing? We're still on campus." The only response was a punch from her delicate fist. Tang looked at the bloody welts covering his body, her eyes suddenly reddening. She clenched her teeth and said, "Come with me." Tang tossed Yan into the shuttle, stepped on the gas, and the shuttle raced like a caged beast toward the medical center. "Just superficial wounds. You'll be fine in a couple of days." After applying the ointment, Yan was now wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages. Tang, however, remained silent, staring intently at Yan. Under that piercing gaze, Yan lowered his head guiltily. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why did you challenge Yan Wuching?" Yan suddenly looked up and said, "A man may be killed, but he must not be disgraced. I will wash away the shame with my own hands." His eyes radiated a determination he'd never shown before as he locked eyes with Tang. Tang suddenly realized that this boy, her childhood friend, seemed to have grown up. He had truly changed. After a moment, she pulled out a crystal-clear card. "This is an Earth rank card from the Scripture Hall. Go learn a combat technique." Yan clutched the Earth rank card in his hand, his inner shock lingering for a long time. In the battle realm, all technological weapons malfunctioned, causing the once declining ancient martial arts to rise again. Through the research of many martial artists, a more powerful form of combat emerged, collectively known as combat techniques. The Scripture Hall was the Alliance's authoritative institution for researching combat techniques. Here, all techniques were classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow based on their potency, with each tier further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Even the weakest Yellow tier lower grade combat technique was beyond the reach of ordinary people, costing over 1 million credits. Earth tier Yen couldn't even begin to imagine the cost. Chapter 10: Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm. This is too valuable, I can't just take it for free. Yen gazed longingly at the Earth tier card. Though he was deeply reluctant, he still refused it. Tang shot him a withering glance. Who said I'm giving it to you for free? When you make it big in the future, you'll have to pay me back. But stop blabbering. I don't expect you to amount to much anyway. I have just one demand: survive the life or death battle for me. Tang declared imperiously. Yen nodded, clutching the Earth tier card tightly in his hand. A warm current flowed through his heart. It seemed Tang's fragrance still lingered on the card. Back at the small restaurant, Yen logged onto the Hall of Scripture's website and used the Earth tier card to enter a community with special privileges. Instantly, combat techniques from the 5 great factions flooded Yen's vision. Starry Sword Technique, an Earth tier sword technique. When used, it seemed as though the power of billions of stars erupted. Requirement: possession of a sword-type combat soul. This sword technique looks powerful, but unfortunately, I already have the immortal sword technique. Yen's eyes sparkled, yet he shook his head regretfully. Recalling Yen Wuching's devious and domineering whip technique, Yen's expression gradually grew serious. I currently possess the invincible sword technique. The only thing separating me from Yen Wuching are strength and stamina. Reaching the advanced warrior stage within a month is indeed difficult. Yen's thoughts raced, unaware that for an ordinary person, advancing from the basic to the intermediate warrior stage takes at least a year. Even if one were to spend a fortune acquiring demon beast flesh and blood, it would still take several months. The main issues were that consuming the flesh and blood took too long, small demon beasts were too rare, and if the flesh and blood weren't stored properly, the essence points would dissipate quickly. The time required to advance from the intermediate to the advanced warrior stage doubles. It is precisely because Yen possesses the extraordinary lightning wood combat soul that he has the confidence to take on this challenge. An ordinary person wouldn't even entertain such a thought. The Flame Fox combat soul has hardly been put to use. This is a rare elemental combat soul, and Yen has no intention of wasting it on himself. With a clear purpose in mind, Yen began browsing the combat techniques at a faster pace. Demon Lotus Sacred Fire Palm, an Earth-grade palm technique. When mastered to its peak, it can burn mountains and boil the sea. Requirement: possession of a fire-type combat soul. Burn mountains and boil the sea? These descriptions always tend to exaggerate. Yen chuckled to himself, yet he was deeply covetous of this palm technique. It's decided: Demon Lotus Sacred Fire Palm. Yen decisively clicked buy, only to discover he could only purchase the first 3 tiers. What? The last 3 tiers are heaven-grade combat techniques, and I don't have permission to buy them? Yen was utterly shocked, but he bought them anyway. In his view, the first 3 tiers were already extraordinary and difficult to master. He'd worry about the last 3 tiers later. The next day, a delivery package arrived at the small restaurant, very efficient. Yen clutched the package and dashed up to his room on the 2nd floor. Judging by his sister's odd look, she probably thought he'd bought something for a bachelor's lifestyle. But that would be hard to explain. Yen couldn't very well tell her the package contained a combat technique worth tens of millions. She'd go crazy if he did. Yen opened the package to find a book lying quietly inside, along with a bottle of cultivation guidance fluid. Without the cultivation guidance elixir, even with the manual, he wouldn't be able to master this combat technique. The manual for the Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm wasn't very thick. It looked like one of their high school textbooks. Time was money for Yen right now. Following the instructions, he first opened the cultivation guidance elixir and chugged it all down in one go, like he was drinking beer. The moment it hit his stomach, the Flame Fox combat soul in his soul sea ignited like dynamite, surging into frenzied activity with a thunderous roar. First layer, Crimson Lotus Flame. Yen thrust out both palms, and flames instantly gushed forth like a torrential flood, forming an incredibly eerie flaming lotus in the air, every petal blazing with intense heat. Yen's hands, immersed in the raging fire, felt no discomfort whatsoever, not even a trace of a burn, which was truly miraculous. Gazing at the fiery lotus, Yen was somewhat surprised. Have I already mastered the first form? Without delay, Yen pressed his advantage and mastered the second layer, Surging Gale, and the third layer, Flying Fire Meteor, as well. Time seemed to stand still during his cultivation. By the time Yen had fully mastered these 3 levels, it was already evening. I mastered them in just one day? Yen wondered with a touch of confusion. Could it be that his cultivation method was incorrect? Yet, the palm technique that could erupt at any moment with a clench of his right hand reminded him that he had indeed mastered them. Yen could only attribute it all to the fact that he was a genius. What he didn't realize was that every time he cultivated, the lightning would combat soul and his soul sea would flicker, as if guiding Yen's practice. Mysterious and unfathomable. At daybreak, Yen eagerly stepped into the battle realm. Deep within the dense forest, ancient trees soared skyward, and birds and beasts darted through the air from time to time. In the Blue Star Alliance, flying with technology was a breeze, but in the battle realm, unless one possessed a special type of combat soul, one could only gaze up at the birds with envy. Flying-type combat souls were exceptionally rare. Almost every time one dropped, it would be sold for an astronomical price, yet even so, people still fought tooth and nail for them. Because bird-like beasts were simply too difficult to hunt. Cheap, cheap, cheap. A few common-tier little larks flapped their wings, staring down at the youth below, their eyes occasionally flashing with mockery. The youth was striking a pose as if drawing a bow to shoot an arrow, but his hands were empty. There was nothing there. It was Yen. I was just striking a pose, and now I've drawn a crowd? Yen's eyes held a hint of exasperation, but beneath his high, straight nose, a sly smile played at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! Yen called out, as if an arrow were truly flying from his hand. The little larks chirped even louder. They'd never seen such a ridiculous human. But the next moment, Yen raised his right hand, and a flaming arrow burst forth, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle as it hurtled toward the little larks. Boom! 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 The mockery hint even faded from the little lark's eyes before they were struck by the flaming arrows, instantly burning to charcoal and plummeting straight to the ground. The remaining little larks were petrified with fear, flapping their wings in a desperate attempt to fly away. How could they dare mock Yen below now? This youth was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Killed a common-tier demon beast, the little lark. No combat soul obtained. Consuming the flesh and blood of the common-tier little lark grants 10 essence points. Yen chuckled darkly, unleashing palm strike after palm strike. Arrows of flame rained down in rapid succession, blanketing the entire sky. Booms echoed across the arena as one little lark after another plummeted to the ground, filled with endless regret. If only they had fled a moment sooner, they wouldn't have met their end here. Strange voices echoed in his mind, and Yen's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Rocket-like projectiles exploded in the sky from a distance. The scene was as dazzling as a fireworks display. The third tier of the Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm Flying Fire and Shooting Stars is truly a formidable weapon for hunting flying demon beasts. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained a combat soul. Yen began counting the little larks. He brought down a total of 5. Looking at the charred little larks, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Yen could consume at most 3 of them before reaching his essence points limit, but roasted little larks were hard to preserve. How was he supposed to sell them? What a money grubber. Chapter 11, Intermediate Warrior Stage. Yen sprinkled another handful of seasoning over the little larks, their aroma wafting through the air, and swallowed hard. This little lark was slightly larger than the domestic chickens on Blue Star. A normal person couldn't possibly finish it in one meal. Consume the flesh and blood of a common-tier lark to gain 1 essence point. Consume the flesh and blood of a common-tier lark to gain 1 essence point. The taste was simply amazing, crispy and not greasy at all. Yen had eaten more than half of it and still wasn't satisfied. He'd leave the rest to lightning wood. The wooden sword was summoned and thrust diagonally into the lark's body, seemingly swimming in a sea of essence points as it slowly absorbed the flesh and blood. After consuming both larks, Yen's essence points finally reached 100. In an instant, a strange light enveloped Yen's entire body. Yen felt a surge of vibrant vitality constantly flowing into his body. He bathed in the sacred glow, receiving a baptism of energy. When the radiance faded, Yen opened his eyes, and it seemed as though brilliant lightning was shooting out from them. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yen's mind. Yen, 16 years old. Level, Intermediate Warrior Stage. Level up requirement, 200 Essence Points. Essence Points, 0. Combat Souls, Common Tier Lightning Wood Evolvable, Elite Tier Flame Fox Combat Soul Elemental Type, Elite Tier Iron Horned Wild Bull Combat Soul Mount Type. Skills, Advanced Earth Tier Palm Techniques, Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm First 3 layers, Crimson Lotus Flame, Raging Gale, Flying Fire Meteor. After just 1 week in the battle realm, he had finally broken through to the Intermediate Warrior Stage. If word of this speed got out, it would surely cause a huge stir. Even if one were to buy their way to the Intermediate Warrior Stage, it would still take months. But Yen had done it in just 1 week. It was nothing short of defying the heavens. Yen felt the power surging within him, and an urge to find someone to battle with welled up inside him. Double the power, double the stamina. The feeling of leveling up is truly addictive. Yen glanced at the small lark on the ground, then used his wooden sword to dispatch another one, gaining 10 essence points. He wouldn't waste a single bit of flesh or blood. With 2 roasted little larks remaining, Yen fell deep in thought. He contacted Zhao Xiaofeng. This communicator had been personally issued to him by Zhao Xiaofeng at the Zhixiao Palace. As long as he didn't stray beyond a certain range of the palace, he could make contact. After all, mobile phones from Blue Star would malfunction if brought into the battle realm. In no time, Zhao Xiaofeng arrived with a group of people, pulling several ox carts. Brother Yen, where's the demon beast meet? Zhao Xiaofeng poked his head out, looking around. He had originally expected to see some massive beasts, but the place was completely empty, not a trace of a demon beast in sight. Yen was at a loss for words. He pulled 2 small lark carcasses from behind him and tossed them in front of Zhao Xiaofeng. The enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted over, whetting everyone's appetite. Zhao Xiaofeng's mouth was watering. As a young master accustomed to a life of luxury, he couldn't care less about his image and was about to pounce and start gnawing on the meat. But Yen pressed his hand against Zhao Xiaofeng's forehead. With one tall and one short, the scene resembled an adult teasing a child. Brother Yen, I'm starving. Don't stop me, I'll give you 300,000. I'll buy both of them. Zhao Xiaofeng was, after all, a man of deep pockets, and since the little larks would be gone in 2 days, they were far more valuable than the iron-horned wild ox from last time. Yen's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Who said that?" "I'm asking you, how did Yen Wuching find out about the iron-horned wild ox sale last time?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaofeng grimaced and said, "Brother Yen, you're really wronging me. Any demon beast flesh brought into the Zhixiao Palace has to go through the Jianbei group. They have spies everywhere. With just a little inquiry, they do know exactly where the meat came from." Yen pondered for a moment before asking, "Is the Jianbei group really that powerful?" Zhao Xiaofeng replied, "In Binjiang City, they're the local tyrants. Since the crown prince, Bei Zhuhan, is at the Zhixiao Palace, their influence has extended there as well. Right now, every skilled expert at the Zhixiao Palace has been recruited under Bei Zhuhan's banner." As he spoke these words, Zhao Xiaofeng felt a sense of desolation. "Then you know about my life or death battle with Yen Wuching in a month's time, right?" Yen asked. Zhao Xiaofeng nodded. To be honest, he didn't hold much hope for Yen. It was like a speck of light trying to compete with the full moon. Still, he deeply admired Yen's fighting spirit. That courage alone was something no one in Zhixiao Palace could match. If there was anything he could do to help Yen, Zhao Xiaofeng wouldn't hesitate. "Brother Yen, just say it, do you want money? Do you want money?" "I, Zhao Xiaofeng, may not have much, but I'm so poor I've got nothing left but money." Zhao Xiaofeng pounded his chest, speaking with righteous conviction. Yen rolled his eyes. This guy really wasn't short on cash. He said, "I need a map of the area around Zhixiao Palace. The more detailed, the better. Ideally, it should mark the demon beasts living there." Zhao Xiaofeng fell silent. To be honest, humans had only set foot in the battle realm a mere 100 years ago. Without any technological weapons, relying solely on their flesh and blood, they had managed to develop to this point a feat that was truly no small achievement. Every jungle, every canyon, every river, even every single path had been carved out step by step. No one could say exactly how vast the battle realm was. Even if you connected all the dozens of human outposts, they wouldn't cover even 1/10,000th of this world's territory. Mapping is incredibly difficult. Every single map serves as the cornerstone for the development of the major factions within the alliance. They are closely guarded secrets, worth their weight in gold. Zhao Xiaofeng paused for a moment before saying, "Brother Yan, I can't make this decision on my own. I'll ask my father for permission once we get back." Yan nodded. After completing the transaction with Zhao Xiaofeng, he returned to Zishao Palace. Surprisingly, no one came forward to collect payment this time. However, Yan felt no relief. In the eyes of Yan Wuxing, or perhaps even the people of Zishao Palace, he was already a man marked for death. Would such people even care what he did before he died? Yan sneered inwardly and teleported back to school. Just then, he received an unexpected call. It was from Song Zian. They'd been in the same class throughout middle school. However, Yan didn't have a high opinion of Song Zian. "Xiao Yan, it's been so long since we graduated from middle school. I've rounded up a few of our classmates. Let us all get together," Song Zian said with a cheerful laugh. Not interested. Yan was about to hang up. Song Zian was always up to no good, bragging about her family background all day long. Yan had no intention of kowtowing to her. "Wait, Xiao Yan, Lu Zhiyou is coming too. Don't you want to see her? She's heading to Beijing for school in a few days." Song Zian dropped her teasing tone and grew serious. The Lu campus queen he was referring to was Lu Zhiyou. Thinking about his relationship with her, Yan couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. With a click, Yan hung up the phone without another word. Yan, who remained unfazed even in the face of elite-tier demon beasts, was now in a state of turmoil. To be honest, he never wanted to have anything to do with Lu Zhiyou again for the rest of his life. Just then, the phone rang again, an unfamiliar number. Yan hesitated for a moment before slowly picking up the call. "Yan, are you really that afraid to see me?" Chapter 12, A Flower Blooms on His Head. Yan froze. That long unheard voice wasn't at Lu Zhiyou's? No, Yan stammered. Unexpectedly, on the other end of the line, a chuckle erupted. "Yan, do you still think I'm hopelessly in love with you and chasing after you relentlessly? You're way too full of yourself," Lu Zhiyou teased. Hearing this, a weight seemed to lift from Yan's heart. "As long as you're not interested in me, that's fine," Yan said. "Oh," Lu Zhiyou replied indifferently, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The two of them sat in silence on the phone. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Suddenly, a furious female voice came from Lu Zhiyou's end. "You ungrateful wretch! Did you forget about us after going to Xiangnan? If you don't come today, just wait and see how I'll beat you up." Hearing that tone, Yan knew it was Su Qingdai. She had a killer body and an even fiercer temper. "All right, tell me where." Yan nodded. Deep down, he was actually looking forward to seeing these old friends from middle school. Just then, an electric scooter pulled up in front of Yan. "Bro Yan, what a coincidence. Hop on." Xiaoyu gave a sly chuckle, a hint of smugness seeming to shine through his sunglasses. Yan took the sunglasses he handed over. The two of them, a wolf and a tiger, looked every bit the part of small-time hoodlums. Xiaoyu and Yan had been friends since childhood and were in the same class in middle school. He also received an invitation. The two arrived at Wangzheng Tower, a towering, majestic building with a grand and imposing presence. Wangzheng Tower was one of the top restaurants in Binjiang City. From the upper floors, one could fully enjoy the river view, drink to one's heart's content, and feel utterly refreshed. Two men and two women were already waiting at the entrance. Yan. Xiao yeah. A well-mannered young man greeted them with a smile. Yan was both surprised and delighted. "Yunhong, you're here too." The well-mannered boy was Gu Yunhong. He was an academic star who had been recruited by Binjiang No. 1 High School even before the high school entrance exams, and he was also Yen's best friend. Xiaoyu walked up, gave Gu Yunhong a light punch in the chest, and laughed. Is number 1 high really that great? Gu Yunhong feigned despair, saying, it's so exhausting at number 1 high, the academic pressure is intense. If I'd known, I would have gone to Xiangnan with you too. Xiaoyu looked smug and was about to say something, but Gu Yunhong suddenly changed his tone and said, it's only by hanging out with you two academic underachievers that my grades really stand out. Damn it. Yan and Xiaoyu each punched him once. Ha ha. They bickered all the time when they were together, everyone was used to it. The other guy was Song Zian, and the two girls were Su Qingdai and Lu Jiao, all of them tall and slender. Let us go inside and talk. I specifically reserved the Imperial Hall, Song Zian said nonchalantly, though he couldn't hide the smugness in the corners of his eyes. Wow, the Imperial Hall is the best private room at Wangji Anglu. You're something else, Song, Gu Yunhong exclaimed. The group ascended to the top floor and took their seats in the antique-style Imperial Hall. With the majestic river view spread out before them, their spirits soared. After a few rounds of drinks, Song Zian chuckled, my dad bought me a bunch of elite-tier demon beast flesh and blood. In less than 3 months, I'll be able to advance to the intermediate warrior stage. 3 months? Little Song, that's an insane pace. The others looked on with envy, especially Gu Yunhong. He excelled in academic studies, but in the battle realm, one either relied on raw strength or, like Song Zian, used money to climb the ranks. Clearly, Gu Yunhong, Yan, and Xiaoyu all came from ordinary families, otherwise, the three of them wouldn't be so close. Bolstered by the alcohol, Song Zian suddenly asked, Xiaoyan, why didn't you bring Tang along today? Yan frowned and said coldly, did you invite Tang too? Back in middle school, Song Zian had fallen for Tang at first sight and pursued him relentlessly for a while, which is why Yan and he were like oil and water. This time, Song Zian had asked Yan to come out specifically to take this opportunity to see Tang. Unfortunately, Yan hadn't even told Tang about the gathering. Why can't I invite her? You two aren't even together, what business is it of yours? Song Zian was getting a little angry. She's my wife. Do you think I have a say in the matter? Yan retorted. Ahaha, Yan, you're killing me. Back in middle school, you were always calling her my wife. Did Tang ever respond to you? Song Zian laughed wildly. We were destined for each other from childhood, vowing to grow old together. This vast earth and the unyielding heavens are our witnesses. Don't you think she is my wife? Yan's expression was solemn as he enunciated each word. Everyone froze. Under normal circumstances, hearing this would have made them laugh their heads off, but looking at Yan's determined gaze, not a single person found it funny. In fact, Lu Jiao's face had turned slightly pale. After a long moment, Song Zian burst out laughing. Does playing houses kids count? It does. Yan was more serious than ever. Damn it! Song Zian was speechless. He wanted to ask Yan, how did you manage to be so shameless? Tang is top tier in the alliance in terms of talent, looks, and family background. Just look at yourself. In what way are you even worthy of her? Song Zian pressed. I made a vow to her. I'll reach the intermediate warrior stage in less than 3 months, and Tang will likely get there soon too. But look at how long it'll take you. 2 years, 3 years? Maybe even longer. The gap between her and you will only grow wider. You're simply not good enough for her. Song Zian said. I made a vow to her. Damn it, can't you say something else? Song Zian felt like killing him. Yan thought for a moment and said, I can't. Song Zian was so furious she was trembling all over. She grabbed the wine bottle and clenched it tightly in her hand. To be honest, she really wanted to know if smashing this bottle on Yan's head would split his skull open. But he didn't dare. The trauma of getting beaten up by Yan back in middle school still haunted him. Gulp, gulp. Song Zian could only down the bottle himself. Su Qingdai couldn't help but speak up, you two, stop arguing. You fight every time we meet. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door, and a middle-aged man who looked like a manager walked in. Excuse me, ladies. We have a distinguished guest at Wangji Angla today who specifically requested the Imperial Hall. Would you mind moving to the Empress Hall? It's just as elegant, and as compensation, your bill will be 50% off today, the manager said apologetically. 50% off? Let us go. Su Qingdai's eyes lit up. She had the mindset of a young girl who loved a good bargain. The group was about to get up. Suddenly, Song Zian shouted, "Everyone, sit down. Why should I have to leave? What kind of VIP is this? My dad is Song Gang." The apologetic look vanished from the manager's face, and he said coldly, "Sir, I advise you to move to the other hall. With all due respect, you can't afford to cross this VIP." Smash! Song Zian grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it right into the manager's forehead. Seeing the bottle shatter and hearing the cracking sound, Song Zian felt a sense of satisfaction. "I've wanted to do this for a long time. It really is a thrill." Chapter 13, One Shock After Another. You're finished. The manager's eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. Everyone stared at Song Zian in disbelief. The scene had unfolded so suddenly that none of them had had time to react. Just then, the door was roughly pushed open, and several burly men in suits stormed in. The one in the lead frowned. "How is there still someone in the Imperial Hall? Manager Wang, how are you running this place? Do you think I'll tear down your Wanzhong Tower?" The manager Wang he was referring to was still lying unconscious on the floor. "Brother Fong, Manager Wang is on the floor," one of them said. Brother Fong looked down at the shards of glass scattered across the floor and burst out laughing. "We've run into a tough nut today. Interesting. Who did this?" His piercing gaze swept over the high school students, radiating boundless authority, as if he were the master of the place. Gu Yunhong and the others were so frightened they lowered their heads, not even daring to meet his gaze. Yen, however, stood to the side, watching the spectacle with a sense of amusement. Song Zian lifted her head, her face showing no fear. "I did it. So what? My dad is Song Gang." Brother Fong snorted derisively. "Let me make this clear. Tonight, my young master is hosting the heir apparent of the Zhangbei group. None of your connections will hold any weight here." The heir apparent of the Zhangbei group? The moment those words were uttered, the entire room turned pale. The Zhangbei group? Could it be that Song Zian's confidence vanished instantly, and she began to stutter? "There's only one heir to the Zhangbei group," Gu Yunhong said. Thud. Song Zian felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she fell right off her chair. Bei Juhan. The man every rich kid in all of Binzhong City looked up to, the ultimate heir. Compared to him, Song Zian was nothing. Just then, the door swung open, and two young men walked in. One was dignified and imposing, though still somewhat youthful, looking like a high school student. The other was in his 20s, exuding an air of nobility. His gaze was gentle, yet he carried an aura of authority that seemed to look down upon the world. The moment he appeared, everyone in the room seemed to be overshadowed by his presence. Brother Fang bowed respectfully. "Young Master Bei, Young Master Lin." The fact that he placed his own young master behind this man spoke volumes about the latter's standing. Bei Johan of Zhangbei, he was certainly worthy of such deference. Just then, the young master, Lin Qiming, frowned. "Didn't I tell you to have these people move to another private room? Why are they still here?" Brother Fong replied, "There was a minor hiccup. This man refuses to leave, claiming his father is Song Gang." The moment Song Zian saw Bei Johan walk in, he was completely dumbfounded. Don't be fooled by his usual swagger. Even though he is a third-rate playboy in Binzhong, he isn't even worthy of tying the shoes of a true big shot. Lin Qiming chuckled. "Whether his father is Song Gang or Li Gang, if he doesn't want to leave, let him stay." That stay carried deep meaning. Judging by the menacing glances from those burly men in suits, it likely didn't bode well. The others were trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe a sigh. Lu Xiao, in particular, instinctively huddled closer to Yen, just as she had sought his protection before. Seeing the two girls pale with fear, Yen sighed softly and stepped forward. "Since it's Song Zian who doesn't want to leave, Does that mean this has nothing to do with the rest of us? We'll be on our way. Then, he nudged the others and headed for the door. As for Song Zian, he had to pay the price for the big talk he spouted. He deserved it. Just as he brushed past Lin Shiming, the latter's arm shot out and blocked Yen's path. Wait, Lin Shiming said. Yen looked puzzled. The others can leave, but these two girls have to stay and drink with us, Lin Shiming said. As soon as he entered the private room, Lin Shiming had noticed them, one tall and slender, the other delicate and beautiful. A beautiful view, fine wine, and beautiful women, what could be better? Lu Jiao clutched Yen's shirt collar, completely panicked. Su Qingdai tried to stay calm, but her teeth were chattering. They were terrified that their friends might abandon them at a moment's notice. After all, Lin Shiming didn't look like a nice guy, and behind him stood a top-tier rich kid. It's just a drink. Is there really any need to be so afraid? Lin Shiming smiled. I'm just a senior in high school. Technically, you could call me senior. But no one dared even breathe a sigh. Behind that gentle smile might lurk a hidden threat. Just as Su Qingdai was about to volunteer to stay behind and let them leave first, a voice rang out. Is your name Yen? The voice was gentle and calm, instantly endearing. It belonged to Bei Johan, who had remained silent until now. Yen nodded. Everyone was puzzled as to how Bei Johan could possibly know Yen. One stood at the very pinnacle of Binjiang City, while the other was just an ordinary student at the very bottom, two people worlds apart. How could they possibly have any connection? At that moment, Bei Johan smiled. So it was you who challenged my guardian, Yen Wuxing, to a life or death duel. A life or death duel. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. Anyone who had ever set foot in the battle realm knew that once a life or death duel was declared, there was no coming back alive. Especially against Bei Johan's guardian. Could he possibly be a pushover? Where did Yen get the audacity to actually issue such a challenge? Now, Gu Yunhong was dumbfounded, as were the two girls, especially Song Zian, whose face was etched with disbelief. He remembered that just moments ago, he had been berating Yen at the dinner table, claiming that Yen's strength would be left far behind his own. Yet now, Yen dared to challenge Bei Johan's guardian, and what about him? In front of Bei Johan, he didn't even dare to breathe a sigh. He must have proposed the life or death duel just to save face. Song Zian maliciously speculated in her heart. Suddenly, Lin Shiming fixed his gaze on Yen and blurted out, I remember now, it was you who beat up my younger brother. Yen raised an eyebrow. Is your younger brother Lin Chang'an? Lin Shiming and Lin Chang'an were biological brothers. That was the origin of the Twin Stars Group's name. Lin Chang'an had left for the battle realm full of confidence, only to be carried back on a stretcher. Yen, Master Mu, spare me, Lin Chang'an had muttered, his mind in a state of extreme distress, repeating only that one name. Eager to protect his brother, Lin Shiming had immediately committed Yen's name to memory. He never expected to run into him in a setting like this. The shock among the others intensified. What on earth had happened to Yen? Not only had he challenged Bei Johan's guardian to a life or death duel, but he'd also beaten up Lin Shiming's younger brother. The same thought crossed the minds of all his companions. Is this still the Yen we know? How could his actions become more shocking with each passing moment? Lin Shiming sneered, poor thing, my brother is still lying in bed, unconscious. He clenched his fists, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 14, Battle with Lin Shiming. Bei Johan naturally sensed Lin Shiming's murderous intent and said, Young Master Lin, leave him to my guardian. This incident has caused quite a stir in Zishao Palace, and Yen Wuxing wishes to handle it himself. Though Lin Shiming was reluctant, he nodded. He couldn't refuse Bei Johan's request. Yen, I'll give young Master Bei face today and spare your life. However, I've heard that you stole my younger brother's combat soul that day. Tonight, I'll fight you while suppressing my level. If you lose, you'll return that combat soul to my brother, Lin Shiming said. High-level warrior stage? A barely perceptible gleam flashed in Yen's eyes. He had been curious to test the gap between himself and a high-level warrior stage, but since Lin Shiming had proposed capping their levels, it no longer mattered to him. What if you lose? Yen asked abruptly. Lin Shiming and his men were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. A high-level warrior stage even with the level cap was far beyond what an ordinary warrior stage could match in terms of combat skills, combat soul, and experience in life and death battles. Seeing Yen still asking the question blankly, they couldn't help but laugh. "What chance do you have of winning?" Lin Shiming chuckled. Unexpectedly, Yen scoffed. "If I lose, I have to hand over an elite tier combat soul, but if you lose nothing. Do you think I'm stupid? Forget it, forget it." This time, it was Lin Shiming and his men's turn to be speechless. "Fine then. If I lose, I'll give you an elite tier combat soul too," Lin Shiming said casually, though deep down, he never believed Yen stood a chance of winning. The Wangzhong Pavilion housed a combat arena. A square ring had been erected in the center, with everyone seated around it. Bei Zhuhan sat in the middle, looking every bit the Imperial Emperor. Lin Shiming said, "The arena is protected by a barrier, and it's already set to the warrior stage as the highest level. You don't need to worry about me taking advantage of you. No need. Set it to the intermediate warrior stage." Yen's aura began to rise steadily, and a faint aura of authority enveloped the entire venue. It was indeed the aura of the intermediate warrior stage. What? Little Yen has actually reached the intermediate warrior stage? Gu Yunhong slapped his thigh, hugged Xiaoyu, and jumped up in excitement. Su Qingdai's eyes lit up even more. "He has given us so many surprises tonight." Lu Zhio's beautiful eyes stared dreamily at the arena. As for what she was thinking, only she knew. Among them, Song Zian wore the most sour expression. Earlier, he had arrogantly boasted that he would reach the intermediate warrior stage within 3 months, and had looked down on Yen's prospects. Now that he thought about it, the reason Yen hadn't taken his words seriously was because Yen had already reached the intermediate warrior stage long ago. Reflecting on his childish behavior, Song Zian felt as if he'd been slapped in the face. Intermediate warrior stage? That boy's progress is astonishingly fast. Even though Yen's rate of advancement was beyond belief, Bei Zhuhan's gaze remained calm, devoid of emotion. In his eyes, let alone the intermediate stage, even the advanced warrior stage was nothing to speak of. Even this martial arts tournament, in Bei Zhuhan's view, was nothing more than a farce. As the first crown prince, his gaze had always been fixed on the very pinnacle of the battle realm. On the stage, Lin Shiming was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected that among the freshmen, someone had already reached the intermediate warrior stage. Even back in his day, despite pouring in vast sums of money, it had taken him 3 months to reach that stage. But how long had it taken Yen? "Just 1 week, you've surprised me," Lin Shiming said suddenly. "Cut the crap," Yen sneered. Suddenly, Lin Shiming sensed a shift in Yen's demeanor. He was no longer the calm teenager he had become, a volcano on the verge of erupting with fury. Yen thrust out both palms, and a blooming lotus of flame appeared, sending a rolling wave of heat surging toward them. Lin Shiming was taken aback. In the next instant, his form swelled, transforming into a massive blue wolf 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. The elite tier blue flame wolf soul, a fusion type combat soul. The blue flame wolf was enveloped in blue flames as it breathed, sparks of fire flashed, radiating an overwhelming aura. Fire against fire? Interesting. Bei Zhuhan's interest was piqued, and his gaze was no longer as calm as before. The blue flame wolf opened its jaws, and a jet of blue flame surged forth, rushing toward Yen. Yen activated the demon lotus, which collided violently with the blue flame. An immense energy shockwave instantly erupted, radiating in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire combat arena to rise sharply. Watching Yen, his palms encircled by flames, engage in a fierce battle with the blue flame wolf, Song Zian felt as if her mind were being violently shaken. She had previously thought Yen was still the ordinary teenager from the bottom tier of the alliance, but she never imagined that, having only recently entered high school, he had grown to this level. A bitter expression flashed across Song Zian's face. Raging gale. Yen suddenly struck out with a palm strike. Ripples of air formed at the center of his palm, coalescing into a tornado that slammed into the blue flame wolf, actually blowing the beast's massive body to the brink of collapse. What kind of unorthodox combat technique is this kid using? It's so powerful. Is he really just a newly promoted intermediate warrior stage fighter? Lin Shiming cursed inwardly. Standing in the eye of the storm, his vision was blurred, and he could see nothing clearly. What a tremendous force! Lin Shiming felt as if his body were being torn apart. A high-rank Earth-tier combat technique truly terrifying. At that moment, Lin Shiming saw a figure holding a sword, walking slowly toward him from beyond the storm. The figure was none other than Yen. With his long sword in hand, Yen resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Standing there, he was like a divine sword piercing the heavens. The immortal sword technique knows no retreat. Every move is an attack, forcing the enemy to defend. Among all sword techniques under heaven, only speed cannot be broken. Yen murmured to himself in the wind, his voice audible only to himself. He thrust his sword forward, carrying the force of wind and thunder, striking with fierce momentum. No! Lin Shiming felt his heart race with terror as a life-or-death crisis unlike any he had ever faced descended upon him from above. He no longer held back his cultivation. A powerful surge of energy erupted within him, instantly breaking free from the tornado-esque grip as he lunged toward Yen. Advanced warrior stage. That Lin Shiming is shameless. He can't win, so he stops holding back his cultivation level, Xiaoyu snapped angrily. Shameless! Gu Yunhong shouted in agreement. Su Qingdai and Lu Jiao joined in the outcry. Only Song Zin's face grew even paler. He never would have dreamed in his wildest dreams that Yen was this powerful, so much so that he de-forced Lin Shiming to unleash his full cultivation level. A thought even crossed his mind: if Lin Shiming could kill Yen while in his advanced state, wouldn't that be better? The shouts from the sidelines were deafening, but on the field, it was a matter of life and death. Lin Shiming didn't hear those shouts at all. Even if he had, not a single word would have registered in his mind. This was a crisis unlike any he had ever faced in his life. Facing the snarling blue flame wolf, Yen showed no fear. The blade of his sword shone even more brilliantly. Boom! That was the sound of a long sword piercing flesh, followed immediately by the hissing sound of it cutting through. Everyone's gaze converged on the arena. That spirited young man Yen. Chapter 15, second to none, above all. The scene before them left everyone speechless. The blue flame wolf had its upper body arched, its massive claws hovering just an inch above Yen's head. Yen, gripping his long sword tightly, sidestepped the claw and instead thrust the blade deep into the blue flame wolf's abdomen. In the next instant, the barrier of the combat arena slowly erupted. A colossal force struck the blue flame wolf directly, hurling it off the stage and crashing it heavily to the ground. Amidst a blur of light, the blue flame wolf transformed back into Lin Shiming. Now, his abdomen was stained with blood, his body trembling, and his eyes still filled with shock. Lin Shiming never would have dreamed that, without suppressing his level, he would still be pierced by Yen's sword. The strength he had always taken pride in had suffered a massive blow, both physically and mentally. Young master! Fan Gu and the others looked panicked and immediately surrounded him, ready to rush Lin Shiming to the medical center. Wait! Yen appeared out of nowhere and held his wooden sword across their path. Fan Gu snapped, "What do you want now?" Yen held out his palm and demanded, "Where is the combat soul you owe me?" Lin Shiming stared at him coldly, saying nothing. Not only had he been injured by a higher-ranked opponent, but he was also forced to forfeit an elite-tier combat soul. A profound sense of humiliation spread through his heart. "The esteemed young master of the Twin Star Group, are you trying to renege on the bet?" Yen smiled rather than getting angry. His long sword hummed, still stained with Lin Shiming's blood. "Young Master Lin, you must accept defeat. Give him the elite-tier combat soul." Bei Johan also walked over. Even if Lin Shiming had a million objections in his heart, he dared not disobey Bei Johan's words. He transferred an elite-tier combat soul to Yen. Though the Twin Star Group was wealthy beyond measure, elite-tier combat souls were still extremely rare. Lin Shiming shot Yen a venomous glare, then, supported by several subordinates, left the combat arena. At that moment, Yen and Bei Johan locked eyes. Both were towering in stature and equally handsome. Unexpectedly, Bei Johan suddenly smiled. It seems true that heroes emerge from the young. I'd begun to mourn for Yen Wuxing. Yen furrowed his brow but said nothing. Would you be interested in working under me? Once I've fully taken control of the Jianbei group, you'll be second to none. Moreover, I can ensure you reach the resident stage before you even graduate from high school, Beizhouhan said. All his companions were stunned. The esteemed first prince had actually extended an olive branch to Yen. Second to none. What an immense honor. Gu Yunhong and the others grew excited as well, nearly accepting the offer on Yen's behalf. But Yen uttered an unexpected reply, I'm used to being free and unfettered. I don't want to be tied down. The group felt their hearts break. Beizhouhan looked disappointed and suddenly said, Yen, there is no bad blood between us, right? Yen thought for a moment and replied, at least not for now, but in a month, who knows? See you in a month, Beizhouhan said with a carefree smile, striding away. After he left, the crowd erupted with excitement, rushing toward Yen one by one. You little rascal, you kept this from us so well. When did you reach the intermediate warrior stage? That leveling speed is like riding a rocket. And you even stabbed Lin Shiming, that's so badass. Thinking back to how cocky he was when he told us to back off, it feels so satisfying. Amid the commotion, Song Zian slipped away quietly, though her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Reunions are always fleeting one by one, her companions departed amidst farewells. Only a man and a woman remained, walking silently down the street. Yen felt a bit of a headache coming on, but seeing Lu Zhio's hopeful gaze, he gallantly offered to walk her home. Yen, actually, while you were away, I've come to terms with a lot of things, Lu Zhio said. Yen replied. My school days were as bland as plain water going to class, then to the cafeteria, as if someone had pressed the repeat button. I met many boys who blushed and had heart-fluttering crushes on me, and I also met a boy who made me blush and have a heart-fluttering crush on him. At this point, Lu Zhio stopped in her tracks. Everyone passing by on the street was struck by Lu Zhio's beauty. Though she was only 16, her budding figure was taking shape day by day. Lu Zhio's eyes were like a pool of autumn water, veiled in a mist, as she stared intently at Yen. Yen couldn't bear that gaze, he couldn't even lift his head to meet her eyes. You're the boy I've secretly admired, the one who made my face flush and my heart race. You added a spoonful of sugar to my plain water like school days, but I've only just realized that this sugar tastes a bit bitter. As Lu Zhio spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yen was at a loss. What on earth was she talking about? Go to Yinjing for school. Stay safe, and don't forget these friends. That was all Yen could say. He couldn't stand this awkward, tearful scene and couldn't wait to leave. Lu Zhio wiped her eyes and forced a smile. Aren't you going to ask why I'm leaving Binjiang? Why? My dad's company was crushed by the Firewolf gang. It went bankrupt, and we're deep in debt. We have no choice but to move far away, Lu Zhio said with a bitter smile. Yen fell silent. Looking at this little princess who had once been the envy of everyone in middle school, now struggling financially and even forced to leave, he felt a wave of sympathy well up inside him. But the thought of the Firewolf gang filled Yen's chest with rage. Although he'd beaten up Qianlong, the man had threatened revenge, so Yen had to prepare in advance. After saying goodbye to Lu Zhio, Yen returned to the small restaurant. The next day, Zhao Xiaofeng brought good news: he could give the map to Yen. However, in the future, the flesh and blood of the demon beasts Yen hunted would have to be sold to the Zhao group first. This wasn't an unreasonable demand. Yen had intended to sell them to Zhao Xiaofeng anyway. Yen unfolded the map. It documented many demon beasts dwelling near the Zishou Palace. Creatures humans were powerless to hunt, yet they were all recorded here. Much of this map had been paid for with lives and blood. It was the culmination of generations of effort by the Zhao group. If Yen had to figure it out on his own, who knows how many years it would have taken. This map is truly a priceless treasure. Yen was both astonished and delighted. Without a word, he set off. Upon arriving at the battle realm, Yen summoned the iron-horned wild ox, mounted its back, and rode comfortably toward the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Along the way, he passed through dense forests and leaped over swamps, finally reaching the foot of the mountains. Yen felt a wild, primal aura wash over him, accompanied by the roars of many beasts. This was truly the domain of demon beasts. The area near Zhixiao Palace was mere child's play by comparison. Ordinary people wouldn't dare set foot in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains without a squad of 10 or 20. But Yen was bold because of his skill, and since he was still on the outskirts of the mountains, he should be safe. He ventured a few more kilometers in and saw a shadow resembling a dark cloud looming overhead. Chapter 16, Commander Tirby Queen. The iron-horned barbarian ox began to grow restless, occasionally letting out warning moos. Yen stared intently at the shadow. Since reaching the intermediate warrior stage, his eyesight had become astonishing, and what he saw next took him completely by surprise. It wasn't a dark cloud at all, but a swarm of common tier bloodstinger bees, each covered in red markings. A single bloodstinger was not particularly terrifying, but there were over 50 of them here, each a meter in size. Gathered together, they were a truly fearsome sight. Just in time. Yen thrust his palms forward, and instantly, flames blazed from his hands as a barrage of fireballs shot skyward, crashing into the swarm of bloodstingers. A series of crackling explosions echoed through the air as the endless swarm of bloodstinger bees turned to charred cinders and plummeted to the ground. Defeated common tier demon beast bloodstinger bee. No combat soul obtained. Consuming the flesh of the common tier bloodstinger bee grants 10 essence points. Defeated common tier demon beast bloodstinger bee. No combat soul obtained. Consuming the flesh of a common tier bloodstinger bee grants 10 essence points. Listening to the succession of announcements, Yen felt a sense of profound comfort wash over him. Just then, 3 bloodstinger bees, each 2 meters in length, emerged from the swarm and flapped their wings toward Yen. Their stinger tips, in particular, glinted with a piercing, icy light. Elite tier bloodstinger bees? Yen grew wary. A single sting from these creatures would likely leave him skinned alive, if not dead. He summoned the lightning wood combat soul, and a wooden sword materialized in his hand. Under the onslaught of the 3 elite tier bloodstinger bees, Yen executed a single slash, a single cut, and a single chop with the swiftness of a sword's swing, severing their wings. Deprived of their wings, the bloodstinger bees were as helpless as lambs to the slaughter trampled by the iron-horned bull. They were reduced to corpses. Defeated elite tier bloodstinger bee. Did not obtain combat soul. Consuming the flesh of the elite tier bloodstinger bee grants 20 essence points. Defeated elite tier bloodstinger. Obtained elite tier bloodstinger combat soul. Consuming the flesh of the elite tier bloodstinger grants 20 essence points. Lucky me, I even obtained an elite tier bloodstinger combat soul. Yen summoned it, and streaks of light coalesced in the palm of his hand, transforming into a long arrow, blood red in color and radiating a powerful aura of intimidation. An arrow-type combat soul that's quite rare. Yen toyed with the long arrow, wishing he had a bow. Ordinary bows and arrows are one-time use weapons once shot, the rest no turning back, but the greatest strength of arrow-type combat souls is that they have no usage limit. Once fired, a single thought can instantly recall them to your hand, allowing for unlimited firing. Yen took stock of his haul and felt deeply satisfied. Just the flesh of the common tier bloodstinger bees alone amounted to over 50, and on top of that, there were 3 elite tier bloodstinger bees. I've struck it rich. Yen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He used his wooden sword to pry open the hard shell of an elite tier bloodstinger bee, revealing the tender flesh inside. It resembled crab meat and gave off a delicate fragrance. The flesh of the demon beasts in the battle realm was exceptionally tender and delicious, and it was completely natural, untouched by any impurity. Yen quickly set up a makeshift stove, took out the frying pan he prepared earlier, and looked ready to get down to business. With a light tap of his finger, flames ignited beneath the pan. Then he cracked the eggs he brought from the restaurant, cut the bee meat into small pieces, mixed it into the egg mixture, and tossed it into the pan to stir fry. Moments later, a fragrant aroma wafted out. It smells amazing. Yen's appetite was thoroughly whetted. The meat was pure white and translucent. The eggs were a shimmering golden yellow. Every piece of meat was coated in golden egg batter. Both the color and the appearance were utterly captivating. Once it was ready, Yen couldn't wait to take a bite. The meat, still clinging to the egg, formed a long, stretchy strand as he pulled it apart. As he put it in his mouth, the rich, savory flavor immediately spread throughout his palate. This is way better than crab meat. Yen felt as if he were immersed in a sea of deliciousness he couldn't stop eating. Only after finishing did a phrase slowly echo in his mind. Consume the elite tier blood stinger B to gain a small amount of essence points. Yen shook his head. The elite tier blood stinger was simply too massive, consuming it normally would take at least 10 days. The next moment, he placed his wooden sword on the elite tier blood stinger's corpse. Its flesh and blood melted away bit by bit, like snow under the warm winter sun. Consume the flesh and blood of the elite tier blood stinger to gain 1 essence point. Consume the flesh of the elite tier blood stinger to gain 1 essence point. After a while, the corpses of the 3 elite tier blood stingers had completely vanished, granting Yen a total of 60 essence points. Next, Yen used the wooden sword to absorb the flesh of 3 common tier blood stingers, earning him another 30 essence points. Although there were still many common tier blood stinger bees, absorbing any more would not increase his essence points. One could consume a maximum of 3 flesh and blood samples from demon beasts of the same tier. Combined with the 10 points Xiao Yunxiu had obtained earlier, Yen had now accumulated a total of 100 essence points. He glanced at his profile. Yen, 16 years old. Level, Intermediate Warrior Stage. Level up requirement, 200 essence points. Essence points, 100. Combat Souls, Common Tier Lightning-Wood Evolvable, Elite Tier Flame Fox Elemental, Elite Tier Ironhorn Bull Mount, Elite Tier Blue Flame Wolf Fusion, Elite Tier Bloodstinger Bee Arrow. Combat Skills, Advanced Earth Rank Palm Technique, Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm First 3 layers, Crimson Lotus Flame, Raging Gale, Flying Fire Meteor. Advanced Warrior Stage not too hard. If anyone else had heard Yen say that, they would have been driven to fury. Even though Bloodstinger bees aren't large, 3 elite tier and 3 common tier specimens would feed an average person for 2 months, and that's without accounting for the loss of flesh and energy. He placed the remaining 50 common tier Bloodstinger bee carcasses on the Ironhorn Bull and prepared to head back. Suddenly, a dangerous aura approached. Yen looked up to see a phantom hovering in the air, radiating a strange, blood-red glow. When the light faded, a woman of almost otherworldly beauty was revealed. However, this woman wore a strange hat adorned with 2 enormous compound eyes, from which a pair of long antennae protruded. Behind her trailed a massive abdomen, truly resembling that of a wasp. Although her figure was voluptuous, her hands and feet were all sharp claws, bearing no resemblance to a normal human. Yen stared in shock, and after a long moment, he muttered, "A commander tier bloodstinger demon beast?" Demon beasts also had a strict hierarchy: common tier, elite tier, and above that was commander tier. The woman before him was none other than the commander tier bloodstinger wasp, the Wasp Queen. Her eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze on Yen. No wonder Yen had slaughtered her entire brood. How could she possibly look at him kindly? The Wasp Queen emitted a piercing buzz, her 2 massive, thin wings fluttering as she dove toward him. Yen held his long sword, his expression grave, sensing that this was a formidable foe unlike any he had ever faced. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 17, Xia Jishu's Invitation. The queen bee descended from the sky, her sharp claws lashing out viciously toward Yen. Yen stared at those terrifying claws, not daring to let them touch him. He sidestepped to avoid them, but the spot where he had just been standing was now riddled with 10 gaping holes. Yen struck out with a palm strike, unleashing a violent gust of wind that swept up sand into the sky. It was the second form of the Demon Lotus Sacred Fire Palm, Raging Wind. The queen bee was instantly swept up into the wind. Yen's composure steadied, but the very next moment, horror flashed in his eyes. A crimson streak appeared in the queen bee's hand, tearing the storm in 2 and causing the gale to dissipate. That streak was a slender, elongated sword, entirely blood-red and radiating an apocalyptic glow. So powerful. This was Yen's first encounter with a commander-tier demon beast, and it was proving far too formidable. The queen bee, wielding that crimson streak, slashed viciously toward Yen. Yen was not one to sit idly by and await his doom. He raised his long sword and, in an instant, unleashed 7 or 8 streaks of sword, light, fast and unpredictable, completely blocking the queen bee's path. Amidst the swarm of sword shadows, the queen bee's slender blade could barely hold its ground, and her body was pierced with several bloody gashes by Yen. "I've got this." Yan rejoiced inwardly, his longsword dancing even more brilliantly as he turned offense into defense. Fighting an opponent who also wielded a sword, Yan's heart raced with excitement. Since mastering the immortal sword technique, he had never fought with such unrestrained abandon. Though the Queen Bee's sword strikes were powerful and swift, they were not a true sword art, they lacked any discernible pattern. Yan's swordplay, light and unpredictable, focused solely on offense, growing fiercer with every exchange. Seeing she held no advantage in close combat, the Bee Queen spread her delicate wings and prepared to flee into the sky. Yan would never give her such an opportunity. He channeled the flame energy in his palm onto his wooden sword, and instantly, a blaze of fire shot skyward from the blade. With a powerful slash, the sword hummed and suddenly coalesced into a fiery blade several zhang long. Amidst the intertwining of sword and fire, the Bee Queen's wings were severed outright, and a pungent, scorched odor wafted from her body. "Aren't you dead yet?" Yan was taken aback. He had just unleashed his most powerful attack, the Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm combined with the Lightning Wood Combat Soul, yet it still failed to kill her. The vitality of a commander-tier demon beast was simply too formidable. Yan summoned the Blue Flame Wolf Combat Soul, and his form instantly swelled, transforming into a colossal wolf 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. He felt his power surging as his arm muscles tensed, and he slammed his palm down hard upon the Queen Bee. Under the Blue Flame Wolf's claw, the Queen Bee's slender body seemed utterly outmatched. She was driven straight into the ground. After struggling for a moment, she ceased to breathe. Defeated Commander-tier Demon Beast, Queen Bee. Obtained Commander-tier Queen Bee Combat Soul. The Queen Bee's flesh is not edible. Yan shifted back into human form, overjoyed. This was a Commander-tier Combat Soul. There were likely only a handful of them in the entire Zhixiao Palace. However, Yan was still somewhat surprised to learn that the Bee Queen's flesh was inedible. That said, Yan had never been particularly interested in the flesh of these humanoid beasts anyway, it just felt a bit off to him. The Bee Queen dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished completely into the air. Only then did Yan summon the Bee Queen's Combat Soul. The Queen Bee's Combat Soul, a pet-type combat soul. What? A pet type? Yan was taken aback. He had assumed it would be an arrow type, but it turned out to be a type he'd rarely heard of. A burst of light later, a little girl appeared where he stood. She had long antennae and tiny, delicate wings, with a bee-like abdomen trailing behind her, though her hands and feet were normal, not claws. Yan was completely speechless. Just moments ago, she had been a domineering queen with boundless might, and now she had turned into a little lowly. "Hey, Shaoli, what skills do you have?" Yan asked curiously. Shaoli was the new name he'd given the Bee Queen. Shaoli blinked her big eyes and tapped her little finger lightly. Instantly, hundreds of blood stinger bees emerged from the void, forming a blood-red storm of staggering power. Yan stared in awe, then suddenly laughed. "Ha, that's incredibly powerful. Let us find a few demon beasts to test it out on later." On the way back, Yan and Shaoli rode on the back of an iron-horned barbarian ox. When they encountered common-tier demon beasts, Shaoli commanded the swarm. Amidst a buzzing hum, the blood-red storm engulfed the beasts, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind. Elite-tier demon beasts required a bit more effort, but even they couldn't last long within the blood-red storm. "It's a shame the demon beasts are left with nothing but bones, that's all money down the drain," Yan said with a hint of regret in his eyes. However, he could clearly sense that Shaoli's complexion had grown a bit rosier. The flesh and blood of the demon beasts devoured by the swarm had likely been absorbed by her. "It works much like my Lightning Wood Combat Soul." Yan nodded and recalled Shaoli into his soul sea. Upon returning to Zhixiao Palace, Yan tossed the corpses of 50 common-tier blood needle bees onto the ground, causing the floor to tremble. Everyone's gaze was filled with awe and even a touch of greed. All that flesh and blood meant essence points. Several people stepped forward to haggle over the price, but Yan paid them no mind. It wasn't until Zhao Xiaofeng arrived that he let a faint smile cross his face. "Bro Yan, you're just too intense. So many bloodsting bees, did you go and poke a beehive?" Zhao Xiaofeng chuckled, his admiration for Yan rising another notch. Yan laughed. "Don't worry about that. Let us settle the payment." Zhao Xiaofeng handed Yan 3 million, a very generous sum. Yan accepted it with a smile. With this money, he could provide a good life for himself and his sister. After Zhao Xiaofeng left, a group of people approached. The young man leading them clasped his hands and said, "Are you Yan? I'm Xie Jishu, a senior at Xiangnan High School. I've long admired your reputation, Junior. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yan replied indifferently, "So you're Senior Xia. What brings you here?" The news of the life or death battle had already spread throughout Zishao Palace, boosting Yan's reputation. However, in Xiangnan, Yan was still a nobody, constantly labeled a good for nothing. "Here's the thing," Xie Jishu explained. "We don't have many students from Xiangnan High at Zishao Palace, so I've formed a demon hunting squad. I was hoping you might join us. It's always better to stick together. I'm not sure if you're interested, but you should know that when hunting powerful demons in the deep mountains and vast swamps, working as a team makes the process much more efficient." "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Senior. I'm used to going it alone, and I don't want to team up with anyone right now." Yan paused for a moment before replying. "That's a shame. If you ever encounter a demon beast that requires a team to hunt down, feel free to reach out to me anytime." A flicker of disappointment crossed Xie Jishu's eyes, but he still managed to smile. Yan nodded, exchanged contact information with Xie Jishu, and then teleported back to school. In the past, Yan would have gladly accepted the offer, but now he carried too many secrets, especially the fact that the lightning would combat soul-absorbed demon beast flesh and blood, something that absolutely must not be revealed. Besides, with Yan's current strength, he was capable of holding his own against any demon beast unless it was one of the very top-tier commander-class beasts. Arriving at the entrance of the small restaurant, he saw the sign had fallen and been split in two, the words "Mu Family Restaurant" torn apart, a pitiful sight. Chapter 18, It's All Your Medical Bills. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Yan rushed inside as fast as he could and saw that the restaurant, which had just been renovated a few days ago, was once again in shambles. "Sis?" Yan searched everywhere but found no sign of Qian, only a note. Scrawled in crooked handwriting on the note was a single line: Yan was to gather 100,000 in protection money and go to an abandoned factory in the suburbs to redeem Qian. "It's the Blood Wolf Guild." Flames of rage erupted from Yan's palms, instantly reducing the note to ashes. Yan left the restaurant and hailed a taxi, quickly arriving at the abandoned factory designated by the Blood Wolf Guild. The moment he stepped out of the car, he saw the taxi driver make a U-turn and speed away without so much as a word, leaving Yan stunned. "Is this place that scary?" Yan walked over. Even if it were the gates of hell, he was determined to storm through. A few thugs were sitting cross-legged at the factory entrance, casually smoking cigarettes. "What are you doing here?" one of the thugs asked, frowning and shouting. Yan hesitated, unsure what to say, as countless memories of his feuds with the Blood Wolf Guild flashed through his mind. He instantly struck out with a palm strike. A searing blast of air erupted, knocking the ringleader to the ground. As the thug fell, smoke still billowed from his mouth. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. The others were startled. They jumped to their feet, glaring at Yan with a mix of shock and rage. How dare this kid attack them without a word? Yan let out a soft sigh and said, "I'm here to kill." "Damn, that's way too cocky." The crowd grabbed the baseball bats beside them, roared, and swung them at Yan. The bats whistled through the air with a sharp metallic clang. Yan snorted coldly, his gaze as icy as a biting wind. He decided to hold nothing back. With a single move, raging wind, a tornado erupted, sweeping out like a ferocious dragon. With a ferocious momentum capable of devouring the heavens and swallowing the earth, it engulfed the crowd. For a moment, screams echoed through the void. With a loud bang, the factory gates were blown wide open by the gale. The massive steel doors seemed as flimsy as paper against the tornado, crashing heavily to the ground and causing the earth to tremble. The people inside were stunned, thinking someone had rammed the door with an armored vehicle. But when they looked, the entrance was empty. Only Yan stood there. The leader was Chen Hu, Chen Long's cousin, and he had intervened to avenge his cousin. "You're way too cocky," Chen Hu growled, his chest swelling with rage. Unlike Chen Long, he had made a name for himself in the battle realm and was now an intermediate warrior stage fighter. "Where is my sister?" Yen asked. "Did you bring enough money?" Chen Hu retorted. Yen held up 2 bank cards between his fingers and waved them at him. "There's 100,000 in here." Seeing how confident Yen looked, Chen Hu gave a sly smile. "But you're a month behind on your protection money. With interest, that's 200,000. Plus the damaged gate that brings the total to 250,000. Just as Chen Hu was gloating, he heard Yen say calmly, "No problem. But I want to see my sister first." He actually agree to that? He was clearly trying to rip him off. Thinking Yen was talking nonsense, Chen Hu threatened, "Fine, you little brat. If you don't have enough money, I'll make sure your sister doesn't live to see tomorrow." Upon hearing Chen Hu's order, a man with flowing long hair ran into a room and pushed Xian's wheelchair out. Xiao Yen. Xian had already given up hope, but the moment she saw Yen, her tears broke through her resolve, and she cried out, clutching his shirt. Yen ruffled her hair and said, "It's okay, sis. We'll go home soon. Hand over the money first." Chen Hu was getting impatient. The long-haired man produced a card reader. Yen entered the PIN, and the 250,000 yuan was transferred in no time. He smiled again. "Your line of work is truly a goldmine. Collecting protection money left and right, and letting it sit for a month doubles the amount. It's really enough to make anyone envious." Chen Hu chuckled. He originally thought that with a bit of intimidation, he'd be lucky to get a few thousand yuan, but who knew you'd be such an idiot and just transfer the whole amount, huh? Although that's what he was thinking, Chen Hu didn't say it out loud. Instead, he spoke politely, "Our line of work is like walking a tightrope. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Most people can't handle it. You're still a student, you'll have a much brighter future if you stick to your studies." After saying this, he patted Yen's shoulder with a solemn air. "Seeing how readily I transferred the money, do you think I'm a total idiot?" Yen suddenly asked. Everyone froze upon hearing this. They'd never seen anyone so generous before, knowing full well he was being ripped off yet still so generous. He really was a total idiot. Chen Hu, however, felt a bit awkward. After all, he was in their debt. "Bro, you're so generous," he said. "We'll definitely look out for your restaurant from now on." Ha ha ha. Yen gave a strange chuckle. Ha ha ha. Chen Hu was a bit confused, but since the mood was light, he joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha. The small-time thugs joined in the laughter as well. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. At that very moment, Yen finally couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a loud, booming laugh and said coldly, "That extra 150,000 is all for your medical bills." In an instant, he appeared like a phantom beside the long-haired man and slammed his palm down hard, striking the man directly. The next moment, the long-haired man found himself flying through the air, crashing into the wall and sliding down like a pile of mud. Everyone was stunned. They never expected Yen, who had been all smiles just moments ago, to suddenly lash out so violently. His mood had shifted faster than the turning of a page. Chen Hu was enraged. He summoned his Frost Tiger combat soul, transforming himself into a massive white-striped tiger over 6 meters long, its muscles as hard as molten iron, radiating extraordinary ferocity. "Come on then." Yen, in the heat of the battle, transformed into a blue flame wolf. The massive wolf was enveloped in swirling blue flames, and as the scorching waves swept through the air, the temperature in the entire space instantly rose by several degrees. A few small-time thugs hid nearby, cheering Chen Hu on. The battle that followed was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. They hadn't even awakened their combat souls yet, so stepping in would only mean giving away experience points. The Frost Tiger let out a roar, exhaling icy breath as it grappled with the blue flame wolf. In the blink of an eye, the factory was filled with earth-shaking beastly roars that sent shivers down the spine. Although Chen Hu was also at the intermediate warrior stage, the essence points within his body were clearly no match for Yen's. After all, Yen currently possessed 100 essence points, and every time he acquired more, his physical prowess would see a massive boost. The blue flame wolf let out a howl, swatting the frost tiger to the ground with a single paw. Flames blazed from its claws as it pinned the frost tiger down, emitting a sizzling sound of searing heat. The frost tiger screamed in agony, unleashing a surge of ferocity. It opened its gaping maw, gathering icy breath. Chapter 19, Chen-'s Decision. Awooh! Having gathered its energy, the frost tiger spat out a 10-foot-long icicle from its jaws. With a piercing edge, it lunged toward the blue flame wolf. The blue flame wolf opened its mouth wide as well, unleashing a torrent of flames that swept toward the frost tiger. The two streams of energy collided in midair, triggering a powerful energy shockwave that made the entire void tremble. However, the flames were hotter and their energy purer in no time. They had completely incinerated the ice spikes and slammed into the frost tiger with undiminished force. The frost tiger struggled within the flames, and moments later transformed back into Chen Hu. Now, his body was charred black, and he was on his last legs. The blue flame wolf bared his teeth in a cold sneer, then swept his gaze menacingly across the crowd. The remaining thugs, upon seeing this, scattered in all directions. Who could think of the glory of the Blood Wolf Guild now? Survival was the only priority. Having returned to human form, Yen swung a palm strike through the air, tracing a crescent-shaped arc. Upon closer inspection, it was clear the strike was imbued with searing flames. Just as a few thugs were about to reach the door, they saw sparks of fire, like falling meteors, crash down at their feet. Sizzle! The sparks ignited like explosives, bursting into flames the moment they touched the ground and transforming into a massive pillar of fire that shot skyward. The raging flames blazed skyward, like a ferocious beast, completely blocking the doorway. "We're done for. We can't get out," the thugs cried out in terror, their voices shrill. They turned to look back at Yen. But what they saw was Yen, with scattered sparks dancing around his hands and feet. In the glow of the flames, Yen's expression grew even colder, like a demon emerging from hell. Is he trying to stop us from leaving? An unprecedented wave of fear surged from the thugs' feet to their heads, making their scalps tingle. But Yen paid them no mind. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on Chen Hu's chest and sneered, "Do you want to live or die?" Chen Hu, barely clinging to life, pleaded, "Spare my life, hero." Yen spread his palm and said, "Hand over the combat soul." The thought of simply handing over the elite tier combat soul he obtained through such immense hardship made Chen Hu wish he were dead. Upon obtaining the Frost Tiger combat soul, Yen's eyes showed no joy. Instead, a surge of hatred suddenly burst forth. One foot, like a raging battle axe, slammed down with ferocious force. Ah! Chen Hu's arms and legs were crushed beneath the blow, twisting and deforming. Chen Hu howled in agony, "Didn't I already give you the combat soul?" He knew he was finished. Even if he recovered, he would be bedridden for the rest of his life, a fate 1,000 times more agonizing than death. Yen's voice was devoid of emotion. "Hurt my family, and you'll pay the price." Every word cut to the bone. Seeing Chen Hu's gruesome state, the remaining thugs were terrified out of their wits. Yen walked toward them, her steps as if the Grim Reaper himself were approaching. The flames at the entrance still burned under the endless glow. Yen's shadow stretched across the wall. That shadow unleashed punch after punch, and one by one, the other shadows fell, letting out piercing screams. The wall seemed to be staging a puppet show, only this was a tragedy. These thugs had all followed in Chen Hu's footsteps. They would spend the rest of their lives bedridden. Yen pushed Qian's wheelchair out the door. The flames blocking the doorway seemed to take on a life of their own, instantly parting to reveal a path untouched by sparks. As he stepped outside, Yen turned and saw the surging waves of fire. A chill rose in his heart once more. He flicked his right hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that intertwined with the previous blaze, forming a boundless sea of fire. The fire spread, unleashing unprecedented energy that even warped the air. "I gave you a chance and didn't kill you. Whether you survive or not is entirely up to fate," Yen said in a voice only he could hear. Of course, he hadn't killed them, he merely crippled their limbs. Their waists were still able to move, weren't they? And so, Yen left with Qian. Qian's expression shifted constantly. She couldn't utter a single word for a long while. She never would have dreamed in her wildest imagination that her younger brother was this formidable. Qian lifted her head to meet Yen's gaze. His eyes held an extreme calm. If described in 4 words, it would be resolute and ruthless. She had never seen Yen like this before. Yen said, "Once we get home, I'll explain everything." Just as their figures slowly faded from view, towering flames swept in, quickly engulfing the abandoned factory. Amid the blazing inferno, all traces were incinerated. No one would ever know what had transpired inside that factory. Now, at the restaurant, Yen settled Xian in, then reverted to her usual well-behaved student persona, sitting quietly on a stool. "If you have any questions, just ask." Xian asked, "Xiao Yan, how did you become so powerful?" Yen paused for a moment, then recounted his experiences in the battle realm, though he omitted the part about the wooden sword absorbing the demon beast's flesh and blood. The more Chen listened, the more alarmed she became. She never imagined that Yen had gone through so much in just over a week. That life-or-death battle must have been very dangerous. Hearing this, Xian's heart clenched. Yen smiled. "After mastering the Demon Lotus Sacred Fire Palm, I'm already a match for high-level warrior stage opponents. Now that I've also acquired Shaoli, a commander-tier demon beast pet, I have an 80% chance of winning this battle." Xian nodded. "The Jiangbei group holds all the power. Even when Mom and Dad were still alive, they had dealings with them." Hearing this, Yen frowned. Could Mom and Dad's deaths be connected to the Jiangbei group? Xian said, "You were too young back then, so I didn't tell you about many things. Now that you've grown up, it's time I told you." Under Yen's stunned gaze, Xian spoke slowly. "Back then, the Jiangbei group was actually our Mu family's business. The Bei family of today is merely under Father's command. Later, after Mom and Dad went missing in the battle realm, Jiangbei gradually fell into the Bei family's hands, and my brother and I were driven out." Yen's expression shifted from surprise to shock, and finally to utter horror. Her sister's brief words contained a wealth of information, so much so that Yen had to take a moment to calm down before he could slowly process it all. "So that's the backstory." Yen lifted his head. The shock had vanished from his eyes, leaving only a chill. "Even if the Bei family didn't kill our parents, they're definitely involved." Yen's tone was icy. Xian said, "Xiao Yan, you're still a fledgling eagle. Remember, don't act rashly until your wings are fully grown." Yen nodded. "When you stand at the pinnacle of the battle realm, I won't stand in the way of your revenge." Xian smiled. "Stand at the pinnacle?" Yen clenched his fists. That was his goal as well. Power, connections, wealth, all are powerless in the face of absolute strength. Seeing Yen grow more mature by the day, Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Xiao Yan, I've thought it through. You'll only grow stronger, and I can't be a burden to you. So I've decided to close the little restaurant and stay with the Tang family for a while." Xian sighed. "What?" Yen never expected his sister to make such a decision. "But don't try to talk me out of it. My mind is made up." Xian smiled. "When you rule the world, come and take me home. When you rule the world, come and take me home." It felt like a heavy hammer striking Yen's heart. "Sister, you just want to free yourself from any worries." Yen clenched his fists tightly, every muscle in his body tensing to keep his emotions in check. "I'm 16 now. I've grown up. I'm no longer that little boy who used to make sister worry about everything. I will grow stronger. I will protect sister." Yen vowed in his heart that one day, he would stand at the pinnacle of the battle realm on the Blue Star Alliance, ensuring his family would never be hurt again. The next day, Tang came to pick up Qian. "Don't look so gloomy. It's not like I'm never coming back," Qian said. Yen nodded, his eyes brimming with deep reluctance. The moment Tang activated the shuttle, Yen suddenly shouted, "Tang!" Tang turned back. "After the life-or-death battle, I'm coming to find you at the Jade Void Palace," Yen said, enunciating each word clearly. A smile flitted across Tang's face, though it vanished just as quickly. "Yen, you bastard," she said. "You have to survive that life-or-death battle. And don't ever do anything like this again that keeps us on the edge of our seats." Yen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tang to be as domineering as ever. Just then, Xian said calmly, "Don't worry, Yan. I'll take good care of your wife for you." Both Tang and Yan blushed instantly. A short while later, the flying shuttle sped off into the distance, and Yan waved goodbye. He returned to school and teleported to the battle realm. Just then, a message popped up on his communicator. Yan opened it to find it was from Xia Zhishu. "Junior, we've discovered a commander-tier demon beast lair in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. We hope you can assist us." This was Xia Zhishu's second invitation, and since he sounded so sincere, Yan felt bad about turning him down again, so he agreed. When they met, Xia Zhishu was delighted and introduced Yan to the members of their demon hunting squad. Deputy Captain Lang Feng, senior at Xiangnan High. The tall young man said coldly. "Hello, Junior. My name is Zhou Yan, and I'm a sophomore." A delicate-looking girl smiled. Feng Xiaowen, sophomore, the handsome young man said coolly. "Little brother, my name is Xiang Dazhuang, sophomore. My combat soul is an elite-tier giant rock turtle, and I handle defense for the squad." A burly young man, whose name lived up to his appearance, seemed to be a chatterbox and was more enthusiastic than the rest. At that moment, Feng Xiaowen furrowed his brow. "Captain, what kind of skills does this freshman have? Once we reach the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, he won't distract us by forcing us to protect him, will he?" Chapter 20, Why don't you just go rob someone? The expressions on the others' faces varied. Some looked puzzled, others curious. Yan snorted derisively but didn't answer. Xia Zhishu cleared his throat and said, "Our junior classmate must be quite powerful. Last time, he brought back 50 common-tier blood needle bees to Zishou Palace." "Oh? So you have a combat soul related to archery? Can you shoot down demon beasts in the sky?" Feng Xiaowen asked. "No, I just set their nest on fire while the blood needle bees were resting," Yan replied. Instantly, a flicker of contempt passed through everyone's eyes. "Luck is a form of strength," Zhou Yin remarked, though she couldn't help but think to herself that this kid's luck was simply outrageous. So many bloodstinger bees would be a hefty haul. Xiang Dezhuang slapped Yin on the shoulder and roared with laughter, "Hope you can bring some good luck to our squad, kid." Lang Feng hadn't even glanced at Yin. Like Xia Zhishu, he was at the advanced warrior stage, so he was naturally quite arrogant. The rest were all at the intermediate warrior stage. And Yin was just a freshman. How high could his level possibly be? Xia Zhishu had originally thought Yin was a hidden gem, but it turned out he was just lucky. Since he was the one who had invited Yin, his face alternated between turning red and pale, and he didn't know what to say. Just then, Feng Xiaowen said, "Junior, you must have a mount-type combat soul, right? You can use your mount to help us carry the demon beast's carcass." In a squad, everyone has their own role, and Yin hadn't even set out yet, but he'd already been assigned to be the packhorse. "Wow, Junior, you really do have great luck. Mount-type combat souls are very rare." Zhou Yin's eyes lit up, and she added, "Will you sell it to me?" "No way." Yin waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Yin's expression darkened, but it was only for a moment before she composed herself. Xia Zhishu said, "Then you'll be in charge of transporting the demon beast corpses. But this mission is extremely dangerous. If a fight breaks out, we might not have time to protect you." Yin chuckled, "Don't worry, senior. I may not have many skills, but I'm an expert at running away." Everyone rolled their eyes. Since when had running away become something to boast about? This kid was truly one of a kind. "All right, then we'll set out immediately." Xia Zhishu waved his hand decisively, giving the order. "Wait a moment." Yen suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Xia Zhishu asked. "What about my reward? Isn't a time we discuss that?" Yen said with a straight face. Everyone was speechless. With your meager skills, just letting you tag along for some experience is already doing you a favor, and you still have the nerve to ask for a reward. No matter how well-mannered Xia Zhishu was, he couldn't hold back any longer. He said in a deep voice, "I'll give you some of the commander-tier demon beast's flesh and blood later." Then, he flicked his sleeve and walked forward without looking back. The rest followed suit. Only Yin trailed slowly behind, looking listless. To be honest, if it weren't for this commander tier demon beast, he wouldn't have bothered teaming up with them. After all, out in the wild, Yen could easily slay elite tier demon beasts. He certainly wasn't short on flesh and blood. However, he was quite interested in the combat soul of a commander tier demon beast. And these people actually expected him to work for free. Yen sneered inwardly. Wasn't he using them to track down the demon beast, too? After walking for nearly half a day, they finally reached the foot of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Let us rest here for an hour, eat something, and then head up the mountain, Xie Jishu said. Feng Xiaowen was completely worn out. He flopped down on the ground and grumbled, "We're exhausted, but that guy in the back must be here on vacation." Yen sat atop the iron horn wild ox, basking contentedly in the sun. In truth, he was the one feeling frustrated. If it weren't for this group trudging along so slowly, the iron horn wild ox could have covered this short distance in a single gallop. After all, yesterday, including the round trip and the time spent hunting the demon beast, the entire journey had taken him less than a day. Looks like we won't be able to make it back tonight. Yen frowned. The others pulled jerky from their packs, drank water, and ate slowly. This jerky was made by drying the flesh and blood of demon beasts to make it easy to store and carry. "Hey, little brother, haven't eaten yet, have you? Want your senior sister to give you some jerky?" Zhou Yen ran over with a smile, holding up the jerky to tempt Yen. "No, thanks." Yen closed his eyes to rest, not even glancing at it. Zhou Yen stamped her foot and ran off, huffing and puffing. "Why are you even talking to him?" Feng Xiaowen asked, thoroughly puzzled. Zhou Yen gazed longingly at the iron-horned barbarian ox and said dreamily, "I really wish I had a mount-type combat soul." "What else that compared to this? My dad just gave me a new sports car. I'll take you for a spin when we get back to school," Feng Xiaowen said. Zhou Yen rolled her eyes at him. "It's no use if I can't drive it into the battle realm. Pfft, look at that guy, he is such a cheapskate. He can't even afford a sports car in the alliance." Feng Xiaowen was seething inside, but since he couldn't argue with Zhou Yen, he took it out on Yen instead. Just then, a squawking sound came from the sky. Yen suddenly opened his eyes and fired a palm strike. The rocket shot up into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, whizzing through the air. The common tier demon beast, the big-billed goose, circling overhead, didn't even have time to react before it was struck by the rocket and reduced to a charred heap. Kill the common tier demon beast, the big-billed goose. No combat soul obtained. Consuming the flesh and blood of the common tier big-billed goose grants 10 essence points. From the moment Yen fired to the big-billed goose crashing to the ground, it was all over in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could see it, they heard the sound of something slamming into the ground. A flying demon beast. Xiong Dazhuang was stunned. After all, arrow-type combat souls are extremely rare, so humans have always been powerless against the demon beasts in the sky. While they'd practically eaten their fill of ground-dwelling beasts, the skies remained an untapped frontier. "This kid's got some skills," the taciturn Lung Feng remarked slowly. By then, Yen had already set up a grill, plucked the goose's feathers, skewered it with wood, and placed it over the fire to roast. After a while, the aroma began to waft through the air, filling the sky with its fragrance. Smelling the scent of the roasting goose, Feng Xiaowen found his dried meat less and less appealing. "This dried meat is dry and tasteless, it's disgusting," Feng Xiaowen said angrily, spitting out the piece in his mouth and gulping down a mouthful of water. The others felt much the same way. The contrast was brutal. The aroma of the roasting meat was simply too enticing. Yen sprinkled another handful of cumin and chili powder on top. Now the fragrance was even more intense, whetting everyone's appetite. Xiong Dazhuang swallowed hard. That kid even brought the seasonings. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Indeed, who among those who came to Battle Realm didn't live on the edge of life and death every day? Who had the heart to indulge? Feng Xiaowen finally couldn't hold back. He walked over, smiling, and said, "Junior, can you spare me some goose meat? I'm willing to pay for it." "Sure, 100,000. Yen said without looking up. "What? You dare ask 100,000 for a single common tier goose? Why don't you just go rob someone?"
Feng Xiaowen snapped. Wrong.
Yan finally looked up and said calmly, "It's not 100,000 for the whole goose, it's 100,000 for a single goose wing."
Chapter 21, Our goal is to lure it away. Feng Xiaowen was stunned.
He'd seen greedy people before, but never anyone this greedy. "You must be out of your mind with greed," Feng Xiaowen said, feeling like he wanted to punch someone.
"Flying demon beasts are rare to begin with, and besides, after being prepared using my family's traditional techniques, don't you think this goose meat is exceptionally flavorful?"
Yan tore off a wing, circled it around Feng Xiaowen's face, and finally, under Feng Xiaowen's hungry gaze, popped it into his own mouth and began chewing vigorously.
"It's delicious, a true delicacy." Yan savored every bite.
Feng Xiaowen was so furious his hands were trembling. He shouted, "Captain, look at this kid, he has zero team spirit, charging such a high price."
Xia Zhishu was also dying of hunger, but what could he do? He could only say, "It's a free market."
By now, everyone had put down the dried meat in their hands compared to the roasted goose. The dried meat was simply disgusting.
"I'll take a wing."
At that moment, Xiong Dezhuan could no longer hold back and handed over 100,000 alliance coins. Yan took the money with a smile, then tore off a wing, completing a pleasant transaction. This big billed goose was much larger than the domestic chickens on Blue Star, and even bigger than the little lark from last time. Yan couldn't possibly finish it all by himself. Once the first one was sold, a second followed.
Xia Zhishu and the others bought some as well, even Lang Feng joined in.
The air was filled with an irresistible aroma, and everyone wore satisfied smiles.
"It smells amazing."
"Junior, these goose legs you've roasted are perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, so fragrant and crunchy."
Zhou Yan couldn't stop praising them. Yan laughed, "It's a family recipe, it lives up to its reputation."
In the end, Feng Xiaowen was the only one left who hadn't bought any. He stood there all alone in the wind, feeling like he couldn't stand or sit, and feeling quite awkward.
"Junior," Feng Xiaowen forced a smile. "Sell me some."
Yan took the money with a smile, but then said with a strange look on his face, "There's one goose but left."
"Do you want it?" "What? A goose butt?"
The smile on Feng Xiaowen's face froze instantly.
"What the hell? Why is the only thing left for me a goose butt? Even the head or neck would do." Feng Xiaowen roared.
Yan shrugged.
"Can't be helped. I sold the head and neck to Senior Lang Feng."
Feng Xiaowen shot a sidelong glance and saw Lang Feng eating with relish, which filled him with indignation. The deputy captain always seemed so cold and aloof, but who knew he is all ice on the outside and a total foodie on the inside, picking out the tastiest parts.
"Do you want the goose butt or not?" Yan asked. "I want it." Feng Xiaowen barked. "He'd already paid for it, why shouldn't he have it?"
Snatching the goose butt from Yan's hands, Feng Xiaowen took a huge bite and chewed it voraciously, as if venting all his anger on it. To his surprise, it was rich but not greasy and actually quite tasty.
Feng Xiaowen wolfed it down and finished it in no time.
Wiping his mouth with a look of satisfaction, he said coolly, "If there's any more in the future, remember to save the goose butt for me." Yan nodded, giving him a mental thumbs up. This guy was a tough customer. After a short rest, the group set off along the mountain path, slowly making their way upward. The last time Yan had been here, he'd only ventured to the outskirts of the mountain range and hadn't gone deep into it. Judging by Xia Zhishu and the others' destination, they were clearly heading deep into the mountains. As they neared the halfway point, Xiong Dezhuang suddenly darted into a corner, clearing away the boulders blocking the entrance to reveal a dark, narrow path.
Yan looked on in confusion.
Xia Zhishu explained, "After we discovered the demon beast's lair last time, we feared others might beat us to it, so we covered the entrance with rocks."
Continuing along the path, they unexpectedly arrived at a vast basin surrounded by towering, jagged rocks.
In the center of the basin lay a pitch-black, deep pool. Even before they approached, a piercing chill swept over them. High in the depths of the pool stood a small, isolated island, upon which 6 giant eggs, each as tall as a person, were faintly visible.
"Are those commander-tier demon beast eggs?"
A flicker of excitement passed through Yen's eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. Judging by the way the others stood motionless, it was clear that obtaining these eggs would not be as easy as they had imagined.
Time to get to work. Xia Zhishu flipped his right hand, and a spear over 2 meters long appeared, its body a deep blue, its tip razor sharp. Elite tier lightning python combat soul, spear type. This was the first time Yen had seen a spear type combat soul, and he couldn't help but stare at it for a few extra moments. Xia Zhishu swung the spear, and in an instant, it moved like a thunderclap, sending countless arcs of lightning shooting out. He thrust the spearhead violently into the deep pool, churning the water's surface. Sparks flew in all directions, bathing the surrounding waters in a dazzling golden glow. Amidst the gurgling sound of bubbles, a massive black shadow gradually emerged from the water. Everyone wore solemn expressions, weapons at the ready, poised for action. Amidst the roaring rush of water, the dark shadow finally burst through the surface with tremendous force, churning up a torrent of water. It was only then that Yen could see clearly. It was a silver dragon over 10 meters long, its body covered in sharp scales. It stood upright on the water's surface, towering like a skyscraper, its presence so imposing that no one dared to meet its gaze. A commander-tier demon beast, the silver-winged ice dragon. Its eyes blazed with fury, its massive head as large as a small house. With a single roar, it shook the entire basin. Its presence was truly staggering. Yen was completely speechless. How could two commander-tier beasts be so different? This silver-winged ice dragon exuded boundless dominance, the very essence of a true overlord, while his own queen seemed more like a little kindergarten girl. Senior, our objective isn't to kill it, is it? Yen asked in disbelief. Of course not, Xia Zhishu replied with a faint smile. Our objective is to lure it away. Behind the silver-winged ice serpent were a pair of small, fleshy wings. With a flutter, it leapt out of the water and charged toward the group. Run, someone shouted. Everyone scattered in different directions. Yen was speechless. He'd never seen such an unreliable squad. He thought they were going to have a real, all-out battle, but they started running before they even made a move. Though seething inside, Yen moved faster than anyone else. He summoned the Ironhorn Wild Bull, leaped onto its back, and pounded its hindquarters furiously, charge. But the Ironhorn Wild Bull reacted even more violently, charging at breakneck speed as if it had nothing to lose. It nearly threw Yen off. It seemed that in the rigidly hierarchical battle realm, the fear between beasts was even more pronounced. Just then, Yen felt a shadow fall over him. He turned his head and nearly cursed in anger. The silverwing ice serpent was hovering right above his head, hot on his heels. What gives? Is it because I'm handsome, or because I run fast? Yen was on the verge of breaking down. As for the others, the moment they saw the silver-winged ice serpent go after Yen, they all stopped in their tracks. Feng Xiaowen, in particular, began gloating. Junior, take your time running. We're off to steal some eggs. Yen was furious, regretting that he hadn't smeared more mustard on the goose's butt. Faster! Faster! Yen bellowed, and the Ironhorn wild ox charged recklessly, plowing 2 deep furrows into the earth. Chapter 22, Sword Control Technique. Once the group was completely out of sight, the anxiety vanished from Yen's face, replaced by a gleam of determination he'd never shown before. The Ironhorn wild ox raced to a cratered mountain. There was nowhere left to hide, and the terrain was treacherous. With a furious bellow, the Ironhorn wild ox suddenly slammed on the brakes, spun around, and stood majestically in its tracks. Yen had endured the entire journey for this commander-tier demon beast. Now that it had come right to him, how could he possibly let it slip away? He leaped down from the bull and fixed his burning gaze on the sky above. The terrain here was rugged and rugged. The silverwing ice serpent's head loomed over him first, and a colossal aura of pressure swept across the surroundings. Roar! With a deafening roar, the silver-winged ice serpent lunged forward, its jaws wide open and fangs bared, ready to devour Yen. Yen stomped his foot violently, his body flickering as he narrowly dodged the ice serpent's jaws. The next moment, Yen thrust out both palms, unleashing billowing flames that slammed violently into the ice serpent's head. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sharp scales emitted a piercing sound as they came into contact with the flames. When the fire died down,
only a faint white mark remained.
What formidable defense!
Yen summoned Xiao Li. A shadowy figure coalesced in the air, quickly solidifying into an adorable little girl with a pair of cute antennae and a long, wasp-like abdomen, none other than the Bee Queen, Xiao Li. Xiao Li opened her big, cute eyes and flicked her right hand.
Countless blood-red needles rained down from the sky like a cloud of blood-black ink, slamming violently into the ice serpent's body.
The ice dragon let out a long, agonized wail and struggled desperately. Scales fell from the struck areas, and blood gushed forth.
This works! Yen rejoiced.
Don't let Xiao Li's small, cute appearance fool you, her power is top tier. He completely forgot that just moments ago, he'd been joking that Xiao Li looked like a kindergarten-aged lowly. The ice dragon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a blinding white blast of cold that froze the swarm of blood-red needles mid-air, turning them into shards of ice as they fell. Xiao Li's expression grew somber. She seemed to have expended a great deal of energy. Seeing this, Yen recalled her into his soul sea, then drew his long sword, a surge of sword intent shooting skyward. Kill! Gripping his long sword, he stepped along the ice dragon's elongated body, leaping in one fluid motion onto its head. The roar of the wind filled his ears, but Yen did not hesitate for a moment. Gripping the sword with both hands, he thrust it down with all his might. The scales on the ice dragon's head were the hardest, yet the wooden sword still pierced through them. Its sharpness was beyond the reach of any ordinary steel in this world. Blood spattered, and scales shattered. The ice serpent let out a pitiful scream. Yen's sword, carrying a force capable of sweeping away all obstacles, plunged straight down, completely piercing the ice serpent's skull.
Ah!
The ice serpent's body convulsed, emitting its final wail in this world, before its eyes lost all life. For in its vision, the world had turned into the most despairing shades of black and white. With a thunderous crash, the ice serpent collapsed completely, stirring up endless dust and shattering numerous boulders. The moment it struck the ground, it was as if a massive earthquake had been unleashed, erupting in a deafening roar.
Yen had already slid down.
Defeated the Commander Tier Demon Beast, Silver-Winged Ice Dragon.
Obtained the Commander Tier Silver-Winged Ice Dragon Combat Soul.
Consuming the flesh and blood of the Commander Tier Silver-Winged Ice Dragon grants 40 essence points.
Commander Tier Silver-Winged Ice Serpent Combat Soul, Armor Type.
What a bountiful harvest! Yen was extremely excited, but time was of the essence. He had to hurry back to rejoin his squad. He feared that if he arrived too late, he wouldn't get a single eggshell, let alone a demon beast egg. Gazing at the silver-winged ice serpent's corpse, which was as massive as a small mountain, Yen placed his wooden sword upon it. The wooden sword emitted waves of excited humming as it continuously absorbed the flesh and blood, its body flashing with streaks of light.
Another 40 essence points secured.
Yen was thrilled, but as the silverwing ice dragon's corpse was nearly devoured, not a single voice came through in his mind.
What is going on? Have the rules of this world gone haywire? Yen wondered.
Common Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul has consumed the flesh and blood of a Commander Tier Silver-Winged Ice Serpent, fulfilling the evolution requirements, and has upgraded to Elite Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul.
A voice finally arrived, belatedly. Yen stood there dumbfounded for a long moment before finally saying with regret, "Have my 40 essence points simply vanished into thin air?" He picked up the evolved wooden sword. The sword's appearance had drastically changed. The blade was now longer and sturdier, looking incredibly substantial. It was engraved with strange runes and emitted waves of energy. The moment he gripped the long sword, Yen felt a deep connection with it. A colossal sword intent surged through him, etching itself deeply into his mind. Sword writing technique? And now it has lightning attributes too? Yen was overjoyed.
He hadn't expected that this evolution of the Lightning Wood Combat Soul would grant him new powers. He tossed the wooden sword into the air. It swelled wildly in the wind, growing to over 5 meters in length, as large as a small car.
Yen excitedly leaped onto it.
He had long fantasized about the day he could ride a sword through the skies and roam freely across the heavens and earth. He never imagined it would come true today.
Rise!
Yen thought, and the wooden sword obeyed his command. With a whoosh, the wooden sword soared straight into the sky. Yen stood atop it. Though he was still clad in a blue robe and straw sandals, He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an otherworldly aura that bore a striking resemblance to the legendary sword immortals. The wooden sword raced through the air, coming to a sudden halt, turning, and somersaulting. Yen maneuvered it with the ease of an extension of his own body, as smooth as flowing clouds in water. Although the biting cold wind howled high in the sky, lashing against his face, Yen could not hide his excitement. The sensation of flying was truly wonderful. At that moment, he spotted several black dots on the ground that looked very familiar. Focusing his eyes to look more closely, he recognized them as Xie Zhishu and his group. Yen guided his flying sword to land in a secluded corner nearby, then released the iron-horned wild ox. He sat on the ox's back and rode over to the group. Xie Zhishu was startled to see Yen approaching. Xiong Dezhuang stared in disbelief and said, "Little brother, you're actually still alive?" "I've barely escaped with my life," Yen replied irritably. At that moment, his hair stood on end, his face flushed, and he looked utterly bedraggled. Yen had originally intended to play the victim, but having already been battered by the gale high in the sky until he was a pitiful sight, there was no need to put on any more of a show. Feng Xiaowen gave him a thumbs up. "Junior, you've certainly lived up to your strengths." "What strengths?" "Being good at running away, of course." At that moment, Lung Feng asked calmly, "What about the silverwing ice serpent?" "I kept circling around with it, but I have no idea where it flew off to in the end," Yen said. Everyone nodded. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't have guessed that the silver-winged ice serpent had already fallen by Yen's sword and that its combat soul was now floating quietly within Yen's soul sea. Xie Zhishu glanced at the sky and said, "Let us find a cave to rest in tonight and head back tomorrow." "All right." Everyone was excited, for they had brought all 6 demon beast eggs out with them. Now, it was time to divide the spoils. Chapter 23: The Struggle Between the Snipe and the Clam. Serene moonlight bathed the vast, desolate land. Gusts of cold wind swept through, mingled with the occasional beast's roar. The night in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains was unsettling. In an inconspicuous cave, a faint glow of fire shone through. Yen and the others sat around the campfire. In the light of the flames, their expressions were filled with excitement. To Yen, the 6 eggs lined up in a row were a sight to behold. With him included, there were exactly 6 members in the team, 1 egg per person, a perfect outcome for everyone. But so far, no one had brought up the matter of distribution, and Yen certainly wasn't going to be the first to speak up. Finally, Xie Zhishu said, "Let us stick to the old rule, distribute them according to merit." Yen was overjoyed inside. Allocating them based on merit? That sounded absolutely perfect. To put it simply, Yen had risked his life to lure the silverwing ice serpent away. That was undoubtedly his greatest contribution. Then, Xie Zhishu continued, "Of these 6 demon beast eggs, I'll take 3, the deputy captain will take 2, and the rest will be split evenly among the rest of the squad." Upon hearing this, Yen was left speechless. Wait a minute, is that it? The last egg is to be split among the rest of the squad. Since I'm not part of this squad, does that mean I won't even get a single piece of eggshell? At this thought, a shadow crossed Yen's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Senior, when you invited me here, we agreed you'd share some of the demon beast's flesh and blood with me. Once we return to Zishao Palace, I'll give you the remaining eggshells. Boil them up. Consuming them should grant you some essence points," Xie Zhishu said. "Damn it! You're really giving me eggshells." A flash of anger crossed Yen's eyes, but he held his temper. Xie Zhishu chuckled softly and reached out to gather all 3 demon beast eggs. "Hold on." A cold gleam sliced through the air, stabbing viciously toward him. "What do you mean?" Xie Zhishu withdrew his hand, only to see the cold gleam embed itself into the cave wall. It was a throwing knife launched with tremendous force. The one who had ambushed him was none other than Feng Xiaowen. "Why should the 2 of you get 5, while the 3 of us have to split just 1? Feng Xiaowen spoke coldly, his face devoid of fear. At that moment, Lung Feng, who had remained impassive until now, appeared ghost-like beside Xie Zhishu. With a flick of his wrist, a 1-meter-long fist blade materialized in his hand, glowing with a bloodthirsty sheen. "Speak your mind, or have the 3 of you already made some sort of deal?" Lang Feng stared intently at Feng Xiaowen. Sure enough, in the next instant, Zhou Yan and Xiang Dezhuang joined Feng Xiaowen. I mean, no offense, but every time we've teamed up to slay a demon beast, you two have always taken the lioness share while the three of us get the scraps.
That's not fair, Feng Xiaowen said. It's all distributed according to merit. Do you really think the effort of a high-level warrior stage is the same as that of a mere mid-level warrior stage like you? Xia Zhishu retorted. You're looking down on me.
All I know is that if it weren't for the two of you being so greedy these past few years, the three of us would reach the high-level stage long ago.
Zhou Yan snapped angrily.
At that moment, Xia Zhishu turned his gaze toward Yan.
Junior, what do you think? He asked.
Now, with the two of them at the advanced warrior stage facing off against three intermediate warrior stage practitioners, even if they managed to win by a hair's breadth, the battle would leave them severely weakened. This made Yan, who had remained silent the entire time, all the more crucial.
Yet Yan stood there as if in deep meditation, saying nothing. Junior?
Xia Zhishu asked again, trying to remain patient.
Ah!
Yan let out a sudden cry, as if waking from a dream. Both groups looked at him with disdain.
Had the kid been scared out of his wits?
While they were busy fighting each other, they never imagined that 3 of the 6 demon beast eggs were now completely empty, leaving only empty shells.
Where was the essence?
Behind the man-sized demon beast egg, hidden from the firelight, hovered a wooden sword. At that moment, the wooden sword remained in the small hole pierced in the egg, absorbing the energy within. It was Yan, using his sword manipulation technique to control the wooden sword with ease. Ever since Xia Zhishu offered to give Yan the eggshell, Yan had cast aside every last shred of his remaining kindness. Since you treat me this way, don't blame me for being ruthless.
And so, this scene unfolded.
However, Yan hadn't expected this group to turn on one another. Amid the chaos, the wooden sword absorbed the essence of the demon beast egg even faster. Consume the Commander Tier Silver-Winged Ice Dragoness Demon Beast Egg to gain 1 essence point. Consume the Commander Tier Silver-Winged Ice Dragoness Demon Beast Egg to gain 1 essence point. Before he knew it, Yan's accumulated essence points had surpassed 200, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a high-level warrior stage cultivator.
Yet the wooden sword's absorption continued unabated.
Unexpectedly, Xia Zhishu's single remark interrupted Yan's sword riding technique, leaving him both furious and exasperated. But Yan didn't show any sign of displeasure. He feared his little trick would be exposed, leaving him vulnerable to a coordinated attack.
What are you thinking? Xia Zhishu's patience had reached its limit.
Yan first scanned the expressions of the crowd. As his gaze swept across them, he caught a subtle glimpse of something.
It was Zhou Yan.
The look she gave him held not a shred of expectation, only cold indifference, as if she were staring at a corpse.
What was going on?
He sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint why. Instinctively, he distanced himself from the group before forcing a smile.
I have no objections, brother. Whatever decision you all reach, I won't oppose it. Xia Zhishu wasn't surprised by Yan's neutrality.
For Xia Zhishu, Yan staying out of it was the best possible outcome. 2 high-level warrior stage fighters against 3 mid-level ones. Even if it ended in a stalemate where both sides suffered heavy losses, it was better than being killed outright. Once I consume this batch of demon beast eggs, I'll be the strongest student in all of Shangnan High School. Xia Zhishu was lost in a daydream, his mind wandering. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Lung Feng's fist blade came crashing down, slashing viciously toward him.
Xia Zhishu instinctively dodged.
With a sharp tear, his robe and his abdomen along with it was slashed open, leaving a long, bloody gash as blood spattered everywhere. Xia Zhishu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and glared furiously at Lung Feng. Lung Feng sidestepped and appeared beside Feng Xiaowen, saying coldly, "You've been 1 step ahead of me all these years. Today, it's time for you, the captain, to step down."
So you were the mastermind all along. Xia Zhishu's eyes turned red.
Just moments ago, he'd nearly been cut in half by Lung Feng. This was a deliberate attempt to kill him.
Feng Xiaowen chuckled.
Without a deputy captain, how could we possibly have the confidence to go head-to-head with a captain like you?
Do you take us for fools?
Then, he looked at Yan with smug satisfaction.
What do you say, little brother?
Join forces with us, and we'll give you a demon beast egg.
Join forces? Yen sneered inwardly. You're the one who thinks I'm a fool.
Recalling the look in Zhou Yan's eyes just now, Yen finally understood, these four had been in cahoots all along. If they were going to kill Xie Zhishu, why wouldn't they mind killing Yen as well? In the brief moment that followed, Xie Zhishu applied some ointment to his wound and actually stopped the bleeding. He said, Junior, at this point, do you still believe their lies? I've known Ling Feng for 3 years, and he dared to go all out against me, let alone you, an outsider.
Chapter 24, Senior, you're such a good guy. You're a dying man, why are you wasting so much breath? Ling Feng remained icy.
With a flick of his wrists, the blades on his fists flashed with sharpness.
Xie Zhishu summoned his spear.
The deep blue shaft danced through the air like a rampaging electric python, looking ferocious.
Feng Xiaowen and the others looked grim.
Even though Xie Zhishu was severely wounded, he still possessed the foundation of a high-level warrior stage.
Without Ling Feng, they alone were no match for him.
Stop dithering.
Strike while the iron is hot.
I'll take care of this kid.
Zhou Yan's eyes blazed with endless murderous intent as she leaped in front of Yen.
But the next moment, without a word, Yen unleashed a palm strike. The palm's force was thunderous, sending Zhou Yan flying through the air and crashing to the ground. Zhou Yan felt as if every bone in her body was about to shatter with a gurgle. She spat out a mouthful of blood.
Everyone was stunned by the scene.
How could Zhou Yan, who had been so full of herself just moments ago, now be gasping for breath?
Fear clouded Zhou Yan's eyes as she stammered, Gao Gao.
Her words trailed off as her head lolled to one side, and she lost consciousness.
Cow what?
Feng Xiaowen was startled.
Had Zhou Yan been knocked senseless? How could she still be praising her enemy's skill?
Only Yen understood Zhou Yan had been trying to say, advanced warrior stage. Just now, his casual palm strike had been so powerful. Indeed, after leveling up, his strength had doubled.
Xiang Dazhuang said, Young man, how could you hit a woman? A woman?
Yen chuckled. In his world, there were only 2 women, his older sister and Tang. As for the rest, if they provoked him, he'd beat them without hesitation. Among them, Xie Zhishu was the most delighted. He cheered repeatedly, I never expected you to have such skills, Junior.
Now that we've joined forces, we'll slaughter every one of these ungrateful scoundrels.
Hearing this, the 3 men's hearts sank, and they froze in their tracks. Unexpectedly, Xie Zhishu grabbed a demon beast egg in each hand and hurled them directly at Yen.
The 2 demon beast eggs traced long arcs through the air before landing in Yen's arms.
I'll just give these 2 demon beast eggs to my junior brother,
Xie Zhishu said. Yen was already speechless with astonishment.
Feeling the heavy weight of the eggs, he felt an urge to burst out laughing.
Aha, these are the very ones Mu Jian didn't absorb.
Senior brother, I'm truly grateful to your ancestors for 8 generations.
Yen laughed inwardly.
He knew full well that Xie Zhishu didn't have any good intentions, for the glances Feng Xiaowen and the others were shooting his way carried a hint of greed. Just then, a buzzing sound emanated from behind Xie Zhishu, and suddenly 2 bone wings extended from his back, spreading out to a full 3 meters.
It's the Commander Tier Bone Spine Mantis we worked together to slay last time. Didn't you say you didn't get a combat soul? Ling Feng's expression shifted dramatically.
Xie Zhishu sneered, how could I not keep a few tricks up my sleeve when I'm with a bunch of scum like you? Immediately, he scooped up a demon beast egg with his left hand and swept his spear across with his right.
The remaining 3 eggs shattered instantly, turning into countless shards as orange-yellow egg fluid spilled all over the ground.
The force was so great that the 3 eggs were shattered beyond repair. No one had even noticed that 2 of them were empty.
What foolish thing are you doing? Ling Feng snapped.
I can't take this many with me, so of course I'm destroying them. Xie Zhishu spread his bone wings, flapping them to create a violent gale as he flew straight out of the cave. They never would have dreamed that Xie Zhishu, who had just been spouting threats, would simply run off like that, run off without a moment's hesitation.
Feng Xiaowen jumped up in panic, my eggs, my eggs.
You've destroyed them all. You'd better watch out.
Don't let any of you get separated, or I'll make your lives a living hell. Xia Zhishu's vicious voice echoed through the air, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Feng Xiaowen and Xiong Dezhuang, their hearts filled with unease, turned to Leng Feng and complained, "You said Xia Zhishu was a dead man, so we didn't hesitate to turn against him. What if he comes after us later?" Leng Feng glared at them. He was just as frustrated as they were. All his plans had gone down the drain. At that moment, he fixed Yen with a vicious glare. There are still 2 demon beast eggs left. Of the original 6 demon beast eggs, 3 had been shattered, 1 taken by Xia Zhishu, and the remaining 2 were now in Yen's arms. No matter how cold-hearted Leng Feng was, his eyes were now filled with greed. "Junior brother, hand over the demon beast eggs." "They don't belong to you," Feng Xiaowen said. Little did they know, Yen summoned his wooden sword. A flash of light streaked across its surface, and it surged to over 5 meters in length. Yen leaped onto it, still carefully cradling the 2 demon beast eggs in his arms. "Rise!" The flying sword shot out of the cave like an arrow from a bow. Judging by its speed, it was at least as fast as Xia Zhishu's. Now that he had what he wanted, there was no reason to stay. Fight them? That was completely unnecessary. Beating people up wouldn't drop any combat souls anyway. Yen rode the sword leisurely, feeling utterly satisfied. Whether it was Yen's good luck or Xia Zhishu's bad luck, who could say? Seeing Xia Zhishu destroy the demon beast eggs, spilling egg liquid all over the floor, Yen couldn't help but chuckle. There were only 3 intact demon beast eggs left in total. You, Xia Zhishu, destroyed 1 and handed the last 2 over to Yen on a silver platter. In the end, you fled with nothing but an empty eggshell. Yen reaped the greatest rewards from this trip to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, acquiring not only the silver-winged ice dragon combat soul but also 5 demon beast eggs. Senior, you really are a good guy. If you ever form a party again, you've got to ask me. Yen even took the time to send Xia Zhishu a message via communicator. By the time Yen returned to Zhixiao Palace, Xia Zhishu hadn't even left the 10,000 Beasts Mountains yet. The difference in speed was staggering. Strange, why does this egg feel a bit light? Xia Zhishu's attention was mostly focused on the wound on his abdomen, so he didn't give it much thought. Suddenly, the wound on his abdomen burst open again. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he was forced to land on the ground. He had heard that consuming the flesh and blood of high-level demon beasts could heal wounds. Running his fingers over the smooth shell of the demon beast egg, Xia Zhishu's eyes sparkled with hope. He carefully cracked open a small opening, intending to catch the egg liquid in his mouth as if turning on a faucet. However, after waiting for a long time, not a single drop emerged. What is going on? Xia Zhishu was deeply puzzled. He tore the opening wider, but still saw nothing inside. A sense of foreboding spread through him. Both shocked and enraged, Xia Zhishu tore the shell open with all his might. As the shell shattered piece by piece, the interior of the egg was revealed. It's empty. Xia Zhishu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He collapsed onto the ground. He had exerted so much effort, nearly risking his life, only to end up with an empty eggshell. No wonder it was so light. At that thought, Xia Zhishu felt a tightness in his chest, and with a gurgle, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Looking at the scattered eggshell fragments on the ground, Xia Zhishu recalled what he had told Yen earlier. I'll give you the remaining eggshells. Boil them up. You should be able to gain some essence points by consuming them. Damn it! Is this karma? Xia Zhishu was on the verge of losing his mind. He refused to accept this. He really couldn't accept it. Was all that trouble for nothing? At the very least, it was an eggshell. Surely it could help heal his wounds. So, he picked up a shard of the eggshell, popped it into his mouth, and began crunching away. It tasted like gravel, absolutely disgusting. Just then, his communicator buzzed. Senior, you really are a good guy. If you ever form a team again, you have to pick me. It was a message from Yen. Put. Pick you? Don't ever let me run into you again in this lifetime, you jinx. You're the reason I'm stuck eating eggshells here. Xia Zhishu's eyes rolled back in his head from the rage, and he passed out on the spot. Chapter 25, Junryu.
When Yen arrived at Zhixiao Palace, it was just dawn, and the grand hall was completely empty. He rushed into his room and placed the 2 demon beast eggs on the floor. Since he had already consumed 3 earlier, these 2 would be of no benefit. They wouldn't grant any additional essence points. However, a commander-tier demon beast egg is a treasure from head to toe. Yen hadn't yet figured out what to do with them, so he decided to just leave them in his room for now. Rooms in the human outpost are off limits to others unless the owner grants permission, so they're very secure. Yen closed his eyes slightly, sensing the power surging through his 8 extraordinary meridians. He glanced at his profile. Yen, 16 years old. Level, Advanced Warrior Stage. Level up requirement, 400 essence points. Essence points, 20. Combat Souls, Elite Tier Lightning Wood Evolvable, Elite Tier Flame Fox Combat Soul Elemental, Elite Tier Ironhorn Bull Combat Soul Mount, Elite Tier Blue Flame Wolf Fusion, Elite Tier Blood Spiked Arrow, Elite Tier Frost Tiger Fusion, Commander Tier Queen Bee Pet, Commander Tier Silverwing Ice Dragon Armor Type. Possesses combat skills, Advanced Earth Tier Palm Technique, Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm First 3 layers, Crimson Lotus Flame, Raging Gale, Flying Fire Meteor. Before teaming up with Xie Jishu, I was still at the intermediate warrior stage with 100 essence points. Now, after absorbing 3 demon beast eggs, I've not only reached the advanced warrior stage but also have an extra 20 essence points left over. Yen clenched his fists, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had already reached a level that many students could not even hope to achieve by the time they graduated. Keep in mind, he had only been in the battle realm for a little over 10 days. By the time he graduated in 3 years, just imagining what level Yen might reach was terrifying. However, even with the extraordinary Lightning Wood Combat Soul, the path to leveling up was no easy feat. This was because one could consume a maximum of 3 demon beasts of the same species and level. Near the Zhixiao Palace, the variety of demon beasts was limited. When you hit a plateau, you must venture into the vast lands, the remote mountains and deep forests, to hunt higher-level demon beasts. The path to leveling up is always arduous and fraught with danger. By the time Yen returned to the small restaurant, it was only 5 or 6 in the morning. With his sister now at the Tang family's house, the restaurant was completely closed. Yen went up to his room on the 2nd floor, lay down on the soft bed, and was immediately overcome by a wave of exhaustion. Zzz Yen soon drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when he was woken by the buzzing of his phone. He pressed his hand against the restless phone and mumbled groggily, "Who is it? Can't you let a person sleep?" He was in a terrible mood from being woken up. Sleep my ass. Yen, the school invited a celebrity to give a speech to the freshmen today. If you don't attend, you'll lose credits. Tang's angry voice came through the phone. What celebrity? A speech? What good are credits anyway? Yen was snapped out of his daze by the scolding, his eyes widening in shock. Wasn't he announced in our class WeChat group yesterday? Tang, fed up with the questions, hung up the phone. Yen felt utterly helpless. He'd been immersed in battle realm lately and hadn't even brought his phone with him. By the time Yen arrived at the school playground, it was already packed with students. Just then, the dean of students announced, "All right, everyone. The morning speech is over. Please give a warm round of applause to Junryu for taking time out of her busy schedule to be here today." The playground immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Yen was at the back of the crowd. He tried standing on tiptoes, but unfortunately, with the sea of people, he couldn't even make out whether Junryu was male or female. "Sigh, is that it?" Yen was at a loss for words. "There is still the afternoon session," a disinterested voice drifted over. Yen turned around. Before he could see anyone, he caught a faint whiff of floral fragrance. The girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful. Her long, deep chestnut hair was slightly curled, and her eyes shone brightly. Standing there, she outshone even the brightest stars. It was none other than Tang. Yen was so mesmerized he couldn't help but laugh. "My Tang is here, no big star can hold a candle to her." Before he could finish, a scream rang out. Yen knew it meant Tang had thrown another punch.
Stop being so smooth talking. Come eat with me.
Tang casually tossed her bag to Yen, and Yen just as casually slung it over his shoulder. Walking one in front of the other, the two looked incredibly well matched. Of course, that was from Yen's perspective. Arriving at the school cafeteria, the two sat across from each other. Yen wolfed down his food, having grown accustomed to the flesh of demon beasts in Battle Realm. The school's communal meals now held a unique flavor.
Hey, classmate, may I sit next to you? Just then, a gentle and refined young man walked over and pointed to the seat next to Tang.
The young man had an otherworldly aura, as if a celestial being had descended to Earth, drawing the gaze of countless young women wherever he went.
No way! Yen and Tang said in unison.
The young man froze for a moment, then rubbed his chin helplessly. He'd just been rejected. The girls who had gathered around were all dying to sit next to him. The young man wore a faint smile on his lips, looking incredibly sunny and cheerful. The next moment, he simply sat down, completely ignoring Yen and Tang.
Damn it!
I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless.
Yen was furious. Get the hell away from me.
The young man looked at Tang with a smile. I think this guy is way too rude. The looks of contempt in the eyes of those around Yen were unmistakable.
Compared to the gentle young man, Yen's flaws seemed magnified. But then, the next scene left everyone speechless.
With a loud thud, Yen slammed his tray down on the young man's face and ground it in several times, as if afraid it hadn't been crushed evilly enough.
Everyone froze in place.
The air seemed to stand still. The young man's face and pristine white shirt were splattered with vegetable leaves and soup. The plate slid off, leaving his face looking utterly bedraggled, a far cry from handsome. Tang glanced at the young man's face, which looked as though it had been hit by a tsunami, and couldn't help but chuckle. The young man pulled 2 napkins from the table, wiped his face, and looked up again, his eyes now brimming with rage. You're such a brat, how barbaric.
Today I'm going to teach you a lesson.
I won't bully you, I'll keep my power at the beginner level, the young man said with a straight face.
You talk too much.
Yen lifted his foot and kicked out with all his might. The young man had just suppressed his level and never expected a foot to come flying straight at him.
Damn it!
Even with his usually even temper, the young man couldn't help but curse.
How could Yen strike without any warning? Just like that? Let me show you my rock-solid stance.
The young man stood his ground, neither dodging nor flinching, his back straight as an arrow, standing there like a spear piercing the heavens and earth.
Chapter 26, Teaming Up with My Brother-in-Law. So cool.
That presence, he is practically a grandmaster, a girl gushed. But the next moment, the young man let out a howl as Yen kicked him flying. He slid down the aisle for over 10 meters before slamming hard into the cafeteria wall. The girl was still gushing to herself, but instantly fell silent, her mouth hanging wide open as if she'd been struck dumb. The crowd around them erupted in gasps of shock. The young man felt as if his insides were churning.
That kid's way too brutal.
The young man scrambled to his feet, no longer concealing his cultivation level, and a massive, staggering aura of pressure radiated from him. He strode forward step by step, his gentle demeanor completely transformed. He now resembled a warrior seasoned by countless battlefields. That menacing aura alone was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. You little brat, you still have time to apologize now.
Otherwise, I'll make you regret this.
The young man said coldly.
This astonishing energy fluctuation, could it be above the warrior stage, the resident stage?
Yen was also somewhat shocked, but he immediately dismissed the thought. No, it was merely a high-level warrior stage at the peak of perfection, infinitely close to the resident stage, but not yet broken through.
You're just in time.
Yen's blood surged, and a fierce fighting spirit soared within him.
Just as the two stood facing off, Tang spoke up. Junryu, are you ever going to stop? Instead of preparing your speech properly, you've come here to bully the freshman? Junryu. Yen's expression shifted. Wasn't he that the celebrity?
I traveled all this way just to watch him give a speech?
And this guy is supposed to be teaching people? Isn't that misleading the students? Tang, mind your own business. This is a matter between men, Junryu said. Yen was like gunpowder ignited, his anger flared up instantly. You dare call me Tang?
Yen slammed a fist toward him. Facing the fierce punch, Junryu extended his hand and, with a light flick, deflected Yen's attack into nothingness.
Ha!
Yen felt as if he de-punched a bag of cotton. The sensation was awful. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one thunderous and ferocious, each one exploding with a deafening roar. Yet the young man consistently defused Yen's attacks with simple hand gestures, making it look effortless.
Ha, well, what do you think, you little brat? Now you know there are always those better than you out there.
The young man chuckled. But then, Yen transformed his fist into a palm and thrust it forward with all his might. A bizarre fiery lotus blossomed, dazzling from afar as flames shot skyward. The young man's expression had been calm 1 second, but the next, he yanked his hand back in shock and snapped, an advanced earth-tier combat technique?
Tang, you're really taking this kid as side, aren't you?
Junryu, mind your own business, Tang retorted.
Yen withdrew his palm strike and asked, what is going on? Do you two know each other?
She is my sister, the young man said, his eyes sparkling with pride, as if he defound Yen's Achilles heel.
Is that true? Yen's expression changed drastically as he turned to Tang with a questioning look. Tang nodded helplessly.
It's my older brother, Tang Xiaoyu, the one who was sent to the sect to train when he was a child. Damn it, don't call me Tang Xiaoyu in front of all these people, Junryu snapped. Only then did Yen remember that Tang did indeed have a biological older brother who had been raised in the sect since childhood and rarely came home. Yen and Tang had been childhood friends, yet this was the first time Yen had ever met her brother in person.
Junryu now looked at Yen with a smirk.
Hee, Yen laughed awkwardly, then suddenly grabbed Junryu's leg and shouted, "Big brother-in-law." No wonder Junryu had said he'd regret it. Sure enough, it came true almost immediately. Yen was now kicking himself for it. Junryu cleared his throat and said, "The main reason I came this time was to see if you're actually worthy of Tang Xiaoyu. You're really something." Tang snapped, then kicked Yen again.
Get up. Haven't you embarrassed me enough?
Yen stood up. You don't need to suck up to him. I don't get along with him, and whether you're worthy or not isn't up to him, Tang suddenly said.
Yen nodded.
Only then did Tang realize something was off about what he'd said, and a flush spread across his face. Junryu felt deeply wronged. After all, he was Tang's own older brother. How could he have so little standing? He slung his arm around Yen's shoulder and said casually, "Your name is Yen, right? From our exchange just now, you might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. A freshman who has only been here a short while and has already reached the advanced warrior stage. You're quite talented."
Do I need you to tell me that?
Yen shot him a look, but hearing Tang's words gave her a newfound confidence.
After graduation, would you be interested in joining the military and working with me? Junryu asked. The military?
So you're with the military, Yen said.
Junryu replied, our purpose is to defend all of humanity.
The battlefield is where a man should prove himself.
I'll think about it, Yen said. By the way, which outpost are you at in the battle realm? Zixiao Palace.
That's south, very close to Taiha Palace, where I'm stationed.
Would you be interested in hunting demon beasts together? Team up again?
Yesterday, Yen had already tasted the benefits of teaming up. He hadn't expected another opportunity. Sure, Yen said with a cheerful smile. Although Junryu thought Yen's smile looked a bit strange, he laughed along anyway. If he knew what Yen had done yesterday, he certainly wouldn't be smiling now.
You two, what are you whispering about with your arms around each other? Tang furrowed her brow and asked.
My brother-in-law is teaching me some martial arts techniques, Yen replied.
Oh.
Tang still looked a bit suspicious. Her intuition told her that when these two men were together, nothing good could come of it. Junryu now found Yen incredibly likable and had started calling him brother-in-law at every turn. The two spoke openly and honestly, wishing they'd met sooner. They were practically ready to light incense and swear brotherhood.
By the afternoon, Junryu's lecture began again.
After mastering one or two combat techniques, humans can easily defeat opponents of the same rank. The higher the rank, the more effective the combat techniques become. Before we begin training in combat techniques, we must consume the corresponding cultivation guide elixir. Otherwise, we won't be able to master the techniques, and it will have negative effects on our bodies. You'll likely have many questions when choosing combat techniques. Here, I suggest you select them based on your combat soul type. Students with blade-type combat souls can learn sword techniques. Students with elemental-type combat souls can learn combat techniques with elemental attributes. Only then can you unleash the full potential of both your combat soul and your combat technique. Although what Junryu was saying was all common knowledge, this group of fresh-faced new students, having seen little of the world, listened with rapt attention. Just then, Junryu said something that made everyone's hearts skip a beat. As students of Shangnan High School, you all have certain privileges. During your time here, you can complete school assignments to earn credits, which can be exchanged for combat technique manuals and weapons. Chapter 27. Never seen a student with such arrogance. Credits, combat techniques, weapons. Yen's heart leapt with joy at these words. He currently possessed the immortal sword technique, sword control art, and the demon lotus holy fire palm, but he was still missing a movement-based combat technique. Combat technique cards from the scripture hall were extremely rare. He already owed Tang a huge favor and couldn't possibly ask her for another one. The fact that the school could provide them now was like having a pillow delivered just when he needed one. After Junryu finished her speech, the dean of students, Teacher Wang, took the stage. He looked down at the crowd, his thick glasses reflecting an air of authority. Students who were late this morning, step forward. Mr. Wang bellowed. Yen shuddered at the sound of those words. Tang glared fiercely at Yen. Mr. Wang frowned. You come forward, will you? If you don't, I'll call out your names. Yen stepped forward. He stood alone in front of the freshmen. After stepping down from the stage, Junryu stood near Yen, equally stunned. You actually dared to be late for your brother-in-law's speech? He secretly gave Yen a thumbs up. Yen couldn't be bothered to respond. Who's that? He's actually pretty handsome. From the class next door. I heard he's a total loser, no connections, no grades, and no friends. And someone like that actually made it to Battle Realm? He's not even good enough to be a toothpick for a common tier demon beast. Whispers rose from the back. Not even good enough to be a toothpick for a common tier demon beast? Yen's lips twitched slightly. I've even slain commander tier beasts, common tier beasts? Ha! Teacher Wang scrutinized Yen from head to toe and asked, what is your name? Which class are you in? Yen, class 2, grade 10. The boy's expression was unusually calm. He showed no sign of fear at the prospect of being scolded. Either he's got something to fall back on, or he's just a complete idiot, Teacher Wang concluded inwardly. At that moment, he opened the student roster and scanned it quickly. Finally, at the very bottom in tiny print, he spotted Yen's name. Teacher Wang was speechless. Last place in class 2? He really is a complete idiot. 10 credits deducted. Come see me in the academic affairs office after class. Mr. Wang said. Everyone looked at Yen with sympathy. Everyone at school knew Mr. Wang was the strictest teacher. He wore a scowl every day, as if everyone owed him money. Mr. Wang, how many credits do I have in total? Yen suddenly asked. Mr. Wang was momentarily taken aback and replied irritably, -10. Ha ha. The students burst into laughter. Quiet. Teacher Wang made a shushing gesture, then said, Next, I have an important announcement to make. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Teacher Wang said, in 3 months, there will be a competition for all first-year high school students. It's basically to assess everyone's progress since entering the battle realm. Based on the rankings, the school will award certain prizes. Wow, this is big news. All the students were thrilled. As for why the school scheduled it for 3 months from now, there was a reason behind it. Because students with exceptional talent usually advance to the intermediate warrior stage within 3 months. The school was doing this to identify these promising freshmen for future intensive training. I heard Su Ling from Class 1 has already earned 30 essence points. That's way too fast.
What is that compared to Enruwatching from class 4 and Diyun from class 6? They VE both earned 40 essence points. What kind of demon beast flesh are these people eating? I still haven't finished half of the common tier wild boar my family bought for me last time. The students chattered away among themselves. Amid these excited voices, the assembly came to a close. Only Yen followed Teacher Wang to the academic affairs office. Teacher Wang sat in his chair and suddenly slammed his fist on the desk. What on earth is wrong with you, freshman? Being late to your very first assembly, you're completely disorganized, undisciplined, and lawless. Yen said helplessly, Teacher Wang, I really didn't mean to. I just got back from the battle realm at dawn and Haven T slept a wink all night. You spent the night in the battle realm? Teacher Wang was taken aback. Yen nodded. Teacher Wang pressed further, how many essence points have you earned so far? 20. Oh. Teacher Wang didn't think much of it. 20 points was decent for a freshman, but in a teacher's eyes, it wasn't enough. However, Teacher Wang's attitude softened considerably, because Yen seemed to be working hard, and teachers always liked diligent students. Yen was indeed telling the truth. He was currently at the advanced warrior stage and had an additional 20 essence points. If Teacher Wang knew Yen's level, he would surely be shocked out of his wits. A freshman in high school at the advanced warrior stage. Throughout all of human history, this had never happened before. According to the Battle Realm's unbreakable rules, humans could only enter the Battle Realm after turning 16 and awakening their own combat soul. If you awakened your own combat soul, it was impossible for anyone else to transfer one to you, even if they wanted to. So, Yen's leveling speed was practically cheating. Teacher Wang, I'd like to switch to a combat technique that improves agility. How many credits will that cost? Yen asked. Teacher Wang replied, a lower grade yellow rank combat technique costs 100 credits, a mid grade yellow rank technique costs 200 credits, and a high grade yellow rank technique costs 400 credits. This is much cheaper than buying them in the scripture hall. It's a special privilege for students like you. Yen thought for a moment and realized that 1 credit was roughly equivalent to 10,000 alliance coins. Holy crap, just one late arrival and he lost 100,000 alliance coins. What about martial arts techniques at the mystic rank and above? Teacher Wang snorted derisively. I'll let you in on a secret, the school doesn't usually hand out mystic rank martial arts techniques lightly. They're reserved as rewards for special competitions, like the top 3 finishers in this freshman tournament. Students these days are so unrealistic. Teacher Wang shook his head. The favorable impression he just formed of Yen had completely vanished. Teacher Wang, I want to earn some credits. Are there any tasks I can take on? Yen asked. Teacher Wang opened his laptop, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and said, freshmen like you can go directly to your homeroom teacher to get tasks. The tasks here are all quite challenging. Like what, for example? Teacher Wang replied, hunting an elite tier demon beast. Can you handle that? 30 credits. Seeing Yen look down in silence, Teacher Wang took a sip of tea and couldn't help but add, it's good for young people to have high aspirations, but you also need to take things one step at a time and be down to earth. Teacher Wang, I'd like to ask how many credits can I get for a commander tier demon beast's egg? Yen suddenly asked. What egg? Teacher Wang asked, as if he hadn't heard clearly. Yen enunciated each word, a commander tier demon beast's egg. Put. Teacher Wang spit out all the tea in his mouth. Get out. Get out of here. You're too arrogant. I've been teaching for over 20 years, and I've never seen a student with such a big mouth. Teacher Wang practically roared as he chased Yen out. Yen looked utterly aggrieved. To be honest, no one would believe him he had more than just one commander tier demon beast egg. Chapter 28, The Perilous Lands of the Battle Realm. After leaving the academic affairs office, Yen happened to spot Tang. Tang, were you waiting for me here? Yen's heart fluttered, and he skipped over with a grin. Tang said expressionlessly, I'm just here to collect your body. Yen laughed, Teacher Wang isn't as strict as the rumors say. I managed to cheer him right up. Just then, a book flew out of the room and slammed down at Yen's feet. "Don't let me see you again!" Teacher Wang roared. Yen felt terribly embarrassed and quickly dragged Tang away. Once outside the building, Tang asked, "Is Tang Xiaoyu going to team up with you to hunt demon beasts?" "Yeah." Yen hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. "Don't go," Tang said with unusual seriousness. "Why?" "Wherever he is going, it must be a deadly zone in the battle realm." "It's a suicide mission," Tang said. "Don't worry. Your man is pretty powerful too," Yen said confidently, patting his chest. Tang replied, "Even resident stage players won't dare set foot in those dangerous zones, let alone a few of you." "Is it really that terrifying?" Yen's heart skipped a beat. He had been quite confident at first, but after hearing that, he began to have second thoughts. Tang nodded solemnly. "Besides, you promised me you wouldn't do anything that would make me worry anymore." A warm wave washed over Yen's heart. Deeply moved, he took Tang's hand. "Honey." The next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Yen's foot was stomped on hard. Tang blushed and ran off again. That evening, Yen received a call from Jun Ruyu. "Brother-in-law, we'll be gone for quite a while this time, so we need to prepare well." "I'm going shopping, is there anything you need?" "Brother-in-law, what is the name of the place we're going to? Is it dangerous?" Recalling Tang's warning, Yen asked. "You have to take risks to get rich, right? Besides you, there are several other skilled fighters, they're the main force. I'm just bringing you along to gain some experience." Jun Ruyu put on an air of looking out for Yen. Yen's expression shifted several times before he said, "All right, get me an ally bow. Why not take advantage of a family discount? You still know archery? You're just buying a bow and not any arrows?" Jun Ruyu asked in surprise. "I have an archery combat soul." "I've noticed you're exceptionally lucky," Jun Ruyu laughed heartily before hanging up. Yen lay in bed, rolled over, and thought to himself, "Tang, I'm sorry. I need to get stronger. The advanced warrior stage isn't enough, I want to become even more powerful." The next day, Yen received a package. "My brother-in-law is so efficient." Yen cheerfully opened it, and sure enough, a bow lay inside. The bow's limbs were shaped like a dragon, with golden scales gleaming, giving it a majestic appearance. Dragon Slayer Bow. What a formidable name. Yen tested its feel and was thoroughly satisfied. Now his elite-tier blood-edged combat soul would finally have a use. In the battle realm, where technology is forbidden, an archer is a formidable force. "It's just a shame I don't have time to hone my archery skills," Yen sighed inwardly. However, since reaching the advanced warrior stage, Yen's strength and eyesight had improved beyond recognition. Even without dedicated archery training, his aim wouldn't be too shabby. "The third form of my Demon Lotus Holy Fire Poem, Flying Fire Meteor, is also quite accurate, though its range is limited." Yen packed away the dragon-slaying bow, then slipped back into the kitchen. He gathered seasonings, eggs, greens, and other supplies, rolled up a set of bedding, and set off looking every bit the refugee. Entering the battle realm from the school, Yen rode the iron-horned wild bull, heading south all the way. In the remote southern reaches of Zishou Palace, bordering Taiha Palace, lay a vast expanse of towering mountains stretching for 10,000 li known as the Wanren Mountains. They were even more vast and treacherous than the Wanshou Mountains Yen had visited before. The Wanren Mountains were so immense that they naturally teemed with all manner of demon beasts. Yet, in the 100+ years since humans first set foot in the battle realm, very few had ever ventured into this mountain range. This is because the mountains are shrouded year-round in thick, toxic miasma. This miasma is highly poisonous. Humans die upon contact, yet it has no effect whatsoever on demon beasts. It acts like a giant protective umbrella, allowing the demon beasts to thrive undisturbed within the Wanren Mountains. And deep within the mountains, in a top-secret location, lies Meteor Valley, a place reputed to be a land of great calamity. Meteor Valley is the final destination of Yen's journey. Yen had been walking for over half a day when a range of majestic mountains came into view, growing clearer as he approached. However, the gray haze shrouding the mountains was undoubtedly the miasma that strikes fear into everyone's hearts. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted several young men, each carrying a bundle on their shoulders and exuding a faint yet palpable aura of authority.
"Brother-in-law, you've finally arrived." A familiar voice drifted over. It was Junryu. At that moment, Junryu was clad in a blue and white Taoist robe. With his gentle demeanor, he stood there radiating an inexhaustible, peerless charisma. Now Yen truly believed it, this guy was Tang's own brother. The whole family must have excellent genes. He leaped down from the bull's back and greeted Junryu. But he saw that Junryu had already pounced on the iron-horned wild bull, stroking it fondly as if he couldn't get enough, his eyes sparkling.
"A mount-type combat soul.
That's incredibly rare," Junryu said. Yen was completely speechless. Was it that they were just too poor, or was his luck just too good? Then, Junryu introduced Yen to the others. "These are my friends from the great factions, the cream of the crop among our peers, Wu Tian from Xingqiu, Baiyu from Tianshan, Situimo and Li Weining from Amei, and Gu Xiu from Shushan Sword Sect." Hearing the names of these sects, waves of astonishment surged through Yen's heart. Since entering the battle realm, martial arts had been revitalized, and many sects hidden deep in the mountains and rivers had re-emerged into the alliance. With millennia of heritage and profound foundations, their disciples had truly shone in the battle realm. Consequently, many high-ranking officials and nobles sent their children to these sects for training, and Junryu was no exception.
"And which sect do you come from?"
Yen asked. Junryu flicked his long sleeves and declared with boundless pride, "I come from Wudong Mountain."
"If even Wudong has made an appearance, might Shaolin be next?"
Yen chuckled inwardly. Just then, a cold voice rang out, "Junryu, what do you think you're doing? Bringing a greenhorn here? Do you think he won die fast enough?" Yen and Junryu turned to look simultaneously.
The speaker was none other than Baiyu from Mount Tian.
Junryu didn't take offense, merely smiling faintly.
"Don't let my young brother's age fool you, he is incredibly powerful.
Like you, he is at the advanced warrior stage."
The advanced warrior stage at 16? What did that even mean?
After all, everyone present was around 20 years old and had only just reached the advanced warrior stage. That Yen had become their equal at such a young age, if the great factions found out, they'd be scrambling to take him as a disciple, fighting tooth and nail for him. Baiyu suddenly gave a sinister grin, "Then let me test his skills."
Chapter 29, Sect Disciple.
With a whoosh, Baiyu's body blurred like a phantom, appearing before Yen in an instant. A gleaming dagger gripped in his hand, he swung it down without hesitation. Baiyu's speed was too fast. From the moment he spoke to the strike of his blade, it was almost the blink of an eye. Yen was both shocked and enraged. Such an attack meant he intended to kill him. His reaction was equally swift. He summoned his lightning wood combat soul, transforming it into a wooden sword held across his chest, and blocked the blow with sheer force. However, the immense force of the impact still sent Yen stumbling back several steps.
"That's all you've got?"
Baiyu sneered, as an icy aura surged forth, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by 3 degrees. The next moment, he flicked his arm, sending a razor-sharp icicle hurtling toward Yen. The ice spike was so sharp that even Junryu, standing nearby, tensed.
"Go easy on him."
It was not Junryu who spoke, but Gu Xiu of the Shushan Sword Sect. Baiyu replied, "Brother Gu, our journey is fraught with danger.
One more useless person is just one more burden."
At that moment, Yen thrust out both palms, and a massive flame surged skyward like a fiery dragon, instantly engulfing the ice spike. Then, Yen simply stared at Baiyu, his eyes cold and indifferent. "Please spare him." Wu Tian of the Xingqiu spoke up as well. Baiyu was on the verge of losing his mind. He'd already defused my move. What on earth was he asking me to spare him for? Just then, he sensed a killing intent descending from the heavens, a life or death crisis he hadn't faced in a long time. Baiyu jerked his head up, his eyes going blank for a moment. There, suspended mid-air, was a long wooden sword, like the guillotine blade on an execution block, poised to strike at any moment. Baiyu's legs suddenly gave way, and he was about to collapse to the ground.
When did the opponent's sword fly up to my head?
So Gu Xiu's promise to go easy was actually meant for Yen. At this thought, Baiyu was terrified out of his wits. Yen flickered his right hand. The flying sword circled once in the air before returning to his side. Only then did Baiyu let out a long breath. He felt as if he'd walked through the gates of hell, his back soaked through with sweat. "Remember, if this happens again, you're a dead man," Yen said coldly. Baiyu's expression hardened, as if he'd suffered a crushing blow. He said nothing more. Gu Xiu looked at Yen with a meaningful expression and suddenly spoke up. "Your name is Yen, right? Would you be interested in joining my Shushan sword sect?" Yen sized up Gu Xiu from head to toe. The man was tall and imposing, with slanted eyes. Though handsome in appearance, he sported a thin mustache that gave him an air of reckless defiance. Especially those eyes, sharp and piercing, like divine swords. Yen paused for a moment before asking, "Resident stage? Or intermediate?" However, Yen wasn't particularly interested in the Shushan sword sect. He already mastered the most advanced immortal sword techniques and sword writing arts in the realm of the sword. He had little left to pursue. On the contrary, he was quite intrigued by the combat technique Jun Ruyu had used to deflect his punch last time. "I'll think it over," Yen said, feeling awkward about turning down a resident stage cultivator, especially an intermediate resident stage one, to his face. Just then, Jun Ruyu said, "Brother Gu, how can you poach my people right in front of me?" Gu Xiu chuckled. "When I see a young man with potential, I can't help but want to mentor him. I'm about to break through the resident stage myself. In another 2 years, I'm confident I'll surpass you. Yen will definitely have a brighter future following me," Jun Ruyu laughed. "In 2 years, I should have reached the next major realm," Gu Xiu said with utmost seriousness. Those words left Jun Ruyu speechless. "Pfft, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously?" Jun Ruyu shrugged. Yen looked at the group. Aside from Gu Xiu, who was at the intermediate resident stage, and Emmaus Situamo, who was at the junior resident stage, everyone else was at the advanced warrior stage. No wonder they're from major sects. Their strength far surpasses that of the students in Shangnan. "But in 2 years, you'll all be looking up to me, Yen," Yen thought to himself. Just then, a sudden gale swept through the air. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared into the distance. There, clouds of dust swirled, as if a colossal beast were lurking within. As the dust settled, a burly monk emerged. As he drew nearer, Jun Ruyu's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally exclaimed in disbelief, "Li Xiuzhu? You're not dead?" Though Li Xiuzhu was dressed as a monk, the arms exposed beneath his robe were muscular, and his eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. The moment he saw Jun Ruyu, his previously impassive expression shifted dramatically, and he practically stormed over in a rage. Judging by the tension, these two clearly had a history. "Jun Ruyu, you son of a b, you actually dare to show up?" Li Xiuzhu roared, his entire body suddenly surging in height, growing to an unbelievable 4 meters tall, his muscles bulging and his body covered in thick fur. In the blink of an eye, the monk had transformed into a raging brown bear. Commander Tier Earth Raging Bear Combat Soul, Fusion Type. The Earth Raging Bear let out a roar that shook the land for 100 li, as if it were scattering the clouds in the sky. His massive paws, as wide as palm fans, swiped forward, gripping more than half of Jun Ruyu's body. "I'll crush you to death!" Li Xiuzhu roared furiously. Jun Ruyu's feet had already left the ground, his face turning as red as a monkey's buttocks. Seeing his brother-in-law being attacked, Yen could no longer sit idly by. He transformed instantly, his entire body morphing into a frost tiger over 6 meters long, its muscles as hard as molten iron, radiating extraordinary ferocity. The frost tiger let out a long, piercing roar and lunged fiercely at the Earth Raging Bear. Unexpectedly, the Earth Colossus Bear didn't even glance at the frost tiger. It simply swatted out with a paw, sending the charging Yen crashing to the ground. The impact shook the earth, sending clouds of sand flying into the air. Thanks to the combat soul tier advantage, combined with Li Xiuzhu's specialization in strength cultivation, he had won with such ease. Cough, cough. Once the smoke cleared, Yen was at a loss for words. Facing a commander tier combat soul, his current elite tier combat soul simply wasn't enough. With a thought, the silver-winged ice dragon in his soul sea emitted a dazzling radiance. Who doesn't have a commander tier combat soul? Yen sneered coldly, as a radiance flashed beneath his feet and a water-like liquid began to spread outward.
Li Xiaozhu, don't be reckless.
Don't forget the purpose of our journey, said Situamowabame, furrowing his brow. The earth-fierce bear gritted his teeth in fury, but he knew deep down that now was not the time for revenge. Reluctantly, he let go, but not before shoving Jun Ruyu hard as he walked away. Jun Ruyu rolled across the ground once before scrambling to his feet, looking disheveled. Seeing that Jun Ruyu was unharmed, Yen's water-like liquid slowly receded. Li Xiaozhu, during the Great Factions trial last time, I never expected you to survive being hunted down by 2 commander-tier demon beasts. Jun Ruyu coughed for quite a while before catching his breath.
Mentioning that made Li Xiaozhu furious. If you hadn't double-crossed me, would I have ended up in such a mess? Ha ha ha. Jun Ruyu gave an awkward laugh.
Li Xiaozhu clenched his fist. Once this operation is over, I'll settle the score with you.
Chapter 30, Entering the Valley.
Jun Ruyu smoothed out his Taoist robe and suddenly smiled meaningfully, with a muscle-bound, brainless guy like you, who knows who'll be the one getting the short end of the stick in the end. Li Xiaozhu was furious, but with Situamo watching, he dared not lose his temper. After all, the pressure from the resident stage was simply too overwhelming.
Just then, Guxiu spoke up, everyone rest up tonight. We'll head up the mountain tomorrow.
Yen took his pack off the Ironhorn Bull's back and began making a bed on the ground.
Hey, little brother-in-law, what era are we in? Still sleeping on the ground?
Look at that bedsheet of yours, it's got roses on it, and that earthen color passed down from your ancestors, Jun Ruyu teased. He pulled a pop-up tent from his bag, and with a loud pop, it quickly expanded.
Here's a sleeping bag for you. Quick, put that rose-patterned sheet away, don't lose your family heirloom, Jun Ruyu said.
Yen was at a loss for words. At that moment, he really wanted to tell Li Xiaozhu to take care of Jun Ruyu. The night passed without incident. The next day, everyone stood at the foot of the mountain.
Wu Tian summoned his combat soul.
A massive, shadowy toad rose behind him, croaked a few times, then transformed into a dark green gem that floated into the palm of Wu Tian's hand.
Elite Tier Venom Toad Combat Soul, Artifact Type. An Artifact Type Combat Soul?
Yen had never seen one before and couldn't help but stare at it for a moment.
Unexpectedly, Wu Tian sensed this keenly.
He whipped his head around and gave Yen a strange smile, one that exuded an unmistakable chill. Yen's face paled slightly.
What kind of weirdo was this?
Jun Ruyu said, the Star Sea is renowned for its poison cultivation. Though Wu Tian's rank isn't high, his poison techniques are so unpredictable and treacherous that they're impossible to guard against.
Even a low-level resident stage cultivator would have to think twice before facing him. Wu Tian, cradling the green pearl, strode up the mountain with a swagger. It was strange, really.
The thick miasma that had been there seemed to recoil the moment it saw the pearl, as if it had encountered a venomous scorpion. Wherever Wu Tian walked, a clear path opened up. By you praised, it truly lives up to its reputation as the famed mist's piercing pearl of the Star Sea. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have made it past the first gate. Hurry up and follow, Guxiu said, keeping close behind as they all made their way step by step deeper into the mountains. In the distance, the mist still hung thick and heavy, casting a gloomy atmosphere. The occasional roar of beasts echoing from the distance heightened everyone's vigilance.
Is this miasma really that dangerous?
Yen asked.
Of course not, Jun Ruyu replied. Only those at the warrior stage would die instantly if they encountered it.
For us, as long as we don't inhale too much, it won't have much effect. Perhaps because the group was so powerful, they made it through the journey without incident, despite the dangers. Li Xiaozhu sighed, it's a shame the mist-dispelling pearl's range is so limited. Otherwise, with all the diverse demon beasts in these mountains, we could gathered quite a few essence points.
Would you dare eat a demon beast raised on miasma?
Jun Ruyu retorted sarcastically.
You think they're all like you, raised on coal gas?
Jun Ruyu,
expletive you.
Li Xiaozhu snapped angrily.
Yen was speechless.
His brother-in-law's tongue was way too sharp.
Stop arguing and let us keep moving.
Otherwise, if we spend the night on the mountain, you two will both end up breathing in the miasma, said Situmo. Li Xiuzhu and Jun Ruyu glared at each other with such intensity that sparks seemed to fly through the air. Finally, they reached the entrance to Meteor Valley.
Here at the valley's mouth, the miasma was surprisingly thin. Wu Tian put away his miasma-dispelling pearl, looking somewhat exhausted. Without the miasma shrouding them, the view suddenly opened up.
Gu Xiu stood at the front of the group and said sternly, "We're about to enter the valley.
We have only one objective, the sacred spirit fruit within.
Let me make this clear from the start, if I catch anyone causing trouble or stirring up internal strife, don't blame me for showing no mercy." After speaking, he shot a piercing glance at Jun Ruyu and Li Xiuzhu. The two nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this moment, even if they harbored the deepest grudges, they would set them aside after all. The wrath of a mid-stage resident was not something they could withstand. Yen nodded in approval. True to their sect background, their discipline was far stricter than that of Xie Zhishu's high school team.
Upon entering the valley, they found themselves surrounded by undulating hills overgrown with wild grass. "Is this the infamous cursed land, Meteor Valley?" asked Li Weining, the only woman in the group. "Stay close to me," said Situmo gently. From the looks of it, the two seemed like a couple. Just then, Baiyu noticed a white speck of light floating in the air nearby. The speck was about a meter long, suspended in mid-air without any energy fluctuations. "What is that?" Baiyu asked curiously. At the same time, he pulled out his dagger and tried tapping it against the spot. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, the light spot seemed to possess a tremendous suction force, instantly pulling the dagger inside, leaving not a single trace behind. "What the hell is that?" Baiyu was startled and hurriedly stepped back. It wasn't just him, everyone present was filled with dread. They now regarded the light spot with the same fear one would feel upon seeing a venomous snake. Gu Xiu observed it for a moment before speaking slowly. "This is a void fissure." "A void fissure?" According to legend, Meteor Valley was once an ancient battlefield where many king tier and higher demon beasts fought, leaving behind numerous energy fluctuations. This has made this space extremely unstable, resulting in the formation of many fissures, Gu Xiu explained. "King tier demon beasts?" The crowd gasped in shock. These were beings even more powerful than commander tier demon beasts. "Everyone, be careful." At that moment, everyone became extremely cautious. They encountered a void rift the moment they entered the valley. Who knew how many more lurked within? Yen asked quietly, "Brother-in-law, what exactly is that holy spirit fruit? Is it really worth them taking such a huge risk?" Jun Ruyu replied, "It's a fruit that can instantly boost one's cultivation by a whole tier. It only works for resident stage and warrior stage practitioners. Do you think it's worth it? Is the Holy Spirit fruit really that game-changing?" It took Yen a moment to process this, and excitement flashed across his face. After all, even a high-level warrior stage cultivator needs 400 essence points to advance, and for a resident stage cultivator, the requirement is surely double that or even more. With thousands of essence points required at a glance, just imagine how much time that would take to accumulate, and how many demon beasts one would have to hunt down. With the Holy Spirit fruit, one would save a tremendous amount of time without even realizing it. If news of such a secret got out, people would surely fight tooth and nail over it, Yen added. That is for sure. If Gu Xiu hadn't accidentally stumbled upon our ancestors' notes, who knows how long this secret would have remained buried. Jun Ruyu slung his arm around Yen's shoulder and said smugly, "What do you think? I didn't even tell my own sister about this. I'm bringing you along instead. Pretty generous of me, huh?" Yen pushed his hand away with a look of disgust. "If you had told her, do you think she'd have let you come?" Jun Ruyu gave an awkward laugh, effectively admitting the truth. Everyone moved forward as cautiously as if they were walking through a minefield. Yen suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he'd known it would be like this, he should have bought a few trekking poles. It was impossible to tell how many miles the Meteor Valley stretched on. As they walked, the air grew scorching hot. Chapter 31, Every Extra One Counts. Gu Xiu clutched a crumpled parchment map in his hand. Even someone as composed as he found it hard to hide his excitement. That tree bearing the Holy Spirit fruit is right over there. He pointed ahead.
In the distance, atop a high hill, the landscape appeared lush and verdant, with a radiant glow emanating from it. Everyone else grew excited as well and hurried forward.
There, on the hill, stood a towering ancient tree.
Its branches spread wide, bearing clusters of crystal-clear red fruits that glowed faintly, resembling agate.
Is that the Holy Spirit fruit? Stu's heart raced.
With it, he could instantly advance to the intermediate resident stage, a position that would place him among the very best of the younger generation within the sect.
Just as everyone was getting excited, Gushio said, "Baiyu, you go pick the Holy Spirit fruit. The rest of you stay here and guard it."
The others looked dejected, but Baiyu smiled cheerfully and quickly climbed up the hill. As he approached the ancient tree, a rich surge of energy wafted toward him. Baiyu took a light sniff and felt his entire body grow incredibly light.
It truly lives up to its name as the Holy Spirit fruit.
Baiyu reached out, his eyes gleaming with desire, and plucked one right off the branch. Gazing at the translucent fruit, Baiyu swallowed hard but forced himself to resist. With Gushio and the others watching intently from below the hill, he dared not consume it alone. Suddenly, a violent gale swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust.
Where did this strange wind come from?
It blew so hard that Baiyu could barely see.
At that moment, beside the ancient tree, a massive boulder began to gradually dissolve under the gusts. Yes, it was actually shrinking.
Many people at the foot of the hill saw this and shouted loudly, desperately trying to warn Baiyu. But Baiyu paid no heed, his eyes were fixed solely on the sacred spirit fruit. Finally, the rock transformed into a bizarre shape in the wind. With a series of cracking sounds, the last tiny fragments shattered, and a 3-meter-tall flaming monkey burst out from within. This monkey had a thunder goddess mouth, bared fangs, and no fur. Its entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, as if it had been born from the fire itself, emerging from a sea of flames. Huge chains were coiled around its arms, and its body was pitch black, like the color of hell.
"It's the monarch-tiered demon beast, the Fire Shao King!" Gu Xiu shouted. Good heavens!
This was Yen's first time seeing a king-tier demon beast, and its entrance was indeed incredibly imposing. The Fire Shao King let out a furious roar that shook the valley, causing the leaves of the ancient trees to rustle and fall. Immediately afterward, it swung its long arm, the chains, like a pitch-black dragon, shot out and wrapped tightly around Baiyu.
Save me!
Baiyu was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. The few Holy Spirit fruits he'd just picked fell to the ground. The Fire Shao King yanked the chain, pulling Baiyu right up to him, then bared his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. The surrounding flames were about to engulf Baiyu. He struggled and shouted, "Save me!
I don't want to die yet!"
A piercing scream echoed through the sky. When the Fire Shao King turned around, only a few shreds of Baiyu's clothing remained in its hand. It chewed them voraciously, then swallowed them with a look of unquenchable hunger.
Everyone knew exactly what it was eating. An intangible fear gripped everyone's hearts. Ah!
Li Weining, a young woman, had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Terrified, she cowered in Situmo's embrace.
Situmo's face was deathly pale as well. Fear was etched on everyone's faces. A living, breathing person just like that. Jun Ruyu grew tense as well.
Baiyu is so pitiful, Li Xiuzhu added. Wu Tian of the Xingshu Sea, whose face was already deathly pale, turned even paler, completely drained of color.
Gu Xiu's expression grew grim.
The Fire Demon King lowered his eyelids, gazing down at the humans below the hill, and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Yen knew that in the presence of this king-level demon, these people were likely no more than rats. With a whoosh, the Fire Shao King leaped directly from the hill, which stood over 10 meters high. Flames swirled around him, making him resemble a burning sun. Instantly, everyone realized what this creature was about to do. It had developed a taste for a snack.
Someone shouted, "Run!"
Everyone mustered all their strength and sprinted frantically into the distance.
At that moment, the Holy Spirit fruit was the last thing on anyone's mind. Their lives were the priority.
Yen summoned the iron-horned wild bull, leaped onto its back, and began racing without pause. Seeing how quickly the crowd had reacted, the Fire Demon King let out a strange cry, planted all 4 hooves on the ground, and gave chase in one direction at a terrifying speed. From a distance, it looked like a streak of fire sweeping past.
Yen ran for a while.
When he saw the fire demon king wasn't chasing him from behind, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. That day, he'd been chased all over the mountain by the silver-winged ice serpent while the others stole the demon beast's egg. This time, who knows which unlucky soul had become the Fire Shao King's target? Could Yen follow the same plan and return to pick the sacred spirit fruit? At this thought, Yen immediately urged the Ironhorn wild ox to race back at full speed. On that tall hill, the ancient tree still stood tall, its branches glimmering with flecks of light. The sacred spirit fruit is still there. Yen's heart leapt with joy. The Ironhorn wild ox charged up the 10-meter-high hill with a series of powerful stomps, scaling it in no time. Just then, Yen's expression changed. He saw a figure standing beneath the tree looking closer. It was none other than Wu Tian of the Star Sea. Wu Tian hadn't started picking yet, and seeing Yen return, he was startled as well. So someone else had the same idea as me, Wu Tian sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm. Same here, Yen said. At this point, he saw no need to pretend to be the good guy. Wu Tian plucked a fruit, tossed it to Yen, and said, "Take it and get lost. Don't let me see you again." Yen examined the sacred spirit fruit in his hand. It radiated vibrant vitality, clearly no ordinary item. He tucked the fruit away but didn't leave, instead gazing at Wu Tian with a smirk. Wu Tian frowned. A sacred spirit fruit only boosts your cultivation by 1 rank. Having so many is useless. You don't lack that much common sense, do you? Then why aren't you leaving? Yen asked. I've got a whole group of fellow disciples from my sect waiting for me. Naturally, I need to pick a few more, Wu Tian replied. Yen thought for a moment and said, I've got a wife, a sister, brothers, and a brother-in-law. Damn it! Wu Tian cursed. Isn't your brother-in-law Junryu? Are you counting him too? Yen nodded. The Holy Spirit fruit was so precious every extra one counted. Wu Tian was now extremely anxious. He feared 2 things, that more companions might arrive, and that the Fire Shao King might return. If his companions showed up, they could at least negotiate, but if the Fire Shao King came, he'd have to leave his life here. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand, and a glowing green light instantly coalesced in his palm. Kid, you brought this on yourself. Take my 5 poisons palm. Wu Tian unleashed a palm strike, sending a burst of green light hurtling straight toward Yen. Yen countered with the crimson lotus flame, releasing a flaming lotus that collided violently with Wu Tian's attack. Instantly, the lotus dissolved, and the nearby ground was corroded into a massive hole. Chapter 32, Battle Against the Demon King. What terrifying venomous power! Yen's expression darkened. He raised his right hand, and a flying sword shot skyward, slashing toward Wu Tian. Unexpectedly, Wu Tian summoned several illusory forms vaguely resembling venomous snakes, scorpions, and other 5 poisons demon beasts which swirled around him, forming a massive, pitch-black light barrier. 5 poisons demon light barrier. The flying sword sliced through the air, slamming violently into the shield. Instantly, ripples spread out from the shield, rippling outward like water. Wu Tian was startled. Unexpectedly, the shield merely trembled a few times before returning to its original state. On the contrary, the light on the flying sword dimmed slightly. Can this 5 poisons demon light shield actually corrode a combat soul? Yen was both shocked and terrified as he reluctantly withdrew the flying sword. Wu Tian laughed heartily, Kid, don't underestimate my poison techniques. Even a resident stage cultivator wouldn't be able to handle them. Little did he know, a figure was coalescing in the void, transforming into an adorable little girl. With cute antennae and a long, wasp-like abdomen, it was none other than the Bee Queen, Xiaoli. How do you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Wu Tian's sharp eyes instantly recognized this as a commander-tier combat soul and a rare pet type at that. Xiaoli opened her big, cute eyes and pointed her tiny finger. Countless blood needle beetles swarmed from the sky, forming a dark red cloud of insects that slammed violently into the 5 poisons demon light shield. Instantly, the shield began to waver, as if it were about to collapse. The blood needle beetles were also renowned on the Star CS list of venomous insects and were not to be underestimated. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Tian's body as he frantically channeled his energy. One by one, the blood needle beetles fell to the ground, dissolving into specks of starlight. Xiao Li's face gradually turned pale. However, the five poisons demon light shield had become even more transparent and thin, nearing the point of exhaustion.
Brother, stop. I surrender. Wu Tian began to plead.
Seeing that Yan showed no sign of stopping, Wu Tian said, I am the illegitimate son of the Starcy Sect's patriarch.
No one outside knows this. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by every disciple of the Starcy sect.
Hearing Wu Tian's threat, the murderous intent in Yan's eyes grew even more intense. When you attacked just now, you didn't intend to spare my life. Likewise, once I've made my move, I have no habit of holding back, Yan said coldly.
Finally, with a crack, the light barrier completely disintegrated.
A swarm of bees surged forward, and a dark red cloud descended. Accompanied by Wu Tian's piercing screams, all that remained in the end were a few shreds of clothing and a small, cauldron-like object.
Yan remained expressionless.
He raised a finger, and a streak of fire shot out, burning the clothing to ashes.
The small cauldron, however, remained unscathed in the flames, instead radiating an ancient luster. What kind of treasure is this? Yan tucked the small cauldron away without giving it a second thought.
With quick hands and sharp eyes, he picked the sacred spirit fruits. There weren't many on the tree to begin with, only about 7 or 8, and Yan stuffed them all into his pocket. I've struck it rich, Yan exclaimed excitedly, then rode off on his iron-horned wild bull. Little did he know, a cloud of flames was hot on his heels. Yan looked up abruptly and saw that the pursuer was none other than the Fire Shao King. Soaring through the clouds like a god, his divine flames surged like a torrent, as if a great demon lord had descended upon the world, closing in on him.
Damn it, you're like a ghost, that one go away.
Yan cursed loudly, and the iron-horned wild bull beneath him sped up even further. However, the Fire Shao King was not in good shape at the moment. The flames on his body had dimmed considerably, he was missing an arm, and blood trickled from his mouth.
I wonder who ran into the Fire Shao King and left both of them battered and bruised. Yan speculated inwardly.
But he didn't expect to be able to go head-to-head with the Fire Shao King. As if sensing the scent of the Holy Spirit fruit, the Fire Demon King locked onto Yan and pursued him relentlessly. After all, those who fly are faster than those who run on the ground. The Fire Demon King blocked Yan's path, letting out a furious roar that made the iron-horned wild bull's legs go weak, flinging Yan right off its back. Isn't the Bull Demon King Sun Wukong's older brother? What are you afraid of?
Yan cursed. The iron-horned wild bull shot Yan a disdainful glance.
What a load of nonsense. As an elite tier, I've done well to hold out this long against a monarch tier. Yan recalled the iron-horned wild bull, and suddenly a dragoness roar erupted from within him.
Silver-winged ice serpent combat soul.
A water-like liquid spread upward from his feet, quickly covering Yan's entire body. After a moment of blurring and shifting, Yan was completely clad in a layer of deep blue armor. The solid texture and sci-fi mecha-like design made Yan's figure appear incredibly imposing.
So cool! Yan exclaimed in admiration.
A pair of silver wings had even sprouted from his back, giving him a truly imposing appearance. He now felt brimming with power. Even if his opponent were a resident stage, he could give it a good fight. The Fire Demon King swung his long arm, sending a chain hurtling through the air to wrap around Yan and pull him toward him.
What immense strength!
Even though Yan's strength and stamina had been significantly boosted by his armor, he was as helpless as a child in the Fire Demon King's presence.
Dragged before the Fire Demon King, it raised its massive hand and struck with a vicious claw.
Instantly, 5 white gashes appeared on the armor, nearly shattering it, faintly revealing Yan's blue robe beneath. A sense of mortal danger surged through him.
Yan's face twisted with fear.
He abruptly activated his lightning wood combat soul, and a wooden sword shot forth, piercing straight toward the Fire Shao King's face. At such close range and with such ferocious speed, even a king-class great demon wouldn't have time to react. With a sharp thud, the sound of something being pierced echoed. The Fire Yao King let out an agonized howl, clutching his face as he crouched down in pain. Yen seized the opportunity to break free from the chains and leap to a safe distance. Only then did the Fire Yao King stand up, his face drenched in blood. Yen looked on, utterly astonished. It turned out the Fire Yao King had been blinded in one eye by the wooden sword. The sight was utterly gruesome. Now this king-class demon, with a severed arm and a blind eye, looked like a one-armed pirate if he were to lose a leg as well. Arg! The Fire Yao King's rage reached a new peak. He was now determined to kill Yen at all costs. Its remaining eye glowed with a shifting radiance upon closer inspection. A swirling vortex of flame seemed to expand endlessly within its pupil. The Fire Demon King's single eye blazed with dazzling golden light, and a golden flame shot out from it, sweeping toward Yen. The flame was so formidable it seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world into nothingness. Yen rolled across the ground without a care for his dignity, narrowly dodging the attack. Yet where he had been standing, even the soil had been completely burned away, leaving not a single trace of charred ash behind, only a massive crater. If this keeps up, I'm done for. Yen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. A tyrannical monarch-tier demon beast was definitely not a force to be trifled with. Yen pulled a Holy Spirit fruit from his robe, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole, without even chewing. Instantly, a searing power surged up from his abdomen. So hot, so scorching. Yen felt as if he'd been thrown into a furnace. His entire body was ablaze. Chapter 33, A Major Crisis. Moments later, Yen felt as though he were bathed in holy light, his whole being reborn from the flames. Resident Stage. Is this the power of the Resident Stage? It's 10 times stronger than the Advanced Warrior Stage. Yen clenched his fist, feeling a surge of energy shoot from his abdomen straight to his knuckles. He swung it out violently, and the air erupted with a series of explosions. He had long heard that essence points weren't merely numerical values during leveling up, but actually existed within the Dantian. And upon reaching the resident stage, one releases the essence points contained within the body, forming mana. This was the projection of mana. It was akin to the true chi wielded by martial artists in ancient times. However, compared to true chi, mana was as different as diamond from tofu, far more powerful and pure. Yen felt that every punch and kick he delivered carried immense might, with surging mana radiating like divine light. At that moment, as he looked at the Fire Yao King, a smile involuntarily curled up at the corners of Yen's mouth. He raised his fist lightly, and in the next instant, he appeared ghost-like right beside the Fire Yao King. He unleashed a punch. With a loud thud, the Fire Yao King was knocked down hard. What immense power! Yen was thoroughly satisfied. The Fire Yao King felt utterly humiliated. After fighting others to a standstill, having one eye gouged out by Yen, and having exhausted his life-bound divine ability, he was already on his last legs. Now, Yen had knocked him down with a single, effortless punch. If he were at full strength, Yen, a newly ascended resident stage cultivator, would never have stood a chance against the Fire Yao King. The Fire Yao King scrambled to its feet, only to be knocked down again by Yen. As if venting his frustration, Yen unleashed a barrage of wild punches, leaving the Fire Yao King covered in blood and utterly defenseless. You had me running for my life just now. Where's that momentum now? Yen said. Defeated the Monarch-tier Demon Beast Fire Yao King. Obtained the Monarch-tier Fire Yao King Combat Soul. The flesh of the Monarch-tier Fire Yao King is inedible. At that moment, a voice rang out, and Yen's heart leapt with joy. A Monarch-tier Demon Beast's Combat Soul. I wonder who in Zishou Palace possesses a combat soul of this rank. Yen took a look. The Monarch-tier Fire Monkey King Combat Soul, an Elemental-type Combat Soul. Although both were Elemental type, the Monarch-tier was far superior to his own Elite-tier Flame Fox Combat Soul. Thinking of the terrifying golden flames spewing from the Fire Monkey King's eyes, Yen still felt a chill run down his spine. However, Yen was somewhat surprised to learn that the Fire Monkey King's flesh was inedible. But he didn't have much of an appetite for this fire-spewing monkey anyway. Soon, the Fire Monkey King's corpse turned into specks of starlight and vanished completely, leaving behind only a chain as black as ink. Yen picked it up and examined it closely. What kind of weapon is this? Since entering the battle realm, Yen had encountered something new on every adventure.
Looks like I'll have to brush up on my general knowledge when I get back.
Yen coiled the chain into a loop and placed it on the iron-horned bull's back. Only then did he glance at his profile.
Yen, 16 years old. Level, Junior Resident Stage. Level up requirement, 1000 essence points. Essence points, 20.
Combat Souls, Elite Tier Lightning Wood Evolvable, Elite Tier Flame Fox Elemental, Elite Tier Ironhorn Bull Mount, Elite Tier Blue Flame Wolf Fusion, Elite Tier Blood Needle Arrow, Elite Tier Frost Tiger Fusion, Commander Tier Queen Bee Pet, Commander Tier Silverwing Ice Dragon Armor Type, Monarch Tier Fire Demon King Elemental Type. Possessed Combat Techniques, Advanced Earth Rank Palm Technique, Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm First 3 layers, Crimson Lotus Flame, Raging Gale, Flying Fire Meteor. With every minor realm advancement, his power doubles. With every major realm advancement, his power increases tenfold. Yen nodded in satisfaction. The Holy Spirit fruit was indeed very fair. It had even left him with the 20 extra essence points he gained after reaching the Advanced Warrior stage. However, advancing from the Junior Resident stage to the Intermediate stage required 1000 essence points. The path to leveling up was long and arduous. Yen rode slowly on the ox's back. Now that the greatest threat to Meteor Valley had been eliminated, he was in no hurry. The real priority was to reunite with everyone and hurry back to Zixia Palace. "Let us find my brother-in-law first," Yen said, pulling out his communicator.
"Brother-in-law, are you still alive?"
To his surprise, he received a reply from Jun Ruyu almost immediately.
"I'm not dead yet."
"Brother-in-law, hurry over to the Holy Spirit fruit. Something major has happened."
Yen turned off the communicator.
He knew exactly what this major incident referred to. He'd already stuffed all the Holy Spirit fruits into his waist pouch.
Wasn't that a major event in itself?
He rode his ox leisurely toward the hill and soon spotted Gu Xiu, Li Xiuzhu, and Jun Ruyu.
However, the three of them looked absolutely wretched.
Their clothes were in tatters, and they reeked of burnt flesh. Among them, Gu Xiu was the worst off, with a claw mark on his back deep enough to expose the bone. Jun Ruyu was applying medicine to Gu Xiu when, with a clatter, the ointment spilled all over his back.
Ow!
Even someone as composed as Gu Xiu sucked in a sharp breath at that moment. Li Xiuzhu cursed, "You idiot, you poured way too much."
Jun Ruyu retorted, "You don't know a thing.
With a wound this severe, of course I need to use a larger dose so it heals faster." Seeing Yen approach, Jun Ruyu said, "Brother-in-law, we had a rough time just now. The Fire Shao King was chasing us, and it took a fight to the death before we managed to escape." Yen nodded, but inwardly he chuckled. He had already guessed the situation with near certainty. Li Xiuzhu said, "I wonder where the Fire Shao King went.
What if he catches up to us later? How are we supposed to fight him then? He won't be coming back."
"Someone has picked all the sacred spirit fruits, so the Fire Shao King must be busy searching for that person right now."
Gu Xiu gave a self-deprecating smile.
After planning for so long, someone else had slipped through the cracks, and in the end, he'd come away with nothing.
What? The sacred spirit fruits are all gone? Yen's expression shifted several times before he finally accepted the reality. Gu Xiu sighed. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze meeting Yen's, and his eyes lit up. You've broken through to the resident stage?" In an instant, Jun Ruyu and Li Xiuzhu both turned to look.
For a moment, Yen became the center of attention.
What exactly happened? Aren't you going to explain?
Gu Xiu's tone grew dark, and his aura began to rise steadily. After all, the only thing here capable of causing a breakthrough was the Holy Spirit fruit.
Li Xiuzhu's expression also darkened.
Jun Ruyu's eyes darted about, but she said nothing. Yen gave a wry smile and said innocently, "I was already on the verge of breaking through to the resident stage. I was fleeing in a hurry, afraid the Fire Demon King would catch up, so I ate the dried demon beast meat I had with me. That's how I leveled up." Fortunately, he had already prepared an excuse. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu suddenly snapped, "Nonsense!
How old are you?
How could you break through to the resident stage so quickly?" I'm exceptionally talented, the greatest genius Shushan has seen in a century, and it still took me 3 years to reach the resident stage. A barely perceptible gleam flashed in Yen's eyes. He had thought this excuse was airtight as long as he refused to admit it. No one could pin anything on him. He never expected Gu Xiu to say something like that. Chapter 34, Can't Find a Doctor? Try the cook? Yen glanced at Gu Xiu and Li Xiuzhu, explaining it all would be too much trouble. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged within him, and he felt an urge to wipe out everyone in the room. Boss Gu, don't think you're a genius, my brother-in-law is the real genius. You should know that he has only been in the battle realm for half a month, yet he has already broken through several levels in a row. A measly holy spirit fruit can only help you break through one level, right? Jun Ruyu suddenly said. As he spoke, he shot Yen a meaningful glance, then managed to conceal it well. Speaking of that kid Wu Tian, we still haven't been able to get in touch with him. I'd bet 8 out of 10 chances he has run off with the holy spirit fruit, Li Xiuzhu chimed in at that moment. Hearing the two of them speak like this, Gu Xiu finally let go of his suspicions, and his tone softened. I was too hasty. My apologies, young man, Gu Xiu said. The murderous intent in Yen's eyes finally faded. He chuckled, Brother Gu is the one in a million genius. I'm just lucky I happened to come across a few small demon beasts. Gu Xiu laughed along with him. Everyone joined in the laughter. As for what they were truly thinking, only they knew. After a long wait, Situumo walked over, looking dejected. Jun Ruyu asked, What happened? Why are you alone? Where is Li Weining? The others were curious as well. Situumo's expression was somber, his eyes reddened. Weining was swallowed by the void fissure. As he spoke, his eyes betrayed immense pain and deep sorrow. Hearing this, the group sighed in sympathy, being men themselves. They didn't know how to comfort him. The battle realm was a place where every step was fraught with danger, especially in a treacherous place like the Falling Star Valley. The slightest lapse in concentration could lead to death and the annihilation of one's cultivation. They waited for quite some time, but Wu Tian still hadn't returned. Where the hell did that kid go? He not even responding to the communicator. Li Xiuzhu had long since lost his patience. Gu Xiu and the others all agreed that Wu Tian had likely fled with the Holy Spirit fruit. Once we return to the Alliance, I'll personally go to the Star Sea. I'll make them understand that what belongs to Gu Xiu isn't something to be taken so easily, Gu Xiu said with a seething expression. Hearing this, Yen chuckled inwardly. Poor Wu Tian, even in death, he'd be saddled with such a massive blame. We're in trouble, said Situumo without the mist-piercing pearl. How are we supposed to cross the 10,000-fathom mountains? Only then did the others realize this, and one by one, they began cursing Wu Tian, venting their anger from him all the way back to his ancestors 18 generations deep. Gu Xiu said, years ago, when my ancestor returned from the Falling Star Valley, his notes mentioned a crucial piece of information. The miasma in the Wanrun Mountains thins out every 20 years, and this year happens to be that cycle again. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. So, they unanimously decided to first rest at the entrance to Meteor Valley, where they could observe the miasma's condition. Carefully avoiding the spatial fissures, the 5 of them slowly made their way to the valley entrance. Outside, the world was still shrouded in miasma, like a man-eating beast, stretching endlessly. We'll just have to wait for now. They cleared a patch of ground and set up camp. The first day passed. The second day passed. Before they knew it, a week had gone by. If this keeps up, we'll run out of fresh water and food, Jun Ruyu sighed. Meteor Valley was nothing but rolling hills, with no demon beasts or rivers in sight. Gu Xiu was in dire straits. His medicine was exhausted, and without food to replenish his energy, his injuries were healing very slowly. Worst of all, he had been running a high fever since the night before last, and it showed no signs of subsiding. The Fire Shao King's claws carried a rare fire poison. Gu Xiu, once a prodigy of his generation, now looked withered and gaunt, his face completely drained of color. Jun Ruyu was deeply distressed, her mood gloomy. Brother Gu is the elder statesman of our circle. We've known each other for years. I truly don't want to watch him die right before our eyes. Li Xiuzhu sprang to her feet and said, I'll go out and hunt down a couple of demon beasts to feed Brother Gu.
You're crazy.
There is so much toxic mist out there you might die on the way, said Situamo.
Li Xiaozhu turned back, a look of determination in his eyes, and said slowly, emphasizing each word, just like Jun Ruyu, I don't want to watch Brother Gu die like this either. Sometimes, emotions are contagious.
Yen, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up, I'll try to see if I can save Brother Gu.
You've studied medicine, the others exclaimed in surprise. Yen shook his head.
No, my family runs a restaurant.
You're all crazy.
You've all lost your minds, C2MO said, completely at a loss for words. Just then, a weak voice drifted out from inside the tent, let him come in and try.
It was Gu Xiu. Li Xiaozhu snapped, Boss Gu, have you lost your mind too? Can't find a doctor, so you turn to this cook?
I don't have much time left anyway, Gu Xiu said, then fell silent. Every extra word now drained him of immense energy.
Yen stepped into the tent.
Gu Xiu lay on the straw mat the one Yen had given him, still covered with that rose-patterned sheet. He struggled to open his eyes. Seeing Yen approach, he said, Go ahead and treat me.
Don't feel any pressure. Yen nodded. Wait. Gu Xiu shakily pulled a token from his chest and handed it to Yen.
I'm afraid I might not have another chance to speak soon, so there are a few things I'd like to tell you first.
It seemed he had little faith in Yen's medical skills.
This is the demon subduing token of Shushan's demon tower. Whoever holds this token is qualified to receive the legacy of Shushan's ancestors, but it is restricted to those under 30. I am 25 this year. I had planned to try for it in 2 years, but now I fear I won't have the chance. Gu Xiu spoke slowly, then suddenly burst into tears. To bring glory to the Shushan sword sect has been the wish of generations of Shushan. I hope that in your hands, the prestige of Shushan will not be tarnished.
Yen held the demon subduing token.
Though the token was light, the burden on his shoulders felt incredibly heavy.
Why choose me? Yen asked.
Because your sword writing technique bears a hint of the immortal essence.
Gu Xiu said no more after that. A flicker of surprise crossed Yen's face.
The fire demon king combat soul floating in his soul sea began to stir restlessly. Yen opened his palm, and a flame powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth burst forth, making the surrounding air scorching hot.
Are you ready? The firelight cast an incredibly sinister glow on Yen's face. Gu Xiu suddenly found himself transfixed. In that moment, he had the illusion of gazing upon a deity.
After a long while, Yen emerged from the tent, looking exhausted. How did it go? The others gathered around him. Yen shook his head. You should go inside and take a look. Everyone's heart sank as a sense of foreboding washed over them, and one by one, they rushed into the tent. But there they found Gu Xiu lying quietly, eyes closed, his face serene, showing no signs of life.
No! Li Xiaozhu cried out. Chapter 35, You've been arrested.
Li Xiaozhu burst out of the tent and roared, You killed Brother Gu.
Yen said, it was his own choice.
Li Xiaozhu trembled with rage but couldn't find the words, and could only look up at the sky and weep bitterly, Brother Gu, what a tragic death. Suddenly, a foot kicked him in the backside from behind, sending Li Xiaozhu tumbling to the ground.
Who's there?
Li Xiaozhu scrambled to his feet in fury, ready for a fight. I'm not dead yet. Why are you wailing like I'm at my funeral? The man who had kicked him was none other than Gu Xiu. Though still weak, color was gradually returning to Gu Xiu's face clearly. The fire poison had been purged, and his injuries were nearly healed.
Li Xiaozhu stammered, You're already fine?
It's all that brat Yen's fault. He crossed his arms like that, making me misunderstand. Gu Xiu walked up to Yen, looking the 16-year-old straight in the eye, and sighed, I owe you my life. Here, take this back. Yen pulled out the demon sealing talisman again.
Gu Xiu turned away, waving his hand nonchalantly.
Once I, Gu Xiu, give something away, there is absolutely no reason for it to be returned.
Besides, you're better suited for it than I am.
At that moment, Jun Ruyu caught on to what was happening and jumped up in a panic. You sly old fox, Gu Xiu. You've managed to lure Yen away after all.
I've heard of that demonic token. Whoever inherits it will become the next Grandmaster of Shushan.
Although Shushan has existed for thousands of years, it has never produced a Grandmaster, precisely because of a rule established by the ancestors: only the one who obtains the Demon Tower's legacy can inherit the position of Grandmaster. Presumably, the ancient ancestor who established that rule never anticipated that, after his time, Shushan would face a generational gap, with not a single successful candidate emerging. Consequently, the current Shushan has established a council of elders to make decisions on all matters, great and small.
What are you worried about? 1,000 years have passed. How many brilliant Shushan disciples have entered the Demon Tower? Yet the legacy remains safely sealed within the tower. Never mind. I've just recovered from a serious illness. Resting and recuperating is the right thing to do. Gu Xiu left with a smile. Jun Ruyu was thoroughly frustrated. He glared at Yen, who looked completely innocent, and said, "You little rascal, you know medicine too?" "I only know how to cook," Yen replied. "You're even better at putting on a show than I am."
Jun Ruyu grew even more frustrated and walked away in a huff.
Yen was speechless.
He had told the truth. If not for the Fire Shao King's combat soul, which had allowed Gu Xiu's fire poison to return to its source, Gu Xiu would have been on his last breath by now.
3 more days passed, and Gu Xiu's condition continued to improve.
However, their food and fresh water had run out.
Everyone was gaunt and emaciated, their vital energy depleted.
That day, Li Xiuzhu exclaimed in a panic, "Hurry to the valley entrance."
Everyone immediately knew what she meant.
They sprinted over and saw that the miasma outside the valley had thinned. They could even make out the dense forest in the distance and the clouds in the sky.
"Brother-in-law, pack up. Let us go."
Jun Ruyu laughed heartily. He didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place for another minute.
The group quickly gathered their belongings and fled the valley as if escaping a disaster.
"Goodbye, Meteor Valley," they all waved in unison.
Weaving through the dense jungle, they chatted animatedly.
"Once we're back at the Alliance, I'm going to take a bath first, and then I'm going to eat my fill," Li Xiuzhu said.
"You're such a pig," Jun Ruyu said disdainfully.
"I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
Gu Xiuxiu chuckled. "Didn't you sleep all day in the valley too?" "That's different.
How could I sleep soundly in the valley?" "I had to stay on guard at all times," Jun Ruyu said, her face flushing.
Situamo said nothing, but simply joined in the laughter. "Situamo, what are your plans once we get back?" Li Xiuzhu asked.
Situamo paused, his expression somber. "When I return, I will ask my master for forgiveness and hold a proper funeral for Wan Ning."
Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent.
Though they had narrowly escaped death, they had lost a comrade. They had gained a whole new understanding of the dangers of the battle realm.
"I'm afraid you won't be able to go back."
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker. It was none other than Jun Ruyu. At that moment, Jun Ruyu looked extremely serious, without a trace of levity.
Situamo furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?"
Yen also found it very strange. Jun Ruyu now gave off an air of solemnity and gravity. He had never seen him like this before. It seemed something major was about to happen. "In my capacity as captain of the Great Faction's law enforcement squad, I hereby announce that Situamo of the Amaze sect is under arrest for the murder of his fellow sect member Li Weining and 16 disciples of the Great Factions." Jun Ruyu produced a gleaming golden token. Unlike the primitive, rustic demon sealing token, this token radiated boundless righteousness and authority. Everyone stood speechless, their emotions in turmoil. Jun Ruyu's words contained so much information that no one could fully grasp them. Situamo broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Jun Ruyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Wan Ning is my girlfriend. How could I possibly kill her? Don't make such baseless accusations." Jun Ruyu's eyes shone with a brilliant light, his demeanor radiating righteous indignation. "You really won't give up until you're pushed to the brink." He rubbed his hands together, and a phantom bird flew out, circling once in the air before solidifying. Elite tier combat soul, Lynxy bird, pet type. The Lynxy bird chirped a few times. 2 beams of light shot from its eyes, projecting an image into the air. The image gradually took shape, and even sound began to emanate from it.
The moment Li Weiying appeared on the screen, Situ Mo's entire body began to tremble. In the scene, Situ Mo and Li Weiying were running at full speed. "Senior brother, I really can't run any further. Look, the Fire Shao King is chasing us." "Let us rest for a bit," Li Weiying said. Situ Mo pulled a pill from his robe and handed it to her. "Take this Liuhaiyulu pill, and your stamina 1T run out." Li Weiying took it and brought it to her lips, but hesitated, unable to swallow it. Her body was trembling, and so were her hands. "What's wrong?" A hint of ferocity suddenly flashed across Situ Mo's usually gentle face. "Are you afraid the pill is poisoned?" Li Weiying looked at him intently, then, without further hesitation, swallowed the pill. "Senior brother, I know this isn't the Six Harmonies Jade Dew pill, it's the soul-shattering death pill. I also know that Wu Tian from the Starsea sold this to you." Li Weiying smiled, though her smile carried a touch of sorrow. "What? You know all of this?" Situ Mo was extremely surprised, yet showed no remorse. "I also know that you killed 16 disciples of the Great Factions and are the Demon Prince, ranked 20th on the Great Factions list of life and death," Li Weiying said. Upon hearing the words Demon Prince, the cold, menacing look in Situ Mo's eyes finally shifted. The list of life and death was a bounty list issued by the Great Factions, containing the names of over 1,000 members of evil sects who had killed Great Factions disciples. Chapter 36, Playing the Part. These villains were all incredibly brutal, especially the top 20, who all possessed strength at the resident stage or above. Even if the young geniuses of the sect encountered them, victory was by no means guaranteed. "How did you know?" asked Situ Mo. 18 years ago, when your father brought you back to the sect as a child, I sensed you were different from the others. You were reclusive and diligent. Your achievements are plain for all to see. You've become one of MA's most brilliant prodigies. But I know you're not satisfied. Ambition has always burned in your eyes. You took on the guise of the Demon Prince, plundering resources from the disciples of the Great Factions at will, doing anything to grow stronger. Just as you were cold toward me at first, yet later pursued me relentlessly. You wanted to become my father's direct disciple, and even the Grandmaster of MA. But when my father refused our marriage, I knew you'd strike against me sooner or later. The soul-shattering life-seeking pill isn't poison, but it will rob me of my senses, leaving me to obey your every command. I don't want to become a living puppet, nor do I want to harm father, so..." Tears welled in Li Weiying's eyes. She walked to a rift in the void, turned back, and offered a heartbreakingly beautiful smile. "Senior brother, I like you, but I also love father. I hope that when you take control of MA in the future, you will spare him." With that, she leaped into the void fissure, radiating the radiance of her final moments. A brilliant light erupted from the void fissure, and after a moment, it fell completely silent. A flicker of emotion stirred within Situ Mo's heart. Did he regret what he had done? Perhaps, just before Li Weiying's death, a fleeting trace of regret had crossed his mind, but it was quickly overshadowed by ambition. "I, Situ Mo, am destined to stand at the pinnacle. All of you are merely stepping stones for me," he muttered to himself, walking away without looking back. The scene abruptly ended there. The Lynxy bird transformed into a streak of light and returned to Junryu's sleeve. Only Yen whistled in admiration. This pet was practically a mobile camera, so convenient. But the expressions of the others were quite different. Li Xiaoju's mouth hung wide open, his face still frozen in disbelief. Gu Shou wasn't much better off. He, too, looked utterly stunned. What a beast! Is he even human? He'd drive his own girlfriend to her death. Yen sighed. He had voiced what everyone was thinking. "Situ Mo, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you have anything to say?" Junryu said coldly. Situ Mo's expression shifted several times before he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Li Xiaoju, I really don't understand how you think. Have you forgotten who was behind the 2 commander-tier demon beasts that hunted you down back then? Now, your enemy stands right before you. Are you really willing to just stand here and watch him walk away?" Situ Mo said, pointing at Junryu. "Damn it, you're such a bastard. Trying to stir up trouble even as you face death?" Junryu cursed.
However, Li Xiuju's expression had completely changed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a menacing glare, he strode toward Jun Ruyu. You two, there's a time and place for settling scores. Don't forget the situation we're in right now, Gu Xiu suddenly interjected. Boss Gu, this is a grudge between the two of us. You'd better stay out of it, Li Xiuju said coldly. Yan sensed the tension in the air, drew his long sword, and braced himself. Brother-in-law, don't make a move. Matters between men must be settled by ourselves, Jun Ruyu said, his face set with resolve. Damn, my brother-in-law, how come I never noticed you had such backbone before? Yan was completely speechless. Li Xiuju suddenly charged forward. He was a massive figure, barreling straight at Jun Ruyu like a raging giant tiger, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Jun Ruyu also spread his arms wide between his palms, faint black and white energies swirled in a yin-yang pattern. The battle was about to erupt. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Yan nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Li Xiuju had pounced like a hungry tiger, landing right in front of Jun Ruyu. And he actually gave Jun Ruyu a huge hug? The next moment, the two looked at each other and laughed, clasping each other's hands tightly, looking quite intimate. You really nailed that act, Li Xiuju laughed. Jun Ruyu shook his head, it was still a bit off. I almost broke character and laughed several times. It was your goofy, clueless vibe that made it so convincing. Just playing myself. The two burst into laughter, while the others exchanged bewildered glances. It was then that Jun Ruyu turned to him and said, Situmo, do you really think that during the last trial, I set Li Xiuju up so he'd be chased by two commander-tier demon beasts? But why don't you ask yourself, how did Li Xiuju survive? Indeed, why indeed? That was a situation where death was certain. Stuemo suddenly realized something, and his blood ran cold, so that was all a ruse? You saved Li Xiuju? Li Xiuju chuckled as he slung his arm around Jun Ruyu's shoulder. It was dangerous back then, but we were fully prepared. The chase by those two commander-tier beasts was staged by us. Tang Xiaoyu and I have always been brothers who die for each other. So you used that incident to create the illusion that the two of you were sworn enemies. Gu Xiu had figured it out as well. Jun Ruyu nodded. That's right. It was all for this trip to Meteor Valley. We had to plan every step meticulously to ensure C2MOS capture. So you've been plotting against me since that very moment, C2MOS expression flickered, finally settling into a bitter smile. Heaven's net is vast but never misses its mark. It's just a pity about Li Weining. Now that it's 4 against 1, C2MO, you're finished. Surrender peacefully, Jun Ruyu said. Gu Xiu and Yan were at a loss for words. Since when had they become Jun Ruyu's enforcers? A flicker of madness flashed in C2MO's eyes as he sneered, though I may not be able to defeat you, you're dreaming if you think you can trap me. Jun Ruyu, do you know why the world calls me the Demon Prince? A look of confusion flashed across Jun Ruyu's face, then he suddenly shouted, oh no! Quick, grab him! A vast wave of black light surged from C2MO's body, enveloping him tightly. Before long, a menacing single horn emerged from the black mist, followed by sharp 5 clawed paws and 2 long bone wings. C2MO had actually transformed into a bizarre demonic creature. What the hell is this combat soul? Yen exclaimed in shock. The opponent's aura was simply too overwhelming. Stuemo now bore not a single trace of human form, though his icy gaze remained as cold and unyielding as ever. In the next instant, he flapped his bone wings, stirring up endless black mist that swept toward the group. Cough, cough. Everyone scrambled out of the black mist, only to see that C2MO had already shot skyward, transforming into a black streak of light as he soared through the heavens. You 1T, get away. Jun Ruyu flicked her long sleeves. Her entire body was bathed in divine light, as if she were about to unleash some hidden trump card. Chapter 37, Above the Monarch Tier? At that moment, the distant sky flickered with an eerie glow. Yen stared at the sky, his expression suddenly turning pale. He hurriedly stopped Jun Ruyu, don't go after it. I am a member of the Great Faction's law enforcement squad. It is my duty to pursue criminals.
Jun Ryu declared passionately. Damn it!
Yen nearly twisted his back from that line. Just then, the spot in the sky where the strange light had been blooming suddenly shifted, revealing its true form. It was actually a massive, blood-red maw. With a single roar, Situamo, who had been soaring through the air just a moment ago, was swallowed whole by the maw. Immediately afterward, the maw's true form gradually came into view, spreading from top to bottom, inch by inch.
Everyone was stunned.
In an instant, all sense of righteousness vanished from Jun Ryu's face. He screamed at the top of his lungs, what a huge snake! The creature that had swallowed Stu Mo was none other than a 100-meter-tall serpent. Its head was colossal, resembling a small mountain, with a pair of triangular eyes that shone with an eerie brilliance. It was these very eyes that had emitted that strange light in the sky moments before.
Bathed in sunlight, the scales covering the giant serpent's body were clearly visible, thick and hard.
It stood there like a skyscraper, or a monarch on a royal inspection, making everyone feel utterly insignificant.
The crowd was so terrified their legs went weak.
But the next moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Beside the giant serpent stood several mountain peaks, soaring into the clouds, which suddenly cracked open with a thunderous roar. In an instant, boulders tumbled down and debris rained from the sky, shaking the entire mountain range as if the heavens were collapsing. Several people lost their footing and collapsed to the ground in terror.
Is this an earthquake? The thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously.
It took a long while for the shaking to stop. Everyone scrambled to their feet in a disheveled state, only to be stunned by what they saw. Beside the giant serpent, several identical giant serpents had appeared, each with a ferocious head and a body 100 meters long. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the tips of their tails were all connected, deeply embedded in the ground.
1, 2, 3, 8.
There are 8 giant serpents in total, Li Xiuzhu exclaimed in shock.
8? Guxiu's face turned ashen. My ancestor's notes seem to mention that when the miasma dissipated, snake-shaped clouds were once seen in the sky.
What clouds? Your ancestor saw this very giant snake. It can damn well turn invisible.
Jun Ryu shouted. Could this be the Yamata no Orochi, the legendary creature? Guxiu asked.
What tier is it?
Yen asked. I don't know.
Humans haven't yet discovered any demon beasts above the monarch tier, Guxiu replied. Just then, one of the giant snakes twisted its head. Its spindle-shaped pupils contracted, suddenly flashing a cold light as it reached toward them.
Run! Everyone mustered every ounce of strength and sprinted forward.
They didn't dare to fly with 7 snakes in the sky and 1 on the ground. Running was the safer option. The snake's head was incredibly hard, knocking ancient trees aside one after another and violently plowing through the earth, its momentum ferocious and unstoppable.
Split up! Yen shouted. The others understood and scattered in different directions.
The snake's head halted its movement, then raised its head and let out a shrill hiss. The other giant snakes nodded, lowered their bodies, and began chasing the humans below. With their wide field of vision and commanding vantage point, they could see every move the humans made. As the group sprinted, they saw 1 or 2 giant snakes following each of them from behind, and their hearts nearly leapt out of their chests. Yen had already summoned the iron-horn wild ox. The beast charged forward without pause, its sharp horns plowing through every obstacle in its path. But the giant snake was simply too fast. Damn it, it's out to kill us, Yen thought, a surge of determination welling up inside him.
I'm not running anymore. I'll fight it to the death.
The iron-horned barbarian ox slammed on the brakes and swerved sharply as Yen drew his longsword. A massive serpent's head burst from the depths of the dense forest, letting out a deafening hiss as it lunged at Yen, barreling forward like a high-speed train. As the serpent's head closed in, Yen could even see the fangs bared in its mouth and felt the stench of blood in the air.
Die!
Yen leaped into the air, raised his long sword, and slashed down along the snake's jawline. A sizzling flash of electricity erupted, leaving only a long gash, not even a drop of blood spilled.
Yen's face paled. If he couldn't even break through its defenses, how was he supposed to fight?
He clapped his palms together, sending the long sword soaring into the sky. It circled once in midair before plunging viciously toward the snake's eye. The giant serpent seemed to sense the threat. A flash of lightning appeared in its eyes, and it instinctively shut them. There was a loud thud. The flying sword struck the serpent as closed eyelids and was deflected. Yen clenched his fists in frustration. If my sword were just a bit sharper, even with its eyes closed, I could have pierced its eyelids. The roars of the other giant snakes echoed from the distance. Yen's heart sank. If the snakes gathered in force, he'd likely stand no chance. In his desperation, a flash of inspiration struck him. The Holy Spirit fruit could raise a person's level by 1. Could it also evolve the combat soul? The moment this bold thought crossed his mind, Yen's heart began pounding wildly. If so, the benefits would be unimaginable. Yen withdrew his flying sword into his palm, took out another Holy Spirit fruit, and, gazing at the crystal-clear fruit, placed it on the wooden sword without hesitation. Instantly, a divine light burst forth. Elite Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul has absorbed the Holy Spirit fruit, meeting the evolution requirements, and has upgraded to Commander Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul. A voice filled with delight rang out. Yen was overjoyed. He picked up the evolved wooden sword. The sword's appearance hadn't changed much, but its already substantial blade now looked even more substantial, with golden light flowing across it, dazzling to the eye. As he gripped the long sword, a far more immense and surging sword intent surged through him, etching itself deeply into Yen's mind. The Heavenly Gangs and Earthly Slasher sword formation? And a lightning attribute divine ability? Yen was overjoyed. Just like the last evolution, this time the Lightning Wood Combat Soul had brought a sword formation, as well as a divine ability called the Lightning Escape Technique. Previously, the lightning attribute of the wooden sword could paralyze an enemy's body and movements, but Yen usually sliced through them with a single stroke, never needing to use the lightning at all. However, the divine ability brought this time should enhance his agility, exactly the kind of combat technique Yen had been lacking. At that moment, the giant serpent was still hissing and flickering its tongue, clearly preparing to dive down and launch another round of attacks. Yen tossed his wooden sword into the air and roared, "Heavenly stems and earthly branches sword formation!" The long sword, attuned to his will, immediately suspended itself in midair and began spinning wildly. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8 until finally, it had transformed into a full 108 flying swords, standing firm in the sky. This number perfectly corresponded to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Over 100 flying swords circled in the air, their momentum overwhelming, like soldiers poised for battle. And the commander of this army was none other than the 16-year-old youth standing on the ground. Yen. Chapter 38, Escape from the Wanren Mountains. Yen pointed a finger at the giant serpent. Instantly, all the flying swords emitted a series of buzzing sounds, swarming toward the serpent's head like a deluge. The sky was filled with a chaotic swirl of sword shadows, their edges terrifyingly sharp. The giant serpent roared, about to strike, but in the next instant, it was engulfed by the vast swarm of swords. Countless piercing sounds rang out, and the thunderous roar echoed across the sky, shaking the very fabric of space. When the sword shadows finally dissipated, the sight above startled Yen. There stood the 100-meter-long serpent, all alone, its head completely gone. Such was the terrifying power of the sword formation's strike. A gust of wind swept past, and the massive serpent's body tilted, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. It instantly crushed countless ancient trees, sending rocks flying and leaves scattering everywhere. The earth trembled in its wake. Yen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gaze brimming with indescribable exhilaration. At that moment, the remaining 7 serpent heads ceased their pursuit, regrouping together and remaining motionless. That was terrifying. What just happened? Junryu and the others ran over to join Yen. "I severed one of the snake's heads," Yen said calmly. The others were startled by Yen's words. How had Yen managed to do that against such a formidable Yamata no Orochi? For a moment, everyone reassessed Yen's strength. At that moment, the 7 giant serpents loomed overhead, glaring malevolently down at the dense forest. Their enormous snake eyes shone like searchlights, casting a chilling glow that filled everyone with dread. With a thunderous roar, all 7 serpents opened their massive jaws simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of toxic miasma that surged forth like a raging flood.
Run! The four of them wasted no time and fled for their lives.
Judging by the way they were sprinting, it seemed as though they were drawing on every ounce of strength they ever possessed. After what felt like an eternity, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Li Xiaozhu, seeing a glimmer of hope, roared, "We've escaped the Wanren Mountains." The moment they broke free of the mountain range, Li Xiaozhu shot forward like a bullet, crashing straight into the ground. "I don't want to get up, it feels so good to embrace the earth." Just as Li Xiaozhu was musing, he suddenly let out a cry of pain as someone landed on top of him. "Embracing you feels pretty good too," Jun Ruyu said with a grin. "Get lost!" Li Xiaozhu snapped angrily. Having left the Wanren Mountains, they looked at the miasma in the distance, now shrunk to a tiny speck. It seemed the miasma wouldn't spread to the foot of the mountains anytime soon. "So the miasma of the Wanren Mountains all comes from the Yamata no Orochi," Gu Xiaodao remarked. "That demon beast must be above the monarch tier," Jun Ruyu said, still shaken. "Yamata no Orochi, just you wait. One day, I'll come back to settle the score." No sooner had Li Xiaozhu finished speaking than he was met with a wave of disdain from the group. Of all the members, Yan had gained the most from this journey through the Wanren Mountains and the Meteor Valley, yet they had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Behind every gain lay a life or death crisis. "Brother-in-law, we're setting out for Taiha Palace immediately. What are your plans?" Jun Ruyu asked. Yan rode atop the ox's back. The sunlight streamed down, casting a dazzling golden halo around him, as if he were bathed in divine light. "I'm heading back to Zhixiao Palace to keep my appointment," Yan said, waving his hand and patting the ox's head. The iron-horned wild ox let out a low moo and set off toward the north. Jun Ruyu, Li Xiaozhu, and Gu Xiao stood side by side, watching Yan disappear completely from view. "You're just going to let him go like that?" "I'm becoming more and more convinced that he has taken all the Holy Spirit fruits," Li Xiaozhu said, his gaze sharp, all traces of his earlier despondency gone. "His power is too great, and he has improved too quickly. I think Wu Tian died at his hands as well," Gu Xiao said. Hey, what has gotten into you two?" "He is my brother-in-law. You're not allowed to use the Alliance's power to force the issue. As for how to get the Holy Spirit fruit from him, that depends on what price you're willing to pay," Jun Ruyu said. Li Xiaozhu and Gu Xiao exchanged a glance and snapped, "He'll definitely give you one for free when the time comes." Jun Ruyu laughed triumphantly, but the more he laughed, the more uneasy he felt. His brother-in-law was notoriously greedy. Let us rewind to half a month ago. Deep within the mountains in the northwest of the Alliance lay a hidden fortress, shrouded year-round in thick mist and unknown to the outside world. In the fortress's main hall stood an immense statue of a monstrous serpent. Surprisingly, a pair of long wings extended from its back, as if it were capable of soaring through the clouds. The serpent flickered its crimson tongue, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust and emitting flecks of red light. It looked as if it were alive. A silver-haired middle-aged man was meditating beneath the statue, his body enveloped in emerald green mist. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the floor around him was riddled with gaping, jagged holes clearly corroded away by a potent toxin. The man's aura was unfathomably profound. He was none other than Wu Jixuan, the patriarch of the Starsea sect. Suddenly, behind him, a lamp burning with an eerie blue flame flickered erratically before abruptly going out. "It's Tian'er, his primordial soul lamp has gone out." Wu Jixuan's face first betrayed shock, then twisted in agony. "Who killed my Tian'er?" Wu Jixuan flicked his sleeve. As if held by an invisible hand, the primordial soul lamp floated into his grasp. Wu Jixuan performed some secret technique. The lamp, which had been extinguished, suddenly blazed brightly, its flames surging. In the light, a face twisted beyond recognition gradually emerged. It was Wu Tian. Father, I died such a horrible death. You must avenge me." A heart-wrenching wail rang out from the flames. Wu Jixuan closed his eyes and said painfully, "Tian'er, I can feel the agony you endured before you died. It was as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at your heart. Tell me quickly, who killed you?" The flames flickered and shifted, suddenly transforming to reveal a 16-year-old boy. The boy was strikingly handsome, yet his eyes held an extraordinary resolve. It was Yan. Tianer, I once infused a strand of your soul energy into the soul lamp, which is why it can record everything that happened before your death. It seems this boy is the one who killed you.
Wu Jixuan strained to decipher the information the soul lamp was conveying. Zhixiao Palace Yen, is it?
Wu Jixuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. I will slaughter this yen with my own hands and use his head to honor my Tianer's memory. At that moment, an elder in black robes standing nearby spoke up. Sect Master, Zhixiao Palace is several months' journey from your Jingle Palace. Why not summon a disciple stationed there to slay this youth?
Wu Jixuan flicked his sleeve and said, It matters not.
This time, I shall draw upon the power of the soaring serpent. Such a distance is nothing. Upon hearing the words soaring serpent, the black-robed elder seemed to recall some terrifying entity, and his face paled.
Boom!
The statue of the monstrous serpent in the hall, as if summoned, began to sway with its rigid body. It had actually come to life. With wings sprouting from its back and a hideous, fearsome visage, it was none other than the soaring serpent.
Chapter 39, This is our pact.
Wu Jixuan lightly pushed off the ground and leaped onto the Tingshe's head. The serpent was so immense that, upon its revival, it nearly filled the entire hall, and a soul-stirring power surged out from it. The black-robed elder trembled with fear and knelt on the ground. Farewell, Sect Master.
Farewell, Lord Tingshe.
The soaring serpent let out a hiss, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky with Wu Jixuan, moving at an astonishing speed as they flew directly into the hall's teleportation array. A flash of white light, and they vanished.
Fast forward to the present.
Yen made it back to Zhixiao Palace safely. After teleporting back to school, Yen opened his phone from his locker and saw that he had dozens of missed calls. Apart from Xiaoyu, the name that appeared most frequently was Tang S. Yen hurriedly called back.
Mu. Yen.
Tang's voice came through quickly, his teeth clenched. Even through the screen, Yen could sense Tang's anger.
Can you give me a chance to explain?
Yen asked.
I'll wait for you at the school gate. Tang hung up as soon as she finished speaking.
Yen rushed over as fast as he could. Sure enough, at the school's main gate, a stunning young woman was leaning against a shuttle. It was Tang.
Honey.
Having not seen Tang for a fortnight, Yen was overjoyed. He hopped into the passenger seat without a second thought. Get out of here, Tang said, giving him a shove.
She wanted to shoo him away the moment they met?
Yen played the stubborn fool. I'm not getting out. Tang was at a loss for words. You're a guy, after all.
I can't be the one driving you around all the time. So she wasn't actually mad.
Yen felt a little better and gave a wry smile, but I've never gotten a shuttle license. Tang rolled her eyes at him. Who said you have to drive a shuttle?
Can you ride a bike?
As Yen stared blankly, Tang pulled a folding bicycle out of the trunk. The summer breeze blew gently, as tender as a lover's touch.
The bicycle rolled along the wide asphalt road.
Since Xiangnan High School was located in the suburbs, there was little traffic around, and the surroundings were very peaceful. Yen's cycling skills were actually quite good. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon him, casting a hazy halo around him. Tang gazed at his crisp white shirt and broad shoulders, her expression somewhat dazed. It was only after a long while that an inexplicable emotion began to well up within her. She suddenly raised her slender hand, grabbed Yen's shirt collar, and gently rested her head against his back.
The bike slowed down instantly.
Yen was about to turn around when a voice stopped him.
Just focus on riding.
Oh, Yen said. The young couple savored the quiet moment, with only a gentle breeze rustling in their ears.
Yen suddenly recalled a line from a song. I've breathed the evening breeze you've breathed. Does that count as an embrace? They arrived at the entrance of the small restaurant. Isn't tomorrow the day of your do or die match? Tang asked.
Yen nodded. Close your eyes.
What?
Yen's heart immediately began racing, as if a small drum were pounding against his chest.
Could it be a kiss? Isn't that how it always plays out in TV dramas?
Yen was swept into a blissful daze, and he began to wonder whether his toothpaste was orange-scented or mint-scented.
Oh no!
Yen jolted awake.
He just returned from the battle realm and hadn't brushed his teeth yet today. Oh my god, Yen was on the verge of a breakdown. This was his first time he absolutely couldn't leave Tang with a bad impression. After much deliberation, Yen made a momentous decision. He suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Tang. Instantly, a hint of irritation flashed across Tang's brow. Who told you to open your eyes? No, wait a second. I'll just go brush my teeth and be right back. It'll be quick, really quick. Yen was already rambling. Brush what teeth? Tang's lively eyes fluttered, and as if suddenly remembering something, her face turned bashful. Yen, you bastard. Tang's voice made Yen's head buzz. Yen looked disappointed. I was overthinking it. Tang took off the jade pendant she was wearing and slipped it around Yen's neck. Isn't this the jade pendant your mother left you? Yen was startled. Having grown up with Tang, he naturally knew how important this pendant was to her. Tang gazed at the pendant with deep affection, then looked up and smiled. My mother was the kindest person in the whole world. She used to watch over me from heaven, and now she is watching over both of us. Yen was deeply moved, his eyes welling up slightly. My love. Surprisingly, Tang didn't hit him this time. She simply said, tomorrow, you must survive. The Jade Void Palace is too far from the Purple Mist Palace, I can't go there myself. Tomorrow night, I'll wait for you at school. Okay. I promise. That's our deal, Yen said. The two hooked their fingers together, just like they used to when they were kids. The next morning, Yen teleported to the battle realm. Zhixiao Palace was exceptionally bustling today. People were flowing through the place non-stop. Yen scanned the crowd and suddenly spotted a slender figure, pulling him out of the crowd. Xiao Yeye, is today some kind of special occasion? The slender youth was none other than Yen's good friend, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was speechless. Man, isn't Zhixiao Palace this crowded today all because of you? It's just a life or death duel. It can't be that big of a deal. Yen was thoroughly puzzled. He wasn't a celebrity, how could this cause such a stir? The thing is, you're biting off more than you can chew. A newbie who has just entered the battle realm dares to challenge a high-level warrior stage fighter? That's such a huge draw, it's practically attracting reporters. Xiao Yu spoke without a filter, completely oblivious to Yen's feelings. Yen cleared his throat. Only then did Xiao Yu stop, and he immediately adopted a serious tone. Bro Yen, let us be honest, we should just surrender. Losing an elite tier combat soul is better than losing our lives. Xiao Yu's face was filled with concern. Surrender? Are you kidding me? I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Yen chuckled and slung his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder. Come on, let us head to the battle arena. Xiao Yu knew Yen's temperament. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind. She could only sigh inwardly. May the goddess of fortune smile upon my brother. At that moment, the martial arena was packed to the brim. This magnificent structure could hold at least several 100,000 people, a veritable marvel. Row upon row of spectator seats, from the bottom all the way up, were filled to capacity. If he hadn't known better, Yen would have wondered if some grand festival was being held today. It seemed as though the entire Purple Sky Palace had turned out. Brother Yen! Zhao Xiaofeng waved cheerfully from the stands. Colorful flags fluttered around him, and he was followed by 7 or 8 people. On either side, people held a long banner that read, Yen must win. Yen must win. Yen must win. Chapter 40, Yen's Merciless Battle. Yen was actually taken aback by the spectacle Zhao Xiaofeng had put together. Zhao Xiaofeng was really going all out. He even paid out of his own pocket to hire a group of people to cheer for Yen. He reasoned that even though Yen's chances were slim, at least they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. However, Zhao Xiaofeng and his group stood out like a sore thumb in the crowd. When the others saw Yen enter the arena, they all looked down on him with disdain, waiting to see him humiliated, as if he were a lamb led to the slaughter. Some went so far as to boo Yen outright. That guy named Yen, are you in such a hurry to die? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror, ha ha ha.
I've seen people who bite off more than they can chew, but never anyone this delusional, heh.
Yeah, just give up already.
If you surrender early, maybe Big Brother Yen might spare your life, ha ha ha. The mocking voices rang out incessantly. However, Yen paid them no mind after all, he had heard such remarks his entire life.
Just then, a young man in his 20s walked over, dressed in an opulent brocade robe.
His gaze was gentle, yet he exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. When he appeared, the entire crowd was stunned, and countless eyes turned toward him, as if wherever he walked, that place instantly became the center of attention.
The man was none other than the heir apparent of the Zhongbei group, Bei Johan. In fact, many young women let out squeals of adoration.
Yen's lazy gaze slowly turned serious, though only just a little. "Long time no see," Bei Johan said with a smile. No matter how much prejudice Yen held against him, he had to admit that Bei Johan was incredibly charismatic. That smile radiated warmth, making him instantly more likable.
Still, Yen replied lazily, "It's only been a month." Bei Johan kept smiling. "Do you remember my invitation from last time? It's still standing."
Yen replied,
"But my answer remains the same as before. That's a shame." "I'm desperate for talent," Bei Johan said with feigned regret.
Yen gave a cold laugh and suddenly uttered a remark that sent a chill down Bei Johan's spine. "So, it turns out the Bei family doesn't just covet other people's businesses, you're just as desperate for talent."
Bei Johan's pupils contracted, and he froze in place, stunned for several seconds.
By the time he came to his senses, Yen had already strode confidently onto the central life and death arena.
Bei Johan gazed thoughtfully at his retreating figure, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
He turned as well, climbing the steps one by one until he reached the highest tier of the stands, where he sat, gazing down like an emperor. "I, too, am curious to see just how far the child who was cast out all those years ago has come," Bei Johan murmured, stroking his chin lightly, as if awaiting a spectacular show. On the life and death arena, Yen Wuching had been waiting for quite some time. Clad in black combat gear, his gaze was sharp and piercing. "I'll make you regret the decision you made a month ago," Yen Wuching said with a cruel smile.
Yen gave Yen Wuching a deep, piercing look.
It was this man who had dealt him the first major defeat of his life after he entered the battle realm. Most importantly, he had swindled 300,000 alliance coins from him. For Yen, this was utterly intolerable. "Consider those 300,000 alliance coins the price for your life," Yen said coldly.
Yen Wuching flew into a rage.
As a high-rank warrior stage cultivator, to be spoken to in such a manner by another warrior stage cultivator was an utter disgrace. "Rest assured, I won't kill you so quickly. I'll torture you slowly, making you taste every agonizing punishment in the world." Yen Wuching flipped his wrist, and a long whip as black as ink materialized. A month ago, Yen had been whipped by that very whip, leaving behind deep, bloody gashes. The excruciating, bone-piercing pain was still vivid in his memory. "I'll see just where a mere warrior stage like you gets the nerve to challenge me."
Yen Wuching lashed out with the whip.
Instantly, it split into 7 or 8 whipping shadows, causing the air to crackle with each strike, its power terrifying.
"Ha ha ha, that kid-ass as good as dead.
Yen Wuching's going to whip him to death."
A warrior stage against a high-rank warrior stage? Yen's as good as dead either way.
Brothers, don't go bragging. Otherwise, this time next year, the grass on your grave will be as tall as Yen's. The crowd below buzzed with gossip, their eyes filled with mockery as they looked at Yen as if he were already dead. Just as the whip was about to leave a deep, bloody gash on Yen's body, suddenly, Yen raised his hand lightly. That's right, he raised his right hand in a leisurely, unhurried manner. The movement was so slow and casual, as if he didn't take the whip seriously at all.
But in the next instant, everyone was stunned.
That miraculous right hand had, unbelievably, caught the oncoming whip. Yen Wuching's whip was both swift and vicious. Even a bull standing right before him could be knocked unconscious with a single lash. The power of a high-level warrior stage was truly terrifying.
Yet such a ferocious whip had actually been caught by Yen, a mere warrior stage? Everyone was thrown into a frenzy.
Yen Wuching was filled with a mix of shock and rage. He instinctively yanked the whip back, but as he pulled, he made a terrifying discovery. The whip felt as if it were trapped in a steel band, not budging an inch.
Where did this kid get such incredible strength? Yan Wuqing thought to himself.
Yan loosened his grip slightly, and the whip shot back with a whoosh, moving at incredible speed. With a loud thud, the whip's tail slammed into Yan Wuqing's face, knocking him flat to the ground.
Whoa! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. To be the one wielding the whip and fail to land a blow, only to be knocked down by the opponent, what a tremendous humiliation.
Yan Wuqing's face burned with pain, but the frustration in his heart was even more intense.
How could this kid be so bizarre? In the stands, Bei Johan's calm gaze finally rippled with unease. A sense of foreboding descended upon him.
Thank goodness I transferred my commander tier combat soul to Yan Wuqing.
To be on the safe side, Bei Johan had made preparations in advance. Yan Wuqing took a deep breath.
Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. He had to give it his all. Suddenly, Yan Wuqing's form began to swell. His entire body transformed into a colossal lion over 8 meters long and over 4 meters tall. The giant lion was entirely golden, with a pair of fangs as sharp as long swords, radiating a cold, piercing glow. It was the Commander Tier Golden Sword Lion Combat Soul, a fusion type. The moment the Golden Sword Lion appeared, it filled nearly half the arena.
Its imposing presence was so overwhelming that anyone who laid eyes on it felt instantly insignificant and powerless. Oh? A lion?
Yan had never seen a lion-type demon beast before, and this piqued his interest, though only slightly.
Roar!
The Golden Sword Lion roared toward the heavens, its sound waves sweeping in all directions and shaking the entire arena, appearing truly majestic. Yan's stunning performance moments ago had already won over Zhao Xiaofang and Xiaoyu, but the appearance of the Golden Sword Lion caused their delight to vanish in an instant. Yan summoned his wooden sword and walked step by step toward the Golden Sword Lion, the long blade dragging along the ground and trailing a trail of fiery sparks.
Chapter 41. Did you ever imagine this day would come?
The Golden Sword Lion pounced, its claws slamming down viciously, intent on crushing Yan to death. However, electric arcs flickered across Yan's body, thunder roared, and he vanished from beneath the Golden Sword Lion's claws. The next moment, a flash of lightning split the void behind the Golden Sword Lion, and Yan emerged from the lightning as if bathed in it.
Thunder escape technique.
As soon as Yan reappeared, he raised his long sword high and brought it down with a fierce swing, as if the sword of judgment had descended.
A fierce sword light instantly engulfed the Golden Sword Lion.
A series of sounds echoed as flesh was pierced. In the blink of an eye, Yan had left 7 or 8 bloody gashes on the Golden Sword Lion's body, from which blood gushed out in a shocking display. The Golden Sword Lion let out an agonized howl as its combat soul energy dissipated, and Yan Wuqing returned to human form. However, his current situation was dire. His body bore several sword gashes, and his breath was faint and labored. Yan sheathed his long sword, a faint sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. Is that all?
You!
Yan Wuqing glared at Yan, yet could not utter a single word. He had been utterly shaken today. Even after unleashing all his techniques, he had proven no match for Yan. What was even more terrifying was that Yan didn't even seem to be trying. He had defeated him with the slightest effort. In that moment, all of Yan Wuqing's pride crumbled.
What rank are you, exactly?
Yan Wuqing asked, his voice trembling with both shock and rage.
Yan chuckled. Take a guess.
He walked slowly toward him, staring at Yan Wuqing with a smirk.
What do you want?
Facing this 16-year-old boy, Yan Wuqing felt fear for the first time.
Only then did Yan's smile fade completely. He said coldly, when you humiliated me back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? The fear in Yan Wuqing's eyes grew. In a dizzying flurry of movements, Yan dislocated every joint in Yan Wuqing's limbs. The entire combat arena echoed with Yan Wuqing's agonized screams.
In the stands, everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
Regardless of how they had viewed Yan before, at that moment, he had become their absolute nightmare. This kid is too ruthless. He must never be provoked. Everyone silently warned themselves. Bei Johan's brow furrowed even deeper.
Though he didn't care about Yan Wuqing's life, he cared deeply about the Commander Tier Combat Soul. If Yan killed someone, the Combat Soul would dissipate. At this thought, he suddenly stood up and declared in a loud voice, Brother Yan, please spare my subordinate's life.
All eyes in the room turned toward him once more, and Bei Johan became the center of attention once again. They would never have dreamed that Bei Johan would personally intercede on Yan Wuching's behalf.
Young Master Bei values the lives of his own men so highly. As this thought flashed through their minds, Bei Johan's stature in their eyes grew even greater. But these people had no idea that what Bei Johan truly cared about was the combat soul he had transferred to Yan Wuching.
Upon hearing Bei Johan's plea, Yan said, "What if I insist on killing him?"
His tone was so icy that it felt as though one had been plunged into a freezer.
Bei Johan paused for a moment before saying, "You should know the strength of the Jianbei group. If you kill our people, you will be at war with all of Jianbei. We."
Suddenly, Yan flicked his right hand, and a long sword shot skyward. With a buzzing hum, it transformed into a dazzling streak of light and slashed directly toward him. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword hovered above Bei Johan's head, like the guillotine blade on an execution block, ready to strike at any moment.
"Say another word."
Yan spat out, each syllable heavy with intent.
His aura surged relentlessly, a terrifying pressure radiating outward like detonated explosives.
Instantly, an aura capable of crushing everything descended upon the stands. Everyone was pressed down until they could barely breathe, as if their throats were being squeezed.
"This is resident stage." Someone blurted out, the words sweeping through the crowd like a whirlwind.
For a moment, everyone was deeply stirred.
A resident stage this young? My God, I've witnessed a miracle.
No wonder he dared to challenge Yan Wuching. It's as easy as a father beating his son.
I'm switching idols from now on. Yan is just too cool.
Zhao Xiaofeng and Xiao Yu exchanged incredulous glances.
After a long moment, Xiao Yu gave a wry smile.
"Don't look at me, I have no idea when he advanced either." After a moment of silence, Zhao Xiaofeng suddenly roared, "My brother Yan is the best. I'm sticking with him from now on."
Just as everyone was caught up in the frenzy, up in the stands, Bei Johan was far from at ease.
Mainly because that flying sword was still hovering right above his head. Yan Wuching, who had been screaming in agony on the stage, suddenly fell silent, his face deathly pale. He never would have dreamed that the rookie he bullied a month ago had now become someone he looked up to. Just as Yan stopped hiding his level and unleashed a fierce burst of aura, Yan Wuching's mind completely shattered. He was literally scared to death. If he could turn back time, he would never have provoked Yan. A combat soul rose slowly and drifted toward Yan.
The life or death duel has ended. The winner is Yan. The reward is Yan Wuching's elite tier combat soul, the Netherworld Warhorse.
Normally, a person's combat soul vanishes upon death, but life or death duels are an exception. Protected by the rules of the battle realm, the rewarded combat soul transfers to the victor.
Elite tier Netherworld Warhorse combat soul, amount type.
Yan accepted it with a smile, yet inwardly regretted why he hadn't chosen the commander tier combat soul as his reward. Back then, had he done so, the golden sword lion would have been his. At that moment, he gave a light wave of his hand. The flying sword responded to the summons, humming as it returned to Yan's grasp. Then, without so much as a glance at Bei Johan, Yan strode out of the arena with an air of triumph, and not a single soul dared to stop him.
Bei Johan, killing you now would be too easy. I'll let your Bei family crumble piece by piece and make you taste the bitterness of having nothing. This intense thought surged through Yan's mind.
Watching Yan's figure fade into the distance, the gloom on Bei Johan's face deepened. To have a sword held to his neck in full view of everyone, he had never endured such humiliation in his life. Moreover, when Bei Johan had courted Yan earlier, he had promised to help Yan reach the resident stage before high school graduation, yet now, barely a month later, Yan had already become a junior resident stage.
Thinking of this, Bei Johan felt his face burning with humiliation.
What he had thought of as an incredibly grand gift was, in the other's eyes, not even a drop in the bucket.
Yan, you're growing far too fast. You truly are a genius.
But in the battle realm, there are far too many geniuses who fall by the wayside.
Bei Johan murmured in a voice only he could hear.
A cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Amid the crowd, another figure was watching the battle.
Strangely, he wore a massive black cloak that concealed both his face and body.
It's him, after all. The man quietly slipped out of the arena and followed Yen. Chapter 42, A 10,000-Mile Manhunt. Yen made his way through the area, quickly leaving the Zishou Palace behind, and summoned the iron-horned wild ox. The iron-horned wild ox let out a low bellow, stamped its iron hooves, and set off toward the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yen sat on the ox's back, saying nothing, his face completely expressionless. The iron-horned wild ox's route was rather peculiar, deliberately choosing remote, narrow mountain paths, giving it an air of mystery. Finally, it stopped at the edge of a wide cliff. This place was rarely visited by humans, with no trace of birds or beasts, truly an ideal spot for murder and robbery. Yen leaped down from the bull's back, stood with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "You've been following me all this way. Isn't it time you revealed yourself?" The only response was the howling wind. Suddenly, a figure clad in a pitch-black cloak stepped out of thin air, ghostly in appearance. "As expected of the man who killed my son, you've got some skill." The man removed his hood, revealing a head of silver hair. It was none other than Wu Jixuan, the patriarch of the Starcy sect, who had rushed here from the Palace of Pure Joy half a month ago. "Your son?" Wu Jixuan's complexion was an unhealthy pallor a hue Yen had only ever seen on one person's face. He asked, "Is Wu Tian of the Starcy sect your son?" Wu Jixuan replied, "I am indeed Wu Jixuan, the patriarch of the Starcy. Justice must be served. Come and face your doom." To be honest, Yen had expected the Starcy to come after him, but he hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. These sects are all trouble, Yen thought to himself. At that moment, Wu Jixuan formed his right hand into a claw and lunged forward. Instantly, a massive claw as black as ink coalesced in the void, carrying surging mana, and swiped viciously toward Yen. Yen's expression changed drastically. He knew he could manifest mana into physical forms, but he was absolutely incapable of unleashing a combat technique with such overwhelming pressure. "You're not at the resident stage." Lightning surged through Yen's body, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In the next instant, he was inexplicably flung 100 meters away. The spot where he had been standing was struck by the giant claw with devastating force. The ground shook, dust flew everywhere, and a 10-meter-wide crater was left in its wake. What incredible power! Wu Jixuan sneered coldly, "I'll give you credit for having some insight. My rank is above resident stage, I'm at the master stage. Though I'm only at the initial level, dealing with a mere resident stage like you is a piece of cake." Immediately afterward, another colossal claw descended from the sky, carrying a world-shattering momentum, as if the entire sky were collapsing. A life-or-death crisis unlike any he had ever faced loomed. Without a word, Yen summoned his flying sword, transformed into a streak of light, and shot away. The giant claw struck empty air, sending the entire cliff teetering on the brink of collapse as sand swirled through the sky. Perched on his flying sword, Yen looked down, still shaken by the ordeal. The master stage is truly terrifying. Such a simple move could easily crush me. At that moment, from beneath the swirling dust, a blurry figure gradually burst forth. It was none other than Wu Jixuan. He stood atop the head of a giant serpent. Red light flashed in the serpent's eyes as a pair of wings extended from its back, flapping as it soared into the sky. "Is that a monarch-tier demon beast, the soaring serpent?" Yen's heart pounded wildly. He stomped his foot hard, and the speed of his flying sword soared to a new level. Now, the only way to save his life was to flee. Wu Jixuan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yen to possess such skills. This flying sword technique was something he'd only ever heard of in legends. Could it be that Yen had some connection to the Shushan sword sect? Wu Jixuan deeply feared the sword arts of Shushan, but the murder of his son was an unforgivable offense. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even more resolute. The Tingsha sensed its master's command, flapping its long wings to stir the air currents, accelerating its speed. Seeing the Tingsha gradually closing in behind him, Yen's expression darkened. Riding the flying sword now, he was unable to employ many of his sword techniques, yet if he stopped, he would be caught immediately. Although the silver-winged ice dragon armor could also fly, its speed was far inferior to that of the flying sword.
If I survive this great calamity, I must acquire a flying combat soul in the future, Yen thought to himself. At that moment, the soaring serpent drew ever closer. Yen could clearly feel a vast shadow looming overhead and could even smell the serpent's terrifying stench. Ah! The serpent let out a piercing screech, its blood-red maw gaping wide like an endless black hole as it lunged viciously toward Yen. Oh no! Yen was terrified. He pushed his flying sword technique to its absolute limit. Thunder rumbled, and in the next instant, the flying sword carried Yen, vanishing completely from where they stood. The Tingsha's massive jaws snapped shut, only to bite into thin air. Its frustrated snake eyes scanned the surroundings. 200 meters away, the flying sword reappeared, and Yen stumbled out of it. His face pale, he glanced back at the soaring serpent, then continued to control the flying sword, darting off into the distance. Seeing Yen's series of maneuvers, Wu Jixuan was secretly startled. Thunder escape technique? Does this kid have some connection to Dragon Tiger Mountain? The heavenly thunder arts are not widely taught, they are mastered by only a handful of Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples. Wu Jixuan's murderous intent grew even more intense. This Yen he must not be spared. The two, one chasing, one fleeing, had flown who knows how many thousands of miles, from day into night. Whenever Tang Shi closed in, Yen would always manage to control his flying sword, unleashing that eerie thunder escape technique to slip away right under Tang Shi's nose. To have prey slip through its jaws like this made the soaring serpent's hatred for Yen no less intense than Wu Jixuan's. Yen had never been in such a desperate state, yet he dared not stop. To stop meant certain death. So he could only frantically drive his flying sword forward. All the while, he chewed on dried meat to replenish his stamina. Wu Jixuan sat cross-legged atop the soaring serpent, munching on the rations he carried with him. He never imagined that killing a junior at the residence stage would be this difficult. The moon rose, casting a hazy veil over the land. In the school hall where the teleportation array was guarded, an auntie came over to lock the door and suddenly noticed a girl still inside. "Student, it's so late, aren't you going home?" "I'm about to lock up," the woman said. Seeing this, the girl gave a wry smile. "Ma'am, could you wait a little longer?" "I'm waiting for someone important." The woman nodded knowingly, as if to say, "I understand." "You're waiting for your boyfriend, aren't you?" "I'll wait a little longer then." At the mention of boyfriend, the girl's face flushed slightly. She didn't correct her, but simply gave the woman a grateful look. "I was your age once too," the woman began. "Back in the battle realm, we weren't stationed at the same outpost. When he went hunting demon beasts, I couldn't even rush to help him. Later, when they were attacked by a beast horde, all I could do was wait anxiously at the teleportation array for news of him." This was an aunt with a story to tell. Although she had been talking to herself the whole time, the girl's heart was clearly racing. The aunt's story was so similar to her own. A tension she had never felt before spread through her body, and the girl suddenly stood up. "Ah, if only I had been a little braver back then, I would have crossed the deep mountains and vast marshes to find him sooner." The aunt was still sighing when her peripheral vision suddenly shifted. Hey, student, where are you going?" "It's dangerous to go to the battle realm at this hour. Oh my god, how did you get in there?" Chapter 43, The Palace in the Clouds. The sky hung low, as if a storm were about to break. In an open field, thunder suddenly roared, lightning flashed, and a flying sword materialized. Upon the flying sword, a 16-year-old boy swayed unsteadily, barely managing to steady himself. It was Yen. His face was pale, and he was in a terrible state. After regaining his balance, he looked back toward the distance and saw the soaring serpent closing in. He was deeply exasperated. "It's been chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights now. It really is like a persistent ghost." Several hundred meters away, Wu Jixuan's expression was equally grim. His already sickly complexion now looked even more terrifying. He, too, had been working non-stop for days. Having entered the battle realm too early, his rations were completely depleted, and he was now sustained solely by sheer willpower. The soaring serpent beneath his feet was also incredibly weak. It was a monarch tier pet-type combat soul. Prolonged activity was draining its energy, and without the replenishment of demon beast flesh, its stamina was slowly being exhausted.
Yen glared with eyes reddened by hunger, a fierce resolve rising within him. This couldn't go on. He summoned his commander Tyr's silver-winged ice dragon combat soul.
A layer of silver armor flowed over his body like water, and as its silver wings flapped behind him, it looked majestic and awe-inspiring.
Heavenly gangs and earthly slasher sword formation.
Yen roared, hurling his long sword into the air. It split into two, then four. Gradually, it transformed into 108 flying swords, each radiating a piercing, icy glow.
Wu Jixuan watched the chaotic swirl of sword shadows, a hint of surprise flitting across his face, but he still sneered. Finally, couldn't he resist striking first, could you? He had waited far too long. Once they engaged in direct combat, slaying Yen would be a matter of mere moments. All 108 flying swords hummed in unison, a truly awe-inspiring sound, coalescing into a colossal golden torrent of blades that slashed toward Wu Jixuan. Just in time. Wu Jixuan spread his large hand wide. A massive dark claw immediately materialized in the air, radiating overwhelming ferocity. It appeared even more formidable than the sword formation. Countless sword shadows charged forward, slamming violently into the black claw. With a series of thunderous explosions, the flying swords shattered and scattered. As for the black claw, though it was gradually eroding, it slowly returned to its original form, replenished by Wu Jixuan's surging mana. Ha 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 ha. It's no use, kid. Trying to outlast a master stage like me in a mana battle? You're way out of your league. Wu Jixuan cackled wildly. Suddenly, the soaring serpent at his feet let out an agonized howl. Wu Jixuan was startled. He looked down, and the pallor on his already ashen face deepened. It turned out that while Wu Jixuan was entangled with the sword formation, several flying swords had slipped unnoticed to the soaring serpent's side, piercing its wings with lightning speed to create 7 or 8 gaping holes. With its wings shattered, the soaring serpent instantly lost the ability to fly, and its massive body began to plummet. Wu Jixuan cast a desperate glance at Yen. So your goal all along was the soaring serpent's wings? Yen replied coldly, go tell that to the king of hell down below. Hovering in midair, he simply watched Wu Jixuan and the soaring serpent plummet, his expression unchanging. Falling from thousands of meters in the air even at the master stage, what difference does it make? As Wu Jixuan grew smaller and smaller in his pupils, Yen finally felt a sense of relief. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He saw that Wu Jixuan, who had been falling, suddenly shot back up. The soaring serpent was nowhere to be seen, and a pair of wings had materialized on his back. Thank goodness I obtained a Commander Tier flight-type combat soul years ago, otherwise, I really would have died here. Wu Jixuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He looked as if he wanted to devour Yen alive. You're one long-lived old turtle. The next moment, Yen stepped back onto his flying sword, retracted his armor, and soared even higher. The sky grew increasingly gloomy as dark clouds gathered, threatening to collapse. The flying sword sliced straight through the clouds. At that moment, Yen looked up, his expression shifting from stunned silence to utter astonishment. Above him, a magnificent, colossal palace floated in the sky, hundreds of meters tall and shrouded in a hazy golden glow. It looked incredibly opulent. Suddenly, the clouds behind him blurred, and Wu Jixuan emerged as well. Seeing Yen right ahead of him, a savage expression flashed across Wu Jixuan's face. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. The colossal shadow of the palace loomed overhead. In its presence, any human appeared utterly insignificant. Wu Jixuan stared blankly for a moment, his eyes glazed over. This is the Zodiac Star Palace. The Zodiac Star Palace? Yen's mind raced. Ah ha ha. The Zodiac Star Palace, which appears only once every 50 years. I never imagined I'd encounter it. This is my, Wu Jixuan's, destiny and good fortune. Wu Jixuan laughed wildly, seemingly forgetting Yen, his sworn enemy. But in the next instant, Yen stamped his foot, and his flying sword shot toward the Zodiac Star Palace at an unimaginable speed. Wu Jixuan hadn't expected Yen to act so decisively. He cursed loudly and flew after him. But his speed was clearly no match for the flying sword. Against a combat soul of the same rank, lightning wood was invincible. Yen flew to the vicinity of the Star Palace and looked on from the side.
The palace appeared even more towering and majestic, and he wondered what kind of being could have created it. Glancing at the deep, bottomless entrance, Yen turned to look at the approaching Wu Jixuan, gritted his teeth, and flew straight inside. The moment he entered, Yen let out a cry of surprise as the flying sword seemed to lose its power and plummeted straight down. Below was a straight passageway, crafted from an unknown material, looking exceptionally exquisite.
Is there an anti-flight barrier here?
Yen recalled his flying sword and began walking forward. The Alliance had also established anti-flight barriers. Although humans had gained immense power within the battle realm, life within the Alliance still retained a modern style. Otherwise, the sheer number of demon beasts and pets roaming everywhere would be terrifying enough. Yen moved swiftly, his feet seeming to glide over the ground. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spotted the exit. Upon entering, the space opened up before him, and his field of vision widened. What met his eyes was a grand hall. What shocked Yen even more was that others had already arrived before him. He saw a dozen or so people, some standing, some sitting, scattered throughout the hall.
Oh! Another arrival. Looks like a kid, said a beautiful woman dressed in court attire.
Such a young resident stage. I wonder which sect he is from, remarked an elderly man with the air of a reclusive sage. At those words, all eyes turned to him at once. Yen felt a chill run down his spine. There were at least 2 or 3 master stage cultivators present. Each master stage was surrounded by several young people, all at the resident stage level. If it weren't for a formidable enemy hot on his heels, Yen would have turned and run the moment he saw them.
He had absolutely no interest in whatever opportunities this Star Palace might offer.
Besides, the place was teeming with experts. No matter what, Yen had no desire to get involved.
Chapter 44, Trained at the Drama Academy.
Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind Yen. Yen, let us see where you run now. It was Wu Jixuan, who had rushed over in a fit of rage. His body was shrouded in green energy, his murderous intent plain to see. He struck out with a palm strike, carrying the shadows of toads, spiders, centipedes, and other venomous creatures, lunging toward Yen.
Yen's face paled.
This 5 poisons palm was far more overwhelming than the one Wu Tian had unleashed back then. A surge of purple lightning swirled around him, and in the next second, Yen was about to activate the lightning escape technique. Just then, an endless stream of petals appeared out of nowhere, coalescing into a streak of pink light that violently shattered Wu Jixuan's palm strike.
Wu Jixuan was startled and finally looked over.
But the moment he saw the one who had intervened, he flew into a rage. Hua Mantian, do you great factions dare to meddle in my affairs?
Hua Mantian was none other than that beautiful woman in court attire. She giggled, as the revered patriarch of the Star Sea, you're actually chasing after a junior? If word gets out, won't the entire alliance laugh at us?
Wu Jixuan's expression darkened. He bears a blood feud against me. He killed my son.
We are sworn enemies. Hua Mantian let out a soft but you've never been married. Where did you get a son?
This left Wu Jixuan thoroughly embarrassed. Suddenly, Yen interjected, his illegitimate son tried to rob me, so I killed him in self-defense.
Hearing the words illegitimate son, Wu Jixuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and his hatred for Yen intensified. Unexpectedly, Hua Mantian clapped her hands in delight. Well done.
The people of the great factions boast daily about being the legitimate lineages, yet they're just as guilty of underhanded schemes. Then, she batted her eyelashes at Yen and smiled, little brother, you're right up my alley.
Would you be interested in joining my Myriad Flower Guild?
Although the Myriad Flower Guild never accepts male disciples, as the Grand Elder, I can make an exception for you.
Yen was at a loss for words.
He hadn't quite figured out what all this great factions business was about, but it seemed the conflict between the two sides was no small matter. Deep down, however, he still yearned for the Wudong school of the great factions. Besides, given his connections with Jun Ruyu and Gu Xiu, he had absolutely no desire to join any of the great factions.
What's the matter? Do you look down on my Myriad Flower Guild?
Seeing that Yen remained silent for a long time, Hua Mantian's smile vanished instantly.
Yen's heart sank.
This woman truly had a volatile temperament. She was as unpredictable as a witch.
Countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
He took a deep breath, knowing that his next words would determine his very survival. Senior, I've heard that the Myriad Flower Guild consists entirely of female disciples. I've never had much contact with girls since I was a child, so I'm a bit overwhelmed right now.
Yen answered meekly.
In fact, 2 blushes crept quietly up Yen's cheeks. Huamantian, however, laughed so hard she was shaking. You're not just dizzy, I'd say you're burning up with fever. Little brother, you're in for some good fortune.
If Tang had been there, he would have been speechless. Yen actually blushing? Did he take acting classes at the drama academy? At that moment, Huamantian, feeling quite smug, said to Wu Jishuan, Old poisoner, did you see that?
He is already a disciple of my Myriad Flower Guild.
Forget about revenge, you just have to blame your bad luck.
Your son died for nothing.
Yen was at a loss for words. Huamantian really had a sharp tongue just like Junryu. Wu Jishuan roared, you bunch of demonesses. Do you want to start a war between the Myriad Flower Guild and the Star Sea? Just then, an elderly man standing nearby stepped forward and said, what if I, Lu Hemming of the Pure Yang sect, were to join in? Would you still seek revenge?
Lu Hemming wore a spotless white Taoist robe, looking as if he'd stepped straight out of a myth. Yet a flicker of apprehension crossed Wu Jishuan's eyes as he looked at him.
Now, Wu Jishuan was trembling with rage, looking utterly frustrated as he wanted to strike but dared not.
He thought for a moment, then finally said, since you insist on protecting this brat, I want to kill him.
But my son's keepsake must be returned to me.
What keepsake?
Huamantian's interest was piqued, and he looked at Yen with a smile. Yen gave a wry laugh and pulled a small cauldron from his robe.
It was the very cauldron that had remained unscathed amidst the raging flames that day.
Huamantian took it directly into his hands and examined it closely. Even Lu Hemming, standing nearby, looked on with curiosity. Yen, however, was watching Wu Jishuan's expression.
He noticed that the moment the small cauldron landed in Huamantian's hands, a flicker of tension flashed across Wu Jishuan's eyes. Though it vanished quickly, the sharp-witted Yen had caught it.
What on earth is the purpose of this little cauldron? That it would make that old bastard even give up on seeking revenge? Yen wondered to himself. After studying it for a moment, Huamantian suddenly spoke up, what kind of treasure is this?
Old poisoner, don't try to tell me it's your son's keepsake, I don't buy that nonsense. Wu Jishuan gave a wry smile, it's no treasure at all. It's just an auxiliary tool I use to cultivate my poison arts in the Star Sea. The moment she heard the words venom cultivation, Huamantian tossed the small cauldron back to Yen with a look of disgust. In my opinion, you'd better not keep this cauldron, and you'd better stop practicing that venom cultivation. Look at you, you're barely in your 50s and already have a head full of white hair.
You're almost catching up to Lu Hemming. That cultivation is poisonous.
Lu Hemming was at a loss for words, he'd been caught in the crossfire. Wu Jishuan had already cursed Huamantian 1,000 times over in his heart. Yen took the small cauldron and tucked it back into her bosom. However, judging by Huamantian's expression, she would likely hand it over to her once there were fewer people around. Just then, Huamantian, Lu Hemming, and a cold-looking middle-aged man gathered together again, seemingly discussing something.
Hey, little junior brother, is your name Yen? A girl in her early 20s approached and greeted him warmly. Yen nodded. What is your name, senior sister?
Mei, the girl replied. Upon hearing this, Yen sized her up from head to toe, thinking to himself, with a figure and face like that, you're really not even remotely close to being small or beautiful. Mei was broad-shouldered and plump, especially when she smiled, her eyes were barely visible. Now that you've joined the Myriad Flower Guild, we're all family.
If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, she said, striking up a conversation with ease. Okay, Big Mei, Yen replied. Mei shot him a look, it's little Mei, got it? I got it, Big Mei. Mei didn't bother correcting him and dragged Yen along, chatting idly. Yen finally understood that the Zodiac Star Palace was indeed full of opportunities, but one had to pass through 3 trials first to qualify for the final test. The last time the Zodiac Star Palace appeared was 50 years ago. It was said that those who cleared the trials back then received many treasures,
but no one ever obtained the ultimate reward. Today was the first day of its opening. If one remained trapped within the Zodiac Star Palace Estriles for more than 49 days, they would never be able to escape. Yen was about to ask about the great factions when a maniacal laugh echoed from the entrance. Ah ha ha! I never expected the little brats from the great factions to be here too. Chapter 45, The True Meaning of Combat. The newcomer was a portly old man. His Taoist robe was embroidered with the shadows of dragons and tigers, and he walked as if carrying thunder. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in red entered, saying, "Old Monster Lei, your thunderlight step is truly exquisite. My sun-chasing step simply cannot keep up." Both were actually at the master stage, especially Old Monster Lei, who exuded an unmatched aura of dominance, revealing himself to be at the intermediate master stage. Upon seeing them arrive, the members of great factions all wore grim expressions, with the sole exception of Wu Jixuan, whose face radiated joy. Lu Hemming said, "Old Monster Lei of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Delai of the Holy Flame Sect, are you two here to get a piece of the action as well?" Old Monster Lei burst into a thunderous laugh that shook the void. He narrowed his eyes, taking everyone in with a single glance. "So it's Lu Hemming of the Pure Yang Sect, Hua Mantian of the Myriad Flower Guild, and Bailey Jaime of the Blood Blade Sect. Do you really think a few of you can stop us?" Hua Mantian gave a cold laugh and stepped forward. "How can we know unless we try? Ignorant little girl, when this old monster of thunder first made a name for myself, you weren't even out of your mother's womb yet." Old Monster Lei thrust his palms forward. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning resembling a golden dragon shot from his palms, bathing the entire hall in a golden glow. "The thunder arts of Dragon Tiger Mountain?" Lu Hemming murmured from the side. "Judging by that aura, Old Monster Lei has already grasped the true essence of thunder to 5 times its original level. At the master stage, advancing in rank is no longer simply a matter of accumulating essence points. In addition to essence points, one must also grasp a specific true essence of combat to the corresponding multiple before advancing to the next level. To advance from the lower master stage to the middle master stage, one must comprehend the essence of combat to 3 times its original level. From the middle master stage to the upper master stage, it is 6 times. And to reach the upper master stage, while having sufficient essence points, one must comprehend a single essence of combat to 10 times its original level, reaching the great perfection before breaking through the master stage to attain the next great realm, the sovereign stage. Comprehending the essence of combat is extremely difficult. In the master stage, one must designate a monarch tier demon beast combat soul as the primary combat soul and fuse other monarch tier demon beast combat souls of the same attribute as secondary combat souls into the primary combat soul to enhance the essence of combat. The primary combat soul cannot be traded or transferred, it vanishes upon the user's death, effectively accompanying the master stage practitioner for their entire life. Monarch tier demon beasts are rare to begin with, and finding one of the corresponding attribute is even harder. Even after slaying one, there is no guarantee of obtaining its combat soul. Furthermore, fusing a single secondary combat soul only increases the combat essence by half. Therefore, mastering the combat essence is an incredibly arduous task. Many master stage practitioners spend their entire lives stuck at the beginner level. Yet the benefits of the true essence of combat are undeniable. For instance, the 5-fold true essence of lightning currently possessed by Old Monster Lei increases his lightning attribute destructive power by 5 times. At the master stage, combatants of the same rank compete based on the strength of their true essence. If an intermediate master stage practitioner is twice as powerful as a basic master stage practitioner, then a basic master stage practitioner who has mastered 10 times the combat essence can hold their own against an intermediate master stage practitioner with 5 times the combat essence. Of course, improving one's combat essence is incredibly difficult. A basic master stage practitioner with 10 times the combat essence is practically a fantasy, something that has never existed in human history. Returning to the present, the 5-fold damage thunder dragon unleashed by Old Monster Lei roared and lunged toward Hua Mantian. Hua Mantian had only just entered the master stage, and his flower true intent was merely at the 1-fold level. He barely managed to project a shield condensed from petals that shimmered with light and appeared impenetrable. The thunder dragon let out a long, piercing roar. The rumbling thunder shattered the void, instantly shattering Hua Mantian's floral shield.
Everyone was horrified.
The intermediate master stage was truly terrifying, capable of crushing the early master stage in the blink of an eye.
Huamantian never imagined the gap between the two would be so vast.
Her face instantly paled, and she was at a loss. Just then, a massive beam of light shot out from behind her, slashing diagonally toward the Thunder Dragon. The attacker was none other than Lu Hemming, an elder of the Pure Yang sect. He, too, was a mid-level master stage cultivator. With his hands forming seals and his gaze as sharp as a sword, he displayed the true bearing of a grandmaster. The collision of sword and lightning instantly unleashed a massive energy surge. With a thunderous boom, enormous ripples formed and spread out in all directions. The hall shook, the ground trembled, and endless smoke filled the air.
A young resident stage cultivator from the great factions was swept up by this energy vortex.
With an agonized scream, his entire body was blown to pieces, leaving not even a corpse behind. The other younger cultivators fared no better. The lucky ones were blasted away, crashing into the walls, their fate unknown.
The unlucky ones were caught in the vortex and met the same fate as that young resident stage. The scene descended into chaos. A battle between two intermediate master stage practitioners, even the aftershocks alone were this devastating.
Resident stage practitioners were truly as worthless as dirt and broken tiles in their presence.
Seeing countless disciples killed or injured, the three master stage practitioners from the great factions' eyes turned red with fury. Let us fight them to the death.
Bailey Jaime of the Bloodblade sect drew a 3-meter-long broadsword. The blade was blood-red, as if drenched in blood, an utterly terrifying sight.
Countless petals floated around Huamantian upon closer inspection. Each petal was razor-sharp, resembling pink projectiles. A massive light sword coalesced above Lu Hemming's head, poised and ready to strike. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Old Monster Lei was shrouded in swirling lightning, Di Lai was engulfed in raging flames, and Wu Jixuan exuded a menacing aura of poisonous gas. Each had unleashed their ultimate move.
The entire hall was enveloped in a tense, storm-before-the-storm atmosphere. A battle between 6 master stage fighters was no joke. Just then, Wu Jixuan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and flew into a rage. "Yen, where are you going?"
The piercing shout rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
Yen inwardly groaned.
He was now only 100 meters from the entrance, within sight of his escape.
Run! That was the only thought in Yen's mind now. A mere 100 meters, what was that? Thunder surged beneath Yen's feet, accompanied by a deafening roar.
In the next instant, Yen vanished from where he stood.
Thunder escape technique.
But unexpectedly, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the void at the entrance, striking down like divine retribution.
Damn it! Yen had just teleported over when he reacted with lightning speed and teleported back.
The ground at the entrance had already been blasted into a massive crater by the heavenly thunder, emitting a scorched smell. Yen's face went pale. He'd nearly been killed. Everyone turned to look at the old lightning monster, who was still holding the bolt of lightning. The old lightning monster looked just as stunned.
After a moment, he cursed and said, "What are you all staring at me for? It wasn't me who did it.
It's obvious that the Star Palace's barrier has been triggered.
If the barrier has been activated, doesn't that mean none of us can get out?" Several middle-aged master stage cultivators felt an inexplicable sense of dread. "Don't panic," said the elderly Lu Hemming.
"Although I haven't been inside the Star Palace in 50 years, I've heard from the elders of the previous generation that when the barrier is triggered, it means the Star Palace's trials are about to begin. Everyone must pass through 3 trials and reach the final testing ground before they can be teleported out." Immediately afterward, he gave a strange chuckle. "If you're trapped in the Star Palace for more than 49 days, you'll never get out."
Chapter 46, Bowing Down to Yen.
It was only then that everyone noticed a teleportation array radiating a holy glow had appeared in the center of the hall.
Lu Hemming said, "Old Monster Lei, the trials have begun. Are we going to keep fighting?"
Di Lai and Wu Jixuan both looked toward Old Monster Lei. In a place as fraught with danger as the Star Palace, they both implicitly regarded Old Monster Lei as their leader.
"Let us tackle the trials first.
Once we reach the final trial site, I'll deal with you great factions." Old Monster Lay sneered, withdrew his cultivation technique, and strode confidently toward the teleportation array. A flash of light, and he vanished.
Delai followed close behind.
Only Wu Jixuan remained where he was, glaring at Yen with a look of deep resentment. "He is forcing me to go through the trials too," Yen muttered, utterly speechless. At that moment, the disciples of the great factions were summoned together once more. Originally a group of over a dozen, they were now a lonely handful, no more than 5. Huamantian looked deeply distressed. Her myriad flower guild had suffered the heaviest casualties, with Mei being the only female disciple left. Yen was also surprised he hadn't expected Mei, who looked so ordinary, to have survived. "Big sister Mei, you sure know how to hide," Yen chuckled. Mei sighed, "Maybe it's because I'm so stunningly beautiful that even heaven couldn't bear to take me."
Yen was utterly stunned.
He hadn't expected this girl to be even more shameless than himself. Truly, there is always someone more brazen out there.
Lu Hemming explained, "Let me outline the challenges for you all.
The first stage is the 5 elements realm, the second is the burial ground of soldiers, and the third is the illusionary realm. You'll be teleported there and randomly assigned to one of the 5 elements realms.
The second stage is also random.
If you encounter each other in the first 2 stages, you must support one another. And if you run into those 3 old monsters from the great factions, run as far away as you possibly can."
Yen asked, "What is special about the third stage?"
Lu Hemming laughed, "Let us get through the first 2 stages first. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the third stage."
So, one by one, everyone teleported away.
Wu Jixuan walked over coldly. "Don't let me end up in the same place as you." Yen said lazily, "If you say another word, I'll immediately give that little cauldron to Huamantian."
At that, Wu Jixuan fell silent. "Heh, that trick actually worked."
Yen smiled, his conviction about one thing growing stronger.
"This little cauldron definitely holds a major secret."
He stood on the teleportation array as a light flickered. Yen felt darkness wash over him, and in the next second, he appeared in an unfamiliar space. When Yen opened his eyes, a tidal wave of shock surged through him. Before the teleportation, he had imagined what the 5 elements realm might look like, but he never could have imagined such a breathtaking scene. This place was nothing short of a world of molten lava. Fiery, scalding lava flowed like a river, bubbling with massive bubbles as waves of heat washed over him. Amidst the lava floated numerous dark red boulders, each separated by several meters. These were the only footholds in the magma. He had no idea where they led, but to escape the magma, he would have to traverse them.
Right beneath Yen's feet lay one such colossal boulder. So this is the fire realm of the 5 elements.
As Yen was observing his surroundings, the space nearby suddenly warped, and 2 more people were teleported in.
Could it really be that old bastard Wu Jixuan? Yen's guard went up immediately.
As the light faded, the 2 revealed their forms. They were young men in their 20s.
Yen recognized them. Both were disciples of the Pure Yang sect, though he didn't know their names.
The 2 had clearly spotted Yen as well, but what shocked them even more was this world of molten lava.
"Hello there, I'm Ma Dashan, and this is my senior brother, Su Lang,"
the chubby young man said with a smile.
Yen nodded. "My name is Yen. Nice to meet you, senior brothers." Ma Dashan said, "Since we've ended up in the same place, it must be fate. If we work together, we'll definitely find a way out."
Yen replied, "All right."
Unexpectedly, Su Lang gave him a cold glance and said, "What good can a greenhorn like you possibly do?"
With that, he strode off toward the distant rocks.
Ma Dashan explained, "Senior brother Su is at the intermediate resident stage. He is very powerful."
"That's just how he talks, don't take it to heart."
"Is the intermediate resident stage really that impressive?"
Yen scoffed, paying Su Lang no mind as he leaped after him.
Ma Dashan stared in disbelief. Are kids these days all so full of themselves? That was the intermediate resident stage, after all.
One must remember that even Gu Xiu, the top genius of the Shushan sword sect among the great factions, was only at the intermediate level.
Sigh. Ma Dashan let out a long sigh.
With Yen being so arrogant, he was likely to suffer quite a bit in this land of fire. A pungent smell of sulfur wafted over, mixed with a scorching heat wave, making it extremely uncomfortable.
This gas is toxic.
If an ordinary person were here, they'd probably wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Yen moved swiftly, quickly passing dozens of rocks, and could vaguely make out Su Lang ahead.
I caught up to you this fast? You're way too slow, Yen said.
Su Lang suddenly turned his head and gave a strange smile. Yen's feet faltered, and he came to a halt. At that moment, Su Lang drew his long sword, dipped the tip into the lava, and lashed it violently backward. Instantly, a massive wave of lava surged skyward, forming a searing wall of fire that crashed down toward Yen.
Holy shit!
Yen shot backward at top speed. The surging lava crashed against the rocks, emitting a sizzling, scorching sound, and quickly melted a large, deep crater in the rock.
Seeing Yen retreat, Su Lang sneered and continued running forward.
Yen was not one to give up easily, but Su Lang was pulling further and further away. Yen drew the dragon-slaying bow, its limbs like a dragon, gleaming with golden scales. With a flick of his right hand, a long arrow materialized out of thin air, formed from the combat soul of the elite tier blood needle. Ever since Jun Ryu had given him this dragon-slaying bow, he hadn't had a chance to use it. Yen drew the bow, pulling the string taut until it formed a full moon. With a whistling sound, the dark red arrow, accompanied by an endless piercing screech, charged toward Su Lang. Su Lang was still running forward, completely oblivious. Only when the arrow drew near and a shriek rang in his ears did Su Lang suddenly notice it. But the arrow was too fast. With a thud, the arrow pierced through Su Lang's shoulder. Ah! No matter how proud Su Lang usually was, at that moment he looked just like an ordinary person, clutching his shoulder and kneeling on the ground.
Yen moved like lightning and rushed over. He stood before Su Lang and asked, "Do you still want to continue?"
Sweat poured down Su Lang's face. He was pale, his pride dealt a crushing blow.
No, no more.
Su Lang managed to squeeze the words out through gritted teeth. Only then did Yen wave his hand, and the long arrow turned into a streak of light, returning to his grasp. The slow-moving Ma Dashin was just then strolling over from a distance, catching sight of Su Lang kneeling on the ground with Yen standing beside him.
My God, why is senior brother Su kneeling before Yen? Chapter 47, Monkey Brother is Ruthless. Ma Dashin was deeply shocked. Senior brother Su Lang, the most promising disciple of the Pure Yang sect, was actually kneeling before a 16-year-old boy?
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it.
Yen's words suddenly flashed through Ma Dashin's mind. Is the intermediate resident stage really that impressive?
So, this kid wasn't just talking big.
He actually had the skills. Ma Dashin was deeply impressed.
He walked over to the rock where Yen had been sitting and looked at Yen with admiration. After Yen left, Ma Dashin was about to leave too, but he saw that Su Lang was still kneeling there.
Senior brother Su, what is wrong with you? Did you break your leg? Ma Dashin was thoroughly puzzled. Break my ass.
That kid's arrow was poisoned. Half my body is numb, I can't stand up, Su Lang snapped angrily. Ma Dashin was speechless and hurried to help Su Lang to his feet. Just then, Yen, who had already walked away, turned back.
What are you doing?
Su Lang was somewhat wary of Yen, his voice trembling.
Yen smiled. I think Elder Lu is absolutely right.
We of the great factions must support one another.
So, big brothers, you go ahead. I'll follow, Yen said earnestly.
Su Lang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was treating them like pathfinders. Once my body recovers, I'll make you wish you were dead, Su Lang vowed inwardly, already adding Yen to his list of targets to be eliminated. As they walked forward, the temperature ahead suddenly rose sharply. The lava bubbled violently, emitting a gurgling sound. No wonder that kid turned back, there is something strange about this place, Su Lang thought to himself. In his mind, Yen was now completely branded as shameless and despicable. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds erupted. The churning magma seemed to have been triggered by some force. Streams of lava shot skyward like inverted waterfalls, while blazing flames dyed the horizon crimson, obscuring the sun. All three of them were petrified with fear. The lava in the air converged and continuously coalesced, until finally, amidst the boundless fiery glow, a massive blood-red bird was born. The giant bird glared with phoenix-like eyes, spread its long wings in fury, and let out a piercing cry to the heavens, like a monarch.
"What is that?" Ma Dashan asked, his voice trembling with tension.
Su Lang replied, "It should be a monarch-tiered demon beast, the fire-feathered bird.
However, it lacks a physical form.
It seems as though, after the fire-feathered bird died, its combat soul did not dissipate but was preserved within this realm of fire."
A demon beast's combat soul doesn't vanish after death? Doesn't that make it like a spirit? Ma Dashan asked.
There are so many wondrous places within the battle realm, Su Lang replied.
Some uniquely blessed regions allow combat souls to continue existing as spiritual entities.
Just then, the fire-feathered bird opened its beak, and streams of flame surged toward them like a tidal wave. The three hurriedly dodged. The spot where they had been standing was consumed by the flames. The rock turned to ash, and with a boom, it crumbled into endless dust, swallowed by the surging magma. They sucked in a sharp breath. Flames this powerful, even a single touch would burn them to death. Against a monarch-tiered demon beast, their resident stage strength was utterly insignificant.
"Run!"
Su Lang shouted, about to make a break for it. But in the next instant, the fire-feather bird flapped its massive wings.
The violent flapping whipped up a colossal storm, engulfing the entire space in a gale.
The group was tossed about like rootless duckweed, teetering precariously in the wind. With a loud whoosh, Su Lan was swept into the air and then hurled violently back down. Fortunately, he landed on a distant rock and lost consciousness. Had he fallen into the lava, he would have met his end. Ma Dashan was also swept away, crashing violently into a rock and passing out. Is the first stage this difficult? Yen had long since planted his long sword into the ground, struggling to support his body. The gale swept through, whipping his long hair into a wild dance. Suddenly, within his soul sea, the Fire Shao King's combat soul stirred restlessly.
"They're all monarch-tiered demon beasts. Are you already ready for battle?"
Yen activated his combat soul, and a dense aura of fire rose from behind him. The flames slowly coalesced into an ethereal form, over 3 meters tall, with a thunderous snout and bared fangs, its entire body ablaze with raging fire. It was the Fire Shao King. The Fire Shao King let out a furious, piercing howl toward the heavens, a sound sharp enough to shatter stone and pierce metal, instantly driving the gale back. The gale ceased abruptly, and all returned to stillness. The Fire Shao King now radiated a terrifying aura, in no way inferior to the fire-feather bird. It slowly raised its head, its bell-like, ferocious eyes fixed on the fire-feather bird, a bloodthirsty glint flashing within them. Roar! The Fire Shao King slammed both fists against his chest, then thrust his legs backward. His massive, over 3-meter-tall body soared into the sky with astonishing force, shattering the rock beneath his feet into the lava below. For a moment, flames blazed and the lava raged. Mid-air, the fire-feather bird let out a series of shrill cries. It never could have imagined that the Fire Shao King's leap would carry him so high. The Fire Shao King's massive claws, with 5 razor-sharp talons, dug viciously into the fire-feather bird's body. The fire-feather bird was immediately left with 5 deep gashes, and the flames covering its body seemed to dim slightly. In a fit of rage, the fire-feather bird lunged forward with its long beak, piercing a bloody hole in the Fire Shao King's shoulder. The Fire Demon King showed not a shred of fear. His ferocious glare only intensified as he swung his 2 flame-covered arms, engaging the fire-feathered bird in a fierce battle. The 2 monarch-tiered demon beasts clashed in midair, whipping up an endless torrent of violent gales. The lava below was whipped up by the gale, churning wildly as scram, 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 scram. Scram, 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 scram. Scram, 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 scram. Scram, 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 scram. Scram, 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 scram. Scram, 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 scram. Boom! The fire-feathered bird spread its long wings in fury and took flight. As its wings flapped, its entire body spun, transforming into a cone-shaped tornado that plunged straight toward the Fire Shao King. The wind was far too fast and fierce, breaking the sound barrier so violently that the air itself seemed to explode. Yen's heart sank. It looked as though the Fire Shao King was about to be defeated. Just then, the Fire Shao King snapped his fingers. Yen felt something shift inside the bundle on his back. It was that pitch-black chain. Drawn by an invisible force, the chain flew back into the Fire Shao King's hand. Yen was speechless. Even as a combat soul, the Fire Shao King was still so attached to that chain. The moment he grasped the chain, the Fire Shao King's fighting spirit soared, and he roared viciously at the sky. The Fire Shao King swung the chain and hurled it into the air, instantly wrapping it around the tornado formed by the fire-feathered bird. The moment the chain made contact with the tornado, it emitted a sizzling sound of intense friction, sparking a flurry of sparks. The Fire Demon King gave the chain a forceful tug. As if under a spell, it suddenly tightened, instantly dispersing the tornado and revealing the fire-feathered bird within. Monkey Brother is ruthless. Yen sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 48, Let him take his secrets to the grave. The fire-feathered bird was seething with rage and tried to break free, but the Fire Shao King yanked it violently toward him. The Fire Shao King swung his fists, landing blow after blow on the fire-feathered bird. Flames erupted, and fiery feathers flew everywhere. The fire-feathered bird let out a mournful cry. Clearly, it held no advantage in close combat. Arg! The Fire Shao King opened his massive jaws, his fangs gleaming with savagery, and bit down on the fire-feathered bird. With a powerful rip, he tore the bird in two. Then, the Fire Demon King slammed the fire-feathered bird onto the rocks and raised his fist toward the sky, as if declaring who the true king was. Monkey Brother is invincible. Yen watched in utter amazement, feeling as though he won without lifting a finger. Just then, he felt a wave of heat in his arms and looked down in alarm. It was the ancient little cauldron. It was now emitting a strange glow, slowly rising until it hovered directly above the fire-feathered bird. The bird's form was now blurred and ethereal, dissolving into streams of light that were absorbed by the cauldron. This was incredibly pure fire energy. The small cauldron spun continuously, actually transferring all of this energy to the Fire Shao King behind it. The Fire Shao King absorbed the energy, feeling the aura within his body rise bit by bit, and his body grew significantly larger. Until the fire-feathered bird had completely vanished, the small cauldron clattered to the ground. The Fire Shao King had grown to over 5 meters tall, its body engulfed in raging flames, its gaze sharp and piercing. Monarch Tier Fire Shao King Combat Soul, become the primary combat soul of the true essence of fire. Absorb the Monarch Tier Fire Feather Bird Combat Soul and comprehend half the true essence of fire. A voice echoed in his mind, leaving Yen both astonished and elated. He never imagined that in this land of fire, such an opportunity would arise to master the combat essence of the master stage ahead of schedule. Yen recalled the Fire Shao King, then opened his palm. A massive and ferocious surge of firepower shot skyward, as if intent on incinerating the heavens and scorching the nine skies.
It's too powerful. Is this the power bestowed by the true essence of fire?
Yen had every reason to believe that, at this moment, he was invincible among those below the master stage. In fact, it is possible to master the true essence of combat at the resident stage. However, one must first possess a monarch tier combat soul and absorb another monarch tier combat soul of the same attribute to give birth to the true essence of combat. These conditions are too arduous, which is why, to the best of human knowledge, no one at the resident stage has ever possessed the true essence of combat.
Just how terrifying are monarch tier demon beasts?
Even the Fire Shao King, on that day, fought to a standstill against the combined efforts of Gu Xiu, Jun Ruyu, and Li Xiuzhu, and Gu Xiu nearly lost his life. Only by reaching the master stage can one hope to stand a chance against a monarch tier demon beast. Of course, merely having the means to stand against them is one thing, actually slaying them is another, and obtaining a combat soul is yet another matter entirely. The probability is extremely low.
Therefore, Yen is truly a lucky one. He might be the first resident stage in human history to possess the true essence of combat.
He glanced at his profile.
Yen, 16 years old. Level, Junior Resident Stage. Level up requirement, 1000 essence points. Essence points held, 20.
Combat souls held, Commander tier Lightning Wood Evolvable, Elite tier Flame Fox Combat Soul Elemental Type, Elite tier Ironhorn Bull Combat Soul Mount Type, Elite tier Blue Flame Wolf Fusion Type, Elite tier Blood Spiked Arrow Type, Elite tier Frost Tiger Fusion Type, Elite tier Netherworld Warhorse Mount Type, Commander tier Queen Bee Pet Type, Commander tier Silver Winged Ice Dragon Armor Type,
Monarch tier Fire Demon King Elemental Type.
Possesses combat skills, Advanced Earth Rank Palm Techniques, Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm First 3 layers, Crimson Lotus Flame, Raging Gale, Flying Fire Meteor. True Essence of Combat, True Essence of Fire Main Combat Soul, Monarch tier Fire Demon King comprehends 1.5x, dealing 1.5x fire attribute damage. There is actually an extra True Essence of Combat, that 1.5x fire attribute damage is the result of comprehending half a point of the true intent of fire. At that moment, Yen finally picked up the small cauldron from the ground. The fire-feathered bird originally existed as a combat soul spirit. Even if slain, it wouldn't yield a combat soul because it didn't comply with the Battle Realm's rules. Therefore, those master stage practitioners wouldn't gain any benefits even if they defeated these spirits. Yet this small cauldron could actually absorb the spirit form directly, aiding the Fire Shao King in the process. What a treasure! Yen finally understood why Wu Jixuan was so determined to retrieve the cauldron, even at the cost of foregoing revenge. He carefully examined the cauldron and finally discovered 2 characters engraved on its underside.
Han Yuan.
So you're the Han Yuan Ding.
But how could that old turtle have handed such a precious item over to Wu Tian?
I wonder if Wu Tian actually stole it, Yen chuckled.
His seemingly playful guess was actually spot on.
The existence of the Han Yuan Ding was a secret known only to the successive patriarchs of the Xingshu. No one else had any idea.
Wu Tian, being a bit of a slacker, saw how much his father treasured the Han Yuan Ding and secretly took it to study it.
He never expected that, through a series of twists of fate, it would eventually end up in Yen's hands. Even Wu Jixuan knew very little about the secrets of the Han Yuan Ding. He merely knew that using it to cultivate his poison arts yielded twice the results with half the effort. Its greatest function was to absorb external energy, purify it, transform it, and channel it to the cultivator.
This function was truly extraordinary. Yen sensed that even Wu Jixuan likely didn't know the Han Yuan Ding could absorb and transform combat soul spirits. After all, the environment in which such spirits existed was far too rare.
Thinking of this, Yen's gaze toward the Han Yuan Ding grew even more intense. Something this extraordinary absolutely cannot fall into anyone else's hands. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yen's eyes. If Wu Jixuan was afraid of others finding out, then so be it. He would take the secret of the Han Yuan Ding with him to the grave. What I lack right now is strength. I don't have the power to go up against a master stage cultivator, Yen mused. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him.
This land of fire is so wondrous, could there be other spirit bodies like the fire-feathered bird here?
At this thought, Yen's heart began to pound wildly, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. He began to wander aimlessly. He arrived at another area rich in fire energy, where magma boiled and the temperature continued to rise.
Sure enough, a massive column of magma shot skyward, its fiery glow illuminating the heavens, and in the void, a colossal, ferocious beast took shape. It was a ferocious beast that resembled a leopard, yet was not one. When it opened its mouth, it revealed a row of gleaming white fangs, its savage nature fully exposed. If Yen had been alone, encountering this monarch-tier demon beast would have sent him fleeing in terror. However, now,
the Fire Shao King, standing over 5 meters tall, was released once more. Its body, covered in flaming fur, resembled a small pavilion, looking incredibly imposing. The moment the Fire Shao King appeared, it bared 4 sharp fangs and glared at the flame leopard across from it, as if it had spotted a delicious meal. The flame leopard was a spirit entity, devoid of consciousness, fighting purely on instinct. Now, facing a presence whose aura far surpassed its own, the flame leopard's eyes betrayed deep apprehension. The Fire Macaque King roared furiously, its 2 massive paws flapping like giant fans as it lunged viciously at the flame leopard. Chapter 49, Reducing the First Gate to Rubble. The flame leopard, renowned for its speed, instantly transformed into a crimson streak of light. It was actually trying to run away.
Yen was dumbfounded. Bro leopard, you're a monarch tier, for crying out loud. You've barely stepped onto the field and you're already trying to make a run for it? What kind of move is that? You can't run. What about my true essence of fire? What about my monkey brother's feast? Yen was frantic.
The Fire Demon King pulled the chains coiled around his arms and hurled them forward with all his might. One end of the chain was razor-sharp like a javelin. It sliced through the air as a pitch-black streak, slamming viciously into the flame leopard. The chain's momentum didn't waver as it pierced the flame leopard's body, pinning it directly to the rock. The Fire Shao King grinned savagely, strode forward, and swung his fist, smashing the flame leopard's head into the rock with a single blow. The flame leopard met a most humiliating end. Though it had ranked in the upper middle tier of the monarch tier, it didn't even have a chance to strike back against the Fire Shao King, who had just absorbed the fire feather bird. The Han Yuan Ding drifted over once more, continuously transferring the flame leopard's energy to the Fire Shao King. As the Fire Shao King's stature grew taller by the moment, a voice rang out. Monarch tier Fire Shao King combat soul, having absorbed the monarch tier flame leopard combat soul, has grasped half the true essence of fire. Yen was overcome with elation. Now my true essence of fire has doubled. Coming to this land of fire is truly a stroke of luck for me. Then, he continued to roam about. While others would do their utmost to avoid the monarch-tier demon beast spirits, Yen was afraid of missing even a single one. His eyes scanned the land of fire like searchlights, leaving no corner unexamined. The third, the fourth, the fifth. As time passed, by the 3rd day in the land of fire, Yen had already encountered over a dozen fire-attribute monarch-tier demon beast spirits. Facing the Fire Shao King, whose power had surged, these spirits were utterly overwhelmed. The Han Yuan Ding channeled all their energy to the Fire Shao King, wasting not a single bit. Finally, on this day, after the Fire Shao King had absorbed yet another monarch-tier flame lion, a voice rang out. Monarch-tier Fire Shao King combat soul, having absorbed the monarch-tier flame lion combat soul, has grasped half the true essence of fire, bringing the true essence of fire to tenfold perfection.
Ha 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 ha. Yen's unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the entire fire realm.
By this point, the Fire Shao King's appearance had undergone a drastic transformation. His body had grown to 15 meters in length, truly resembling a small mountain. Flames danced through his fur, and from a distance, he looked like a burning mountain of fire. His face grew increasingly ferocious, with 4 long fangs protruding from his mouth, his eyes blazing with savagery. His muscles were bulging and twisted, making him more imposing and majestic than an iron tower. His massive hands, over 3 meters long, were as big as small houses, with a grip of immense strength. Long claws jutted from his fingertips, resembling 5 giant scimitars, radiating a bloodthirsty edge. It was nothing short of a human-shaped colossus. Yen swallowed hard. Monkey brother is looking more and more ferocious. It's a pity he has a combat soul spirit. He can only manifest a physical form in this special realm of fire.
If he could appear anywhere, he'd easily crush Ten Wu Jishuan S.
At that moment, the fire demon king's form gradually faded, transforming into a streak of light that returned to Yen's body. Yen closed his eyes, sensing the violent, ferocious essence of fire surging within him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A golden flame burned ceaselessly within his pupils, coalescing into a surging vortex of fire that gradually expanded outward. Whoosh! Two streams of golden flame shot from Yen's eyes, their searing heat scorching the surrounding space until the rocks were melted into nothingness.
Flaming heaven's golden eyes.
This was the divine ability carried by the fire demon king's combat soul. Yen had never had the chance to try it before, but now that his true essence of fire had reached perfection, when unleashed, it seemed capable of burning everything in its path. The golden flames in Yen's eyes blazed unceasingly, sweeping across the sky. The sound of intense combustion filled the air, and streaks of white scorch marks were burned into the sky. Truly worthy of the name Heaven's scorching golden eyes, it can even burn the void. It's a pity my cultivation is too low. My flame power will grow stronger as my level rises. Only when I reach the master stage will this divine ability truly be capable of scorching the heavens and obliterating the earth, Yen murmured. However, if he were to face a master stage opponent again, Yen was brimming with confidence. The heaven's scorching golden eyes, his trump card, would inflict significant suffering on the enemy, perhaps even annihilate them. After all, 10 times the damage of the true intent of fire is no mere boast. Those who have just entered the master stage generally possess a combat true intent of only 1 times. Facing a monarch tier demon beast of the same element is no easy feat, let alone obtaining a combat soul. Thus, this 5 elements realm is nothing short of a stroke of luck for Yen. Thank goodness I've arrived at the fire realm. I only have this 1 monarch tier combat soul, and its element is a perfect match. The fire realm, originally a treacherous first trial, had now been turned upside down by Yen. Yen strode forward with confidence. The 5 elements realm, which others spoke of with dread, felt to him like strolling through his own backyard. The exit was right ahead. After an unknown amount of time, Ma Dashan slowly opened his eyes on a rock, muttering, "Am I still alive? How long have I been unconscious?" At that moment, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. The guy had actually been woken up by hunger. Suddenly, Ma Dashan spotted Su Lang, who was still unconscious nearby. He ran over and shook him vigorously. "Senior brother Su, wake up." Su Lang slowly came to, looking completely bewildered. "Where are we?" Ma Dashan replied, "We're in the land of fire. We almost got blown to bits by the fire feather bird." The land of fire? Where is the fire? Su Lang was still confused. Only then did Ma Dashan look around. The moment he did, he jumped to his feet. "Where is the lava?" "It's all gone." Su Lang snapped out of it as well. He ran to the edge of the rock and looked down. Not only was there no gushing lava, there wasn't even a single spark. Instead, vast swaths of pitch-black soil were exposed. Good heavens! Su Lang collapsed onto the ground. The lava has vanished. By the way, what about Yen? Ma Dashan asked. At the mention of Yen, a cold glint flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Now that my injuries have healed, if I run into Yen again, I'll definitely kill him. The two continued onward. After all, the most important thing right now was clearing the stage. The further they went, the more alarmed they became. They hadn't expected the lava to be completely gone. The entire fireland was now nothing but undulating rocks, like a dry riverbed. Upon seeing the exit, Su Lang was overjoyed. "It's truly a stroke of luck. I never imagined the first stage would be so easy to clear." Thinking back to the rampaging monarch tier demon beast spirits, Su Lang felt a headache coming on. It's truly divine protection. Su Lang laughed heartily and stepped onto the exit teleportation array alongside Ma Dashan. A flash of white light, and the two were teleported away. As darkness fell before their eyes, they found themselves in a vast hall. "You two are way too slow." Just then, a light, airy voice drifted over. Su Lang glanced at the speaker, and a surge of anger immediately flared up. It was Yen. At that moment, Yen stood with his arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall, looking utterly languid. He appeared completely at ease.
Chapter 50. What a coincidence, meeting across 1,000 miles.
I'm going to. Su Long was about to explode, but was suddenly silenced by a remark from Ma Dashan. Ma Dashan said, "Senior brother Su, you mentioned that the lava in the land of fire has vanished.
Could this have something to do with Yen?"
Su Lang was about to retort that it was impossible, but then he suddenly realized that both he and Ma Dashan had fainted, while Yen remained unscathed.
What on earth was going on? Could it be that the disappearance of the lava really was because of Yen? What kind of power could alter the terrain of a desolate wasteland?
The more Su Lang thought about it, the more his heart raced.
If Yen really did this, then was this kid even human? What were you going to kill? Yen asked.
Su Lang's words got stuck halfway through. He didn't know whether to continue or stop, feeling extremely awkward. Yen said, "Since there is nothing more to say, let us move on to the next stage."
You two go ahead. Damn it.
No matter how calm Su Lang usually was, he couldn't help but curse under his breath at that moment.
This kid had been waiting in the hall for ages. Was he planning to use them as pathfinders again?
You. Su Lang pointed a trembling finger at Yen, his anger reaching a boiling point.
What you? Hurry up and get going.
Don't waste my precious time, Yen said coldly. Su Lang felt like crying inside. He really wanted to ask, "I'm at least an intermediate resident stage cultivator, a prodigy of the pure Yang sect, no less.
Where on earth does a 16-year-old kid like you get the nerve?"
But when he thought of the magma vanishing and the inhuman methods at play, Su Lang held his tongue. "Let us go." Su Lang shouted with bitter indignation, stepping into the teleportation array for the second stage like a warrior marching bravely to his doom.
Ma Dashan followed close behind. After a moment of warped light and shadow, the two arrived at a desolate place. There are several locations for the second stage, the graveyard of soldiers.
"I don't believe you'll be teleported to the exact same spot as us,"
Su Lang said.
Suddenly, a violent disturbance rippled through the surrounding space. A figure stepped out of the void.
After landing, he hummed a tune, smoothed out his plain blue robe, and looked as relaxed as if he were out sightseeing. However, upon seeing this person, Su Lang could no longer maintain his composure. The arrival was none other than Yen.
"Oh my, senior brothers, what a serendipitous meeting across 1,000 miles. Yen looked up, only then noticing them, and said cheerfully,
"Serendipity my ass."
Su Lang now felt both fear and a burning desire for Yen to die immediately, though he dared only think this to himself.
Ma Dashan chuckled, "Hee, that's right.
That's why we need to support each other and work together to get through this."
"Of course."
Yen suddenly let out a soft "It seems senior brother Su isn't very happy.
Are you not welcoming me?"
At that moment, Su Lang looked utterly aggrieved, as if someone owed him money. Seeing Yen, it would have been strange if he were happy.
Welcome, Su Lang practically ground the words out through clenched teeth.
Yen laughed along with him, then suddenly his voice turned icy. "Since you're so welcoming, then hurry up and lead the way." Su Lang firmly reminded himself to be patient, turned around, and strode forward with long, confident strides.
Ma Dashan followed close behind.
Yen trailed right behind them, appearing relaxed on the surface but remaining constantly on guard. Who knew what dangers they might encounter in this second stage? As they walked, a sudden gale howled, carrying a fierce momentum that made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The wind lashed their faces like blades, stinging with pain. Immediately afterward, dark clouds rolled in, shrouding the area in a suffocating darkness. When the howling wind finally subsided, they looked ahead to find, as far as the eye could see, a winding mountain path spiraling upward in concentric circles. On the narrow mountain path, a sword was planted every few steps, so densely packed that they stretched all the way to the mountaintop, numbering well over 1,000. And atop the mountain stood a colossal sword reaching toward the heavens, over 10 meters tall, bound by several chains. From afar, it radiated an overwhelming aura of sword intent. It seemed as though it were not a sword that was bound, but a monstrous beast of unimaginable power. This is the burial ground of swords. It took Su Leng a long while to snap out of his shock. The burial ground of swords. Su Leng's gaze swept from bottom to top, taking in the entire layout of the place, and his heart filled with awe. These long swords came in all shapes and forms, some like white ribbons, some with surging green flames, and some radiating a bone-chilling cold. It was truly an ocean of swords. Every sword trembled slightly, emitting a continuous humming sound, its sword energy shooting straight toward the sky, as if intent on tearing the heavens apart. Holy crap, Senior Brother Su, look! Isn't that the pure yang sword? Ma Dashan exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of his voice and saw, halfway up the mountainside, a long sword radiating divine light as if a blazing sun, scorching the surrounding ground into charred earth. The two had been disciples of the Pure Yang sect since childhood and knew the image of the Pure Yang sword by heart. They recognized it instantly. Su said coldly, "The Pure Yang sword is our sect's most precious treasure. According to legend, it vanished along with the previous sect master. How could it be here?" Ma Dashan said, "The disappearance of the Pure Yang sword has always been a source of regret for our sect. Now that we found it, wouldn't this be a great achievement for our sect?" At this thought, both men's hearts burned with excitement. "What was your sect leader's cultivation level back then?" Yen asked suddenly. "At least intermediate master stage," Ma Dashan replied after a moment's thought. Yen sneered, "Don't you sword practitioners have a saying, as long as the sword remains, so does the master? Now that we only found the Pure Yang sword, where has your sect leader gone?" These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over them, instantly sobering the two men. A terrifying suspicion arose. Could it be that back then, our sect master also entered the Star Palace and perished in this land of buried swords? Ma Dashan asked, his voice trembling. Su Leng exclaimed in shock, "Even someone at the intermediate master stage fell here? The land of buried swords is truly terrifying. And do you really think it's a coincidence that we've been teleported to the exact same place twice?" Yen said. The other two looked dumbfounded. Wasn't teleportation supposed to be random? Yen gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and pensive. "Your Pure Yang sect specializes in swords and fire, and I also carry a fire element combat soul." Su Leng said, "Right. In the second stage, we had to choose our weapons. We both come from a sword fighting background. Though I don't know why Lu Hemming didn't teleport over, but..." Under the stunned gazes of the other two, Yen slowly summoned a golden flying sword, its surface shimmering with radiant light and faintly wrapped in lightning. "My strongest weapon is also a sword. So that's why we all teleported to the same place." Ma Dashan's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Yen pointed his sword toward the heavens and said coldly, "I suspect that if we fail this trial, we'll end up just like your previous sect master, trapped here forever. This land of buried swords doesn't just bury swords, it buries us as well." At that moment, in the sky, ink-black clouds churned. Thunderous roars echoed, and white lightning struck down, illuminating the entire area. All the swords trembled restlessly, creating an eerie scene. Su Leng and Ma Dashan suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. With over 1,000 swords here, did that mean their masters had all perished in this place? If so, just how many people had actually died in this land of buried swords? Chapter 51, A Path of Evolution. The sky was gloomy, heavy black clouds hung low, and thunder rumbled. Countless long swords jutted diagonally from the ground, as if the end of the world had arrived. The wooden sword formed by the lightning would combat soul emitted a resounding dragoness roar, trembling violently as if imbued with an unstoppable fighting spirit. Its aura pierced the heavens, piercing straight through the 9 skies. Yen gripped the hilt, gently soothing the flying sword. "Old buddy, don't rush. In a moment, we'll go face this land of buried swords." The other two also drew their own long swords. Ma Dashan's sword was exceptionally broad and looked heavy, truly a greatsword. Su Leng's sword, however, was snow white and crystalline, radiating a chill that was eerie and cold. As they set foot on the mountain path, the swords along the way began to struggle violently. With a series of whistling sounds as the earth cracked, several swords burst directly from the ground, hovering in midair and pointing menacingly at the three of them. "Fight!" The swords in the air suddenly burst into a brilliant light, tracing a long arc as they swooped down to attack. Ma Dashan swung his heavy sword with the force of a massive gate, his movements ferocious. The heavy sword crashed into the flying sword, effortlessly sending it flying as though swatting away a bug.
Haha, how's that heavy sword technique?
Ma Dashan grew bolder as the battle raged on, wielding his heavy sword with such ferocity that it seemed to tear the very air apart. Su Lang was at a loss for words. If you swapped your sword for an axe, I bet you'd fight just the same. More and more flying swords struggled to rise from the ground, soaring skyward and tracing streaks of light through the air as they descended upon the crowd in a deluge. Su Lang unleashed a hazy white frost that transformed into a biting cold tide, sweeping toward them. The instant the flying swords descended, the cold wave froze them all solid, turning them into endless ice crystals that plummeted from the sky. Su Lang declared with unbridled arrogance, "With just these ownerless swords, how could they possibly be my match?"
Yen nodded.
These two were truly skilled, no wonder they were disciples of a major sect. After clearing the flying swords in the vicinity, the group continued their ascent toward the mountaintop. Su Lang's gaze burned with intensity in his eyes. There was nothing but the pure yang sword perched halfway up the mountain. The higher they climbed, the more formidable the flying swords they encountered became. An earth attribute flying sword shot out directly from beneath Ma Dashan's feet. Had Yen not intervened, Ma Dashan would likely have been sliced in half. There was still a short distance to the halfway point, but to the group, that short stretch seemed like an insurmountable chasm, an immense distance. "I can't hold on much longer." Su Lang unleashed a torrent of frigid energy, only to have all his frost melted away by an unknown flying sword.
We've only covered a third of the way, and we've already encountered such a terrifying sword.
Despair gradually crept into Su Lang's heart. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind him, "Let me give it a try."
It was Yen. "You? We've been practicing swordsmanship since childhood, and it's still this difficult."
"How can your swordsmanship compare to that of our pure yang sect?" Though he harbored some apprehension toward Yen, Su Lang still voiced his true thoughts.
Yen laughed.
"Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Besides, I've told you before, my greatest weapon is the sword." With a wave of his hand, his wooden sword burst into golden light, emitting a piercing, long howl as if thirsting for blood. With a whoosh, the golden longsword shot into the air, enveloped in a golden halo that made it look incredibly sacred.
Sword control technique.
Su Lang's heart pounded violently. This was a supreme divine ability that only sword cultivators who had reached a certain realm could master, capable of slaying enemies from 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye.
How could a 16-year-old boy master such a devastating technique? Ma Dashan was dumbfounded.
The golden longsword slashed viciously at the flying sword across from it, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter, and collided violently with it. A sharp clang rang out as the two blades met, and the flying sword was instantly cleaved in two. At that moment, a faint, ethereal blade drifted out from the broken sword, resembling a spirit form, one that would be nearly impossible to spot without careful observation. Upon seeing this spirit blade, the golden longsword reacted as if it had spotted a delicacy. The blade curved downward and lunged forward swiftly, radiating a brilliant golden light as it sucked the spirit blade into the air. As the golden light expanded and contracted, an even more terrifying energy fluctuation radiated out. Yen's wooden sword had grown even more powerful.
"Is this the sword essence?" Yen murmured to himself.
Suddenly, a light dawned in his mind. He seemed to have discovered a path for the lightning wood combat soul to evolve.
Ah! Ah!
Two agonized screams rang out as Yen slashed out with two backhands, striking Su Lang and Ma Dashan squarely on the back of the neck.
Su Lang passed out instantly. Ma Dashan let out a wail. "This feels so familiar."
His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness completely. Yen watched all this in silence, his face devoid of emotion. The secret of lightning wood must never be discovered by others. Now that he was alone, he could act without restraint. Yen thrust his palms forward, and the golden wooden sword soared into the sky, radiating boundless light.
It split into two, then four, until there were 108 blades.
Instantly, the sky was filled with a chaotic swarm of sword shadows, resembling the swords of judgment, ready to strike down at any moment.
Heavenly gangs and earthly fiends sword formation. Yen roared.
Endless golden flying swords, carrying surging golden lightning, streaked toward the mountaintop. Along the way, flying swords trembled violently, bursting from the ground to block the golden ones. But under the unstoppable onslaught of the golden flying swords, the emerging long swords were all severed in half, and one by one, their sword essence spirits drifted out, absorbed by the sword formation. In the blink of an eye, the sword formation's aura grew even more powerful, and its radiance became even more dazzling. The Commander Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul has consumed the maximum amount of sword essence, meeting the evolution requirements, and has upgraded to the Monarch Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul.
An exhilarating voice rang out. Yen was overjoyed.
Finally, nearly 2 months after obtaining the Lightning Wood Combat Soul, he had personally evolved it from the common tier all the way to the Monarch tier. At that moment, the 108 flying swords completely merged into one, transforming into a resplendent divine sword over 100 meters long. Its tip pointed skyward, as if it were about to cleave the heavens, its presence majestic and awe-inspiring. All the flying swords on the mountain were trembling, as if kneeling in homage to their king. With the emergence of the Monarch tier, 10,000 swords prostrated themselves. Yen stood there, resembling a divine sword soaring toward the heavens, his aura overwhelming. After the Lightning Wood evolved, he did not gain any substantial divine abilities. He simply felt that at this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him, body and sword as one. Now, wherever his thoughts turned, boundless sword intent surged forth. The sword was an extension of his body. Now, with a mere flick of his finger, an invisible beam of sword light shot out, shattering distant rocks into fragments. His eyes blazed with overwhelming sword intent. Yen even felt invincible in this world, as if he ruled the heavens. It is said that the true essence of combat lies in the 5 elements. I wonder if I can elevate the true essence of the sword to 10 times its current level of perfection. Seeing the flying swords trembling across the mountains and valleys, Yen's lips curled upward as a bold idea took shape. Yen pointed toward the sky. A massive golden flying sword erupted with a powerful aura of energy, as if an invisible giant hand were controlling it, gripping it high and slashing diagonally down toward the swarm of flying swords covering the mountains. Chapter 52, The Lord of the Underworld Sword. Before the sword even reached its target, a savage aura capable of cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth crashed down upon them. Instantly, the sky tore apart, dark clouds shattered, and space trembled. Countless flying swords were shattered to pieces by this energy wave. A deluge of sword essence spirits drifted into the air, drawn by a mysterious force to coalesce into an inverted waterfall of sword energy, surging toward the golden giant sword. The golden giant sword absorbed the vast quantities of sword essence like a whale drinking water. Any single flying sword here would be enough to drive a master stage cultivator mad. If placed within the alliance, it would cause a massive sensation. Yet now, they had all become nourishment for the golden giant sword. The golden giant sword continued to devour, and the sword light radiating from its body grew even more vast. Monarch Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul, becoming the primary combat soul of the true meaning of the sword, absorbing vast amounts of sword essence, and comprehending half the true meaning of the sword. Monarch Tier Lightning Wood Combat Soul, absorbing vast amounts of sword essence, comprehending half the true essence of the sword. One voice after another rang out, causing Yen to tremble with excitement. It confirmed his suspicion, sword essence could indeed enhance the true essence of the sword. He didn't know how much time had passed. By the time the golden giant sword had finished absorbing the energy, its blade blazed with an intense light, resembling a burning sun, dazzling and brilliant. The entire mountain was now littered with fragments of long swords. These shards had lost their luster, reduced to ordinary scrap metal. The sword essence, once imbued with abundant sword intent, had long since become nourishment for the golden giant sword. This was the true burial ground of swords. Yen gave a wave of his hand, and the golden giant sword instantly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blade, which had been over 100 meters long, quickly returned to a normal size and shot back into Yen's body with a whoosh. Yen closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying sword intent coursing through his entire body. What a pity it was just a hair's breadth away from the great perfection of tenfold sword essence. Only then did Yen open his eyes. It was as if a beam of sword light shot out, making it impossible to look directly at him. He walked toward the mountaintop with no flying swords to obstruct him. The journey was quite leisurely. However, at the summit, the sky-piercing giant sword that had been locked there remained. The energy fluctuations from the golden giant sword moments ago had not affected it in the slightest. It continued to radiate overwhelming sword intent, as if reaching up to the heavens and down to the depths of the underworld, its ferocious might awe-inspiring. Yen approached the heaven-piercing giant sword. The sword finally began to tremble, emitting sounds like the roars of tigers and the cries of dragons. The noise grew louder and louder, reverberating throughout the entire void.
"Are you trying to stop me?"
Yen asked.
Roar!
The colossal sword suddenly emitted a terrifying roar.
The chains binding it began to shatter link by link, seemingly unable to restrain this beast-like blade any longer. Yen's expression grew grave. He sensed the sword's aura growing stronger by the moment.
At that moment, the sword erupted with a surging tide of darkness, staining the sky black as ink.
Dark clouds gathered, making the atmosphere even more foreboding.
A shadowy figure appeared in midair, its form gradually solidifying. The figure was cloaked in a black robe, with two ferocious, massive horns protruding from its head. A mask covered its face, revealing only a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. It was as if it had emerged from the depths of hell.
For some reason, this figure gave Yen a sense of déjà vu. The same aura as the Netherworld warhorse. Yen finally realized.
The figure flicked his wrist, and the colossal sword instantly shrank to normal size, whizzing into his hand. The monarch-tiered demon beast, the Netherworld sword master. No wonder they all carried that hellish aura. The underworld sword master landed on the ground, sword in hand, radiating overwhelming ferocity, with the bearing of a lone warrior holding the pass against 1,000. Yen clenched his teeth and said, "Today, no one will stop me from clearing this trial." This was the first time he had faced a monarch-tier demon beast head-on, and one of the very highest tier. Yen extended a finger, and instantly, the true essence of the ninefold sword coalesced into a tangible form, transforming into a terrifying sword beam that slashed viciously toward the Netherworld Swordmaster. The Netherworld Swordmaster swung his long sword, unleashing a burst of dark energy that collided with Yen's sword beam. Instantly, boundless energy exploded, sending ripples of spatial distortion radiating outward in all directions.
Fight!
Yen gripped the golden wooden sword in his right hand, his entire being radiating sword intent that pierced the heavens. The Lord of the Underworld suddenly took a step forward, and in the next instant, he appeared ghost-like before Yen, raising his black longsword high and bringing it down in a straight, downward strike. Yen's pupils contracted as he parried with his sword. A metallic screech rang out, and Yen felt a jolt in his palm as a colossal force surged through him. Truly worthy of a monarch-tier demon beast, what immense strength! Yen gritted his teeth as the golden light of his wooden sword flared intensely. Just then, the Lord of the Underworld's sword struck again, unleashing an endless wave of dark energy. The golden light of the wooden sword seemed to gradually dissolve in the face of this dark aura. Yen retreated rapidly, thrusting his palms forward. The wooden sword swelled wildly in the wind, transforming in an instant into a 100-meter-long blade that hovered majestically above Yen's head. Slash! Yen pointed with his right hand, and the golden giant sword erupted with dazzling light, striking straight down with such force it seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The Lord of the Underworld swords remained unflustered, unleashing a series of black sword beams.
Rolling black mist spread out, quickly enveloping his domain.
The golden giant sword struck this dark domain, yet it felt as though it were striking the hardest metal, emitting a sharp hissing sound. It simply could not cut through it.
Why can't I break through this dark energy? Yen thought in horror.
Ever since he had obtained the lightning wood combat soul, he had swept all before him, even severing one of the heads of the Yamata no Orochi in the Wanren Mountains. Yet now, he found himself unable to overcome a mere dark domain. Yen refused to believe that this Lord of the Underworld swords was more powerful than the Yamata no Orochi. Just then, as the golden giant sword failed to make a breach, sparks of electricity began to crackle from its blade. The moment the dark energy touched the arcs, it recoiled as if stung by a venomous snake, retreating rapidly.
Seeing this, Yen immediately understood.
Thunder magic was specifically designed to counter evil spirits. This dark energy was ethereal and insubstantial, like a spirit ordinary attacks truly couldn't harm it. Only special divine thunder could dispel it. With that thought, Yan let out a cold laugh. If physical attacks won't work, I'll use magical ones. The golden greatsword, attuned to Yen's will, instantly unleashed a surging force of thunder. In an instant, blinding lightning illuminated the sky, making it dazzlingly bright. Streams of lightning, like thunderous dragons, surged into the realm of darkness. The dark energy, as if encountering its nemesis, quickly dissipated, and the dark realm shattered completely. Immediately afterward, the golden giant's sword advanced like a bamboo shoot breaking through a wall. Accompanied by dazzling lightning, it slashed toward the Lord of the Underworld, who stood behind the darkness. Without the protection of dark energy, the Lord of the Underworld was like a sitting duck, crushed directly by the sword's light. However, the sword light was so overwhelmingly powerful that it actually sliced off a layer of the entire mountaintop. Instantly, dirt flew, gravel filled the sky, and thick smoke billowed out. As for the golden giant's sword, the moment the Lord of the Underworld perished, it absorbed his energy, and the true essence of the sword reached 10 times the level of great perfection. Though exhilarated, Yen's tone suddenly turned grave. I hope the teleportation array for clearing the second stage wasn't destroyed by that sword light too. Chapter 53. It turns out Senior Brother Su is a drama queen too. Once the dust settled and all returned to calm, the mountaintop lay in shambles, as if the soil had been completely turned over. Yen's fears, however, did not come to pass. After the Underworld Sword Master's death, the teleportation array appeared automatically, glowing faintly in a corner of the mountaintop. Yen took a deep breath. This journey through the land of buried swords had been fraught with peril. Had it not been for his lightning divine ability, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, the rewards from this expedition were truly bountiful. Not only had lightning would evolve to the monarch tier, but his sword essence had also reached perfection. Now, Yen's true intent of fire and true intent of the sword had both reached tenfold their original levels, a veritable miracle that placed him far ahead of the average master stage cultivator. Yen stepped onto the teleportation array. A flash of white light erupted, and he vanished completely. It was unclear how much time had passed. Ma Dashan slowly opened his eyes, muttering, "Am I still alive? How long have I been unconscious?" Just then, he spotted Su Long lying unconscious beside him. He jolted awake and began shaking Su Lang violently, as if he were shaking a rattle. "Senior Brother Su, wake up." Su Lang felt as if his head was about to be shaken off. The moment he opened his eyes, his first words were, "You saw it clearly this time, didn't you?" "It was that brat Yen who did it." Ma Dashan said, "Right, Senior Brother Su, I saw it clearly. It was Yen who knocked us out." Su Lang was at a loss for words. "If you saw it clearly, how did you get knocked out?" Ma Dashan replied, "Yen's attack was both fast and brutal. I didn't even have time to react." Thinking of this, Su Long clenched his teeth and said furiously, Su Long, swear I'll kill him, hey." He suddenly looked up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw nothing but debris and shards of flying swords scattered everywhere from the mountaintop all the way down to the foot of the mountain. The scene was a chaotic mess, yet incredibly spectacular. When he looked back at the mountaintop, he was so terrified he couldn't speak. The mountaintop had suddenly shrunk by an entire level. It looked as if a section had been forcibly carved away. What a terrifying feat! Not even the most outstanding disciples of the great factions would possess such power. "Senior Brother Su, do you still want to seek revenge?" After a moment, Ma Dashan said bitterly. Su Lang was completely dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. After a long moment, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. He scrambled to his feet, only to find something beneath his buttocks. "What is this? It's so hard." Su Lang grabbed the object and was about to curse when suddenly, a wave of scorching heat washed over him, causing the temperature around him to rise several degrees. The pure Yang sword? Su Lang's hands trembled with excitement. He never would have imagined that the sect's most treasured artifact, the pure Yang sword, was now in his hands. It all felt like a dream too unreal to be true. Ma Dashan was equally thrilled. "Senior Brother Su, the pure Yang sword is so hot, is you're but okay?" "I'm fine." Su Lang could feel a chill down his spine, but he had no time to worry about that now. His eyes were filled with exhilaration.
Who had placed the pure yang sword here? After a moment's thought, the two realized the answer. It could only be Yen. Ha ha ha. I hereby declare that Yen is the benefactor of our pure yang sect and my brother, Su Lang. Whoever dares to seek revenge against Yen will be my enemy. Su Lang was now in high spirits, gesticulating wildly as he spoke. Ma Dashan was speechless. So senior brother Su was quite the drama queen, too. The world spun around him, and Yen found himself in another vast hall. However, it was completely empty. None of the master stage cultivators were there. Yen spotted the teleportation array in the center, and information about the third stage flooded his mind. He knew very little about the third stage, only that it was an illusory realm. After waiting a while, seeing that Lu Hemming was still nowhere to be seen, Yen decided he wouldn't wait any longer. He'd already gained plenty from his time at the Star Palace and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Since the third stage was said to transport everyone to their own separate space, there was no need for him to wait for Su Lang and the others. You've scouted the way for me twice. Consider that pure yang sword your reward. Yen was a man who kept his debts and favors clear. Since there was no deep-seated grudge between them, he might as well return the favor. After all, a mere pure yang sword was nothing to him. However, what he hadn't expected was that Su Lang had already been won over by him. They were practically about to become sworn brothers. Yen took a step forward and stepped fully into the teleportation array. Third stage, here I come. Yen's vision blurred, and before he knew it, he found himself in a hazy, gray space. He stared wide-eyed, scanning his surroundings frantically. He discovered that everything was shrouded in a gray mist, with visibility limited to only about 10 meters. Yen looked up to find the air filled with mist as well. With visibility so low, it felt as though the mist was hanging right above his head, ready to collapse at any moment. What the hell is this place? Is this what an illusion is like? Yen flicked his wrist, unleashing 2 streaks of sword light. The sword light cut through the mist with a piercing chill, clearing a path. But in just a moment, the mist from the sides closed in again, sealing the gap. However, Yen's goal wasn't to dispel the mist. Instead, he pricked up his ears and listened intently. A long time passed without the sound of the sword beams striking anything. This space is quite vast. Yen composed himself and began walking slowly. The mist posed no real danger, but it was incredibly thick and refused to dissipate. Yet with such low visibility, Yen felt as though he were walking in darkness. Who knew what lurked behind that thick fog? If a monarch-tier demon beast were to suddenly leap out, it would be disastrous. At this thought, Yen grew even more cautious. Tap, tap. He didn't know how long he'd been walking when Yen suddenly heard a faint series of footsteps. His movements froze instantly. Immediately afterward, the footsteps grew louder, drawing closer and becoming increasingly hurried. What is approaching? Yen's expression turned grave as he stared intently at the churning mist ahead. The thick fog kept billowing, seemingly revealing a faint, shadowy figure. Yen's eyes widened. The figure before him gradually came into focus. It was surprisingly slender. First to catch his eye were a pair of long, proud legs, followed by a pure white robe of cloud-like feathers and flowing hair. When he saw the face of the approaching figure, Yen's heart felt as though it were being tossed about by raging seas. You, how could it be you? Yen felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His body froze, unable to move. The visitor's gaze was indifferent, yet it carried a hint of cool detachment and a touch of puzzlement. Yen never would have imagined that they would meet in such a place, and in such a way. He felt a tightness in his throat and a sweat break out on his palms. An indescribable sensation surged through him, like an electric current racing through his limbs. The two stood there, gazing at each other. In this mist-shrouded, ethereal setting, it felt like a dream. You look truly beautiful in that period costume, Yen said slowly after a long pause, smiling. The person across from him showed not a single trace of emotion, his gaze as cold as ice. The visitor was none other than Tang. Chapter 55, Yen vs. Tang. In this world, the only person who could leave Yen at a loss was Tang. Even if he were to face a mountain of blades or the 10 directions of hell, he wouldn't so much as furrow his brow. Yet the moment he laid eyes on Tang,
all his defenses melted away. Even his gaze and tone softened.
Yen gazed at her.
At that moment, Tang was clad in a pure white, ethereal robe, resembling a fairy draped in clouds. Her long hair flowed freely, words alone could no longer describe her beauty. To praise her with mere words of beauty was far too mundane. The aura Tang exuded now, that air of being apart from the world, was simply ethereal, making one look up in awe, unable to meet her gaze directly.
No wonder she's my wife, she looks good in anything,
Yen couldn't help but say again. Suddenly, Yen's heart raced, for in an instant, he caught a shift in Tang's gaze.
That icy gaze suddenly flared with a fighting spirit.
With a loud thud, Tang flicked her right hand, and a massive ice rose appeared, not a delicate blossom, but a sharp, jagged ice thorn flower.
Tang flicked her finger, and the ice thorn flower shot viciously toward Yen. Yen's face turned pale.
He thrust his palms forward with all his might, causing a fiery lotus blazing with intense heat to burst into bloom, colliding head-on with the ice thorn blossom.
Boom!
Ice and fire intertwined violently in the air, erupting in a massive explosion.
The colossal energy shockwave forced Yen to stumble back several steps.
Tang, however, remained standing in place, his face expressionless, though his eyes had grown even colder. Yen broke out in a cold sweat and cursed inwardly, "How foolish of me! I knew full well that this third stage was an illusion, yet I was so careless.
The Tang before me is clearly just a fabricated illusion." Tang's earlier strike was no less powerful than that of an intermediate resident stage, extremely formidable.
In reality, Tang was at most an intermediate warrior stage, so he never expected this illusion to be so powerful. Now that he knew it wasn't the real Tang, Yen naturally had no intention of holding back. "I've long heard that illusions can be created based on a person's memories, but I never imagined they could be this lifelike," Yen said coldly.
"Of all people, why did you dare to create an illusion of my wife? I'm going to turn this stage upside down." Yen was furious.
The two most important people in his life were Tang and his older sister Qian. Now, the third trial had dared to conjure an illusion of Tang. This had truly struck a nerve.
Rage exploded within Yen like a bomb.
Little did he expect that the Tang across from him also had a cold glint in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a chill capable of withering all life swept across the arena. A silver crown suddenly appeared atop Tang's head, and her long gown unfurled, growing heavier and heavier until its hem dragged on the ground. In Tang's hand, an icy scepter materialized. Tang now resembled an empress, exquisitely alluring yet supremely domineering, her beauty captivating the world and her gaze sweeping over all.
What kind of combat soul is this? The Ice Queen? A fusion type? Yen asked in astonishment.
Tang raised the ice scepter high. It emitted a snow-white glow that caused the thick fog to dissipate. The light grew ever more intense, enveloping the entire space, while a wave of extreme cold spread to every corner. Yen felt a chill run through his body, yet he saw, from beneath Tang's feet, stream after stream of solid ice surging outward in all directions like dancing dragons, freezing everything in its path. Before long, everything within Yen's line of sight had transformed into a world of ice.
What is this? A domain?
Yen felt as though his entire worldview had been turned upside down. The true essence of combat was a skill mastered at the master stage, while a domain was a powerful divine ability only those at the sovereign stage could unleash.
Just what level was this illusion? It was far too formidable.
A thick layer of solid ice now covered the ground beneath Yen's feet as well.
Right now, Yen had only one sensation: cold.
The sudden drop in temperature felt as if it would freeze him solid. At that moment, Tang's hand moved again. At her feet, an ice dragon over 10 meters long suddenly burst forth. With a roar, it lunged toward Yen.
"Don't underestimate me!"
Yen roared, channeling the demon lotus sacred fire palm to its absolute limit, imbued with tenfold the true essence of fire.
Fiery flames surged skyward, scorching the void.
Yen's strike blasted a massive hole through the ice dragon, cleaving it in two at the waist, and it shattered into an endless shower of ice crystals.
Tang visibly paused for a moment, then raised his ice scepter high. Immediately, the surrounding solid ice seemed to come alive. Wave after wave of ice dragons surged skyward, overlooking Yen and letting out furious, piercing roars. Faced with so many ice dragons, even Yen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The ice dragons roared as their massive bodies lunged toward Yen, bearing down with overwhelming force. Boom! 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 Yen unleashed wave after wave of flames. As one ice dragon shattered, another took its place. The ice dragons were fearless and relentless, seemingly endless and unburnable. Within this realm of ice, everything obeyed Tang's commands with a single thought: she could summon countless ice dragons. Finally, Yen lost his footing and was seized by a massive ice dragon, which dragged him forward with brutal force, its colossal body plowing a deep furrow into the ground. Yen felt as if he'd been struck by a raging train, and was dragged along for hundreds of meters. The ice dragon shattered upon impact, and Yen tumbled to the ground, his bones feeling as though they were about to shatter. You son of a bitch! Yen cursed furiously. Since entering the battle realm, he had never been in such a desperate state, not even when Wu Jixuan had been hunting him down for days. Who would have thought he'd suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of a mere illusion? It took Yen a long while to crawl to his feet, and when he finally stood, his eyes blazed with fury. Sword control technique! Yen roared, and the lightning wood combat soul transformed into a golden longsword, flying out from his body. It swelled wildly in the wind, quickly reaching 100 meters in size. Its momentum was overwhelming, nothing could withstand its blade. Obey my command slash. Yen raised his right hand high and swung it viciously toward the void, as if to cleave this world in two. The golden flying sword, responding to its master's will, raised its tip high like a guillotine blade in a place of execution and brought it down with a savage strike. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang's eyes, then her ice scepter burst into an even more intense glow. The ground before her suddenly began to tremble violently, as if possessed of a life of its own. Next, a massive pillar of icy light shot up from the ground, coalescing mid-air into a colossal ice dragon 100 meters long. The ice dragon's face was hideous, its eyes blazing with savagery. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a fierce blast of cold air that surged forward like an inverted waterfall, crashing toward the golden giant sword. No one can stop this strike. Yen's eyes shone with a brilliant light, and the golden giant sword suspended in the air suddenly radiated an unprecedented brilliance. With a humming sound, it soared through the sky like a golden dragon, its overwhelming might sweeping across the heavens. Chapter 56: A single move decides life and death. The golden giant sword slashed down at an angle. The terrifying sword light alone was enough to shatter the surging cold tide, and it then struck the ice dragon with brutal force. The ice dragon roared in fury. It held out for only a few seconds before the hard scales covering its body began to peel off, and then its entire body exploded, shattering into countless ice crystals in midair. After shattering the ice dragon, the golden giant sword continued its momentum unabated, slashing straight toward Tang on the ground. Seeing Tang, who looked utterly insignificant compared to the golden giant sword, Yen's heart suddenly softened, and he was about to stop the strike. But in the next instant, a pair of enormous butterfly wings emerged from behind Tang, radiating a sacred glow. These wings were composed entirely of light. As the wings fluttered, Tang soared gracefully into the sky. Yen was completely transfixed, so much so that he forgot to block the golden giant sword. The golden giant sword descended from the sky with a heavy blow, completely cleaving through the spot where Tang had previously stood. The solid ice covering it vanished without a trace, and a massive energy wave spread outward, reducing everything in its path to dust. With a single strike, the golden giant sword had actually split Tang's ice domain in two, using the blade itself as the dividing line. After a moment, Yen murmured, "Isn't there a flight restriction barrier here? Could it be that within the ice domain, the barrier's control doesn't apply?" Hovering in the air, Tang gazed impassively down at the chaos below. A flicker of horror crossed her eyes, followed by a look of fury. Tang clenched her fists in the void, and two beams of light materialized in her hands. She merged the two beams, forming a cross. Holy Cross Sword! Tang released her grip and recited the incantation silently. Suddenly, the cross of light in the air began to expand, growing larger and larger until it soared over 100 meters high, so immense it stood tall between heaven and earth, rivaling Yen's golden greatsword. The cross of light trembled, its blazing, sacred radiance seeming to tear through the heavens, then slammed down toward Yen with devastating force. Tenfold true essence of light. Yen's heart trembled violently. He summoned his hand once more, and the golden giant sword hovered above his head. Immediately, the golden giant sword emitted a long, earth-shaking roar, causing the entire ice domain to tremble. Come, let us see whose sword is sharper. Yen pushed the tenfold sword essence to its absolute limit. The golden longsword surged forward to meet the cross-shaped light sword, triggering a series of massive air explosions in its wake. Boom! It was as if thunder had descended upon the world, the sound shaking heaven and earth. The golden longsword and the cross-shaped light sword collided, unleashing a massive explosion of energy. Visible ripples spread rapidly in all directions, and the surrounding air was obliterated into nothingness by the shockwaves. It felt as though the sky itself was about to collapse. The entire ice domain teetered on the brink of collapse. On the ground, countless sheets of solid ice tore apart, bursting into spiderweb-like cracks that spread outward. Accompanied by the sound of collapsing structures, the domain shattered completely into pieces. Yen was sent flying by the energy shockwave, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater in his wake. Tang, who was in the air, was also caught in the blast. The glow of her pair of light butterfly wings faded as she was slammed to the ground. It was unclear how much time had passed before Yen crawled out of the deep pit, her body shimmering with silver light as she was covered by a layer of silverwing ice serpent armor. In that critical moment, Yen had hurriedly summoned the armor to provide some protection. However, the silverwing ice dragon armor now bore numerous cracks, clearly having sustained significant damage. Yen quickly withdrew the armor to nurture it within his soul, see it would be unusable for the time being. He scanned the area and spotted Tang in the distance. But at that moment, Tang was encased within a massive ice crystal, appearing both tragic and beautiful. "She's okay?" Yen paused in surprise. After all, that surge of energy just moments ago had been so overwhelming it had nearly cost him his life. Just then, cracks began to appear in the ice crystal, which slowly shattered, revealing Tang inside. She now lay on the ground, her face pale, clearly at the end of her strength. Yen steadied himself and slowly made his way over. Seeing Tang up close, Yen couldn't help but marvel. What a lifelike illusion! I wonder what it takes to clear this stage. Do I really have to kill this illusion? Yen raised his right hand high, a golden sword light shimmering over it, but his arm trembled, and he simply couldn't bring himself to strike. I can't do it. Yen collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Even if it's an illusion, I can't bring myself to do it, he sighed. Because she looks just like you, my love. Silly, you won't pass the level like this. Just then, a voice rang out. If I can't pass, then I can't pass, huh? Yen suddenly jumped up as if he'd seen a ghost. Because the one speaking to him was Tang's illusion. Can illusions talk? Yen asked, bewildered. Tang sat up halfway, rolled her eyes at him, and sighed in exasperation. Yen, you bastard, that hit just now really hurt. That tone, that eye-rolling gesture. Yen blinked a few times, and joy gradually spread across his face. This was undoubtedly Tang herself. Honey! Yen pounced like a starving wolf, only to be pinned to the ground by Tang in an instant. What? I'm sorry, I really thought it was your illusion. Yen said pitifully. Tang sighed, I thought you were an illusion, too. How did you end up here? Yen had a million questions swirling in his mind. Even now, it still felt like a dream. It turned out that on that day, Tang had waited until late at night, but when Yen still hadn't returned, he grew anxious and stepped into the teleportation array. Later, through a series of twists of fate, she also entered the Zodiac Star Palace. She learned that only by passing 3 trials would one qualify to proceed to the final testing ground and be teleported out. It seems you must have arrived at the Star Palace after us. I tried to escape at the time, but was blocked by the barrier. This Star Palace allows entry only, not exit. Yen said. This place is far from the Zixia Palace where you're based. How did you end up here? Tang asked. Yen then recounted the entire ordeal of being hunted down by Wu Jixuan, detailing the perilous situations he faced. Even Tang's heart raced as he listened. You were actually being hunted by a master stage? Tang gave Yen a gentle shake. Why do you always cause so much trouble? Yen winced in pain.
Once we reach the final trial site, we'll run into that old bastard again.
How are we going to deal with him?
At that moment, Tang said haughtily, he has just a low-level master stage.
He can't do a thing to me now. Speaking of which, Tang, how did you get so strong? What level are you? Yen asked.
In truth, Yen was quite baffled. He had the lightning wood combat soul, which allowed him to absorb demon beast flesh and blood endlessly. That was the only reason he made it this far. He didn't believe anyone else could possess the same kind of luck as him.
Tang replied, I'm currently at the intermediate resident stage. Sure enough, the intermediate resident stage.
Although he mentally prepared himself for this, hearing Tang admitted himself still left Yen in disbelief. How did you level up so fast?
He added silently to himself, do you have a cheat code too? Chapter 57, The Heaven-Blessed Constitution. Of course, Yen would never dare say that out loud. Tang explained, my constitution is rather unique. It's called the Heaven-Blessed Constitution, a type of innate constitution. In my profile, there's an extra constitution entry compared to ordinary people. Yen nodded. His own profile didn't even have a constitution category.
Next, Tang dropped a bombshell that sent shockwaves through Yen's mind. The Heaven-Blessed Constitution cuts the essence points required for leveling up in half.
What? Half the essence points? Yen was completely thrown off balance. This constitution was just too overpowered. For example, advancing from the warrior stage to the intermediate warrior stage requires 100 essence points.
But with the chosen body, it drops to just 50 essence points. Yen was so envious he could practically drool.
That is so unfair. How can such a constitution even exist? It's practically cheating. Tang continued, my combat soul is also quite unique.
It's called the Ice and Snow Empress, and it's a fusion type. But the records don't list its level. It's marked as unknown and it can summon a domain.
A combat soul of unknown level? Yen was stunned. Could it be above monarch tier? He immediately thought of the Yamata no Orochi in the Wanrun Mountains. However, Yen continued, what about the other combat soul related to light? I've sensed 10 times the true essence of light.
Tang raised her hand, and a pair of golden butterfly wings unfolded behind her. These wings were formed from concentrated light, breathtakingly beautiful.
Tang now resembled a flower fairy, captivating everyone's gaze.
This is the combat soul of the monarch tier demon beast, the radiant holy light butterfly. It has granted me mastery over the power of light, and in the first stage, the land of light, I also received a divine blessing, Tang explained. It turned out that the first stage, the realm of the 5 elements, contained not only the traditional 5 elements but also the energies of many other elements. Tang didn't possess the Han Yuan Ding, but her heaven-blessed physique was even more extraordinary. In the energy-rich realm of light, she absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy from light attribute demon beasts, and her true essence of light had reached the great perfection. Yen was utterly speechless. Such a constitution was enough to make even heaven itself jealous. In comparison, Yen felt pitiful, all because of that Han Yuan Ding. He'd been hunted by Wu Jixuan for days and nights on end, unaware that Tang's constitution was nearly on par with the Han Yuan Ding itself. At that moment, Yen felt a pang of guilt. From childhood onward, Tang had always been completely open with him, while Yen had been forced to keep the secret of the lightning wood combat soul deeply hidden. Tang, when I stand at the pinnacle of this world, I will tell you everything. But now is not the time, Yen thought to himself. Suddenly, a white light flashed nearby. A dazzling teleportation array materialized. Yen and Tang exchanged glances. Did this mean they had both passed the test? What on earth was going on with this third trial? Without a moment's hesitation, the two stepped into the portal. The world spun around them as they were teleported to an even more expansive hall. At that moment, ripples began to form in the space around them. One person after another was transported over. First came Lu Hemming. Though he looked utterly bedraggled at the moment, his long, beautiful beard was snapped off, and his Taoist robe was stained with blood. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place. Following him was Old Monster Lei. At that moment, lightning swirled around Old Monster Lei, making him resemble the god of thunder and punishment descending to earth, his aura overwhelming the heavens.
The moment he laid eyes on Liu Hemming, he burst into a tirade, "You stinking old Taoist! My battle with your illusion just now wasn't satisfying enough. Let me have a few more rounds with the real you." Liu Hemming paused in surprise, then snapped angrily, "What a coincidence! I was just fighting your illusion as well. Allow this humble monk to experience your lightning once more."
He swept his long sleeves, sending a surge of sword intent soaring into the heavens, shaking the void.
At that moment, both men realized something was terribly wrong. In unison, they exclaimed, "That wasn't an illusion, it was you, you bastard."
Yen and Tang, standing nearby, were utterly speechless. These two old fools really were slow on the uptake. Suddenly, another ripple rippled through the space. Huamantian of the Myriad Flower Guild and Bailey Jaime of the Bloodblade sect stepped out of the void. Their robes were also stained with blood, having just endured a fierce battle. The moment they met, the two looked at each other as if they'd seen their father's murderers, ready to fight to the death.
Liu Hemming said coldly, "You're so eager to fight your own people, can't you even tell the difference between an illusion and the master stage?"
He spoke with great conviction, completely forgetting that he hadn't been able to tell the difference himself just moments ago. Huamantian was at a loss for words. This third stage isn't some illusion at all, it just randomly teleports two people together.
Liu Hemming frowned as well. Not exactly.
The last time the Star Palace opened, someone saw a gigantic demon beast that obscured the sky.
Huamantian snorted coldly.
"Elder Liu, if anyone from our Myriad Flower Guild dies in the third stage, it'll all be on you."
Liu Hemming knew he was in the wrong.
He gave a heavy snort and ignored her. Just then, Huamantian glanced over out of the corner of her eye. A smile spread across her face as she took a light step forward, floating effortlessly to Yen's side. "Little brother Yen," she said with a beaming smile, "I didn't expect you to make it through either."
"That's wonderful."
Huamantian's gaze was filled with greed, as if she were appraising a precious treasure, utterly unrestrained.
Yen felt a deep sense of revulsion. Had things come to this? Was Huamantian still coveting the Han Yuan Ding? Just then, Huamantian's gaze shifted to Tang standing nearby.
She was instantly struck by her beauty, so radiant that even Huamantian, renowned for her own beauty, felt a pang of shame when compared to Tang's pure and delicate grace.
"Who is this girl?" Huamantian asked. "My wife," Yen replied. Huamantian burst out laughing, her laughter growing louder and louder until she was shaking with mirth. Yen frowned. "Is that so funny?"
Huamantian finally stopped laughing and said, "Yen, I know you're exceptional, but you're not good enough for this girl." Then, she looked Tang up and down with genuine admiration and said, "Intermediate resident stage at 16, even among the great factions, you're one of the top geniuses. Child, join my Myriad Flower Guild. Within 10 years, I guarantee you'll inherit the position of guildmaster." Those words were like a bomb dropped into a calm lake.
The entire crowd was stunned.
These ancient martial arts sects, with their millennia-old heritage and profound foundations, held immense prestige.
Just how exceptional was Tang, that Huamantian would offer him the position of guildmaster?
The guildmaster was a dominant figure, whether within the alliance or the battle realm, a supreme honor and the ultimate goal every sect disciple strived for.
Yet, to everyone's surprise, Tang replied calmly, "I'm not interested." Huamantian felt his heart shatter. Unwilling to accept this, he asked, "Why?" Tang glanced at Yen and said, "I'll do as he says."
This time, Huamantian felt not only his heart shatter, but the sky itself collapse. With those words, "I'll do as he says," Tang's tone was that of an obedient little wife. What was even more ridiculous was that just moments ago, Huamantian had been mocking him freely, swearing up and down that Yen wasn't good enough.
But what did it matter if he was good enough or not? Tang was doing exactly as Yen said. Huamantian felt as if he'd been slapped across the face. It stung terribly. Chapter 58, Come Kill With Me.
Just then, the spatial fluctuations grew even more intense, and this time, quite a few people were teleported over. Among them were Su Lang and Ma Dashan from the Pure Yang sect, and Wu Jishuan from the Star Sea. To Yen's surprise, Mei from the Myriad Flower Guild had also arrived. In the third stage, Su Lang and Ma Dashan had run into each other. Just as Su Lang was about to raise the pure young sword to slaughter everyone in sight, Ma Dashan unexpectedly saw through the illusion. He realized that an illusion couldn't possibly be carrying the pure young sword he just acquired. Old Monster Lei suddenly asked, "Where is Li?" Wu Jixuan paused in surprise. "What I encountered in the third stage was a colossal beast, though it was just an illusion. I held out for a while, and then the teleportation array appeared." Old Monster Lei's face was so dark it looked as if rain might fall from it. With the three master stage cultivators of the great factions now gathered here, the situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Sure enough, Lu Hemming and the others shot them hostile glances. "What? You scum of the great factions, are you planning to start a fight right here?" Old Monster Lei sneered. Lu Hemming retorted, "The disciples of the great factions have committed countless injustices. Everyone has the right to punish them. Today, we will act as agents of Heaven's will and eliminate you pests." Old Monster Lei spat out a torrent of curses. "Bullshit. The great factions sure know how to sling mud. If you want to fight, just fight. Stop all this nonsense." With thunder in his palm, he suddenly unleashed a ferocious thunder dragon. The thunder dragon was over 10 meters long. Upon closer inspection, it was entirely formed from gleaming blue arcs of electricity, its presence overwhelming and its thunderous roar deafening. It let out a furious roar, swung its claws in midair, and plunged downward with a momentum that swept across all directions, crushing everything in its path. A full power strike from a mid-level master stage cultivator was truly terrifying. Even Yen, standing far in the corner, felt a chill run down his spine. The Thunder Dragon's ferocious assault sent shockwaves through the air, striking directly at the very core of one's being. Lu Hemming stepped forward to take the brunt of the attack. He darted in front of the others, formed a hand seal, and a massive light sword shot skyward from behind him, radiating brilliant light as its sword intent swept across the entire hall. The colossal sword and the Thunder Dragon collided violently in midair. For a moment, energy flew everywhere, erupting into billowing dust and an unceasing shockwave. The next moment, however, Old Monster Lei reached out with a massive hand and, as if grabbing a chick, snatched Wu Jixuan into his grasp. Wu Jixuan was, after all, merely a junior master stage cultivator. In the face of Old Monster Lei, he was as helpless as a child, clearly demonstrating the overwhelming power of the intermediate master stage. In a single bound, the two charged into the central teleportation array. A flash of white light followed, and they vanished completely. The rest of the great factions were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Old Monster Lei's initial barrage of attacks to be a feint. Trouble. They've already entered the final trial area. We'd better hurry up and set off too. We can't let the final reward fall into the hands of the great factions. After Lu Hemming spoke, he too rushed into the teleportation array. Immediately afterward, everyone followed suit one after another. Before the teleportation began, Su Lang gave Yen a meaningful look and said, "Thank you." Ma Dashan also bowed his hands in respect to Yen. Yen, of course, knew exactly what they were up to. He simply waved his hand nonchalantly. Just then, Mei walked over and said, "Little junior brother, I'm going in first. Good luck." Yen replied, "Sister Mei, share some of your luck with me." This Mei was only at the early resident stage, yet she cleared 3 trials in a row without a scratch. Her luck was simply off the charts. Tang asked, "Have you joined the Myriad Flower Guild yet?" Yen laughed nonchalantly, "It's just a stalling tactic. Otherwise, that Huaman Tianwen Ti let me off the hook." Tang said, "I don't like her either. Why don't we go in together and take her out?" Yen said, Hey, you're such a kid. You're too quick to kill. All this fighting and killing is no good." Tang snorted disdainfully and walked straight toward the teleportation array. Yen hurried after her, and the two stepped into the array side by side. The teleportation array emitted a blinding white light. After a dizzying spin, the two felt darkness engulf them, and they found themselves in a completely new space. When they opened their eyes again, they were utterly stunned. The world before them was not the ordinary sky and earth, but a starry expanse as vast and boundless as the cosmos. As far as the eye could see, there were stars as far as the eye could see. Beneath their feet, however, was a massive meteorite, drifting endlessly forward. They had no idea where it was heading, for this starry expanse was simply too vast and deep.
It's like we're in outer space, Yen exclaimed.
Tang mused, this must be the world created by the master of the Star Palace. Look at those floating orbs in the distance, they're likely the reward for this final trial.
Yen looked over. In the boundless cosmos, thousands of orbs of light drifted aimlessly, standing out strikingly against the pitch-black backdrop. That's way too many rewards, Yen remarked. Each person gets only one chance to choose.
Once you capture an orb, you'll be automatically teleported out of the Star Palace,
Tang explained.
But these orbs are so hazy you can't even see what's inside them.
Then it's all about luck.
I've heard that the deeper you go, the richer the rewards, but the orbs also become rarer. Yen suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. He gathered his power and focused it into his eyes. A golden flame blossomed from his pupils, giving him an air of profound mystery.
Flaming heaven golden pupils.
At that moment, Yen's vision became astonishingly sharp. Empowered by the flaming heaven golden pupils, he could pierce through the starry sky and see exactly what was hidden inside each orb of light. Most of them are weapons, and some are secret manuals, Yen remarked. Tang glanced at his eyes, now transformed into a crimson gold hue, but said nothing.
If we just keep floating on this meteorite, will we get the final reward? Yen chuckled. Tang replied, who knows how long we'll be floating?
Anyway, the last time the Star Palace opened, no one received the final reward. If you stay inside the Star Palace for more than 49 days, you'll never be able to leave.
Yen was at a loss for words.
The conditions were too harsh. Who knew how long they'd have to float before they even saw the final reward?
Then let us just float for now.
When we come across a suitable light cluster, we'll catch a couple and teleport out, Yen said.
You decide, Tang replied.
The two continued to sit atop the meteorite, drifting along. When they were hungry, they ate the food Tang had brought. When they were tired, they slept.
In Tang's inventory, besides dried meat jerky, there were also compressed snacks.
Yen, who usually had no interest in snacks, was now eating heartily. Having been on edge for the past few days, he was absolutely starving. A week passed. The two lay flat on the meteorite, still drifting through space. Yen had been enjoying himself these past few days. The two had gradually opened up to each other, chatting constantly, from embarrassing childhood stories all the way to the current state of the great factions. It turned out that the great factions weren't really about good versus evil. They'd simply been fighting over the orthodoxy of martial arts for over 1,000 years. It was truly ridiculous.
Suddenly, Yen's eyes lit up.
He sprang to his feet and sneered, it's a case of enemies meeting their match.
Sweetheart, come with me to kill someone. Chapter 59, Today is your doomsday.
In Yen's field of vision, another drifting meteorite came into view.
Seated upon it was a silver-haired middle-aged man, none other than Wu Jixuan. Tang asked, is this the one who has been hunting you down? Yen nodded. Suddenly, Tang's demeanor shifted dramatically.
A piercing chill radiated from his body, freezing the ground beneath his feet into a pattern of frost. The moment the two meteorites carrying their respective occupants passed each other, Yen and Tang leaped across. Wu Jixuan was startled out of his wits. He had been resting his eyes, never expecting anyone to drop in from the sky. But upon seeing the intruders, Wu Jixuan immediately shot them a glare filled with hatred. Whether it was the life of his illegitimate son or the Han Yuan Ding, Wu Jixuan and Yen were now locked in a fight to the death. I was just worried I wouldn't be able to find you, but I never expected you to come right to me.
Wu Jixuan sprang to his feet and said coldly.
Yen laughed heartily, you old turtle, today is your doomsday.
Hearing the nickname Yen had given him for the first time, Wu Jixuan was filled with raging fury.
He unleashed the full might of his master stage aura without reservation, causing even the starry sky to tremble slightly.
Take this.
Yen struck out with a palm strike, unleashing tenfold fire. True intent. The surging, torrential flames, like a primordial beast, lunged toward Wu Jixuan.
Tenfold combat. True intent? Wu Jixuan's expression changed drastically.
Rolling mana raced through his body as he swept his arm upward, instantly condensing a massive black hand in the air. The moment the black hand made contact with the towering inferno, it began to melt away.
Is that all you've got?
Yen's gaze burned with intensity, his fighting spirit at its peak. He unleashed the flames with even greater ferocity. The surrounding air was incinerated into nothingness. In an instant, the sky was ablaze, staining the starry expanse crimson. The sky-scorching flames swept through like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the black hand.
Wu Jixuan's expression changed drastically.
He never would have imagined that in such a short time, Yen had actually grasped the true essence of combat and reached the level of tenfold great perfection. Don't underestimate me. Wu Jixuan roared, and a jade-green toad shadow rose from behind him, growing larger and larger until it was vast enough to obscure the entire space. The combat soul of the monarch-tier demon beast, the sky-devouring toad. The toad's shadow croaked once, then opened its massive mouth, sucking in the flames like a giant whale drinking water. The surging flames, resembling an inverted waterfall, were slowly drawn into the toad's mouth. Before their eyes, the blazing inferno filling the sky gradually shrank.
Yen stared in astonishment.
After absorbing the flames, the toad's shadow actually belched in an almost human manner. Then, opening its massive mouth, it expelled a stream of emerald green gas. Some of it splashed onto the ground, piercing through it to create a massive crater clearly carrying a potent toxin. Immediately afterward, the toad's shadow opened its mouth again, and a torrent of emerald green gas, like a raging river, surged forth, crashing toward Yen. Yen's face paled slightly. The gas looked incredibly toxic. Any contact would surely turn him into a pool of blood. At that moment, Tang waved her hand. A regal crown appeared atop her head, and an ice scepter materialized in her grasp as she once again transformed into the Ice Empress, descending upon the mortal realm.
Her aura of sanctity was awe-inspiring.
Wu Jixuan couldn't help but glance her way, remarking, "Another young intermediate resident stage practitioner.
But you two little kids stand no chance against me."
Tang raised the ice scepter,
which emitted a dazzling light, and an overwhelming aura of ice swept out. Rivers of solid ice surged from beneath Tang's feet like ice dragons, rushing in all directions, quickly transforming the area into a frozen wasteland. A domain? Impossible. That's a sovereign stage technique. Wu Jixuan was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes.
The spreading frost instantly froze the air currents released by the toad shadow. The gushing emerald green gas had no chance against the biting frost and was quickly engulfed. The frost's momentum showed no sign of abating. The surrounding temperature plummeted below freezing. Immediately afterward, the massive toad shadow transformed into an ice sculpture glistening white and utterly terrifying. Then, with a crackling sound, the ice sculpture shattered into countless ice crystals, scattering across the ground.
The swallowing heaven toad combat soul was completely shattered within the realm of ice.
Wu Jixuan was startled. The frost before him surged like a ferocious beast, threatening to devour him. Mana surged through his body, and the illusory forms of venomous snakes, scorpions, and other creatures of the five poisons emerged, circling him to form a transparent light barrier. The five poisons cold light shield. Wu Tian had once used this technique as well, but as a master stage practitioner, Wu Jixuan's execution of this combat skill was at least 10 times more powerful. Surging frost swarmed toward him, colliding with the five poisons cold light shield and erupting in a massive sizzling roar.
What a terrifying young man! Wu Jixuan struggled desperately.
Though the shield stood before him, he felt no relief. It was as if he were standing in the midst of a fierce blizzard, on the verge of being crushed at any moment.
Tang let out a cold snort.
The light on her ice scepter grew even brighter, its sacred radiance illuminating the entire cosmos. Within this realm, Tang was the queen, the absolute empress of ice and snow. The bone-chilling frost surged with even greater ferocity, raging like a flood whose gates had been thrown open, ceaseless and overwhelming. With a sharp crack, the five poisons cold light shield split apart like a spider's web, then shattered into pieces.
Ah! Wu Jixuan had only time to let out a scream before he was completely engulfed by the overwhelming frost, turning into an ice sculpture. Yen was utterly stunned. He cautiously glanced at Tang and said, "Did you hold back when you fought me?"
Tang rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't need to use my full strength against you." Yen was stung by the remark, but he didn't let it bother him after all. It wasn't a disgrace to be outmatched by his own wife. However, a technique powerful enough to freeze even a master stage cultivator was truly mind-boggling. The power of that domain was beyond imagination. It was as if she were the absolute ruler of that realm. At that moment, Yen walked up to Wu Jixuan and slowly drew his long sword.
Back then, when you were hunting me down and I had nowhere to turn, did you ever imagine this day would come?
The sword rose. Wu Jixuan's ice sculpture was instantly shattered, and his head still encased in ice was severed by a single stroke, flying skyward. Strangely, not a single drop of blood spilled. Even the blood itself had been frozen solid. As Yin marveled at the might of the domain, he also sighed with resignation.
The battle realm was truly fraught with danger. Even reaching the master stage offered no absolute safety.
To survive, one must constantly grow stronger. In this world, everything is illusory, only power is eternal. His gaze swept toward the distance, where the starry sky grew even more profound, its end utterly invisible.
But Yen was willing to take a gamble. He needed strength, he needed to become even stronger. In this final trial ground, what exactly was the ultimate reward? Yen was deeply intrigued.
The massive meteorite, carrying the two of them, continued drifting deeper into the starry void.
Regardless of what lay ahead, Yen was determined to take the plunge.
Fortune favors the bold. The greater the risk, the greater the reward.
Chapter 60, Taking the Initiative. Day after day passed.
In the vast, profound expanse of the cosmos, the number of light orbs grew ever fewer. As time went on, the number of light orbs dwindled from thousands at the start to hundreds, then even just dozens.
Yen didn't even glance at them. His sole focus was the final reward. Another week passed. Yen sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance. In his pupils, a golden lotus of flame burned brightly. In the distant starry sky, a faintly glowing orb floated. Through his heaven-burning golden eyes, Yen could clearly see that it contained a palm-sized bronze mirror. From his recent conversations with Tang, Yen knew that among weapons, those possessing true divine power were often rare items like cauldrons, mirrors, vases, and pagodas such as the Han Yuan cauldron. That copper mirror exuded an ancient, untamed aura. It was clearly no ordinary object. Yen gazed at it longingly for a while, but finally closed his eyes. He had only one goal now. All the treasures along the way were merely scenery. Another half-month passed. Earlier, when he opened his eyes, he could still make out scattered specks of light in his field of vision, but now, not a single one was visible. Yen focused his eyesight, pushing his burning heaven-golden pupils to their absolute limit. Finally, beyond the limits of human vision, he spotted another speck of light. It was a strange fan, its surface swirling with runes and radiating an overwhelming aura of treasure. It was said that in the battle realm, a powerful treasure fan could shatter mountains and sever rivers with a single sweep. Its might was truly formidable. Yen said, "It's been 3 days since I last saw a light. The intervals between their appearances are getting longer and longer." Tang asked, "Does this treasure tempt you?" Yen shook his head. Since he made his decision, he was determined to obtain the very best. "We've been in the Star Palace for over 40 days now. We have 9 days left. If we don't make a choice, we'll be trapped here forever," Tang reminded him. Yen clenched his fists, his heart torn by intense conflict. Finally, he said, "Tang, you capture this light orb and teleport out first. Wait for me outside. If I don't show up in 9 days..." "Don't talk nonsense," Tang interrupted him. Yen lifted his head slightly, only to meet Tang's gaze. Tang just looked at him like that, with a hint of resentment. Yen dared not hold her gaze and lowered his head guiltily. "Never leave me behind. I don't want to experience the feeling of waiting alone again," Tang said earnestly. Yen felt an inexplicable emotion ignite within him, exploding right in his chest. He suddenly grabbed Tang's hand at that very moment. No matter how many words he had, they couldn't compare to what he was feeling. Yen's palms grew slightly sweaty, and he began to stammer. A flush spread across Tang's face. She shyly pulled her hand away and said, "I think the final reward isn't far off. Let us get through these 9 days together." Yen nodded. Another 4 days passed.
High above the starry sky, a ball of light emitted a blinding white glow visible even from a great distance. Could it be? Yen jumped to his feet in excitement, seeing a white porcelain bottle lying within the orb of light. Once the excitement subsided, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Yen said bitterly, just like the fan last time, there is nothing particularly special about it. Tang said, we need to think about what the final reward of this trial actually is. They settled their minds and thought deeply. Finally, they exchanged a glance and said in unison, combat soul. In the battle realm, a powerful foundation lies in the combat soul. No matter how powerful the treasures within these orbs might be, they are merely external possessions that cannot be taken out of the battle realm. Only the combat soul can strengthen one's self. It is the true, tangible power that becomes one's own. Only demon beasts can give birth to a combat soul. At the edge of the starry sky, there must be an incomparably powerful demon beast standing guard. But now, they only had 5 days left. Based on the current pattern, in 5 days, they would definitely encounter either a light orb or a demon beast. But what if we encounter another light orb in 5 days? Yen asked. In that case, only one person can be teleported out, Tang said. The two fell silent. They had analyzed this scenario before. Based on the patterns of the first 3 stages, a teleportation array would only appear once they were deemed to have cleared the stage. Therefore, for this final stage, the teleportation array would only materialize after they obtained the final reward and successfully cleared the stage, at which point they wouldn't have to worry about both of them getting out. But the problem was, would they encounter the final reward in 5 days? We must take the initiative, Tang said. Drifting aimlessly with the meteorites was far too passive. Although the sky was filled with countless drifting meteorites, they were too far apart to jump across. After all, the Star Palace was protected by an anti-flight barrier, making it impossible to use flight abilities. Yen thought for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. Tang, have you heard of parkour? Tang blinked, filled with curiosity, wondering what plan Yen had come up with. Today, I'll show you what true speed really is. Yen reached out and wrapped his arm around Tang's slender waist. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, emitting a powerful crackling sound that illuminated the pitch-black night sky with blinding brilliance. Yen's eyes, too, blazed with thunder, radiating a brilliant light. Thunder escape technique. Yen roared, his entire body transforming into a brilliant blue bolt of lightning that enveloped Tang as they surged forward. Instantly, the roar of thunder echoed throughout the cosmos. In the deep, vast expanse of space, a single brilliant blue streak sliced through the void, dazzlingly bright. Tang felt a flash before his eyes, and before he knew it, he had been transported from his original position into the boundless starry sky. Looking down, he saw the unfathomable depths of the cosmos stretching out beneath him, making him feel incredibly small. But this sensation didn't last long. The next moment, Tang felt his feet touch down. In such a short time, Yen had traversed the void, leaping directly from one meteorite to another, a distance of over 200 meters. Wow, he really made it. Tang, usually so composed, couldn't help but feel excited at that moment. The meteorite beneath his feet was also drifting forward. Yen laughed, I'll rest for a bit, then do it again. In this way, Yen continuously cast the lightning escape technique, forcibly increasing his speed and saving a great deal of time. In the dark starry sky, a streak of blue lightning darted back and forth, shattering the void and causing thunderous roars. Finally, a day had passed, and they spotted another ball of light. Inside was a delicate little tower. Seeing this, Yen felt a chill run down his spine. If they had continued riding the previous meteorite, all they would have seen after 5 days was this tower, not the final reward at all. This is absolutely infuriating. At the meteorite's speed, we'd never make it in 49 days. Yen was furious, cursing the imaginary Star Palace master to high heaven. Chapter 61, The Final Guardian. 4 days left. Yen frantically channeled his thunder escape technique, transforming his entire body into a blue bolt of lightning as he shot through the void. Another day and a half passed, and they once again spotted a glowing orb. To their despair, all that lay within was a small cauldron. The small cauldron shimmered with radiant light, appearing even more formidable than the Han Yuan cauldron.
Tang clutched Yen's collar tightly and said, "Why don't we just take this one?" No. Yen shook his head.
After a look of infinite disappointment flashed across his eyes, a sudden gleam of determination burst forth.
"I feel the final reward isn't far off." Lightning surged from beneath Yen's feet, and in the next instant, he appeared on another meteorite.
His speed grew faster and faster.
Half a day passed. A day passed. 2 days passed. Nothing.
The sky was filled with stars, with only meteorites drifting through the void. Not even a single speck of light was to be seen. The entire starry sky was too vast, too desolate, so empty it was terrifying.
The 49th day was drawing to a close.
If they exceeded 49 days, they would be trapped here forever. Tang bit her lip lightly, her face turning pale. As for Yen, he bit his lip so hard a trickle of blood seeped out. He was still sprinting, clinging to his last shred of willpower.
"Ah! I refuse to accept this." Yen unleashed a furious storm of lightning beneath his feet. Arcs of electricity exploded in the air.
Enveloping Tang, he transformed into an unparalleled, peerless bolt of thunder.
This time, he fled so far that they could no longer make out what lay ahead.
Mid-air, Tang's gaze grew distant as she murmured, "Yen, if we really can't part forever, I think that's actually quite nice. There's this boundless universe, countless shining stars, and you." Hearing this, Yen's heart twisted with pain. It was he who had dragged Tang into this desperate situation, yet here she was, thinking such things. Yen's mind was swirling with 1,000 thoughts. He struggled to form a single sentence, to let the words spill from his lips. Yes, these were the words he had prepared his entire life to say to Tang.
He was about to say them right now. Just then,
a hazy halo of light radiated from ahead, stinging Yen's eyes. It was this very light that suddenly pulled Yen back from hell to paradise.
"What were you going to say to me?"
Tang murmured, her consciousness still hazy.
"Ah, silly wife, we don't have to stay here.
I still want to take you out to see the world, to see different landscapes, and I still want to have a bunch of kids with you," Yen screamed with excitement. Surprisingly, Tang didn't punch him this time. She just gave a bitter smile. Suddenly, that same light appeared in her vision as well. Far in the distance, a towering floating island hovered in the air. The island was entirely golden, devoid of any vegetation or rocks, with only a massive combat arena on it.
"We're here, the final reward."
Yen was ecstatic, and Tang's spirits lifted as well. A massive bolt of lightning, like a blue dragon, struck down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the floating island.
As the lightning dissipated, Yen and Tang were revealed.
After struggling for 49 days, they had finally arrived here. They had countless opportunities to leave along the way, but they hadn't. Only the final reward was their goal. During their journey, they hadn't encountered a single master stage practitioner, which meant even those powerful master stage experts had chosen to leave midway for a treasure. In other words, Yen possessed even greater resolve than those master stage experts.
Only with such formidable mental fortitude could one ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the martial arena.
Yen surveyed the magnificent martial arena. The ground resonated with a clanging sound as he walked. My goodness, even the floor is made of gold. Yen couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The Lord of the Star Palace sure knows how to make a grand gesture. At the farthest end of the arena, a towering throne stood. The throne exuded a majestic presence. Simply standing there, it resembled an emperor, looking down upon all directions, as if scrutinizing every visitor with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the center of the arena, and a massive crack appeared in the ground. A presence so powerful it sent shivers down one's spine surged forth. Accompanied by blinding golden light, a hooved foot emerged from the crack. Immediately afterward, its entire body slowly emerged. It was a centaur clad in golden armor. The centaur stood 3 meters tall, with 2 golden wings spread behind him. Even the feathers were as sharp as steel. A pair of crimson eyes glinted through the mask covering its face.
"I am Sagittarius, the final guardian of the Zodiac Palace. Who is the challenger?"
A strange voice echoed in both their minds.
Tang pointed at Yen and said, "It's him."
"I swear by the name of the Lord of the Zodiac, the great war begins here.
No one may interfere in this battle. All others, leave."
The centaur roared furiously, unleashing a dazzling golden beam from his right hand. The golden beam struck Tang with full force.
Tang! Yen's eyes immediately turned red with fury. Tang said, "I'm fine."
It turned out the golden beam had formed a massive wall of light, separating Tang from the arena. Yen looked again and again, and only after confirming Tang was unharmed did he turn his gaze toward the centaur. The centaur's armor shone brilliantly, radiating boundless divine might clearly. His rank was above the monarch tier. It was undoubtedly the most powerful enemy Yen had ever faced in his life. This final reward is indeed hard to obtain, Yen sneered coldly. A sword-esque glow flickered in his hand. It was the wooden sword formed from lightning wood. The centaur roared toward the heavens, gathering divine power in both fists before unleashing a ferocious strike. Mid-air, a pair of fist shadows, carrying boundless energy, seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of space. Yen raised his long sword and slashed out a fierce blade of light, carrying a pressure capable of tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, slamming violently into the fist shadows. Instantly, a deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Yen was sent stumbling backward by the force of the impact, while the centaur appeared completely unscathed. "So powerful," Yen said in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, the centaur stomped its iron hooves, leaping into the air like a raging war chariot. It pounded the ground fiercely and, in the blink of an eye, charged toward Yen. Immediately afterward, the centaur raised its front hooves, arching backward in the air at an unbelievable angle, then brought them crashing down. That stomp carried the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, like a mountain crushing down from above, as if it were about to pierce right through the earth. Yen felt a shadow loom overhead. The massive iron hooves whipped up a gale that lashed his face, and it seemed certain they would land right on him. Boom! Yen held his sword out before him. The two iron hooves slammed down on the blade, producing a deafening clang. The centaur let out a wild bellow, increased its force, and drove the hooves down again, causing the sword to screech with friction. Yen wished he could muster every ounce of strength he possessed. His teeth chattered, and he felt his arms trembling. "Don't underestimate me," Yen roared, a strange light flickering in his pupils. Chapter 62, The Final Arrow. A strange light flickered in Yen's pupils, gradually blooming into a golden lotus of fire, which transformed into a streak of blazing flame and shot violently from his eyes. The surging fire struck the centaur's armor directly. The moment they made contact, a sizzling sound of combustion erupted. The armor was actually melting, emitting a wisp of white smoke. "Ah!" The centaur let out an agonized howl, violently pulling back its iron hooves and retreating at top speed. A gaping hole had been burned through the armor on its chest, revealing a glint of blood. "This works. Truly worthy of the tenfold essence of fire." Yen's fighting spirit soared. The centaur raised his iron fist, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows that made the surrounding void hum and crack with each strike. Yen beckoned with a hand, and his long sword hovered in the air, swelling wildly in the wind until it instantly grew to 100 meters in size, radiating a majestic aura. Slash! Yen roared. It seemed as though the colossal flying sword had been grasped by an invisible giant hand. With a momentum capable of shattering the heavens and earth, it slashed down toward the fist shadows. Mid-air, the chaotic fist shadows shattered the sword's glow, yet they could not halt the force of its descent. This strike was nothing short of a miracle, dimming the starlight and eclipsing the sun and moon. Wherever the blade passed, endless fist shadows were crushed. The centaur fell into a frenzy, gathering power in its right fist as countless starlights flickered upon it. It unleashed another punch, as if striking a massive star, slamming heavily against the flying sword. This punch was truly invincible. In an instant, it sent the 100-meter-long flying sword hurtling backward, tracing a trajectory through the air. Yen was startled. With another wave of his hand, the flying sword returned to its original size and flew back into his grasp. Tang, trapped within the wall of light, was also deeply anxious. Had she been able to assist Yen, they might still have stood a chance against the centaur, but now she could only stand there, helplessly watching. Yen hurled the flying sword once more, driving it forward with both palms. The flying sword split into 2, then 4 until finally, it multiplied into 108 blades. They filled the sky, a swarm of chaotic sword shadows, while a surging sword intent shook the heavens and earth, as if it were about to tear the starry sky apart.
The heavenly gangs and earthly fiends sword formation, but this is still not enough.
Yen continued to channel his power. Each flying sword grew frantically larger, causing the entire surrounding space to tremble. Finally, they all reached 100 meters in size. The entire combat arena had become an ocean of swords. The massive flying swords blocked out the sun and sky, like a gigantic canopy enveloping the entire floating island. It was also like dark clouds gathering to obscure the sky now. The very place where they stood was shrouded in shadow. However, this eerie, bone-chilling atmosphere was brought about by the boundless sword energy.
The enhanced heavenly gangs and earthly fiends sword formation.
The centaur on the ground seemed to sense that something terrifying was about to happen. He grew solemn, a sacred glow emanating from his body, making his entire form radiate brilliantly, as if a burst of power was about to erupt. Yen stood beneath the countless flying swords, his robes fluttering in the sword energy, resembling a sword immortal descended from the heavens. He was enveloped in a dazzling divine light, appearing mysterious and inscrutable.
The battle should end now.
Yen chuckled softly, a smirk curving his lips, brimming with confidence.
He raised his right hand high and slashed down fiercely through the void.
Immediately, the 108 flying swords in the sky moved as if guided by his very will, following Yen's motion as they also slashed down with devastating force. A single flying sword striking down carried a terrifying pressure capable of altering the very colors of heaven and earth. Now, with 108 massive flying swords descending, it was truly as if the sky were collapsing or a colossal tsunami crashing down, a sight so terrifying it made one's heart tremble. The centaur let out a furious roar to the heavens, unleashing a burst of sacred light that swept upward. He intended to use all his strength to withstand the might of the flying swords. Alas, in the face of the surging tide of sword light, that divine radiance was as insignificant as a speck of light, instantly shattered. 100 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, completely engulfing the combat arena. It was as if the sky had torn apart, with massive pillars of light descending. The sword light poured down like a raging flood, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the void beyond the floating island trembled and hummed. The centaur appeared even more insignificant, instantly engulfed by the sword light. The entire arena was engulfed in billowing smoke, sending countless shards and dust particles flying as the ground shook. Viewed from afar, the floating island seemed to be emitting a massive mushroom cloud, as if struck by a colossal burst of energy.
This onslaught continued for some time before finally dissipating.
Now, the golden floor had been reduced to dust. The entire ground looked as if it had been violently plowed, with soil flying everywhere and deep craters scattered across the landscape. Looking across the entire arena, not a single patch of intact ground remained. Only the towering throne still stood in the distance, radiating an immortal glow, as if propping up this entire realm. The wall of light separating Tang had long since been shattered by this force. Witnessing this all-consuming onslaught, even Tang's face paled slightly. She covered her cherry-red lips with her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yen let out a long sigh. This had been his most powerful strike. The effect wasn't too bad. Yen prepared to savor the sight of his enemy's demise. The thick smoke cleared, revealing the spot where the centaur had stood. The floor beneath its feet appeared to be the only undamaged section. The centaur now clutched its head with both arms. Its armor was covered in cracks, exposing streaks of blood, and one of its wings was broken. It looked utterly battered.
"It's still alive?" Yen exclaimed in astonishment.
Only then did the centaur release its arms. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across its mask, yet its blood-red gaze grew even more bloodthirsty and frenzied.
"Challenger, I didn't expect you to push me to this point. Now, witness my final strike."
A strange voice echoed in Yen's mind. The centaur's massive hand reached out into the void. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning erupted in that space, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. A longbow suddenly materialized in the centaur's grasp.
Yen was horrified.
It suddenly dawned on him, this beast was a Sagittarius. The bow was its most powerful weapon. The centaur gripped the longbow, gazing coldly at Yen as he slowly drew the string until it formed a full moon shape.
The bow had no arrow.
Yet the very next moment, Yen was stunned. The instant the centaur drew the bow into a crescent, the string vibrated violently with a buzzing hum, and an earth-shattering energy began to flicker wildly across the bow. As that energy coalesced, the centaur's four hooves exploded with a thunderous boom, rapidly withering and shattering completely. Immediately afterward, the centaur's body began to wither as well. This terrifying and astonishing spectacle continued. As the centaur's flesh and blood dissipated, the energy on the bow grew ever more potent, gradually transforming into an incomparably brilliant arrow. Strangely, even as the centaur's hands and head were shattering, the longbow remained drawn to a full moon, and the arrow still lay poised to strike. "I offer my flesh and blood as a sacrifice for this final arrow." The centaur's voice echoed in his mind until it faded away. Yet the arrow grew ever more radiant. Yen felt a life or death crisis descending upon him. Chapter 63, With my very flesh and blood, I will destroy you. An unprecedented fear, like a colossal shadow, threatened to swallow Yen whole. Yen felt every hair on his body stand on end. He finally understood why the centaur had called it the final strike. It had poured its very life into that arrow. How could that not be the final strike? This madman, Yen cursed inwardly. The longbow still stood suspended in midair, the dazzling golden arrow still knocked on the string. Suddenly, the full moon-shaped bow's string snapped taut, and the arrow shot forth with blinding speed. In an instant, it felt as though the heavens and earth were shattering. The arrow let out a deafening screech that made the entire starry sky tremble. "Yen!" Tang cried out in alarm. But as the howling grew louder, Tang felt a jolt through his very soul. Unable to withstand the arrow's piercing shriek, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious onto the ground. If Tang, standing so far away, was affected this severely, Yen facing the arrow head-on suffered even more terribly. He felt his blood boil throughout his body, and blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he was shaken to the core. The arrow sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, tearing through the night sky and unleashing a furious howl. The entire floating island shook, as if it were about to crumble. Yen's body teetered on the brink of collapse. He felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. This arrow was truly the work of a god. A wave of despair washed over him. Now, the arrow flew with blinding speed, carrying an unparalleled killing intent, and had already reached Yen. It was truly as if a deity had descended, striking fear into the heavens. Is this the end? Yen refused to accept it. He was utterly unwilling. After enduring countless hardships and trials to finally reach this point, he never imagined he would face such an outcome. "I refuse to accept this. I won't admit defeat. I won't." Yen was as if possessed. He raised his long sword, his entire body erupting with strength as energy surged through him. The long sword formed from lightning wood emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the heavens and earth. The arrow, carrying an aura of destruction, slammed violently into the long sword, producing a deafening roar unlike anything heard before. Yen was suddenly blasted over 100 meters away, the sword slipping from his grasp. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The sword had actually snapped in two. The lightning wood combat soul was psychically linked to Yen. The moment he saw the sword break, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. With a gurgle, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the very combat soul he had awakened. Ever since Yen had entered the battle realm, Lightning Wood had been by his side, never abandoning him. It could be said that without Lightning Wood, there would be no Yen as he was today. And now, right before Yen's eyes, Lightning Wood had been violently snapped in two. Grief, despair, agony, a flood of emotions surged through him. Yen felt a heartache he had never known before. This old companion who had always been by his side had been destroyed right here today. At that moment, the arrow was momentarily slowed by Lightning Wood, its momentum slightly diminished, but then it let out a piercing whistle and charged toward Yen with relentless ferocity, as if it would stop at nothing. Yen glared fiercely at the arrow, his eyes bloodshot. It was this arrow that had killed Lightning Wood. It was this arrow. A surge of rage erupted from his chest. So what if I have no combat soul? With this flesh and blood body, I will destroy you. Yen struggled to his feet, his body covered in blood, a sight of utter desolation, yet his gaze was unwavering. "Ah! Come on, come on!" Yen shouted loudly, his aura soaring to the heavens. Standing there at that moment, he resembled a divine sword piercing through heaven and earth, severing the cosmos. Suddenly, the severed lightning wood on the ground surged forward in a single bound, bursting into a blinding light. The light was so intense it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Amidst the endless radiance, the lightning wood gradually transformed, its form swelling with unstoppable force. Sacred light bathed the land. The lightning wood transformed into a towering tree, its roots sinking deep into the earth as it surged toward the heavens, obscuring the starry sky. Its emerald branches swayed ceaselessly, crackling with lightning, its presence overwhelmingly majestic. It was truly a divine tree. "Is this your true form, old friend?" Yen stared in awe, muttering to himself. An arrow hurtled toward it, carrying a spiraling blast of energy, and slammed into the divine tree. A deafening, buzzing sound of intense friction filled the air. The trunk of the divine tree was gradually pierced, emitting thick white smoke, yet it stood there motionless, shielding Yen with unwavering resolve. "Lightning wood!" Yen cried out in anguish, his eyes brimming with tears. The branches of the divine tree swayed, as if responding to Yen, letting out their final, sorrowful wail in this world. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Its trunk was finally pierced, and the arrowhead emerged, pointing straight at Yen. Yen's eyes widened, filled with a resolve to die, fearless in the face of danger. At that moment, the arrow's momentum was finally halted. It remained lodged in the sacred tree's trunk as its energy dissipated. Yen rushed forward and clung tightly to the sacred tree, his expression one of agony. The branches of the sacred tree drooped, gently brushing against Yen's shoulder, as if to comfort him. Finally, the entire tree's form slowly grew ethereal, until it dissolved into specks of starlight, vanishing from Yen's embrace. It transformed back into the wooden sword split in two, lying in Yen's hand. "Old friend, rest in peace." Yen gazed at it silently, his eyes filled with endless reluctance, and drew it back into his body. Within the sea of souls, the two halves of lightning would lay still, devoid of any life. Yen stood up, dragging his weary body, and made his way to Tang. At this moment, Tang was merely unconscious, he was unharmed. Yen breathed a sigh of relief. He already felt guilty enough about the lightning wood's departure. If anything were to happen to Tang, he truly wouldn't be able to bear it. Slaughtered an unknown level Sagittarius demon beast, obtained an unknown level Sagittarius combat soul. Sagittarius flesh is inedible. A voice echoed slowly in his mind, but Yen couldn't bring himself to feel happy, for this combat soul had been obtained at the cost of lightning wood's life. He slowly walked up to the towering throne. After enduring so many hardships, wasn't he at all for this final reward? What exactly was the final reward? Yen hesitated for a moment, then sat down. "Isn't this how it's supposed to be obtained?" Yen asked, slightly surprised. Suddenly, a brilliant golden glow erupted from the throne, completely enveloping Yen. "Such pure energy!" Yen exclaimed in surprise. Within the light, Yen felt as though he were bathing in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. And in the blink of an eye, all his injuries were fully healed. "Please accept the legacy of the Lord of the Star Palace." A voice echoed in his mind, and Yen's mood finally lifted. Legacy? An even more intense glow surged forth, the energy growing ever more turbulent, forming a massive vortex in the void above Yen's head. Yen looked up as the vortex gradually expanded and slowly shifted, taking the shape of a nebula. Within the nebula, countless stars shone brilliantly, flickering endlessly. Suddenly, all the stars released a powerful stellar energy, like a silver waterfall cascading from the sky, completely engulfing Yen below. Chapter 64, A Complete Transformation. Yen felt the boundless stellar energy surging and churning around him. His expression grew grave. Suddenly, the stellar energy solidified and pierced violently into Yen's body. As if pierced by 10,000 swords, Yen felt as though his skin, internal organs, bones, and even his soul had all been pierced through. The pain cut deep to the bone and was indescribable. Yen clenched his hands into fists and dug his nails into the throne, forcing himself to hold on. After just a moment, Yen's brow relaxed slightly as the stellar energy coursing through his body was slowly absorbed, transformed into the purest form of energy, and integrated into every fiber of his being. Yen could feel his strength growing steadily.
This was a good thing. More stellar energy poured down, flooding Yen's body with overwhelming force.
Once again, he experienced that sensation of pain mingled with pleasure. Suddenly, Yen felt a shackle break within him. Vibrant vitality surged forth, and his entire being radiated with vigor.
I've broken through? Yen could hardly believe it.
He never expected that, under the infusion of stellar energy, the energy within him would surge so dramatically that he had actually broken through to the intermediate resident stage.
No, it wasn't over yet.
After reaching the intermediate resident stage, Yen's physical strength grew even stronger, and he absorbed the stellar energy even more rapidly. At that moment, Yen devoured the stellar power with the ferocity of someone who had gone without food for days on end. His body, internal organs, and bones all grew stronger. With his eyes closed, Yen forgot the pain that felt like 1,000 swords piercing his flesh, immersing himself in the baptism of the stellar power. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Yen opened his eyes once more, a divine light as if illuminating the heavens above and reaching the depths of the underworld below radiated from him. He exuded an even more overwhelming aura of power.
Advanced resident stage.
Yen felt his entire body brimming with power, as if he could shatter everything with a single punch. Above his head, the vast nebula remained spread out, with countless rays of starlight showering down, truly like the Milky Way pouring forth, containing immense stellar power.
Was it not over yet? Yen was a bit dazed, but now, bound to the throne, he truly could not move for even a moment. Since it's not over yet, I might as well absorb it to my heart's content.
Yen cast aside all distracting thoughts and devoted his entire being to the process. Now, a silvery radiance emanated from his body, truly like the twinkling of stars. If one could see through the physical world, they would notice that even Yen's bones were glowing with flecks of starlight. It was as if every cell in his body had been strengthened by the power of the stars.
This was a transformation from the outside in.
He didn't know how much time had passed. Yen felt the energy within him reach a peak, as if he had hit a bottleneck. The constellation map above his head, once filled with countless starlights, had now dimmed. For the most part, only a few large stars continued to pour down energy.
Could I actually break through to the master stage? Yen's heart raced.
Although he had always believed he would eventually reach the master stage, he had never imagined this moment would come so soon. Those few massive stars suddenly blazed with intense light, as if unleashing their final essence of energy, transforming into a silvery streak that slammed violently into Yen's body. Yen felt a force as crushing as a mountain collapsing upon him. This power was so immense, so pure, it was the final primal energy of the nebula map.
Absorb it!
Yen roared, every cell in his body radiating vibrant vitality as he greedily soaked up the energy like a sponge. At the same time, he felt the bottleneck within his body slowly begin to loosen. A thunderous roar echoed the sound emanating from within Yen's body. As if Pangu were splitting the heavens and earth to create the world, Yen's vision went dark. Then, it was as though a door to a new world had opened, revealing an entirely new realm.
Master stage.
Stimulated by the final source of stellar power, Yen finally achieved his goal, reaching the master stage.
At that moment, the boundless essence points within his body instantly transformed into mana.
The surging mana flowed through him, as if a single wave of his hand could unleash a torrent of power. This was the power of the master stage. In the sky, the nebula gradually faded into nothingness, and the vortex dissipated along with it. Bathed in a sacred glow, Yen felt his strength and stamina reach their peak. His hair suddenly grew longer, 3,000 strands of black hair dancing in the wind. What was truly astonishing was that a star-shaped symbol had appeared between Yen's eyebrows, making his face appear even more wild, untamed, and alluring.
Is this the astral physique? Yen was somewhat taken aback.
He hadn't expected that, under the infusion of stellar power, not only had his level skyrocketed, but his physical constitution had also undergone a transformation.
He glanced at his stats. Yen, 16 years old. Level, early master stage. Level up requirement, 3,000 essence points. Essence points, 20.
Combat Souls, Elite Tier Flame Fox Combat Soul Elemental, Elite Tier Ironhorn Bull Combat Soul Mount, Elite Tier Blue Flame Wolf Fusion Type, Elite Tier Blood Spiked Arrow Type, Elite Tier Frost Tiger Fusion Type, Elite Tier Netherworld Warhorse Mount Type, Commander Tier Queen Bee Pet Type, Commander Tier Silver Winged Ice Dragon Armor Type, Monarch Tier Fire Demon King Elemental Type,
Unknown Rank Sagittarius Armor Type.
Possesses combat skills, Advanced Earth Rank Palm Technique, Demon Lotus Holy Fire Palm First 3 layers, Crimson Lotus Flame, Raging Gale, Flying Fire Meteor. True Essence of Combat, True Essence of Fire Main, Combat Soul Monarch Tier Fire Demon King Comprehended tenfold, dealing 10 times fire damage.
Possesses Physique, Astral Physique Divine Physique. Yen's profile now actually listed a physique.
He had always coveted Tang's heaven-blessed physique, so he never expected to possess one himself. Suddenly, Yen noticed that the lightning wood combat soul, which had always been present in his profile, was now completely gone. Even the tenfold sword essence he had been carrying was missing. A flicker of sadness crossed Yen's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. He had to become stronger. Immediately, he turned his thoughts to the astral physique. Yen felt that with a single thought, he could unleash an incredibly powerful astral force. Let the great mountains and rivers rage, let the clouds and rains swirl before my mighty stars, they are no more than ants. Yen's heart swelled with boundless pride. He clenched his fists, feeling as though he held the world in his grasp. Suddenly, a faint murmur sounded. Had Tang woken up? Yen flickered forward, appearing before Tang in an instant. His speed was beyond human perception, like a white streak slicing through the air. When did my speed become this fast? Yen wondered in astonishment. It seemed far quicker than even that of Wu Jixuan and the other early-stage masters. Little did he know that the greatest change the star body had brought him was unparalleled physical strength, and Yen had not yet fully adapted to this new form. After waking, Tang simply stared blankly at Yen. At that moment, Yen's long hair fell loosely, his starry eyes were deep and piercing, and the star symbol between his brows exuded a devilishly charming aura. He looked like a celestial being descended to earth, commanding admiration. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yen asked. Chapter 65, No one has ever taken what belongs to me. In truth, even though Yen didn't usually boast about it, deep down, he knew his own good looks better than anyone else. With just a little touch-up, I could outshine those celebrity heartthrobs. Has Tang been swept off his feet by my charming looks? Yen thought to himself narcissistically, eagerly awaiting Tang's next words. Hurry up and compliment me. Don't worry about me getting a big head, I just want to hear the truth. Yen laughed wildly inside. Tang remained expressionless, even looking a bit indignant as he said, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "Ha!" It felt like the sky had fallen. Yen hung his head in utter despair. It turned out that his blue robe had been sliced into shreds by the power of the stars, making him look like a disciple of the beggar's sect. What's your level?" Tang exclaimed. Yen chuckled, "I've inherited the legacy of the Star Palace Lord. I'm now a bona fide master stage cultivator." To his surprise, the astonishment on Tang's face didn't last long. As usual, she simply patted his shoulder. "You're quite capable, young man. Keep up the good work." Yen was at a loss for words. After all, he was now a full-fledged master stage cultivator. Why did he always seem to lack presence in front of his wife? Tang rummaged through her bag and pulled out a white long dress, saying, "Even though your skin is fairer than a girl's, you can't just run around naked all the time. Put this on." Tang's words were laced with a touch of sour jealousy. Yen's skin was as fair and radiant as jade, enough to make any ordinary girl jealous. "Wait, what? You want me to wear women's clothes?" Yen's eyes widened in disbelief. "I bought this hanfu specifically for you. I brought it from the Alliance. It's practically the same as men's clothing," Tang said. "But that's still women's clothing." Yen was at a loss for words. Tang's tone turned cold. "Stop whining. Are you going to wear it or not?" I'll wear it. Yen was on the verge of tears. "You're the only person I'm afraid of in this whole world. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it." Tang nodded in satisfaction and helped Yen change into it herself. Since it was hanfu, the top had a cross-collared neckline. Unless you looked closely, you wouldn't realize it was women's clothing.
Tang tied the sash around Yen's waist and pulled it tight.
Yen said, you don't need to tie it that tight, it's a one piece, so it won't fall off. Tang glared at him, I'm telling you to tighten your own belt. Yen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him.
What kind of nonsense was this?
Once fully dressed, Yen looked completely transformed, clad in white with long hair, his ethereal aura making him look truly like a celestial being.
Not bad, Tang nodded.
Yen lifted his head with a touch of pride, looking quite smug. Little did he expect that Tang's next words would completely crush his ego, you actually look the part.
The two chatted for a while until they saw a shimmering white teleportation array appear in the center. Finally, we can go back. Yen cheered, stepping into the array alongside Tang.
The light flickered, and the two figures on the teleportation array vanished completely. As if they'd been on a long journey, Yen felt darkness envelop him, followed by a faint glow seeping in.
Next came the fresh air.
Yen opened his eyes to see bright sunlight in the sky and lush jungle all around, leaving him momentarily dazed. Had they left the Star Palace? It truly felt like a dream. But the power within him, ready to erupt at any moment, reminded him that this was all real. He, Yen, had truly reached the master stage.
Tang! Yen called out.
I'm here, Tang replied from behind him.
Yen was overjoyed. We're really back. Tang nodded, his eyes betraying his excitement.
Their journey to the Zodiac Star Palace had been a near-death experience. They had come so close to never returning. Having faced life and death together, the bond between them was something no words could describe. At that moment, Yen looked up again and saw a massive, majestic palace still floating high in the sky. The palace was crafted of gold and was truly magnificent. The next moment, the entire palace seemed to lose its substance, turning into a faint shadow.
As it twisted and warped, it slowly faded away.
The air was silent. It was as if the palace had never existed.
Yet the experience they shared would remain forever etched in Yen's heart. Will it appear again in 50 years? Or will it never appear again? Tang asked. Yen nodded. We've already received the final reward.
We truly cannot predict the future of the Star Palace. This world is far too mysterious, with so many unknowns for us to explore. The two were sighing deeply when suddenly a voice rang out.
Yen, you're finally out.
A beautiful woman in palace robes walked slowly toward them. It was Hua Mantian. Behind her were Bailey Jaime and Mei from the Bloodblade sect, but Lu Hamming and the others from the Pure Yang sect were nowhere to be seen.
Yen nodded and said, have you been waiting here for us all this time?
Hua Mantian giggled, don't forget, you're a disciple of my Myriad Flower Guild.
Of course we couldn't just leave you behind. Yen chuckled but said nothing more.
He naturally didn't take this to heart. It was merely a stalling tactic. He didn't have a high opinion of Hua Mantian either. She was simply after his treasures. Now that everyone is here, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Star Palace to the guild. The guild will reward you based on the value of your treasures, Hua Mantian said with a smile. Bailey Jaime stood in the distance, calmly observing everything. He had stayed only out of curiosity, wanting to see what everyone had actually obtained in the Star Palace. A gentle breeze blew, causing the tree branches to sway lightly.
Neither Yen nor Mei made a move. Hua Mantian's face darkened slightly. Didn't you hear me?
I told you to hand over your treasures to the sect.
Why should we?
To everyone's surprise, it was Mei, who usually seemed so simple-minded, who spoke up first.
All eyes turned to her in astonishment, especially Yen's.
He hadn't expected Mei to have such a strong personality.
Hua Mantian's face flushed red and pale.
As the sect's Grand Elder, her authority had been challenged time and again, and she was already deeply displeased.
She was like a dormant volcano. An eruption was just a moment away.
Because the sect nurtured you, taught you martial arts and combat techniques, all of which consumed resources, Hua Mantian spat out, enunciating each word.
Oh. Mei replied.
Immediately afterward, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she smiled.
But no one has ever taken anything that belongs to me. Ha ha ha.
Elder Hua,
Are all the disciples under your tutelage thus disobedient? Bailey Jaime laughed, as if he were enjoying the spectacle. Huamantian's rage boiled over. She thrust out her jade-like hand, clawing viciously toward Mei. Today, I will purge my sect and teach you a proper lesson. Mei stood frozen in place, as if petrified by fear. Huamantian's palm strike carried a biting wind, unleashing an endless surge of energy. If it struck, Mei would be left half dead, if not killed outright. Chapter 66, I'll fight you to the death. Big Mei. Yen had a favorable impression of Mei and didn't want to stand by and watch her get blown to pieces. Unexpectedly, Mei, whose gaze had been vacant moments before, suddenly shifted her eyes, revealing a hint of mockery. She raised her hand lightly and struck the air before her. A massive roar tore through the sky, and a gigantic, shadowy palm enough to obscure the entire world suddenly materialized. The palm was incredibly heavy, as if solid, brimming with intense mana power. As it came crashing down, it was like dark clouds bearing down on a city, striking fear into all directions. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Huamantian's palm strike, which seemed pitifully feeble by comparison, was instantly scattered by this colossal palm. The giant palm slammed down with the force of divine wrath, unstoppable. No! Mana surged through Huamantian's body as petals swirled through the air, forming a pink light barrier in a desperate attempt to block the attack. However, the colossal hand was unmatched in ferocity. Without the slightest hesitation, it shattered the pink barrier and slammed Huamantian to the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. For a moment, a storm of emotion raged within everyone's hearts. When they looked at Mei again, their gaze was no longer one of indifference, but of awe and reverence for a god or demon. Huamantian had left a massive crater in the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood with a phut, her face deathly pale as she muttered, "Advanced master stage." What? The crowd's expressions changed in unison. This unassuming Mei was actually a hidden advanced master stage cultivator? Such a realm would place her among the very elite even within the great factions. In the distance, Bailey Jaime stammered, "Elder Hua, why does your sect harbor such a formidable expert?" "How the hell should I know?" Huamantian coughed up another mouthful of blood. Now was not the time to question Mei's origins, it was time to consider whether she could survive. Yen was also dumbfounded, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. But then, Mei turned her gaze toward him and smiled. "Little junior brother Yen, do you think I'm qualified to be your senior sister now?" "You're more than qualified, Big Mei." Yen nodded vigorously, his response utterly sincere. Mei furrowed her brow. "Isn't it, Mei?" Her voice was like 10,000-year-old ice, utterly frigid, causing one's very soul to tremble. "Yes, Mei," Yen said bitterly. Mei smiled again, thoroughly satisfied with his answer. Just then, Bailey Genius suddenly spoke up. "I just remembered there's an elderly woman from the ancient clan who has lived for 100 years. Every 20 years, she travels into the mortal world, and people call her Mei." The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a bomb had exploded. Huamantian exclaimed in shock, "So you are that matriarch from the Chun family of the primordial world. No wonder you possess such peerless cultivation." The entire hall fell silent. Yen felt as though his entire worldview had been overturned. Mei clearly looked to be in her 20s, yet she was actually 100 years old. Mei spoke, her voice growing hoarse, like that of an old woman. "I never imagined anyone would actually recognize this old woman. I've been wandering the mortal realm in search of opportunities to break through to the sovereign stage, but alas, the true essence of combat is still just a hair's breadth from perfection." Then, her tone shifted as she said, "I have enemies all over the world and wish not to be disturbed. Since you've recognized me, you'd best leave your lives behind." Bailey Genius' eyes widened. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself across the face if they recognized her. Why on earth had he said so out loud? "Mei, if you strike now, you'll simultaneously provoke the Bloodblade sect and the Myriad Flower Guild. You'll face a manhunt from the great factions," Bailey Genius said. Mei suddenly fell silent. Seeing an opening, Bailey Genius continued, "Grandma, rest assured. We'll never reveal your whereabouts."
Mei, who had been silent, suddenly burst into a wild, shrill laugh, a sound so terrifying it startled the birds from the treetops.
Mei laughed. The great factions? I don't even bother with them. Do you know that in the Star Palace, Delai of the Holy Flame sect was killed by a single palm strike from me? Bailey Genia's heart sank. No wonder Delai Henti made it past the third trial. He encountered Mei in the illusionary realm. If she dared to kill even a great faction's master stage cultivator, what hope did the great factions themselves have? Mei said, "Didn't you want to see what treasures I obtained in the Star Palace? I'll use this to send you on your way."
With a whoosh, Mei clenched her hand toward the sky, and a magical fan materialized in her grasp. The fan was small, composed of delicate, deep blue feathers exquisitely crafted and compact, yet countless runes surged across its surface, radiating boundless power.
Extreme cold fan.
Mei channeled her mana throughout her body, gripped the fan's handle, and struck out with all her might.
A phoenix's cry rang out from it. Endless waves of cold surged from the fan, coalescing in midair into a blue ice phoenix with a 10-meter wingspan.
Its icy feathers were crystal clear, and it trailed a long tail like a colorful banner. The ice phoenix swept across the land like a blue storm, freezing everything in its path into frost. Huamantian, still trapped in the deep pit, was instantly frozen into an ice statue, his face frozen in a look of terror. The ice phoenix screeched, spreading its wings in fury to cover the sky, exhaling endless cold that caused all life to wither and die. Bailey Genia's face was deathly pale as he drew a 3-meter-long broadsword. The blade seemed drenched in blood, glowing a blinding crimson that struck terror into the heart.
"I'll fight you to the death."
Bailey Genia swung his broadsword, unleashing a 5-meter-long crimson blade of light. With the force to cleave the heavens, he sought to shatter the ice phoenix into pieces. Unexpectedly, the ice phoenix let out a piercing cry that shook the heavens.
Rolling frost swept through the air, stirring up an endless cold wind that instantly froze the blade's aura mid-air. Also frozen in place was Bailey Genia.
In the instant he turned into an ice sculpture, he still clutched his greatsword, his face etched with a desperate determination. At that moment, the ice phoenix's energy was exhausted, and it dissipated into the void. With a crack, the ice sculptures of Huamantian and Bailey Genia began to shatter, turning into a shower of ice shards that were scattered in all directions by the howling wind. 2 early-stage master stage cultivators had fallen right there on the spot. Mei was thoroughly satisfied with the power of that single strike. She turned and fixed her gaze on Yen. Yen immediately felt as though he were being stared down by a primordial beast.
"Big Mei, you're not going to lay a hand on your little brother, are you?"
Yen said with a wry smile.
"You've called me the wrong name again," Mei said. "You're a lot more to my liking than those two. Hand over the treasures you've obtained, and I'll let you go." She stood high above them, like an emperor deciding life and death, issuing a royal decree. But to her surprise, Yen stood rooted to the spot, looking completely unmoved. Meanwhile, Tang stood right beside Yen, tugging at his sleeve. Mei frowned.
"I don't like repeating myself."
Chapter 67, Fists Like a Woman's.
"Big Mei, just like you, no one has ever taken anything that belongs to me," Yen said, determined to make a bold statement.
Tang, standing beside him, grew impatient, wishing she could give Yen a good shake.
Mei suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh even more terrifying than before, like that of a night owl, causing the very space around them to buzz. "I like your attitude, but to dare say such things, you need the strength to back it up.
Otherwise, it's just foolishness," Mei said.
"Oh," Yen replied. Mei reached out again, her face etched with endless scorn.
"You're a promising prospect.
It would be a shame to just kill you like this. But there have been dozens, if not hundreds, of prodigies who died by my hand. One more 1T make a difference." She gave a light slap toward the void, saying, "In your next life, remember this, you must have the strength before you speak such words. Otherwise, you're just a joke." Tang grew anxious. She had seen that opening move with her own eyes. It was exactly how Huamantian had been beaten half to death.
A massive palm began to coalesce in the air, gathering boundless power as it gradually took on a tangible form. Even as the giant palm took shape, it stirred up a rolling gale that stung the face. Yen smiled and took a light step forward.
Sister Damii, it is indeed foolish to say such things without the strength to back them up.
But what if I do have the strength?
Yen's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the star symbol on his forehead flickered, making him appear even more enigmatic and alluring.
Yen, have you lost your mind? What will I do if you die? Tang asked. Yen's movements froze.
He turned his head and said softly, "Don't worry.
Wait for me."
His words seemed to carry a magical power, instantly calming Tang's racing heart. Immediately afterward, Yen smiled nonchalantly. Starlight gathered in his right hand, forming a fist, which he gently thrust forward.
Mei laughed. Is that delicate, feminine-looking fist all you've got?
But in the next instant, her smile froze on her face. As Yen's fist struck out, it was as if countless stars had exploded, unleashing a colossal, overwhelming gale of energy. The gigantic palm in the air solidified into a tangible form, yet in the very next instant, it was shattered by the fist's gale, disintegrating into scattered fragments of energy. This single punch, imbued with the power of countless stars, caused the heavens and earth to change color and the sun and moon to hang upside down.
With an unstoppable momentum, it struck out with devastating force. No!
Mei sensed a life or death crisis looming and, terrified, fled frantically to the side. This punch carried a momentum capable of crushing the heavens and earth. Its gale swept away everything in its path like a whirlwind, reducing everything along the way to dust. It triggered the collapse of mountains and forests, shattered peaks, and caused the very earth to shake and tremble.
Thick smoke billowed everywhere, resembling the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, an utterly devastating scene.
It was unclear how long this had lasted. Mei finally glanced over and the sight made her jump in terror. Where she had stood, all the way out to 1,000 meters, the ground had been transformed into a massive crater, as if plowed by a colossal dragon. The impact had even carved a vast swath out of a distant mountain peak before the fist's momentum abruptly halted.
Above the mountain peak, vast clouds were torn apart right down the middle.
That single punch had actually sliced through the sky and shattered the clouds.
Tang's expression was equally dramatic. He was no less shocked than Mei.
Yen glanced at his fist, which gleamed like jade, his eyes filled with astonishment. The strike he just delivered had been powered entirely by his physical strength.
Had the strength of his physical body truly risen to such a terrifying level? This was the astral physique.
It had granted him an unparalleled, formidable physique.
Mei's expression flickered as she said, "I've been bested this time."
Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from the young. This old man has been left behind by the times.
I take my leave. Yen chuckled. Big Mei, you want to leave already? Mei snapped, what else do you want?
Yen said, I'm quite fond of that extreme cold fan. Before he could finish, Mei cut him off. Impossible.
No one has ever taken anything of mine. Yen's lips curled upward.
He took a light step forward and appeared before Mei in the blink of an eye. Before Mei could react, she saw Yen raise his foot and stomp down with all his might. That kick felt like a mountain crushing down, causing the entire space to hum and tremble.
That punch just now only won because of the element of surprise. Do you think I'd give you a second chance like that? Mei snapped.
A piercing scream erupted from her mouth, truly like the wail of a night owl, utterly terrifying. Mei unleashed her full fury. The mana surging from her body coiled like a dragon, shaking the void until it creaked. But Yen's foot struck with overwhelming force, as if he summoned a towering mountain to crush down upon her.
Ah! Mei was crushed beneath Yen's foot.
I never expected that even with the boundless power of the High Master stage, your physical strength would remain so feeble, Yen remarked. Physical constitution has always been the Achilles heel of these individuals. If the Alliance's advanced technology were introduced into the battle realm, it would likely take no more than a few days for the world's elite warriors to be defeated. But Yen's physique, tempered by the power of the stars and having awakened a divine body, was no longer what it once was. His physical strength could shake the heavens and earth. As long as he seized the opportunity, dealing with these master stage cultivators would be child's play. Mei felt as if her skull was about to burst under his foot and snapped, You brat, do you have any respect for your elders?
Yen said, hand over the treasure fan.
For the sake of our past friendship, I'll spare your life. Mei, who had lived for 100 years, had never suffered such humiliation. Her face darkened as she pulled out the extreme cold fan. Yen accepted it with a cheerful smile and released his foot. Mei stood up, her eyes flashing with hatred. The ancient clan commands overwhelming power, whether in the battle realm or the alliance. Your good days are numbered. Yen shot her a cold glance. Say another word, and you die. Mei was instantly silenced. Two black wings unfurled behind her, and she slinked away in disgrace. Only then did Tang approach, giving Yen's waist a hard twist. Yen howled in pain, "Wife, spare me. Keep pretending. With physical strength this powerful, are you really afraid of a few twists from me?" Tang said. Yen said with a mournful face, "You're strong against others, but in front of you, I'm a total wimp." Tang said, "You nearly scared me to death just now. If we couldn't beat that old witch, wouldn't we be dead by now?" Yen shoved the extreme cold fan into Tang's hand. "What for?" Tang asked. Yen said, "It matches your ice attribute perfectly." "So that is why you asked the old witch for it." Tang's heart fluttered with joy. "How are we going to teleport back to the Alliance?" Yen asked. Tang thought for a moment and said, "This place isn't far from my home, the Jade Void Palace. We can go there first." "I'm not from the Jade Void Palace. Can I still use the teleportation array?" Yen asked. Tang replied, "Just re-verify your identity. Everything from your time at the Purple Shao Palace will be automatically transferred over." Yen was overjoyed. He caused quite a stir at the Purple Shao Palace 2 months ago and had no desire to go back. If he could stay at the Jade Void Palace long term, wouldn't that mean he could hunt demon beasts with Tang every single day? Chapter 68, Why don't you just take the sun from the sky? After traveling for half a day, the two finally arrived at Yushu Palace, where they began to encounter more and more people. However, Yen noticed that everyone on the path seemed to be staring at him as if he were a monster. What is going on? Is my women's attire that jarring to the eyes? But this is Hanfu, how can they even tell if I'm male or female? Yen was thoroughly baffled. Stepping into the Jade Void Palace, a grand hall loomed directly ahead, its ancient aura washing over them. The two walked to a stone wall in the center of the hall. Tang said, "Place your hand on it and follow its instructions." Yen placed his hand on the wall, and it rippled like water, sending out concentric circles. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yen's mind. "Do you wish to transfer your starting point to the Jade Void Palace?" "Yes." Yen shouted without hesitation. Suddenly, the stone wall burst into brilliant light, then quickly dimmed. "Your starting point has been changed to the Jade Void Palace. All items under your name have been successfully transferred. Your new room number is East Wing 08042. It worked, Tang. From now on, we can be together every day." Yen's heart was racing. Ever since the first day he stepped into the battle realm, he had dreamed of being together with Tang forever, and now the dream had finally come true. "Is Tang a name you're allowed to call her?" Suddenly, a voice as sharp as an icy blade drifted over, dark and menacing, as if it could freeze the very air. Yen looked up to see a strikingly handsome, towering youth approaching, his bearing extraordinary, followed by several henchmen. "Why can't I call her that?" Yen asked. The youth gazed at Tang with deep affection in his eyes. It seemed as though no one else in the world existed to him. His gaze was fixed solely on Tang. "Because she is the woman I have pursued my entire life," the youth said, his tone unwavering, as if a monarch were issuing an imperial decree. "Zhang Bufan, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" "Please, just stay away from me," Tang said, exasperated. Zhang Bufan smiled. "We're both scions of the 9 great families of Binjiang City, a perfect match. Once we've passed our coming-of-age ceremony in 2 years, I'll go to the Tang family to ask for your hand. How does that sound?" Tang was at a loss for words. Yen's face darkened. "Ha? Wasn't that supposed to be his line? How did this Zhang Bufan manage to steal it?" At that moment, Zhang Bufan finally turned his gaze toward Yen, his eyes once again brimming with that condescending sense of superiority. He said, "Who are you?"
Please stay away from Tang. Everyone in Yushu Palace knows that Tang will be my woman in the future. My woman? Yan laughed bitterly in his fury. He finally understood why people on the street looked at him like he was a monster. Because of Zhang Bufan, everyone kept their distance from Tang, afraid that the slightest misstep might provoke Zhang Bufan. Who am I? Yan laughed loudly. Tang is my wife. Who do you think I am?
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd was stunned.
Zhang Bufan's face instantly turned ashen.
You're spouting nonsense.
Who do you think you are? You're even dressed in women's clothes. How could Tang possibly be interested in you? Yan grabbed Tang's hand and held it high, as if declaring his claim, saying, if we weren't in this kind of relationship, would I dare hold her hand like this? Zhang Bufan was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yan then wrapped an arm around Tang's shoulder, pulling her close, and said, if we weren't in that kind of relationship, would I dare hold her like this? Zhang Bufan was dealt a second crushing blow. Tang glared fiercely at Yan, gritted her teeth, and whispered, your hand. Watch where your hand is, don't go too far. Only then did Yan reluctantly let go, though he was secretly delighted. Since Tang Hen-T stepped forward to refute it just now, didn't that imply she was acknowledging their relationship? Zhang Bufan's face had long since turned a deep purple with rage, and his hands were trembling. Zhang Bufan challenges Yan to a life or death duel. The prize for the victor is a commander-tier combat soul. The duel is to take place immediately. Does Yan accept the challenge? At that moment, a voice rang out across the hall. Everyone present heard it. Yan's expression froze instantly. He never would have dreamed that one day, someone would challenge him to a life or death duel. This scene feels a bit familiar. Yan's gaze grew deep, as if he were lost in memories of the past. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, I refuse. What? Everyone was stunned. Especially Zhang Bufan. Looks like he still doesn't dare to offend the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family of Bin Zhang ranks quite high among the 9 great clans. Zhang Bufan is a rare genius in the Zhang family, a junior resident stage cultivator at 16. You couldn't find someone like that even if you searched high and low. Even if that Yan accepted the challenge, he'd just be walking into certain death. Without the strength, how could he possibly be worthy of Tang? She is, after all, one of the famed twin beauties of our Yushu Palace. Whispers filled the grand hall as people glared at Yan with disdain. Are you even a man? You don't even dare to accept the challenge. Or is it that you're simply afraid of dying? Zhang Bufan sneered. To everyone's surprise, Yan replied calmly, offering a commander-tier combat soul as the prize? Are you trying to fob off a beggar? You expect me to fight without a monarch-tier combat soul? You cheapskate. His words grew heavier with each sentence, and the final insult cheapskate sent Zhang Bufan into a rage. Bro, go ask around how many monarch-tier combat souls are there in the entire Yushu Palace? There's a limit to how much you can show off, okay? Zhang Bufan snapped. The others joined in the outcry. Yan was way too full of himself. It was one thing not to dare challenge him, but to demand a monarch-tier combat soul right off the bat? Why not just ask for the sun in the sky? Yan cleared his throat. He'd only been testing Zhang Bufan's limits earlier. After all, opportunities like this to gain experience didn't come along often. You're so broke. You call yourselves one of the 9 great clans, yet you don't even have a single monarch-tier combat soul. Fine. I'll reluctantly accept the challenge. Yan agreed, acting as if he'd suffered a huge loss. Zhang Bufan's face turned as red as a donkey's liver with rage, as if you could possibly win. I'll have you on your knees begging for mercy in a minute. His entourage flanked Zhang Bufan as they made their way to the combat arena. Yan and Tang followed suit. Tang, tell me, how do you want that kid to die? Yan asked. Stop thinking about killing all the time. Just break his legs and arms, that'll keep him bedridden for a year or 2, Tang said. Yan was speechless. Wouldn't that be even more agonizing than killing him?
The martial arena wasn't very crowded at the moment, nowhere near as bustling as the spectacle at the Purple Shao Palace. After all, since the challenge was last minute, many hadn't heard the news. The arena here was also incredibly grand and awe-inspiring. It was Tang's first time here, and he couldn't help but look around in wonder. Was there a big crowd for the last life or death match? Yen replied, every single tier, from top to bottom, was packed. Even the aisles were filled with people. The gongs and drums were blaring, firecrackers were going off and everyone was booing me. Ha ha. Tang laughed. You sound like a major villain. Chapter 69, to defeat you, a single finger is enough. As long as you're the only one cheering for me, that's enough. With that, Yen strode confidently onto the central life and death stage. Tang watched his receding figure, his gaze gradually softening. In a barely audible whisper, he muttered to himself, "Fool, even if you really were the villain, I'd still be on your side." At that moment, Zhang Bufan stood on the stage, once again transformed into that elegant young gentleman. He slowly drew a long sword from the scabbard at his waist. It resembled a white silk ribbon, radiating a dazzling silver glow. This sword is called Thunderclap, forged from the scales of a Commander Tier 5 Clawed Thunder Dragon. Today, I shall consecrate this blade with your blood. With every word Zhang Bufan spoke, his aura intensified. By the time the final syllable fell, his presence had reached its zenith like a sword immortal descending from the heavens. His radiant divine might was blinding. You wield a sword too? What a pity! Yen thought of the lightning would combat soul again, and a pang of pain welled up in his heart. His face grew solemn, and he set aside his contempt. Zhang Bufan thrust his sword forward, and to everyone's astonishment, it emitted a heart-chilling dragoness roar, accompanied by the illusory form of a dragon, striking fear into all around. Young Master Jiang's sword technique is truly formidable. Even from this distance, one can feel the surging sword intent. That's the upper-rank Xian grade combat technique, Thunderbolt sword art. Every strike is ferocious, like rolling thunder. That kid over there is finished. Young Master Jiang is so cool. That guy across the way is completely frozen with fear. He hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. Sure enough, though few had come to watch the life or death duel, the looks directed at Yen were truly those reserved for a villain. Why haven't you drawn your weapon yet? Zhang Bufan shouted harshly, his sword already radiating overwhelming killing intent. With the force of a thunderbolt, it was about to strike Yen. To defeat you, 2 fingers are enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yen slowly held up 2 fingers. This guy isn't going to. Zhang Bufan's expression shifted several times before settling into a cold sneer. Your hand is useless. His sword strike showed no sign of slowing, erupting with an even more ferocious cold edge that made the void hum, as if a 5-clawed thunder dragon were truly rampaging through the air, shaking the heavens. Yen's long hair stirred without a breeze, and the star-shaped symbol between his brows flickered with an eerie glow, making him appear even more sinister. He held out 2 fingers, his expression laced with laziness, even disdain. In the stands, everyone was speechless. They knew Yen was arrogant, having not even drawn a weapon, but none had expected him to be this brazen. Young Master Jiang, chop off his fingers and put him in his place. Chop that Yen guy to pieces. Slaughter that little bastard in women's clothes. Tang clenched his fists. This bunch of heartless onlookers couldn't they just sit back and enjoy the show? Yen hadn't eaten a single grain of their rice. Why slander him with such venomous words? But the next scene left everyone speechless. Zhang Bufan's long sword slashed down with a force capable of crushing anything in its path, yet Yen extended 2 fingers, striking like a snake at its vital point, and clamped down on the blade with lightning speed and precision. What was that? Catching a blade with bare hands? Everyone's faces betrayed utter disbelief, and the insults they'd been preparing to hurl were all swallowed back. Zhang Bufan's expression was particularly telling. What was this? How could anyone possibly catch a long sword with just 2 fingers? He knew better than anyone just how fast and powerful his Thunderbolt sword technique was. That strike had been the opening move he was most proud of in his entire life. Countless young disciples from major clans had fallen to that very sword. Yet, to his astonishment, Yen had caught it barehanded.
A crushing sense of defeat weighed heavily on Zhang Bufan's heart. "Your hand is finished." Zhang Bufan snarled viciously.
He increased his strength, whirling the thunderbolt sword, intending to sever Yan's hand with sheer force. But to his surprise, even as he strained with every ounce of his might, he couldn't budge the thunderbolt sword an inch. The thunderclap sword seemed to be bound by a massive iron band, while Yan's two fingers clung to it like magnets. Zhang Bufan wrapped both hands around the hilt and yanked it back with all his might. For a moment, the young master's jade-like elegance vanished into thin air. He looked as though he were competing in a tug-of-war. In contrast, Yan merely extended two fingers, looking calm and composed, like a grandmaster, his intentions unfathomable. At that moment, the stance fell deathly silent, for compared to Yan, Zhang Bufan now truly resembled a furious monkey. "Let go! Let go of it!" Zhang Bufan roared. "Oh!" Yan released his grip, and the immense recoil sent him flying backward. Zhang Bufan stumbled backward several steps, finally crashing down with a thud and landing flat on his butt.
Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Once the laughter started, the rest of the crowd joined in. When had the aloof young master Zhang ever been reduced to such a humiliating spectacle?
Zhang Bufan shot a furious glance around the crowd, then glared hatefully at Yan and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." He scrambled to his feet and raised the thunderclap sword high. This strike truly carried the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, as if dark clouds were gathering to crush the heavens. Endless lightning flashed through the air, a sight that shook the very soul. "Yan, this is my most powerful strike, the third form of the thunderbolt sword technique, thunderous might.
Let us see how you block it." Zhang Bufan's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth.
Facing this overwhelming sword strike, Yan remained unfazed and said, "To defeat you, a single finger is enough." He slowly extended a finger, and at the same moment, the star symbol between his brows shone even more brilliantly. The power of countless stars erupted suddenly. Yan thrust his finger forward, and in that instant, it seemed as though his finger was no longer part of his mortal body, but had transformed into an unrivaled divine sword. A blazing silver light engulfed the entire arena. The overwhelming pressure of that single finger stirred the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble and all things to prostrate themselves. Zhang Bufan's thunderbolt sword was still suspended mid-air, but the surging lightning it carried had already been shattered by that finger, reduced to scattered, minuscule arcs. But it wasn't over yet. The single finger strike, comparable to a divine sword, erupted with a surging sword intent that shot straight into the heavens, cleaving the very fabric of the universe. Zhang Bufan's thunderclap sword let out a mournful wail, trembling as if a subject had encountered an emperor. As for Zhang Bufan himself, he was utterly crushed by this surging tide of sword intent. It was as if he had been cast into a massive storm, his entire body racked with searing pain. His luxurious robes were sliced into strips of cloth, revealing bloodstains, as if he had been pierced by 10,000 swords. Finally, Zhang Bufan, like a kite whose string had snapped, was blasted off the life and death arena, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Defeating an enemy with a single finger. The entire audience trembled. Yan stood tall on the stage, emitting no radiance whatsoever, yet his mere presence commanded all attention. In the stands, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's faces were etched with shock, their hearts unable to find peace. Yan roared, "Is there anyone else?" Chapter 70, The Legend of Yushu Palace. Anyone else? No one had expected this youth before them to raise his head to the heavens and let out such a roar. What did he mean by this? Was he trying to establish his authority? At that moment, a towering figure rose from the crowd, imposing and majestic, exuding the ferocity of a tiger or a wolf. It's Zhang Bubi. He is Zhang Bufan's cousin. This is the true prodigy of a distinguished clan. If Zhang Bufan is a rising star, then Zhang Bubi is a long-established, unbeatable legend. Zhang Bubi is only 25 and already at the late resident stage. I think he'll reach the master stage before he turns 30. Countless rumors about Zhang Bubi spread from person to person. This man, who had been showered with praise ever since he first set foot in the battle realm, finally came into view. Zhang Bubi, standing tall and straight, walked step by step down from the stands and then step by step onto the life and death arena. If Jiang Bufan was a sword just beginning to reveal its sharp edge, then Jiang Bubi was a spear piercing through heaven and earth, steady yet brimming with power.
I, Jiang Bubi, wish to fight you, Jiang Bubi said coldly.
Unexpectedly, Yan was merely toying with the thunderclap sword in his hand, a reward from the previous life or death battle, a Commander Tier 5 Clawed Thunder Dragon combat soul, capable of transforming into a long sword. Seeing his cousin's most relied upon combat soul fall into another's hands, Jiang Bubi let out a heavy snort. A Commander Tier combat soul was a precious item, even among the 9 great clans. Yan sheathed the thunderbolt sword, clapped his hands, and said, "I accept your challenge, but there needs to be a stake involved." Jiang Bubi produced a 4-meter-long spear and thrust it violently into the ground. The arena shook instantly, and vast cracks spread out like a spiderweb from the spear. "If I lose, this tiger roar spear forged from the Commander Tier Jinshan who is yours," Jiang Bubi declared. Yan observed the tiger roar spear, its entire body radiating a golden glow that exuded a divine might of its own, emitting boundless malevolent energy capable of making even ghosts and gods tremble. He couldn't help but say, "A fine spear.
If I lose, I'll return your younger brother's thunderbolt sword."
In the stands, Tang was utterly speechless. This guy really doesn't take a single loss. But Jiang Bubi isn't just any late-stage resident stage fighter, his strength rivals that of the master stage. The others were even less optimistic about Yan, for Jiang Bubi's reputation was simply too formidable. Everyone had entered the battle realm after turning 16, and for the past decade, they had practically grown up hearing the name Jiang Bubi.
Jiang Bubi's brilliance was simply too overwhelming.
At that moment, Yan's eyes held a look of languor, even indifference.
Everyone was speechless inside.
This guy was way too arrogant. He was facing the legendary Jiang Bubi of the Jade Void Palace.
Jiang Bubi gripped his tiger roar spear and gave it a light shake.
Instantly, the spear emitted a massive, rumbling roar like a tiger in the forest, shaking the very fabric of space. Those in the front rows of the stands felt as if their brains had been struck with a heavy blow. Their blood surged violently, and those of lower cultivation levels were even shaken to the point of coughing up blood. What a spear! Just the sound of that vibration alone is enough to tear one's guts apart.
Everyone was horrified.
Fight! Jiang Bubi stood as still as a mountain, then suddenly transformed into a raging gale. He thrust his spear forward like a tiger charging down a mountain, piercing the air with a piercing shriek as he drove it fiercely toward Yan. The spear's momentum was thunderous, intent on piercing through everything in its path, unstoppable as a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. With just one man and a single spear, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure akin to a 1,000-man army charging into battle. I'll see how Yan blocks that spear. The spear is the king of all weapons. As the saying goes, a staff for a month, a fist for a year, but a spear takes a lifetime to master.
Jiang Bubi's spearmanship has long since reached perfection. Yan is finished.
That arrogant brat deserves a taste of his own medicine.
The onlookers, filled with schadenfreude, sat back to enjoy this one-sided battle.
In their minds, the outcome had long been decided.
How could a greenhorn possibly defeat Jiang Bubi? He didn't even stand a chance. He was bound to be utterly crushed. With everyone writing him off, Yan moved.
He thrust out that delicate fist again. It looked so fair and pale, completely unlike the hand of a martial artist. Yet right now, that very fist was shrouded in a dazzling silver glow, as if stars were radiating their light.
Was Yan actually going to block the tiger roar spear with his own flesh and blood? He's as good as dead.
The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. Jiang Bubi furrowed his brow slightly. He did not like the feeling of being underestimated.
Likewise, he would never underestimate any opponent.
He gave his all in every battle, so this thrust of his carried a power so profound it defied comprehension. Even a thick steel plate before him would be pierced right through. The long spear drove forward with ferocious force, striking Yan's fist with a ferocity capable of tearing the heavens and earth asunder. A clanging sound rang out, accompanied by sparks of friction. Jiang Bubi felt as though he were piercing not a fist, but a towering mountain. It didn't budge an inch.
In fact, it felt like hitting a rock with an egg.
Immediately afterward, a massive recoil surged up the spear shaft. Jiang Bubi felt a numbing sensation in the web of his hands, and his entire body stumbled backward several steps before he could steady himself.
How can he be so strong? Zhang Bubi was stunned. Everyone was stunned.
No one could have imagined that Zhang Bubi's perfect shot would be blocked by Yen's mere mortal body, and that in this contest of strength, Yen would completely overwhelm him. After all, for humans, even at the master stage, the physical body remains a weakness.
Enhancing one's physical form is an extremely arduous task.
The Shaolin monks of the great factions are renowned for their indestructible, formidable physiques, but that is the result of decades of arduous training, a feat achieved with great difficulty.
At that moment, waves of emotion surged through Zhang Bubi's heart.
However, having weathered countless storms since entering the battle realm, he was hardly about to be thrown off balance by a mere ripple like Yen. Zhang Bubi let out a thunderous roar, his aura terrifying. With the haughty demeanor of an invincible war god, he launched another wave of attacks. He wielded the tiger roar spear as mana erupted from his body, man and spear becoming one. Like a divine dragon swishing its tail, the long spear swept across the heavens. In an instant, spear shadows as massive as mountains blossomed from his hands, spreading out like a peacock spreading its tail, creating a dizzying whirlwind of spear shadows. The spear shadows were as dense as mountains, descending in a relentless, overwhelming wave. "Let us see how you block this," Zhang Bubi declared, his aura of divine might overwhelming, his gaze as sharp as a blade. But to everyone's surprise, facing the tidal wave of spear shadows, Yen simply unleashed a single, powerful punch. The moment that fist struck out, the very colors of heaven and earth shifted, the surrounding air was instantly crushed into nothingness. The fist's scale surged, stirring the very currents of the cosmos. It was as if a primordial god king soared through the void, or a savage beast of the wilderness charged forward carrying a momentum capable of sweeping away all obstacles. It slammed straight toward him. In the next instant, the countless spear shadows, like winter snow under the blazing sun, began to melt away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Bubi, his spear strike had been broken once again. However, a resolute glint flashed in Zhang Bubi's eyes. Chapter 71: What it means to shatter all techniques with raw power. Beneath the heavens, countless spear shadows obscured the sky, yet Yen's vast fist wind shattered them with a single strike. The spear shadows shattered, yet behind them lay a single, true tiger roar spear. The spear shadows in front had absorbed the ferocious fist wind, all in preparation for this true strike that followed. Everyone stared intently at this scene. This spear thrust seemed poised to pierce through heaven and earth. Boundless mana gathered at the spear's tip, forming a raging torrent capable of destroying everything. Wherever it passed, the floor of the arena was torn high into the air, as if plowed into a deep furrow. Its momentum was unmatched. Just as Yen was about to raise his fist to block, suddenly, his fist felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He couldn't lift it at all. What's happening? Yen was startled, only to realize that not only his hands, but his feet, body, and even his neck were unresponsive, completely immobilized. The only thing he could move was his gaze. In Yen's pupils, Zhang Bubi was reflected not only his overbearing spear thrust, but also his eyes, brimming with battle intent. When that spear appeared, it seemed as though the very workings of this world had come to a halt. The air froze, time stood still, and even Yen was pinned to the spot. It was as if, with the spear at its center, time had ceased to flow within this realm. A look of horror spread across Yen's face. In the stands, the crowd watched in confusion. Why isn't he blocking it? Has this kid been scared out of his wits? Only Tang felt her heart leap into her throat. She knew this was Zhang Bubi's true power. An innate physique, capable of manipulating time. The body of time. A truly divine physique. Yen's body refused to obey him. He could only watch helplessly as the spear pierced toward him. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, followed by a wet thud as the spear sliced through his flesh. In an instant, the spearhead emerged from his back, dripping with blood. Yen looked down in disbelief. His chest was covered in blood. The spear had pierced him diagonally, passing right through his body. He raised his head to see the arrogance in Zhang Bubi's eyes. "This is my true strength, the reason I have never tasted defeat," Zhang Bubi said coldly. He yanked the spear out violently. The tip glinted with a cold light as droplets of blood fell. Yen sucked in a sharp breath of pain, yet kept staring straight at Zhang Bubi.
Everyone gasped in shock, their hearts pounding.
They never expected Jiang Bubi to be this powerful, a single spear thrust that pierced the heavens.
Yan.
Tang, deeply concerned, rushed down from the stands, about to enter the life and death arena. Wei Yan suddenly held out a hand to stop Tang from coming up.
He turned his head and smiled calmly, "It's not over yet." Jiang Bubi sneered, "Admit defeat. One more try and you'll die." "I was too careless."
Yan closed his eyes and channeled the power of the stars. Silver starlight surged from his body, coalescing into a white streak that swept across his chest. After a moment, the starlight faded. Yan's wound had healed completely, leaving only a hole in his clothes.
Jiang Bubi stared in utter astonishment. Tang was startled as well, but his expression soon relaxed.
"What a pity about this robe, my wife gave it to me." Yan's tone took a sudden, chilling turn.
Jiang Bubi said, "What are you talking about? That woman's robe?"
Yan replied coldly, "To me, it is the most precious gift." He no longer concealed his power, a colossal aura of pressure radiated from him, like an endless storm sweeping across the heavens and earth. Even those far away in the stands felt their breath catch in their throats, struggling to breathe under this overwhelming pressure.
Not to mention Jiang Bubi, who was right there on the stage.
At that moment, Jiang Bubi felt as if he were caught in the midst of a massive storm, overwhelmed by a sense of his own insignificance and powerlessness.
You're at the master stage?" Jiang Bubi's eyes widened in disbelief.
The moment those words were spoken, the entire arena was stunned. In the stands, everyone was deeply shaken, their mouths agape for a long time.
"Master stage? How is that possible? He is only 16, right?"
"I guarantee Yan's emergence will go down in human history. He'll shine like a new star in the Alliance. If Jiang Bubi is already a prodigy, then Yan is a living legend. He is practically a myth."
Screams and gasps swept through the entire arena like a tsunami. Tang stood right below the stage.
She was so close to Yan, close enough to see his long hair flowing freely, his gaze that seemed to look down upon the world, and his confident, spirited demeanor. She suddenly clenched her fists in excitement and said, "I'm so proud of him." Yan stood expressionless, his gaze cold, on the high life and death platform, looking down upon the crowd.
Silently, he extended his hand and gently struck out.
In an instant, dazzling golden light coalesced, forming a massive golden palm in the air, as if divine gold had been poured forth. The colossal palm loomed over the horizon, like a vast crimson gold cloud enveloping the sky, so immense it sent shivers down the spine.
In the stands, everyone held their breath.
The boundless energy fluctuations radiating from the giant palm had already spread to them, pressing down so heavily that their bodies trembled, as if crushed by a mountain.
Is this the power of the master stage?
Endless essence points condensed into mana, and surging mana transformed into a force capable of supporting the heavens, Yin murmured to himself. His white robe billowed without a breeze, his long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his eyes blazed like the scorching sun. This palm strike was even more terrifying than May's had been, carrying an aura of world-ending destruction. Jiang Bubi stood directly beneath the palm, as if held in its grasp. A chill ran down his spine.
So what if it's the master stage? I've fought before.
Jiang Bubi roared defiantly toward the heavens, sending ripples of sound soaring upward, shaking the cosmos. He pointed his spear skyward, filled with defiance, and thrust it forward with all his might.
Yan let out a cold laugh and brought his palm down.
The colossal hand in the sky immediately crashed down with a thunderous roar, piercing the heavens and earth. The spectacle was vast and overwhelming, as boundless energy erupted in that instant. The tiger roar spear soared skyward like a dragon emerging from the depths of a chasm. But before it could touch the colossal palm, it was struck by that peerlessly fierce energy. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the tiger roar spear was sent flying. Jiang Bubi was knocked back by this overwhelming force, his hand stained with blood.
"Freeze!"
Jiang Bubi roared, as if severing the flow of time. In that moment, it seemed as though everything in the heavens and earth had ceased to move. Falling leaves hung in mid-air, the river's flow ceased, and the very air froze. At that moment, time truly stood still, albeit for only a fleeting instant. This was the ultimate technique of Jiang Bubi, the greatest legend of the Jade Void Palace. But to his surprise, Yen merely snorted coldly, "You likely still don't understand what it means to shatter all techniques with sheer force." The golden giant hand's descent through the air slowed only slightly before continuing its brutal descent. Despair filled Jiang Bubi's eyes as he repeatedly channeled the power to freeze time. His life force faded along with it. A strand of white hair sprouted from Jiang Bubi's head, a sight both pitiful and heartbreaking. Chapter 72, Late for the Meeting Again. The colossal palm slammed down with brutal force. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The life and death arena was completely crushed, sinking violently into the ground. The entire earth shook, trembling and rumbling like a massive drum. The palm strike showed no sign of stopping, driving the ground around the arena several meters deep, as if it had suddenly sunk by a great height. In the stands, countless people screamed in horror, feeling as though they were witnessing the end of the world, their hearts filled with endless fear. Some were struck by the aftershocks of the energy, their ears ringing, and they coughed up blood with a loud gurgle. The arena was filled with a towering cloud of dust that lingered for a long time. It was unclear how much time had passed when the dust finally cleared, and the crowd turned their gaze back to the stage. The ground had caved in several meters deep. Jiang Bubi was long gone, leaving behind a human-shaped crater. The only spot that remained completely intact was the ground beneath Yen's feet. At that moment, Yen truly stood high above all, like a divine king descended to earth, radiating an aura of invincibility. "Is there anyone else who dares to defy me?" Yen's voice boomed like a thunderclap from the heavens, a bolt of divine retribution striking down, shaking the very hearts of the crowd. Not a single person dared to utter a word. "She is my wife. Does anyone here object?" Yen pointed toward Tang in the distance and continued. At that moment, countless gazes converged, all turning to look at Tang. "He even crushed the prodigy of our Jade Void Palace. We thought he was just establishing his authority, but it turns out it was for this." Many were left speechless. However, quite a few girls were very supportive of Yen. "If someone were to take on the Jade Void Palace for me, I'd definitely marry him," many girls thought to themselves. Tang stomped her foot in anger. "This kid has gotten way too bold. How dare he be so brazen?" Soon, news spread that Yen had single-handedly subdued the Jade Void Palace, and his bold declaration of his girlfriend's identity became a model for romantic confessions. Of course, there were also many who disliked Yen and hoped a master stage cultivator from the Jade Void Palace would step forward to teach him a lesson. However, at the master stage level, cultivators are either hunting great demons or on their way to hunt them in order to refine their true intent of combat. They are rarely seen in public. Jiang Bubi was dug out of a pit with numerous broken bones all over his body. He'll likely be bedridden for a while. Even more tragic was Jiang Bufan. After falling unconscious early on, he was swept up by energy turbulence, following in Jiang Bubi's footsteps with shattered bones. He'll truly be bedridden for a year or two. The Jiang family has suddenly lost two prodigies. In this year's Great Clan competition, their rankings will likely plummet, and they may even threaten to seek revenge against Yen. Overnight, Yen became the center of attention at Yushu Palace, his fame soaring. However, at this very moment, he was in his room, taking inventory of his belongings. The two Commander-tier Silverwing Ice Dragon eggs are still here. As for the Holy Spirit fruits, let me count them: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll save one for Tang. Yen muttered to himself. Having moved from Zishao Palace to Yushu Palace, not a single item from his room was missing. Yen stretched. It had been nearly 3 months since his last visit to the Alliance. It was time to go home and check on things. Seeing the flickering white light of the teleportation array, Yen smiled and stepped inside. Everything went black, and in the next moment, Yen had been teleported there. But upon returning, Yen's expression changed drastically the moment he saw what was before him. There stood Teacher Wang from the Academic Affairs Office, glaring at him with anger flashing through his thick glasses. Behind him stood a large crowd of students. What on earth was going on? Yen looked around frantically. Finally spotting Tang in the crowd, he was overjoyed and about to shout out, but was interrupted by Teacher Wang. "You student, what's going on? You were late for the first freshman assembly, and now you're late for the second one." Teacher Wang roared. Yen blinked his innocent, wide eyes, looking completely baffled.
Look at yourself, what are you wearing? And why are you dressed as a girl? Teacher Wang said. Yan looked down. As per the pattern of his teleportations, his hair had reverted to its modern style, and the star symbol between his eyebrows had vanished. However, his outfit remained unchanged, since Tang had originally bought this outfit at the Alliance. Ha ha ha. A wave of unrestrained mockery erupted. Xiaoyu pushed her way through the crowd and said, Brother Yan, at the last assembly they said there would be a competition for new students in 3 months. The date is almost here. A month ago, the class WeChat group announced that we have a meeting today. A month ago? Yan did a quick mental calculation. He'd still been trapped in the Star Palace back then and hadn't received a single message. Teacher Wang announced, now that Yan, the last student in the battle realm, has returned, the teleportation array for the school's freshman class will be sealed starting today. No new students are to set foot in the battle realm, as we are about to hold a month-long competition for new students. Just then, Yan tried to slip into the crowd, but Teacher Wang called him out. What, you again? Last time you were late, you claimed you'd spent the night in battle realm. This time, the tournament was announced a month in advance. Come explain yourself. Did you spend the night in battle realm again, or did you get a monthly pass? Teacher Wang demanded. Ah ha ha ha. The students laughed until they were doubled over. That's the guy, the absolute bottom of the class in grade 10, class 2. And he's wearing a girl's outfit with a gaping hole in the chest. It's so painful to look at, my eyes are going blind. Shaoli, aren't you nervous about the competition? Just look at Yan, he is dead last in the class, yet he still has the nerve to stand here. No matter how bad you are, you're still better than him. In no time at all, the name Yan had spread throughout the entire freshman class, becoming the butt of everyone's jokes. Teacher Wang stepped forward. Answer my question. Yan was speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, if I told you I'd been in the battle realm for 3 months and haven't come back yet, would you believe me? His words were met with another wave of laughter. Who could possibly spend the night in the battle realm, where demon beasts roamed freely? Most of the students present were at the warrior stage, with only a handful at the intermediate stage. They could barely handle common tier demon beasts and would run for their lives if they encountered an elite tier 1. Who among them would dare to stay overnight? The battle realm was even more dangerous at night. Among those present, only Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't bring themselves to laugh. They had witnessed Yan's life and death struggle firsthand. Even now, legends of Yan circulate throughout Zhixiao Palace. A 16-year-old at the junior resident stage, what does that even mean? That's a once-in-a-lifetime genius, the very target of recruitment by every major faction. The two of them now looked upon Yan with nothing but awe. If they knew that, 3 months later, Yan had already grown into a master stage cultivator, they would probably have dropped to their knees right then and there. Laugh all you want, Xiaoyu thought viciously to himself. Wait until the freshman competition, that's when you'll be the ones crying. He felt deeply indignant on Yan's behalf. Several times he almost blurted it out, but Zhao Xiaofeng had stopped him every time. In Zhao Xiaofeng's words, staying low-key now was all for the sake of a future payback, and a brutal one at that. He'd make sure these freshmen went in with pale faces and came out with swollen ones. The joyful campus life has begun. Some of you are still in school, while others have already graduated. If you can find even a glimpse of your own school days in the upcoming story, then Kula 1T have written this in vain. Having grown accustomed to the life and death battles of Battle Realm, I hope you'll enjoy the comedic daily life that follows. Chapter 73, Are You Faking Sleep, You Jerk? The interminable assembly finally ended with Teacher Wang's call to dismiss. The school had granted a 3-day break to let everyone go home and recharge. Finally, I can go home and catch up on sleep. Yan stretched. Little did he know, the person next to him nearly tripped over in shock upon hearing that. The school break was meant for everyone to cram and be in top form, yet this guy was only thinking about sleeping. Truly the number one slacker of class 2. Many silently labeled Yan in their minds. Xiaoyu walked over and gave Yan a bear hug. Ha, Yan Gu, you look even more handsome. Zhao Xiaofeng stood nearby, watching with a grin. Yan asked, haven't you two reached the intermediate warrior stage yet? Zhao Xiaofeng replied, "Don't even mention it, Yan.
I haven't done a thing these past 3 months, just been eating. I still haven't finished the demon beast meat you sold me last time, and I've already saved up 80 essence points."
Xiao Yu nodded in agreement.
While Yan had been away, he and Zhao Xiaofeng had been inseparable, and he'd gotten his fair share of demon beast flesh. But Xiao Yu knew that Zhao Xiaofeng's kindness toward him was entirely because of Yan.
As Yan's brother, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel incredibly proud.
"I've got 60 essence points now, just a bit behind Xiaofeng," Xiao Yu said.
Yan nodded.
In truth, their progress wasn't slow at all. Consuming demon beast flesh was incredibly time-consuming. Just think how long it took to eat a single common tier wild boar weighing over 500 pounds. If it weren't for his lightning wood combat soul, his current essence points might actually be lower than theirs. Thinking of lightning wood, Yan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Once the freshman tournament is over, I'll take them to level up, Yan thought to himself. Just then, Yan glanced toward the distance and said, "I've got something to take care of. I'll be heading out first." With that, he walked straight toward the slender figure. Xiao Yu and Zhao Xiaofeng exchanged a glance, both wearing knowing expressions.
Tang. Yan was delighted.
Tang was at a loss for words. "We agreed to teleport back together."
"What were you dawdling about in your room for?"
Yan replied, "Just checking if anything was missing." Just as he was about to offer Tang a Holy Spirit fruit, he suddenly remembered that the school had sealed off the teleportation array, and his face immediately fell with regret.
Tang said, "Let us go home first."
The two found their flying shuttle. Though it hadn't been used in 3 months, the body was still spotless. It seemed someone at the school had been cleaning it regularly. Yan reclined his seat, lay back comfortably, and closed his eyes slightly.
Tang drove slowly.
A gentle breeze blew, and sunlight streamed down. It felt incredibly comfortable.
After an unknown amount of time, the shuttle finally arrived at the small restaurant.
"We're here,"
Tang said.
There was no response. Tang looked down, slightly startled, only to see that Yan was breathing heavily. She had actually fallen asleep. She slowly lowered her head and simply stared at Yan. At that moment, Yan was as quiet as a child, her face delicate and fair, a faint curve playing at the corners of her lips, as if she were always smiling.
Is she dreaming of something wonderful? Tang couldn't help but smile herself.
She carried Yan down, went to the back door of the small restaurant, lifted the flower pot on the windowsill, and found a key tucked underneath.
Tang's movements were very practiced, as if she had done this many times before.
She carried Yan up to the room on the second floor and settled him in. Then, Tang glanced around.
Unoccupied for 3 months, a fine layer of dust had settled throughout the restaurant, both upstairs and downstairs.
She sighed helplessly and, like the mistress of the house, walked into the kitchen. A moment later, Tang emerged wearing an apron and carrying a bucket of water. She carefully wiped down every corner. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and every spot she touched gleamed with a fresh, spotless shine. Who knows how long she'd been cleaning? If anyone had witnessed this scene, their jaw would surely have dropped to the floor.
The esteemed eldest daughter of the Tang family, actually doing housework on her own initiative.
By the time she finished cleaning, the sun had set. The entire restaurant looked brand new, exuding a fresh, clean scent from top to bottom.
Tang was completely exhausted.
She wiped the sweat from her forehead. For her, housework was far more tiring than hunting monsters. Finally, Tang returned to her room on the second floor, approached Yan's bedside, and whispered, "Yan?" Yan showed no reaction. He was still fast asleep. Tang said, "I'm going back now. Get some rest." Yan remained in his slumber. Tang let out a soft sigh and turned to leave. But just as she turned, her hand was suddenly grabbed. "Don't go." It was Yan's voice. "You're awake?" Tang turned back, both surprised and delighted, but the next moment, her expression turned utterly baffled. Because although Yan was speaking, his eyes were still tightly shut. He was actually talking in his sleep. Tang was completely speechless. She tried to pull her hand away, but Yan held on so tightly she couldn't free it. You're not faking sleep, are you?" Tang raised an eyebrow and glared at him.
But Yen still didn't respond. His breathing remained just as heavy. Seeing that Yen was still sleeping so soundly, Tang muttered helplessly to herself, "Fine, I won leave." Yen's bed was a spacious double bed, and he was only taking up one side. Tang glanced at the empty space next to him, then at the hand he was holding so tightly there really was no other choice. Waves of exhaustion washed over her. Housework is really exhausting. That was the last thought in Tang's mind as she collapsed. She lay down right next to Yen and drifted off into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. At dawn, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tang's radiant, captivating face. Her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, a look of confusion in her gaze. "I'm awake? Where am I?" Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, Tang seemed to have forgotten what happened before she fell asleep. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yen walked in, wrapped in a towel, steam rising from her body. Tang's eyes widened instantly. Yen clearly hadn't expected her to be awake. The two stared at each other, and the air suddenly grew still. Tang let out a piercing scream, then hurled everything within reach, pillows, shoes, you name it, at Yen. Whoa, what is going on?" Yen scrambled to cover his head, looking utterly flustered. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Tang snapped. Yen made a long face and said, "Miss, this is my room. My clothes are all right here." Tang let out an "oh," clearly still unsatisfied with Yen's answer. "Then why did you take a shower? You didn't do anything to me last night, did you?" Tang suddenly furrowed her brow, looking nervous. Yen was at a loss for words. "I haven't showered in 3 months. Isn't it reasonable to take one?" Tang quickly stuck her head under the covers, took a peek, and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, both her clothes and her virtue were still intact. "Why were you sleeping in my bed last night?" Yen asked with a mischievous grin. It would have been better if she hadn't said that. The moment the words left her mouth, Tang's blood boiled, and she gave Yen another good thrashing. Chapter 74, This spot is perfect. Yen, sporting a pair of black eyes, took bite after bite of his breakfast. Those weren't from lack of sleep, they were from Tang's beating. Tang had also finished her shower. With no clean clothes to change into, she was simply wearing one of Yen's t-shirts, which was so baggy it looked like a nightgown. But Yen was quite puzzled. Why didn't she wear her sister's clothes? Why did she insist on wearing his? Was that t-shirt really that nice? Tang sipped her soy milk while taking small bites of fried dough sticks, looking quite elegant. "You really know how to make good soy milk and fried dough sticks," Tang offered a rare compliment. "Of course. I'm the head chef at Mua's restaurant, after all," Yen said. Tang glanced around at the tables and chairs and asked, "Are you planning to keep this restaurant open?" At the mention of this, Yen's face darkened. "Of course I want to keep it open, but I really don't have the time." The atmosphere grew silent. Tang suddenly said, "Once the freshman competition is over, let us go pick up my sister together. You're so tough now, you're not afraid of any thugs or hoodlums." Yen smiled bitterly to himself. Tang didn't know the whole story. Things weren't that simple. Besides the Firewolf gang, there was the Jiangbei group, a real tiger looming over his head. Even if Yen went to pick her up a month from now, it was still uncertain whether his sister would actually come. Thinking of the Jiangbei group, a fierce glint flashed in Yen's eyes. The time to settle the score was fast approaching. The past 3 days had flown by. Tang hadn't left either. It seemed she'd grown accustomed to life here. But come nightfall, Tang acted like a spoiled child, hogging Yen's bed and practically kicking him out. Yen had no choice but to sleep obediently on the sofa upstairs. The intimate moments they shared the previous nights were unlikely to happen again. On the final day, Tang dragged Yen along, and the two of them went in and out of various large shopping malls as if they were on a shopping spree. They bought a lot of food, clothes, and daily necessities. At the checkout, Tang always beat into it. Yen was helpless. He tried several times to insist that he had money, but Tang wouldn't listen. Passing by a Hanfu shop, Tang showed keen interest. Yen had a tall, straight posture, broad shoulders, and well-defined muscles. He was a natural clothes horse. Tang had him try on several outfits in a row.
Whenever Yen put them on, he looked dashing, like a noble gentleman in a turbulent world, with an otherworldly aura. Even the sales clerk couldn't stop praising him. "Miss, your boyfriend has an amazing figure. These clothes seem tailor-made for him." Hearing the word boyfriend, Tang's face flushed slightly, though surprisingly, she didn't deny it. She agreed wholeheartedly. "Once we enter the battle realm and his hair grows out, he'll be even more handsome." Yen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Usually accustomed to Tang's criticism, this was the first time he heard her praise him. In the end, Tang waved her hand and bought every single Hanfu outfit they tried on, leaving Yen speechless. As they left, their flying shuttles were packed to the brim. Yen thought regretfully, if only the Alliance didn't restrict mount-type combat souls, he mused. If he could summon the Iron-Horned Barbarian Bull right now, it could carry their stuff and look incredibly cool. Wouldn't that'd be absolutely thrilling? That final day came to an end amidst a frenzy of shopping. The next day, the two drove to school. When they arrived in the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Xiao Shangshan, was directing everyone to move the desks.
"Are we setting up an exam hall?"
Yen stared in disbelief.
"Aren't the freshman competitions supposed to be about fighting? Are we really going to be poking away with pens?"
Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. "You really are my brother." "You didn't hear a single word," Teacher Wang said. "The first round is an academic test." Yen's hand holding the pen trembled slightly. He had thought that after entering high school and the battle realm, he could escape academic exams, but he never expected to end up trapped in this nightmare after all. Just then, Yen spotted a familiar face and greeted him. "What are you doing in our class?" The acquaintance was none other than Zhao Xiaofeng. 3 months ago, he chuckled, "my dad pulled some strings to get me transferred here. From now on, I'm going to tag along with brother Yen." Yen patted him on the shoulder. He never realized before just how sharp this kid's judgment was. In the classroom, Yen also ran into Lin Changgeng, Yao Fandi, and Zhao Xiaoxi. These were the same guys who'd been picking on him since the very first day of high school. However, as soon as Lin Changgeng saw Yen, he lowered his head and hurried away, as if terrified of any interaction with Yen. "These pests, it's best if they don't bother me." Yen didn't give them the time of day now. "Bro Lin, we've been lying low for months. Are we just going to sit here and watch Yen run wild?" Yao Fandi said. Lin Changgeng clenched his teeth. Ever since that time Yen had crushed him, he hadn't stopped thinking about how to get revenge. But when his older brother, Lin Shiming, also fell at Yen's hands, Lin Changgeng was deeply shaken and decided to bide his time. Let him run wild for a while longer. "There are plenty of people who'll take him down," Lin Changgeng said. As the exam approached, Xiao Changsheng began calling out the seat numbers. Surprisingly, Yen, Xiaoyu, and Zhao Xiaofeng were seated very close to each other. "What a coincidence, Yen. We're sitting next to each other for the exam," Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Yu's expression was quite peculiar. Was sitting next to the class's bottom-ranked student really something to be proud of? Yen was seated in the back row by the window, with Xiaoyu sitting to his right, separated by an aisle. Glancing at his own seat, Yen was stunned. This spot was perfect, Zhao Xiaofeng in front, Xiaoyu to the right, the window on the left, and the wall behind. It was practically impregnable, a strategic stronghold that had always been fiercely contested. Cheating would be nearly impossible. How did they assign these seat numbers? Are they forcing me to show my true abilities? Yen gripped his pen so tightly it creaked. Ding dong! The exam began. As the test paper appeared before him, Yen began answering the questions. The questions were bizarre, a far cry from traditional exams, mostly multiple choice. The very first question stumped Yen. If you encounter a common tier wild boar, which part of its body should you attack first? The 4 options were back, eyes, run away, and hit anywhere. As everyone knows, wild boars are covered in tough bristles and love to scratch themselves against pine trees. Over time, the pine resin gradually coats their skin, forming a thick layer of armor that makes ordinary slashes completely ineffective. Wild boars are no strangers to me. They were the first demon beast I ever killed, Yen thought to himself.
This question is clearly asking about the wild boar's weak point.
Yen fell into recollection. It seemed that back then, he had struck the wild boar's neck with a single sword blow. A common tier demon beast, however you fight it, it'll die.
Yen wielded his pen with gusto, scribbling down the answer in a flurry. As a master stage cultivator, Yen's perspective had truly broadened considerably. The following questions all tested his ability to handle different types of demon beasts. As he answered, Yen grumbled, "What? There's even an option to run away when facing an elite tier demon beast? Who do you think you're looking down on, exam setter?" Teacher Wang from the Academic Affairs Office sneezed, then wondered aloud, "A cold? It can't be that bad, can it?" Chapter 75, I'm not the same person I used to be. Bro Yen. Zhao
Xiaofeng suddenly whispered.
Yen asked, "What's up?" Question 57, which one did you pick? Yen glanced at it and replied, "I picked the fourth one." The fourth one? Zhao Xiaofeng looked skeptical.
He trusted Yen implicitly, but he still read the question again.
The question was, if you were to spend 3 days in the wilderness of Battle Realm, what would be your first consideration?
The 4 options were, a place to sleep, demon beasts, food, and it doesn't matter. Zhao Xiaofeng was used to a comfortable life. His first thought was a place to sleep, but he hesitated for a long time over the demon beasts.
To his surprise, Yen immediately chose it doesn't matter.
Bro Yen, we can't pick it doesn't matter for this question. That's clearly the wrong answer, Zhao Xiaofeng said, torn between laughter and exasperation. Unexpectedly, Yen explained with a straight face, "It's only 3 days.
Do you know how long I've spent out in the wild?
7 days without sleep or food, just running non-stop. I've outrun every kind of demon beast." What is 3 days compared to that? The person who wrote this question is a total moron. This was indeed Yen's first-hand experience back when he was being hunted down by Wu Jixuan. He'd seen every kind of storm imaginable. Zhao Xiaofeng had been hesitating, but hearing Yen speak with such certainty, he was largely convinced and chose it doesn't matter as well.
Next, Zhao Xiaofeng asked about several more questions in a row. Yen's answers were more shocking than the last. Beside them, Xiaoyu listened in stunned silence, finally shaking her head in exasperation. Zhao Xiaofeng was really out of his mind asking questions of the dead last student during an exam?
It looked like her title as second to last was about to be snatched away.
Yen wrote with divine inspiration and finished quickly. He even took the time to proofread it. Satisfied that everything was in order, he slammed his desk and stood up.
While all the other students were still racking their brains over the questions, they never expected someone to hand in their paper early.
Which genius is it?
Countless thoughts flashed through their minds as they turned their gaze toward him. To their surprise, it was Yen who had handed in his paper. Instantly, everyone's expressions became a spectacle. The dead last, the total loser, and yet he was the first to hand in his paper. Lin Changgang glanced at his own paper, still more than half blank, and was utterly speechless.
He couldn't beat this guy in combat, but was he really this far behind in the written exam too? That kid Yen, he's not just randomly guessing to show off, is he? Lin Changgang thought maliciously. In fact, he wasn't the only one thinking that. Almost everyone was. Xiao Changsheng was also taken aback.
He said earnestly, "Yen, the results of this written exam are crucial for the upcoming freshman competition.
Are you sure you want to turn it in now?"
Yen nodded, radiating confidence. Passing by the lectern, Yen handed the exam paper to Xiao Changsheng. Xiao Changsheng glanced at it briefly and saw that the paper was indeed completely filled out. He immediately sealed it in a file folder. Tang was sitting in the front row and glared at Yen, implying that if he'd finished so quickly, he must have just guessed randomly. Yen, however, gave her a thumbs up, indicating that the exam had gone smoothly.
Tang was at a loss for words. The 2-hour exam flew by. This was the only written exam for this session.
Tang walked out of the classroom and saw Yen standing right at the door.
She immediately flew into a rage. "You handed it in so fast, what if you get a 0?
A look of unshakable confidence spread across Yen's face. "Don't worry.
I'm not the same person I used to be."
The two of them went to the cafeteria for lunch. In the afternoon, the teachers were busy grading the exams, while the students had a self-study period. Class monitor Lee San-jin sat at the front of the classroom, pretending to supervise. His broad face, paired with glasses as thick as beer bottle bottoms, looked quite comical. With no teacher present during self-study, it wasn't too long before everyone started chatting and gossiping.
Everyone, quiet down.
Lee San-jin tapped the lectern with his pen.
The air froze instantly.
Everyone shot Lee San-jin a look of disbelief, then went back to chatting among themselves, even louder than before. Lee San-jin's face turned dark, and the veins on his forehead began to throb. The next moment, he sighed, pulled out his headphones, and decided to tune out the chaos. Their discussion centered mostly on the school's most prominent figures. Have you heard? Su Ling from Class 1, and Ruochen from Class 4, and Di Yun from Class 6 have all reached the intermediate warrior stage, and they're not far from the advanced warrior stage either.
I wonder who in our class has reached the intermediate stage. There must be someone. There definitely is. It's just that our classmates are a bit more low-key.
Hearing these whispers, Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaofeng would exchange a glance and chuckle. If they knew that a resident stage practitioner was sitting right here in their classroom, they might just jump for joy.
Yan sat in front of Tang. Both looked completely at ease.
Their strength was already several tiers above that of their classmates. This freshman competition felt more like a game to them.
Of course, barring any unexpected twists.
The next day, Xiao Changsheng arrived in the classroom carrying a tall stack of test papers. He hadn't expected the teachers to be so efficient. The results were out in just a single day. Students whose names are called, please come up to collect your papers. Xiao Changsheng began reading out the names one by one.
Wang Lele, 70 points. Zhang Liangjun, 81 points.
It was truly a case of some rejoicing while others grieved. Lin Changgang glanced at the bright red 75 on his own paper and clenched his fist tightly. This score was far too low.
Tang, 95. Wow!
A gasp of surprise rippled through the classroom. This was the first score above 90 to be called out, and coming from a girl like Tang who possessed both beauty and brains, along with a distinguished family background, it naturally drew a great deal of attention.
She is truly my goddess, beautiful and brilliant. Tang is now the undisputed top of the 4 school beauties at Shangnan High, a true academic superstar. I wonder what level Tang is at now. She must be at the intermediate warrior stage by now.
Amidst a chorus of envious cheers, Tang walked up to the podium to collect her exam paper. At that moment, thousands of eyes turned toward her, and the cheers were deafening. However, Tang's expression remained calm. She didn't seem to care about her grades at all.
She is definitely my wife.
Yen held his thumb high in the air. Tang noticed this, and suddenly the corners of her mouth turned up in a soft smile. She glided gracefully back to her seat.
My sister-in-law is just amazing.
Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaofeng clapped in unison. Everyone around them was speechless. They'd seen narcissists before, but never one this self-absorbed.
Who did Yen think he was? The class bottom of the barrel loser. What gave him the right to compare himself to Tang?
It had always been the Yen and Xiaoyu loser duo, but now that Zhao Xiaofeng had joined them, everyone had officially labeled them the loser trio. Seriously, aside from the trio of losers, no one in the world thought Yen and Tang were a match. By the time Xiao Changsheng got to this point, most of the students had already received their test papers.
Yen suddenly started to panic. Why hadn't it been his turn yet? Chapter 76, A Miracle Was Born.
Just then, Xiao Changsheng said, Xiaoyu, 38 points.
The entire class fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a burst of laughter. Haha, just as expected of the loser trio, they made a splash right off the bat. I can't wait to see the other 2's scores. Teacher Xiao, hurry up and read them out.
Xiaoyu collected her test paper and had just returned to her seat when Zhao Xiaofeng, sitting next to her, burst out laughing. I told you to copy from me, but you wouldn't listen.
Look at that, only 38 points. At that moment, 1,000 alpacas seemed to be stampeding through Xiaoyu's mind. Her lips trembled as she opened her mouth to speak.
But before she could say a word, Xiao Changsheng's voice rang out again.
Zhao Xiaofeng, 12 points. Ha!
Zhao Xiaofeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him.
How could he have only scored 12 points? That's just not right. Ah ha ha ha.
An even more intense burst of laughter erupted in the classroom.
After receiving his test paper, Zhao Xiaofeng was still completely baffled.
Xiao Yu joined in the laughter. Xiaofeng, I'm finally going to be knocked off my spot as second to last.
The one even more shocked than Zhao Xiaofeng was Yan. Yan said, didn't you just copy off me? How did you only get 12 points? Zhao Xiaofeng replied, exactly, Yan. I'm baffled too. He was completely at a loss.
After all, Yan was a resident stage player, a force to be reckoned with who could wipe out a whole team in an instant.
Answering these childish questions should have been a piece of cake for him, right?
Zhao Xiaofeng just couldn't wrap his head around how copying at that level could result in such a low score.
Yan suddenly said, you little rascal, you didn't copy the wrong lines, did you?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaofeng's whole body shook violently, and he slapped his thigh hard.
That's it, Yan. I must have copied the wrong lines. Otherwise, I'd have scored over 90 points. Yan nodded.
He was confident about that much. After all, everything on the test was based on his own personal experiences, so there was no way he could have gotten it wrong. Finally, Xiao Changsheng surveyed the entire room and said, I still have one more test paper in my hand. The reason I'm announcing this last is because this student has created a miracle that has never occurred at Shangnan High School since its founding.
What kind of miracle? Everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued. A miracle? Yan suddenly felt a surge of excitement and clenched his fists. Could it be that he performed so exceptionally well that his score had reached an unprecedented height?
At this thought, Yan looked up and met Xiao Changsheng's gaze, which only strengthened his conviction.
Just as I thought, hard work pays off. I've finally shed the label of good for nothing. Yan was ecstatic. Although he possessed master stage level combat prowess, academic subjects had always been his Achilles heel. He desperately wanted to shed the loser label and become an outstanding student or even a top scholar.
Yan Xiao Changsheng paused, then said meaningfully, 0 points.
What? 0 points? Damn it, there must be a mistake.
Yan felt as if he'd been hit over the head with a club. His head was spinning.
All the students looked on in disbelief. After the initial shock, one of them finally couldn't hold back. Ah, holy shit, 0 points. No one has gotten that since elementary school. Endless laughter erupted. Immediately afterward, an even louder, wild burst of laughter erupted, making the ceiling buzz. The students in the neighboring class frowned, wondering to themselves, what the hell is class 2 doing? Laughing so heartlessly? Zhao Xiaofeng was completely dumbfounded.
Xiao Yu, as if she had known this all along, said, a fool copying a fool, it'd be a miracle if he got a high score. Yan didn't know how he managed to make his way to the podium through the laughter, nor how he got back to his seat. His steps just felt incredibly heavy.
This isn't right. How could I have gotten these questions wrong? Yan asked.
The students' mocking laughter hadn't stopped. No wonder he is the biggest loser in the class this time. He is probably the biggest loser in the whole grade.
0 points? Most of them were multiple choice questions. Even if you were guessing, you should have gotten 1 or 2 right.
Yet you scored 0.
How did a loser like Yan end up in our class? It's an absolute disgrace. Xiao Changsheng sighed. I'm really puzzled. Why did you choose the obviously wrong answers for most of them?
Those were practically free points. He pulled out a spare test and said, take question 46, for example. When facing a commander tier demon beast, the answer is to run away.
Yet you actually chose to charge in and fight. I don't even understand what you were thinking.
A commander tier demon beast requires a team to handle, even for a high-level warrior stage practitioner, let alone a group of students, most of whom are only at the warrior stage.
If you encounter one, the best strategy is to flee immediately. So this question was clearly a gimme. Yen felt a surge of resentment rising to the top of his head and snapped, "Run away from a commander-tier demon beast? I could smash it with a single punch." Seeing Yen so serious, the classroom fell instantly silent. Xiao Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly, he didn't know what to say. The students were all speechless, but eventually, they all burst out laughing. "Listen to this Yen isn't just a loser, he's delusional. Is he dreaming? In his dreams, anything goes. If Yen can blow a commander-tier demon beast to bits, I'll write my name backwards." Hearing the unrestrained laughter, Tang frowned and said, "Don't pay them any mind." Yen nodded and said sadly, "How can sparrows understand the ambitions of a swan?" You think you're worthy of being a swan?" Suddenly, Hefan, the class monitor, stood up. She said angrily, "Yen, that good-for-nothing, is the biggest disgrace of Class 2. Having him here will drag down our class's overall score." "That's right. If Yen causes our class to rank at the bottom of the entire grade, he'll be a traitor to Class 2. Lu Kai, the physical education representative, stood up as well. "Yen isn't just a disgrace to Class 2, he's a disgrace to the entire Shangnan High School. If word gets out, it'll tarnish our school's reputation." Ma Wenbin, the student affairs representative, also stood up. Class President Li Sanjin swallowed hard. He adjusted his thick glasses, sighed, and ultimately did not stand up. All three of the class officers had come forward to berate Yen. Yen suddenly found himself at the center of a storm. In fact, many students began using even harsher language to humiliate Yen. Class teacher Xiao Changsheng expected the situation to escalate to this point, but he still harbored some resentment toward Yen, frustrated by his lack of drive. The news of Yen's dismal score had already reached Teacher Wang in the academic affairs office. Although Teacher Wang hadn't yet approached Xiao Changsheng, the pressure he was under as the class teacher was palpable. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to publicly reprimand a student. Xiao Changsheng still felt a certain sympathy for Yen's background. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly stood up and said, "These questions don't have fixed answers to begin with. The reason they chose this answer is because they assumed most of us are at the warrior stage. If we were all at the advanced warrior stage, or even the resident stage, would the answer still be the same?" Chapter 77. So what if you're fifth from the bottom? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Yen sat in his seat, and upon hearing this, felt a jolt of shock. He knew exactly who had spoken. That voice was all too familiar, one he'd heard practically since childhood. Now, that person stood right behind him, like a ray of light illuminating the gloom in Yen's heart. The speaker was none other than Tang. Her words were thought-provoking, and since Tang was regarded by everyone as both a top student and a goddess, her words carried extraordinary weight. Even their homeroom teacher, Xiao Changsheng, fell into deep thought. "Please take your seat, Tang," Xiao Changsheng said. "What you said makes a lot of sense. Everyone, please don't blame Yen. These questions truly don't have fixed answers. You've only been in the battle realm for less than 4 months, so your achievements are limited. But what about 1, 2, or even 3 years from now? By then, I believe some of you here will have reached the resident stage, and your understanding of these questions will be entirely different." His voice was gentle, instantly calming the students' restlessness. However, the reason an exam is that it has its rules. We must answer the questions while adhering to those rules. Although our thinking is restricted, that is the nature of an exam. I greatly admire Yen's forward-thinking approach, but if there is a next time, I hope you will answer according to the rules, because what we see is the final grade, Xiao Changsheng added. Yen nodded, though he was still seething inside. Rules? Rules are meant to be broken. Only true strength holds the power to speak. Yen believed that if he unleashed his master stage power, even if he didn't answer a single question, everyone would still recognize his strength. However, Yen didn't want to draw too much attention to himself just yet, because he still had so much to do. At that moment, Xiao Changsheng said, "As I mentioned earlier, this written exam is of the utmost importance. It determines the upcoming freshman competition. Our competition will be divided into individual and team events." Individual events? Team events? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances.
Xiao Changsheng continued, there are 20 classes in the entire school, with 50 students in each. The top 10 from this written exam will participate in the individual event, the bottom 10 in the team event, and the remaining students may choose voluntarily.
The announcement sent a shockwave through the room. Yen's heart skipped a beat. Had he just been assigned to the team competition? Xiao Changsheng smiled.
The school organized the team competition because we recognized that some students with support-oriented combat styles might not be able to shine in the individual competition. The team competition allows them to achieve good results. This point was well received by the students. For instance, certain specialized combat souls such as those of the water or earth elements excelled in defense but held no advantage in individual matches yet. They were incredibly powerful in team combat. Everyone, don't worry about the rewards based on final rankings. Whether it's the individual or team competition, the final rewards will be the same, Xiao Changsheng added. The students began chattering excitedly among themselves. Xiao Changsheng continued, since the bottom 10 are required to participate in the team competition, we'll form 2 teams of 5. Team 1 consists of Yan, Zhao Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu, Zhang Lili, and Gao Wenyu.
Upon hearing this, everyone thought, wow, isn't the team just the bottom 5?
Ha, that team is going to be something, the crowd laughed. Zhao Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, both thrilled. Being on the same team as Yan, we're going to coast to victory this time. Yan rested his chin in his hand and sighed. If only he could be on the same team as Tang, but unfortunately, Tang was in the top 10 and could only participate in the individual competition. Xiao Changsheng said, after class, I'll give you all a day to think it over. The rest of you who've voluntarily chosen to participate should come see me tomorrow to sign up for either the individual or team competition.
Ding dong. The students cheered. Class was finally over.
Yan lay face down on his desk, bored out of his mind. Suddenly, he felt a shadow fall over him. He looked up to see Xiaoyu and the others surrounding him.
What do you want?
Yan asked. Xiaoyu replied, the teacher just mentioned that each team needs to elect a captain, so we're here to discuss it.
Yan snorted. What's there to discuss?
You guys decide.
He slumped back lazily against his desk.
Lately, he'd been feeling sleepy as soon as school started but wide awake the moment it ended. It was really strange.
Then I'll be the captain, Gao Wenyu declared.
He was a proud young man, his words brimming with confidence.
No way.
Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaofeng immediately protested.
Gao Wenyu retorted, why not? I'm ranked 46th in the whole class. Teaming up with you lot who are first and second from the bottom, I haven't even complained about you holding me back. Damn it. Everyone was speechless. There were only 50 students in the class, so what if you're 5th from the bottom?
I nominate Yan to be the captain, Xiaoyu said.
I disagree.
When I awakened my combat soul, Yan was staring at me with a sly look.
He definitely has designs on me. If he becomes captain, what if he takes advantage of me under the guise of his authority?
Zhang Lili said.
What? Everyone's eyes shot over in unison.
Even Yan was wide awake now, staring at Zhang Lili in astonishment. Zhang Lili was broad-shouldered and stocky, with 2 ponytails, a very distinctive nose, and eyes as round as copper bells. She looked exactly like a character straight out of a comic book.
Fat tiger? Yan was stunned. This wasn't just a resemblance, she was Fat Tiger incarnate.
I knew he was interested in me, Zhang Lili snapped.
He even looked up my nickname. Everyone was dumbfounded.
Yan was at a loss for words.
Listen, Tiger Girl, you can rest easy. I have absolutely no interest in you. My wife is Tang. Stop using Tang as a shield.
Anyway, I want to let you be the captain, Zhang Lili said.
Zhao Xiaofeng cleared his throat.
Since the captain is the center position, let us use the select C criteria. Please, both contestants, show us a talent. No, make that a combat skill.
Gao Wenyu said, that's exactly what I wanted. Hu Niu, give us a little music.
Zhang Lili obligingly started playing a track that made you want to tap your foot the moment you heard it. The next moment, Gao Wenyu, as if on a sugar high, unleashed a fierce set of punches truly powerful and dynamic, making the air crackle. After finishing his routine, Gao Wenyu shot a smug glance at Yen, filled with utter contempt.
Your turn, you little loser. Is that it?
Unexpectedly, Yen blurted out a single phrase.
Is that it?
If Gao Wenyu's attitude toward Yen was one of extreme contempt, then Yen's attitude toward Gao Wenyu was one of complete disregard.
You actually looked down on me? Gao Wenyu felt deeply humiliated and glared at Yen in fury.
Yen slammed his fist on the table and sprang to his feet. The commotion startled Gao Wenyu.
What are you doing? Want to fight? Gao Wenyu was a bit nervous. I'm going to the bathroom.
Yen gave him a lazy glance and brushed past him.
Chapter 78, If you've got the guts, don't run after school.
Pfft, you're just a coward.
Gao Wenyu sneered, watching Yen leave.
He leaned back against his desk, trying to get into a more comfortable position. But the next moment, the entire desk shattered as if it were made of paper, crashing to the floor with a loud bang and turning into a cloud of wood shavings. Gao Wenyu landed with a heavy thud, landing squarely on his butt.
What just happened?
His eyes were filled with shock. Xiao Yu and the others were also speechless. Everyone's vision was filled with wood shavings shattered beyond recognition. The scene was utterly shocking. The desk had disintegrated in an instant, as if ignited by explosives.
Zhao Xiaofeng gave a wry smile. Now you understand why I chose him as captain, don't you?
Gao Wenyu and Zhang Lili were dumbfounded. It took them a while to nod, after which they became extremely well behaved.
The next day. The school's martial arts arena. Inside this magnificent building, constructed at great expense, the crowd was surging, and the cheers were deafening.
All the freshmen had gathered here. The event about to take place was the draw ceremony. The captains of the teams participating in the team competition stepped forward to draw lots. The crowd below buzzed with chatter.
Oh no, oh no.
I didn't expect as many as 700 freshmen to sign up for the team competition.
I thought I might be able to snag a good ranking. Probably everyone else is thinking the same thing.
Anyone who dares to sign up for the individual competition is really confident in their own abilities. Yen stepped forward, facing the gaze of countless people, and reached his hand into the blind draw box.
Bro Yen, please draw a top-tier match.
I really don't want us to get knocked out in the first round, Xiao Yu prayed.
What are you afraid of? Don't you know how strong Bro Yen is? Zhao Xiaofeng said.
Xiao Yu replied helplessly, our school is full of talent. I just found out there are so many scions of the 9 great clans and other classes. It's truly a den of hidden talents.
Then you have even less to worry about. They're all entering the individual competition. We won run into them.
Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses and sneered, you're the captain, after all. I'll be interested to see which team you face in the first round.
Yen rummaged through the box for a moment before pulling out a black ball with a single character clearly written on it. It's number 1. A great draw. We'll finish early and get home for dinner, Yen chuckled.
Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang nearly stumbled backward. Just as expected of the bottom of the class loser, all he thinks about is food. A massive electronic screen stood before Teacher Wang, displaying a vast tournament bracket. He held the stylus, hovering over the first slot on the bracket, and asked, "What's your team's name?"
"Don't run after school."
Teacher Wang's mouth twitched with anger. "How dare you threaten your teacher?" Yen was speechless. "Teacher Wang, my team's name is Don't Run After School."
Teacher Wang froze on the spot, muttering to himself as he wrote, "Don't run after school?"
"I bet you'll be the first one running out the door when school lets out."
Standing behind Yen was a handsome boy with long, side-swept bangs who looked just like a celebrity. He eagerly pulled out a ball and said, "Teacher, I'm number 2. "Number 2?
Yen turned around to see the handsome boy holding the ball, flashing him a mischievous grin. "What a coincidence, I never expected we'd be opponents in the first match." Before Yen could say a word, Teacher Wang asked again, "What's your team name?" The handsome boy's lips curled up in a defiant, unruly grin. "We specialize in defeating all challengers."
Beep, beep, beep. Furious, old Wang tapped the electronic screen until it blared. What kind of students are you, talking back to your teacher?
The handsome boy pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Teacher, my team's name is specialists in defeating all challengers. Mr. Wang suddenly felt his patience growing stronger by the day. It was then that the handsome boy noticed Yen had already stepped off the stage.
He shouted, "It's your bad luck to face our team. Get ready to be eliminated in the first round."
Yen hadn't been particularly interested in this freshman tournament to begin with. He was there purely for fun.
But upon hearing those words, he paused in his tracks and asked, "What is your name?"
The handsome boy smiled.
"And Ruwachan, Class 4, Grade 10. You've probably heard of me. I'll make you regret entering this competition,"
Yen said, his figure gradually disappearing into the crowd of students. And Ruwachan was taken aback. It had been a long time since he'd encountered someone with such a bold attitude. Moreover, he noticed that Yen hadn't even turned his head when he spoke just now.
"Is it really so beneath you to even glance back at me?"
And Ruwachan suddenly let out a cold laugh, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. With so many freshmen, there were a staggering 140 teams participating in the team competition alone. Then there were 300 students competing in the individual competition.
The entire draw process lasted nearly half a day.
Finally, when the two massive tree diagrams for the individual and team competitions were displayed, all the students were stunned. This was truly a grand competition. No wonder the school had set aside a whole month for it. Students, go to the cafeteria for lunch first. We'll hold the team competition this afternoon.
Teacher Wang waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. In the cafeteria,
Yen and Tang found a spot to sit down and began eating.
"You're up this afternoon.
Keep a low profile," Tang said.
The shockwaves from Yen's crushing defeat of the Jade Void Palace last time were too intense. Even if the Jiang brothers had recovered, they'd likely be left with lingering trauma.
But after all, that had been in the battle realm, where there were no restrictions. Now, however, they were in the alliance, on school grounds, and rules must be followed. Tang certainly didn't want Yen to be in the spotlight.
Yen took a small sip of his drink and said, "I know what I'm doing. I want to intervene in this match."
"What?" Unexpectedly, two voices suddenly burst out from behind him, deafeningly loud. It was Xiao Yu and Zhao Xiaofeng. Their outburst startled Yen so much that he sprayed his drink all over the place.
"Stop jumping the gun all the time," Yen snapped. Xiao Yu grimaced and said, "Brother Yen, do you know who our first round opponent is?" Yen replied, "And Ruwachan." "So what?"
Tang let out a soft "Hey, so you're checking out the opponent after all."
"I thought you weren't taking this seriously."
Yen replied, "I really haven't taken it seriously, but that kid made some harsh remarks toward me during the draw."
"Right, that's the same on Ruwachan.
I heard he is also a scion of one of the 9 great clans. His strength is definitely not as simple as he looks," said Zhao Xiaofeng. Xiao Yu said, "Brother Yen, if you don't step in, we're definitely going to be eliminated in the first round." Yen smiled nonchalantly, "Don't worry, this old hermit has a plan."
By afternoon, everyone arrived at the martial arts arena.
The central arena was vast, about the size of 2 soccer fields, and offered excellent visibility.
Teacher Wang announced, "The freshman tournament is about to begin.
Today is the first day of the team competition. Before we start, I want to make one thing clear: while blades have no eyes, we will not tolerate any intentional harm toward fellow students."
"Do you all hear me?"
"Got it," came the scattered replies from the students, who didn't seem to take it seriously at all.
In their eyes, it was just a competition. Who would fight so fiercely?
Unless there was a deep-seated grudge.
Under the spotlight, Yen led his team onto the arena. Chapter 79, Team Battle. Let us go.
On the opposite side stood a team from Class 4 led by Ruwachan.
"Wow, look, it's Ruwachan. He is so handsome. And Ruwachan is so strong. Why is he participating in the team competition?
Maybe he's aiming for first place. After all, the individual competition is packed with top players, and the championship is hard to win. The team competition offers a better chance." And Ruwachin walked at the front, his side-swept bangs partially obscuring his face. The single eye visible looked incredibly alluring.
He waved to the entire crowd.
The girls, who had already been screaming for an Ruwachin like starstruck fans, went even wilder now. In the center of the stands, a table had been set up, where two senior students sat, the hosts of this freshman tournament.
Li Kai, it's been a while. Since we came to Shangnan, this is already the third freshman tournament we've hosted together.
The boy was fair-skinned and chubby, with thin lips that suggested he was a natural orator. Li Kai, a renowned beauty in the senior class, smiled.
That's right, Zhang Kai. How much do you know about this year's freshman?
Zhang Kai replied, although they've only been here a few months, some of the more talented underclassmen have already made a name for themselves, like in Ruwaching from class 4 right here. With him on the team, they're a strong contender for the team championship.
Li Kai exclaimed in surprise, the championship? Isn't Ruwaching really that good?
Then we'd better keep our eyes peeled and enjoy this competition. True to their status as longtime partners, in just a few short sentences, they had thrown out the big hook of a championship run, bringing the atmosphere in the entire venue to a fever pitch. At that moment, Li Kai continued, as for Ruwaching's opponent, the information I have doesn't go into much detail.
It only mentions the captain's name Yen.
Since he is the captain, he must have something special. But facing the formidable and Ruwaching, I can only say they're out of luck. No sooner had she finished speaking than a wave of raucous shouts erupted from the students in the stands.
Ha! I know that Yen he is the one who was late to both freshman assemblies.
Senior Li Kai, Yen scored 0 on the written exam. He is dead last in the entire grade, and his team consists of the bottom 5 students from class 2.
A team of losers like that isn't even enough to warm up in Ruwaching.
Endless waves of mockery rolled in, and Li Kai could hear every word clearly. Even she felt a bit awkward. I didn't realize Yen was so famous, though the way he made a name for himself is truly shocking.
Zhang Kai added, it seems Yen's reputation precedes him. Will this make an already one-sided match even more lopsided?
On the competition floor, Xiaoyu nearly stumbled over his own feet upon hearing this.
What a lousy host, he snapped. He has got 0 class, how dare he mock us? The others looked equally displeased, especially Gao Wenyu. He clenched his fists. In a moment, I'll show them what I'm made of. Yen, however, remained completely calm. Xiao Xiaofeng asked curiously, Bro Yen, hearing them talk like that, aren't you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? Yen looked genuinely puzzled.
Xiao Xiaofeng explained, you know, that feeling where rage is boiling up inside you, and you just want to charge over and knock them flying.
I don't feel that way, Yen shook his head.
Seeing Yen so calm, the others were all speechless.
But then Yen added, this freshman competition is nothing but a farce.
No matter how talented and Ruwaching is, in my eyes, he is just a toddler who has just learned to walk.
Everyone was speechless. Wow, we didn't expect you to be even more arrogant.
You're just full of hot air, Zhang Lily said.
Yen just grunted and didn't bother to explain.
My true capabilities are far beyond what you could ever imagine. We meet again, and Ruwaching said with a smile, the corners of his mouth curving upward. His smile was captivating. He truly looked like the leading man straight out of a TV drama.
Yen merely gave him a lazy glance.
And Ruwaching hadn't expected Yen to ignore him. A long-forgotten sense of humiliation welled up inside him. Gritting his teeth, he said, just wait until the match starts. We'll see how cocky you are then. Just then, from the stands, Li Kai's voice boomed through the microphone, echoing throughout the arena. I now declare the first match of the team competition open. And Ruwachin turned to his teammates behind him and said, you don't need to step in. Watch me take them down all by myself.
His teammates nodded, their faces betraying their delight. The feeling of winning without lifting a finger was simply too wonderful.
And Ruwachin was seething inside. He was going to teach Yen a lesson he'd never forget. He took a step forward, radiating a powerful aura that intimidated everyone present.
Xiaoyu asked nervously, Bro Yen, do we have a strategy? How are we going to play? Strategy? Yen paused, taken aback. He hadn't actually given it any thought. Gao Wenyu said, "I told you so. I asked you to pick me as captain, but you had to choose the bottom of the class. No, now the bottom of the entire school. I really don't know what you idiots were thinking. It's too late to talk about that now. Let us go all out," Zhao Xiaofeng said. He had saved up 80 essence points, which was already impressive among freshmen. His stamina and speed were now far superior to before. A streak of green energy swirled around Zhao Xiaofeng's legs, instantly boosting his speed. Common Tier Green Wind Bird Combat Soul. This was a combat soul acquired by the Zhao family. Unfortunately, it was only common tier, otherwise, it would have manifested as a pair of dazzling wings. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately became as light as a swallow, charging toward and Ruocheng at breakneck speed. And Ruocheng unleashed a light punch, generating a violent gust of wind that slammed into Zhao Xiaofeng. Poor Zhao Xiaofeng had barely entered the fray before being sent flying by a single punch. "It's a team fight. Why aren't any of you keeping up?" Zhao Xiaofeng cried in frustration. Next, Xiaoyu was blasted away as well. Zhang Lili pleaded, "Masterin, I'm a girl, go easy on me." Before she could finish, she followed in Xiaoyu's footsteps. And Ruocheng was speechless. "I thought it was Fat Tiger in a dress." Now, only Gao Wenyu remained. He stood there, strutting with confidence, and suddenly said, "And Ruocheng, we're both from the 9 great clans, can you give me some face?" In response, and Ruocheng delivered an explosive kick. Gao Wenyu was sent flying backward in a most gruesome fashion. Zhao Xiaofeng was completely stunned. "We agreed to attack together. Why are you guys doing this Hulua saves grandpa thing, sending them in one by one?" The venue fell deathly silent, then suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Li Kai let out a gasp of astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "My goodness, a quad kill! A quad kill! I never expected that in the very first match, and Ruocheng would pull off such a feat. Could he possibly create the legend of a quintuple kill?" As if spurred by her words, the cheers from the stands had never been so unified. Quintuple kill! Quintuple kill! A 5-kill streak. Chapter 80, Old Buddy, Give It Your All. Xiaoyu and the others listened to the chants of 5-kill streak from the stands, their pale faces betraying utter bewilderment. "We're starting to feel like the villains." The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. By the end, they were even desperate to charge back onto the field just to be knocked flying by and Ruocheng once more. Only then would they feel they lived up to the audience's expectations. Now, everyone's gaze was fixed on one person. That person was Yen. "Have you all gone blind? Hurry up and come over here to meet your doom." And Ruocheng sneered. "Stalling will get you disqualified too." Yen scanned the arena like a predator, then suddenly said, "Sorry, everyone, but I can't grant your wish today." His voice wasn't loud, and others didn't hear it, but Ruocheng was close enough to catch every word clearly. "What do you mean?" And Ruocheng detected the subtle implication in Yen's words. Yen chuckled darkly, opened his palm, and a beam of light shot out, tracing a long arc through the air before landing on the ground and erupting in a blinding flash. The blinding light caused everyone to look on in astonishment. As the glow faded, a colossal creature appeared. Good heavens, what was this? 6 meters long and 3 meters tall, it stood there like a towering hill, its body bulging with muscles as if cast from molten iron, truly majestic. 2 horns shot skyward, truly resembling a pair of sharp swords, gleaming with an intimidating radiance. It was indeed an elite-tier iron-horned barbarian bull. "It's actually a rare mount-type combat soul," Zhang Kai murmured, utterly astonished. "And it's elite tier, that's incredibly rare," Li Kai said enviously. Mount-type combat souls were exceptionally rare even among high school seniors, they were a rarity. In the stands, the students were all dumbfounded. They never would have imagined that the student ranked last in the entire grade would possess a mount-type combat soul, and an elite tier 1 at that. What incredible luck! "Is this what they call fools have their own luck?" one student said, on the verge of tears, though everyone could hear the bitter sarcasm in his voice. Teacher Wang was even more stunned. To be honest, he had always looked down on Yen from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Yen was a student who disregarded discipline and loved to brag. He never imagined Yen would actually have an elite tier demon beast mount.
This completely shattered Teacher Wang's preconceptions.
So what if it's a mount-type combat soul?
They have no combat abilities whatsoever.
I'll see how you win, Teacher Wang thought to himself. On the battlefield, and Ruochen was also startled by the iron-horned wild bull's ferocious appearance.
However, he was, after all, an intermediate or even nearly advanced warrior stage practitioner. He was confident he had the strength to handle an elite-tier demon beast, but this bull didn't seem like your average elite-tier creature. Teacher Wang was right, mount-type combat souls don't possess combat techniques, they can only rely on ramming and trampling. But the force generated by such attacks was still terrifying. At that moment, the iron-horn wild bull, its round bovine eyes wide, suddenly turned its head to look at Yen.
There was actually a hint of resentment in its gaze.
As Yen's level had risen, the elite-tier combat soul could no longer be of much help to him, and Yen hadn't summoned the iron-horn wild bull in quite some time. Still, the iron-horn wild bull was his old partner, they had spent nearly as much time together as he had with the lightning wood combat soul. Yen gently stroked the bull's head and said, "Old buddy, give it your all. Once we return to the battle realm, I'll have you evolve into the commander tier." Yen was a man who valued loyalty whether toward friends or his own combat souls, he was never stingy. He had already made up his mind, once they returned to the battle realm, he would have the iron-horn wild bull consume the Holy Spirit fruit. Since the Holy Spirit fruit could evolve lightning wood, it would certainly be able to evolve the iron-horn wild bull as well. Upon hearing the words commander tier, the iron-horn wild bull's expression changed.
It let out an excited moo, its voice so high-pitched it made the roof buzz. It, too, craved power. The spectators in the stands naturally had no idea why the iron-horn bull had suddenly become so excited, they merely sensed that the intensity of this moo was no less than a beast's roar, sending shivers down their spines. But in Ruochen's eyes, this sound was a provocation.
"Just a stupid ox. Watch me slaughter you and throw you in the pot," and Ruochen shouted. Upon hearing this, the iron-horn wild ox reacted as if it had spotted a red rag, its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, gleaming with a thirst for blood. It stomped the ground violently, its massive body charging sideways, truly resembling a galloping war chariot, carrying the momentum of 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses charging into battle. And Ruochen let out a mighty roar, and the ground beneath his feet rippled with an incredible force. Green vines began to sprout, twisting and writhing like a swarm of frenzied snakes as they swept toward the bull.
It turned out that Ruochen's combat soul was of the plant type. Tragically, those four fellows earlier hadn't even managed to force his combat soul to manifest.
The vines danced wildly through the air, like emerald green whips, lashing the air until it cracked with a piercing sound. The iron-horn barbarian bull charged forward, its muscles bulging, completely ignoring the lashes of the vines. And Ruochen's expression changed drastically as he flicked his right hand. Countless vines intertwined in the air, a brilliant green light flaring as they swiftly formed a massive net that descended.
It actually trapped the iron-horn barbarian bull within the net. The outcome is decided. Li Kai's voice trembled with excitement.
The iron-horn barbarian bull is trapped, and the net's tension is growing stronger.
If Yin doesn't concede defeat soon, the iron-horn barbarian bull might suffer permanent damage.
Sure enough, the vine net continued to tighten, leaving bloody gashes across the iron-horn barbarian bull's body. Yen shot a puzzled glance at the stands.
Why was the host even happier than in Ruochen that I was about to lose? The other students reacted even more strongly. Ha ha ha, and Ruochen's 5 in a row is about to become a reality. The bottom of the class is still the bottom of the class.
Even with a powerful combat soul, it can't change a loser's fate. Those students who had previously envied Yen's good luck began to vent their bitterness.
"Damn it, bull brother, you can't lose!" Gao Wenyu suddenly shouted.
"Bro ox?"
Xiao Yu asked curiously.
Gao Wenyu shot him a glare. "I'll call him whatever I want."
"Got a problem with that?" Then, he shouted to the others, "Everyone, shout with me. Bro ox, go for it. Bro ox, go for it." The iron-horn wild bull also flew into a rage. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and it let out a furious bellow. Blood surged through its veins, its strength erupted, and its muscles bulged.
Suddenly, there was a series of loud thuds. The large net woven from vines was actually crushed by it. Endless fragments of vines floated through the air and scattered across the ground.
And Ruwachin was stunned.
The Ironhorn Wildlock stomped its foot and charged forward viciously, like a high-speed locomotive, instantly knocking Ruwachin flying. And Ruwachin felt a colossal force slam into his body. It felt as if his entire frame were shattering, and he crashed heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he passed out. Ironhorn the bull stood like a victorious general, surveying the arena with a look of contempt in his eyes, as if to say, "Who else is there?"
Chapter 81, You idiot, just you wait. The entire arena fell deathly silent.
No one had time to react. They were still wondering how Ruwachin, who had been so dominant just moments ago, was now slumped on the ground like a dead dog. Especially his four teammates just moments ago basking in the joy of an easy victory, they now wore expressions of utter despair.
Ironhorn Wild Bull let out a low bellow, his bull-like eyes widening as he looked down upon the crowd.
The four teammates exchanged glances, but not a single one dared to step forward. "We surrender." One of them took off his white vest and held it high, waving it about.
"Moo!"
The Ironhorn Bull was wildly excited.
Swishing its tail, it scampered gleefully toward Yen. Everyone was speechless.
Just moments ago, this bull had been utterly domineering. How could it now act like a little lapdog in front of Yen?
Yen patted the bull on the head and said, "Good job."
In the stands, Li Kai and Zhang Kai seemed to have been mesmerized. It wasn't until Teacher Wang cleared his throat that the two snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. Li Kai announced, "And the winning team is congratulations to Don't Run After School for winning this match."
She still couldn't believe it. How could Ruwachin have lost? How could he have lost?
This was the team everyone expected to win the championship, yet they'd been defeated by the student ranked dead last in the entire grade.
Didn't that mean everything they analyzed earlier was complete nonsense? What a humiliating slap in the face.
Even though Li Kai had hosted the freshman tournament for 3 years, she couldn't help but feel utterly mortified. Zhang Kai fared slightly better than her. After all, he had a thick skin. He said, "Although Ruwachin is very strong, student Yen possesses an elite tier mount that's off the charts, so he was the one who stood until the very end." The implication was clear: Yen only relied on his powerful mount on his own. He was a complete loser. The other students in the stands nodded in agreement. "I knew Yen wouldn't win. It was all thanks to that cow.
The last place finisher actually had that much luck? But you can't go far relying on luck alone."
Poor Ruwachin, all that skill, yet not as lucky as the other guy. Xiaoyu was furious. "That host is deliberately stirring up negative sentiment. It's all bad publicity for us."
Xiao Xiaofeng added, "Yeah, Yen, why don't we go talk to them? Maybe we can get a different host."
It was only then that they noticed Yen had already started walking toward the exit.
Hey, Yen, where are you going?" they asked. Yen didn't even turn his head. His voice drifted from afar, "Home, of course. I'm going to cook for my Tang." Was that for real? The group just stood there watching Yen.
Sure enough, Tang was waiting for him not far away, and the two walked out of the arena side by side.
Yep, just like that they were gone.
"They really don't take the competition seriously at all," Gao Wingyu finally managed to say after a long pause. "I'm convinced now that those two are a couple," Zhang Lili nodded. Xiaoyu said smugly, "You're in for a treat hanging out with brother Yen.
Just sit back and watch us win." Gao Wingyu snorted.
"I just didn't play my best this time. Next match, I'm going to win 5 in a row." Everyone shot him a look of disbelief. The second match of the team competition had begun, but Yen and Tang were already on their way home. "So that's what you meant by not stepping in," Tang said. Yen chuckled softly.
"What do you want to eat tonight?"
"I've got plenty of time to prepare."
Tang blinked.
"Then I want a feast of filet mignon."
"All right."
Deep within Yen's soul sea, the combat soul of the Ironhorn barbarian bull suddenly trembled.
Could they please not eat beef?
That evening, just as they were enjoying their dinner, the school forum was in an uproar. Championship favorite Ruwachin was eliminated by the team ranked last in the entire school. A shocking post swept through the forum like a hurricane, sparking heated discussions among countless students. Within hours of its release, it had been reposted over 200 times. Among this year's freshmen, and Ruwachan's reputation was legendary. Even sophomores and juniors had heard of him. And Ruwachan was one of the students most likely to become a resident stage member before graduating high school. His future was boundless. And now, such a prodigy had been cut down. The one who defeated him was none other than Yen, the student widely regarded as the worst in the entire school. However, the post directly pointed out that Yen had only narrowly secured victory thanks to an elite tier mount, and predicted that Yen would definitely not make it past the next round. Relying on a mount was ultimately an external crutch. Only true personal strength was genuine power. I was at the competition today. The OPS analysis is spot on. Yen only relied on the power of his mount. That doesn't count as real skill. Someone like that is destined not to go far, someone commented. Yen has no connections, no achievements, and no popularity. How on earth did he get an elite tier mount? The truth behind this is truly thought-provoking. Someone with ulterior motives was slinging mud. Under his instigation, more and more negative comments about Yen began to surface, and the entire Shangnan High School forum was in an uproar. How despicable! These petty people actually dare to slander Brother Yen. Xiaoyu sat at his computer, grinding his teeth in anger. He spotted the first person to sling mud, a user named IdiotTop. Xiaoyu flew into a rage. His username was I'm not little yeah, and he typed out a reply, "Idiot, you're seriously messed up, randomly smearing our Brother Yen." Unexpectedly, Sand Sculpture Top Dog replied almost immediately, "You're the one with issues. How many students with no grades, no attendance, and no achievements have ever had such a high combat soul? Isn't it suspicious how he got it? I'm not little yeah, that's slander. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sand Sculpture Top Dog, then show me the proof. How are you going to clear Yen's name? I'm not little yeah, how someone gets a combat soul is their private business, okay? You're just jealous you can't stand seeing someone else get lucky. The idiot top, me, jealous? I've got plenty of money. Is there any combat soul I can't buy? You, on the other hand, are just a broke loser coming online to act all high and mighty. I'm not Xiao yeah, you really deserve a good scolding. I never curse people, but today I'm going to teach you, you stinking idiot, a lesson. The two traded insults back and forth until past 4 a.m., racking up over 1,000 comments. Hey, you two big shots, I've already woken up from a nap, and you're still arguing, a netizen commented. In truth, Xiaoyu was already exhausted, but he just couldn't let this slide. You idiot, just wait. Tomorrow night, I'll bring my buddies to tear you apart. He left one final comment before turning off his phone and going to sleep. If you've got the guts, don't run away, let us go another 300 rounds. Shadayo Zonggong roared. He waited half an hour but saw no reply, so, furious, he posted a few more insults before going to bed as well. The next day was the individual competition of the freshman tournament, an event that drew significant attention. Those students with formidable skills might make their debut today. Chapter 82, You Might Not Be My Match. Zhao Xiaofeng had a banner made overnight. He found a prominent spot in the stands and, together with Gao Wenyu and Zhang Lili, hung the banner high. Wishing big sister Tang a winning start and a sweeping victory. It was a very bold statement. Where the heck is Xiao yeah? Zhao Xiaofeng wondered. Without Xiaoyu, the cheerleading squad was missing a key player. None of them knew that Xiaoyu had argued with the crazy top all night and simply couldn't get up this morning. The students were entering the arena one after another. When Yen and Tang walked into the martial arts arena and looked up, they immediately saw the large banner fluttering in the wind. It was impossible to miss, it was simply too conspicuous. Yen's expression changed instantly. Tang's reaction was even more dramatic. Her eyes widened, and she snapped, "Tell those idiots to take that down immediately." "I think it's actually pretty good," Yen muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Tang raised an eyebrow. Yen immediately backtracked, take it down, right now." Once the MC and the teachers were in place, the individual competition finally began. Su Ling from Class 1 and Di Yun from Class 6 took the stage one after another, drawing gasps and heated discussion. That Su Ling is from one of the 9 great families, and Di Yun's background is even more impressive. I hear he is from a sect, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked. Watching Di Yun's fiery sword technique, bold, sweeping, and incredibly fierce, Yen muttered to himself, the Holy Fire Sect, is it? Zhao Xiaofeng was surprised. Brother Yen, you're well informed about sects, too. Do you know anyone from the Holy Fire Sect? A master stage cultivator from the Holy Fire Sect was killed with a single palm strike a few days ago. Yen thought of Di Lai, who had died at Mei's hands. Zhao Xiaofeng felt his worldview shatter. Master stage? A master stage? In his mind, the resident stage was already an incredibly formidable existence. It was the goal Zhao Xiaofeng himself aspired to. As for the master stage, he didn't even dare to dream of it. That was the level of a sect leader, someone who could dominate a region and found their own sect with ease. Yet when Yen mentioned master stage, it sounded trivial. It seemed that, in Yen's eyes, master stage wasn't all that impressive. Brother Yen is so confident, Zhao Xiaofeng thought to himself. Compared to the excited students around him, Yen was yawning constantly. If it weren't for Tang's match today, he really wouldn't have wanted to come. It was like a college student visiting an elementary school. It would be strange if he found it interesting. Finally, it was Tang's turn. Go, big sis. Take them down, her teammates shouted. Tang was speechless, her face flushing all the way to her neck. Yen, however, watched with a smug grin. In the stands, host Zhang Kai perked up immediately. According to my notes, this student named Tang is also a top student, and I hear she is the school's most beautiful freshman this year. The moment they heard the school beauty was about to take the stage, all the male students went wild, their adrenaline surging. They widened their eyes and stared intently at the field, afraid to miss a single moment. Li Kai was speechless. She said, I wonder how strong Tang is. Is she as dazzling as her beauty? That host is really terrible, Gao Wenyu remarked. Yen shot Li Kai a cold glance. You can talk trash about me, but don't you dare say a bad word about my wife. Li Kai suddenly felt a chill down her spine, as if she were being stared at by a terrifying beast. She whipped her head around, but all she saw were excited students, nothing out of the ordinary. Zhang Kai, standing beside her, whispered, What is wrong? You look a little pale. Li Kai shook her head. I probably didn't get enough rest yesterday. The match began. Tang's opponent was a chubby boy who looked very shy. Hello, the boy stammered. Tang nodded. You might not be a match for me, the boy said, his voice trembling with nervousness. If anyone else had said that, it would have sounded arrogant, but this boy was so earnest it came across as a simple statement of fact. Oh, Tang replied. Though Tang didn't care, the boys in the stands were getting excited. Wang Xiaotong, you should know better than to be rough with a lady. If you hurt our goddess, we'll fight you to the death. Wang Xiaotong, please don't go all out, don't take this too seriously. Yen asked, is this Wang Xiaotong really that good? So many people seem to know him. Zhao Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully. He is very skilled, yet very low-key. If it weren't for his personality, he'd be one of the favorites to win the championship. Oh, Yen said. I didn't expect Big Sister to face such a formidable opponent in her first match. This is likely to be a tough battle. Out of respect for Yen, Zhao Xiaofeng had originally wanted to say she'd lose badly, but he swallowed those words and settled for tough battle instead. The match began. Wang Xiaotong asked tentatively, so, should I make my move? Tang frowned. Why was this kid dithering so much? But the next moment, Wang Xiaotong's dazed expression suddenly shifted, replaced by a sly gleam. A strange fluctuation drifted from his eyes, disrupting everything around him. Tang felt a force attempting to control his consciousness, and his eyes gradually lost their focus. It's here Wang Xiaotong's elite-tier charming fox combat soul, capable of manipulating others' minds. That's terrifying. I've heard it can affect opponents one tier higher than him. If even thoughts can be controlled, then Wang Xiaotong is just too overpowered. Yen stroked his chin and said, this combat soul is quite interesting, it can manipulate minds. Zhao Xiaofeng, watching from the sidelines, grew anxious. Brother Yan, if this keeps up, big sister is going to lose. But seeing Yen's utterly unconcerned demeanor, Zhao Xiaofeng felt like a eunuch fretting while the emperor remained unconcerned. Wang Xiaotong's eyes still glowed with a strange light, giving him an incredibly sinister and alluring air.
Student Tang, I won't make this difficult for you. Just say the word and surrender, Wang Xiaotong said. Tang's eyes went blank, and she murmured, I think.
Zhao Xiaofeng's face paled.
Once Tang spoke, she would undoubtedly be eliminated.
In the stands, all the boys let out a collective sigh of disappointment. They had hoped to watch the school beauty compete a few more times, but it seemed she was headed for an early exit. Li Kai chuckled, I didn't expect Wang Xiaotong's mind control to be so powerful.
Tang's defeat is a foregone conclusion. Zhang Kai sighed as well.
It's a shame, but facing a technique like that, any other student would be just as helpless. Tang was only halfway through her sentence when an excited smile already spread across Wang Xiaotong's face. They were all 16 or 17-year-old students, not particularly cunning naturally. They were overjoyed at the prospect of victory.
Tang continued, I want to surrender.
Wang Xiaotong stared intently, even amplifying her energy fluctuations to severely disrupt Tang's consciousness.
Mid-sentence, Tang's eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous gleam as he laughed, I suddenly don't want to surrender anymore. Chapter 83, A Fight Tonight.
I suddenly don't want to surrender anymore.
Wang Xiaotong was completely dumbfounded, utterly baffled. He was thoroughly puzzled. He hadn't gone easy on her at all, in fact, he'd even increased his energy. How had she recovered so suddenly?
In the stands, all the boys had been listless and out of it just moments ago, but suddenly, their spirits were fully reawakened.
Ha, our school beauty is so awesome. Wang Xiaotong, you can only influence ordinary people's minds.
Who is the school beauty?
She's a goddess, do you really think you can influence her?
Go, school beauty.
Defeat Wang Xiaotong.
Seeing the boys behind her come back to life en masse, Li Kai's expression darkened. She said, I didn't expect Tang to resist the mind control.
It seems Wang Xiaotong is quite the gentleman. Wang Xiaotong was already in a terrible mood, and hearing Li Kai's words made it even worse. Damn it, I really did give it my all.
Zhao Xiaofeng was also extremely excited. I never expected Big Sis to be this powerful.
This is going to be quite a fight.
But what Yin was thinking about right now was when he could get his hands on a high-level mind-type combat soul, it would be the perfect tool for everything from home life to travel, murder, and robbery. Wang Xiaotong said, even if the mind control fails, I won't lose. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically, revealing a fear that defied description. Tang's right hand rose gracefully, unleashing a wave of extreme cold that made the surroundings feel like an ice cellar so frigid it sent shivers down everyone's spine. At her feet, a colossal dragon formed from solidified ice surged forth, its overwhelming aura shaking the heavens. The ice dragon roared, its eyes filled with contempt, and lunged directly at Wang Xiaotong.
No! Wang Xiaotong cried out in horror, feeling his very soul tremble.
The ice dragon opened its colossal, sky-swallowing maw, snatched Wang Xiaotong into its jaws, and charged forward at breakneck speed. Wang Xiaotong felt as if he were being dragged by a high-speed train, a sensation worse than death itself. The ice dragon's massive body skimmed across the arena, carving a 100-meter-long trench in its wake, while endless ice crystals rained down, sparkling brilliantly in the air.
Everyone was stunned by the sight.
The moment the ice dragon appeared, many began to tremble, an instinctive reaction that compelled them to bow and worship. If, at first, everyone had merely viewed Tang as the school's most beautiful girl and an academic prodigy, then from this moment on, Tang became a queen in their hearts, possessing supreme beauty and supreme power. Truly captivating the world with her charm and overwhelming the entire arena with her might. She is so powerful, truly incredible, Zhang Kai was completely mesmerized. Although Li Kai felt a pang of jealousy in her heart at this moment, no matter how envious she was, she had to admit that Tang, at this very moment, truly looked like a queen on an inspection tour, utterly commanding. I never expected Big Sister to be this amazing, Zhao Xiaofeng felt his teeth chattering. A thought suddenly struck him, and he blurted out, "Brother Yan, who is stronger, you or my sister-in-law?" Zhao Xiaofeng knew that Yan was at least at the early resident stage, but he hadn't expected Tang to possess such overwhelming power.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yan replied, "Is there even a question? Of course she is the stronger one."
His mind was filled with the memory of that day when Tang had pelted him with a pillow, sending him scrambling for cover.
When Tang stepped off the stage, Yan was already waiting for her.
"You didn't hold back just now," Yan remarked. Tang paused for a moment before replying, "I was a bit angry. Having one's mind controlled is such a dangerous thing for a girl."
Yan nodded. "Right. Good fight. Beat him to a pulp." Tang explained, "Mind-type combat souls aren't that overpowered.
Unless there's a massive level gap, they can't interfere with a person's thoughts. Usually, they only affect an opponent's movements and speed." That single sentence extinguished Yen's desire to acquire such a combat soul among peers of the same rank. If it only affects movement and speed, wouldn't faster footwork be enough to handle it? After Tang finished his match, the two headed straight home. Just then, Yen received a call from Xiaoyu.
"Little yeah, why didn't you come to school today?" "We have our match tomorrow, don't be late," Yen said.
Xiaoyu replied, "Bro Yen, I didn't come today because I spent all night arguing with some idiot last night."
"What kind of idiot?"
"Oh, it's too long to explain. I forwarded the post to our Team's Guangxin group chat. Take a look."
After hanging up, Yen opened Guangxin.
In a group called "Don't Run After School If You've Got Guts," a message was flashing. In this group, besides the 5 members of their team, Tang was also there.
"What's this post?" Zhao Xiaofeng asked in the group.
Xiaoyu replied, "You guys should all take a look."
I'm absolutely livid.
Everyone clicked on the post, and the screen suddenly switched to the Shangnan High School forum. Championship favored and rewatching eliminated by the team ranked last in the school. The content wasn't particularly surprising, it was just the usual lament about how tragic it was that Enruachuan had been eliminated, coupled with complaints about how unfair it was that Yen was using an elite tier mount.
"Is that what you call unfair?
You're all such crybabies. You'll only understand what true unfairness feels like when I take matters into my own hands," Tang chuckled.
At that moment, everyone scrolled down.
A commenter named Silly Top Dog wrote, "Yen has no connections, no achievements, and no popularity. How on earth did he get an elite tier mount?"
The truth behind this is truly thought-provoking.
This comment was immediately pinned to the top because there were so many replies beneath it that the system had selected it as a trending reply.
Everyone took a look. Wow.
There were over 1,000 comments under that post. Almost every single one was a back and forth between "I'm not Xiao Yaya" and "Shameless General." At first, the two were eloquent and even quoted classical texts, taking the flame war to a whole new level. Later on, they completely lost all restraint, hurling insults at each other's entire families.
The group chat fell completely silent.
Zhao Xiaofeng suddenly asked, "Why is everyone so quiet?"
Gao Wenyu replied, "I'm reading the thread. Who has time to talk?" "Damn, you're actually reading through every single post."
Zhao Xiaofeng was completely speechless. Xiaoyu said, "What do you think, guys?
Aren't you all furious?
Your hands are itching to do something. Come on, let us unleash our hands and become invincible keyboard warriors.
Leave the fighting to you guys. Tang and I will just focus on looking good," Zheng Lili said.
Yen said, "Let us just hit the hay.
We got a match tomorrow."
Xiaoyu panicked, "No way, Yen. I've already challenged that idiot to a fight tonight, I can't back down now." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He sent a voice message to the group, shouting, "Oh no! Shidayo just started a new thread and posted Yen's photo." Everyone rushed to check, and sure enough, a new thread had popped up. It was titled, "Everyone, come in and talk about the scandal of Yen, the worst student in the whole school," posted by Shidayo Zonggong.
Is this guy trying to provoke us?
Chapter 84, Trolls Only Seek Attention Online. "Bro Yen, your photo has been posted," said Zhao Xiaofeng. Yen clicked on it and saw a photo of himself wearing a white hanfu with a huge hole in the chest. It was definitely him. It didn't capture how handsome I am.
I should send him a better one, Yen said.
Xiaoyu was speechless. Bro Yen, you still have the energy to worry about that?
Netizens are calling you a cross-dressing master now.
The post had barely gone live before it was reposted over 300 times. The buzz kept growing, and comments poured in.
I heard that Yen is dead last in class too.
He and Xiaoyu are known as the useless duo. On the day the whole class's combat souls awoke, I heard this guy summoned a piece of rotten wood.
A loser's combat soul is just as useless. When he first enrolled, he got into a fight with a rich kid and got ambushed and beaten up by the kid's crew after school. Yen was stunned. How did these netizens know so much? Did they even know about these incidents from when he first enrolled? Those events were so long ago that Yen couldn't even remember them clearly.
Suddenly, Zhao Xiaofeng said, Bro Yen, people have dug up info on your family.
Yen kept scrolling down.
I heard his family runs a restaurant.
Something like Mu Family Restaurant, I think. I passed by there.
It's a tiny, rundown little place no one ever goes in.
There's a woman with a limp working inside. That's Yen's older sister.
She is actually quite pretty, but it's a shame she is lame.
At first, Yen didn't take the post's contents seriously. If people wanted to insult him, so be it.
Ever since he was a kid, a barrage of insults had always been raining down on him.
His parents had passed away early. Hadn't he been bullied enough already?
But these sudden comments now felt like sharp knives, stabbing viciously into Yen's heart.
How do they know about my sister?
Yen's body suddenly trembled slightly, a sign that his anger had reached its limit. You despicable people, constantly calling her lame.
His sister was Yen's Achilles heel. He would never allow anyone to insult her. Yen, are you okay? Tang was right beside him and could see Yen was on the verge of exploding. Yen's hands were shaking with rage. He forced himself to type a line, I'm Yen. Who the hell are you? Do you dare to say your names? His online handle was Mu Xiao Tang. He received a reply almost immediately.
Whoa, 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 everyone come check this out. The bottom-ranked student in the whole school has made a thrilling post on the forum. That is such a stupid question.
Why would we tell him our names? He really is abnormally dumb. Ha, so what if we're insulting you? Can you, Yen, actually hit us through the internet?
A barrage of insults poured in, one after another.
Even an unrelated bystander would find this heartbreaking to witness, let alone Yen, the target of the abuse.
Tang cast a worried glance at Yen, only to suddenly notice that Yen's eyes had turned red.
Yen! Yen! Tang called out.
Seeing Yen like this, Tang's heart twisted with pain. She reached out, pulled Yen's head onto her shoulder, and soothed him gently. Calm down, you have to stay calm. Don't take those people seriously, these trolls are just looking for attention online. Her voice was gentle, and slowly, Yen's anger began to subside. Then, Tang picked up Yen's phone, closed the post, and wrote in the Guangxing group chat in Yen's tone, everyone, don't pay attention to what's being said online, especially Xiao Ye.
Get a good night's rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll prove them wrong with a victory.
After saying that, she turned off the phone.
Yen looked up and said, Tang, thank you. Tang couldn't quite bear Yen's gaze and said, why so formal? I'm not used to it. I've come to terms with it. There are all kinds of people online. Just turn off the internet and don't look, then it's no big deal. It's really great that you can think that way. Just now, I was afraid you might do something foolish in the heat of the moment. Yen clenched his fists. Did she really not care?
A fierce glint flashed briefly in his eyes.
He, Yen, was never one to compromise.
The next day, at Xiangnan High School's martial arts arena. The stands were packed to capacity, the crowd roaring with excitement. Today marks the second round of the team competition.
The teams that won the day before yesterday are already warming up backstage. I'm sure today's matches will be even more thrilling. Li Kai's sweet voice carried through the microphone to every corner of the arena.
Spurred on by her infectious words, the students in the stands grew even more excited. Next up, please. Li Kai glanced at the list in her hand and immediately furrowed her brow.
Zhang Kai asked, "What's wrong?"
Li Kai replied, "You read it." She didn't like the team about to take the stage. She didn't even want to say their name. Zhang Kai glanced at the notes and announced, "Next up, please welcome Don't Run After School."
Yan and the others walked onto the field.
However, their expressions were grim. They'd been mercilessly berated online last night. Not only had Yen been thoroughly humiliated, but the rest of the team had suffered the fallout as well. Zhang Kai continued, "Don't Run After School is a rising powerhouse.
Their captain, Yan, commands a formidable elite-tier Ironhorn Bison.
In their last match, they directly eliminated the championship favorites led by Enru, watching a massive upset. They're a true dark horse." No sooner had he finished speaking than a chorus of boos erupted throughout the arena. Zhang Kai's face paled. He thought he'd said something wrong, but the next moment he realized they were booing Yen. "Looks like Don't Run After School isn't very popular," Zhang Kai said with an awkward smile. "I had no idea Yen was so despicable, using dirty tricks to swindle combat souls. A team made up of the 5 lowest ranked students in the class. What good could they possibly be?
Who are their opponents? Just knock them out already.
I don't want to see them on the field for another second."
Endless taunts and insults rolled in.
Last night's post had thrust Yen and his teammates right into the eye of the storm. Almost every student on campus who frequented the forum had heard about it. Yen's reputation was already in tatters. Li Kai announced, "Next up, please welcome the Team Desert Vultures.
We hope they can wrap up this match quickly."
Seeing his longtime partner being so biased, Zhang Kai could only smile wryly. He already understood the direction the hosting would take. The moment the name Desert Eagles was announced, Yen and the others all pricked up their ears. To put it mildly, they were now extremely sensitive to the words desert and eagle, even if they were just part of a team's name. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned hostile, eager to see exactly who was on this Desert Eagles team. Finally, the entire Desert Eagle team stepped forward. What was shocking was that not only did Xiaoyu recognize these people, but Yen and the others did too. It wasn't until a certain person appeared that Xiaoyu suddenly said coldly, "So it's you. I should have guessed long ago that you were the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes, right?"
Desert Eagle's main attack.
Chapter 85, How could there be so many combat souls? It turned out that the Desert Eagles were composed of Lin Changang, Yao Fandi, Zhao Xiaoxi, and 2 students from Class 2.
What do you mean, pulling strings?
Yen knows exactly how he got his combat soul. Lin Changang retorted angrily, his voice thick with resentment. He was naturally handsome and had long been hailed as Class 2's heartthrob. His entrance now sent a ripple of excitement through the female spectators in the stands.
That guy is so handsome, on par with Enruwachan.
What's his name? It's Lin Changang, the second son of the twin star group. He is the very definition of rich, handsome, and successful. Wow, I want his contact info right now, this very second. Compared to the dashing Lin Changang, Yen, burdened by a mountain of infamy, seemed to them like the embodiment of evil, an object of utter contempt.
Young Master Lin, beat that Yen to a pulp.
Who does Yen think he is, daring to be mentioned in the same breath as my Changang? Justice will prevail. Lin Changang was thoroughly pleased with the cheers behind him, especially the sensation of climbing to the top by stepping on Yen. It felt incredibly satisfying. Unexpectedly, Yen suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter unrestrained, as if he'd seen something utterly ridiculous.
What are you laughing at?
Lin Changang frowned, feeling as if he were being mocked. Yen said, "I was wondering who was posting threads to insult me, knowing every detail of my life. Turns out it's you, you coward. You have no real strength in the real world, so you hide in the shadows and come online to act like a big shot.
Isn't someone like you laughable?"
Lin Changang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. Every word Yen spoke pierced Lin Changgang's heart, deeply stinging him. Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, "Brother Yen, I want to fight Lin Changang. We didn't settle the score online before, so let us settle it in this match." Seeing the burning fighting spirit in Xiaoyu's eyes, Yen nodded.
With you?
Lin Changgang's eyes were filled with endless contempt. His entire body erupted with power, and a formidable aura swept toward them.
Intermediate warrior stage.
Xiao Yu's face paled slightly. She hadn't expected that after disappearing for several months, Lin Changgang had returned transformed, now an intermediate warrior stage, one step ahead of them. I didn't expect Lin Changgang to be an intermediate warrior stage as well. Though he doesn't match in rewatching, among the freshmen, he has still a top-tier presence. Zhang Kai caught the scene and immediately commented. Upon hearing this, the other girls all lit up with starry-eyed admiration for Lin Changgang.
Lin Changgang laughed heartily. Didn't he expect that, did you, little Yayat?
If Yen were standing there, I might take you seriously.
But you?
You're not even worthy of tying my shoes. Ever since entering the battle realm, Lin Changgang had suffered his first major setback. Yen had stolen his combat soul, sending him straight to the hospital. Just as he was preparing to seek revenge, he discovered that his older brother, Lin Shiming, had also been injured by Yen. His brother had been Lin Changgang's idol since childhood, and he never imagined he would be defeated as well. That period was the darkest and bleakest time for Lin Changgang. After finally overcoming it, he endured hardships and trained relentlessly, all for this day to avenge his humiliation. Today, I will undoubtedly rise to the top by stepping on Yen. He is merely a stumbling block on my path to success. Lin Changgang's heart swelled with boundless pride, and his fighting spirit boiled over. Xiao Yu's legs had been trembling slightly, but when Yen gave him a light pat on the back, all his panic vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming confidence.
What did Yen do to him? Not only was Lin Changgang puzzled, but everyone present was baffled as well.
Xiao Yu retorted, Lin Changgang, you idiot. Today, we'll settle all our old and new scores.
Lin Changgang laughed heartily. Yen is a total loser.
Since you're his brother, you're a loser too. Rage flared in Xiao Yu's eyes. He lunged forward, and a blue flame ignited at his feet, rising upward to envelop him.
Amidst the scorching heat, Xiao Yu's body swelled, transforming into a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall blue flame wolf.
Whoa! Someone in the stands let out a startled cry, and everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu also possessed an elite-tier combat soul and a fusion type at that?
Lin Changgang stared in disbelief. It took him a moment to snap out of it. Damn it, wasn't this the one Yen had snatched from his older brother?
He hadn't expected Yen to have transferred it to Xiao Yu just now.
The blue flame wolf was entirely covered in blue flames, its form agile and powerful.
As it moved, sparks scattered from time to time, resembling a beast king on a royal procession. Lin Changgang let out a furious roar, his entire body surging upward as he transformed into a 2-meter-tall gorilla, pounding his chest wildly with a ferocious glare. The girls who had been instantly smitten with him now wore expressions of utter confusion.
A boy this handsome, and his combat soul is actually a gorilla?
In comparison, Blue Flame Wolf appeared all the more majestic, imposing, and domineering. The gorilla felt as though he had been reduced to a mere supporting role. Xiao Yu said, "You idiotic top dog, you're always so full of yourself. Today I'm going to beat your mouth so swollen you won't be able to say a word." Blue Flame Wolf let out a long, piercing howl that split the sky, its shrillness cutting through metal and shattering stone.
The howl shook the entire arena, radiating the majesty of a beast king so overwhelming that those present felt an urge to bow in reverence.
Instantly, it transformed into a streak of blue lightning, darting straight toward the chimpanzee and bringing its massive paw crashing down.
The chimpanzee wasn't about to back down, swinging its fist to block the blow.
The two ferocious beasts traded blows with fierce intensity, their fists connecting with bone-crunching force in a relentless barrage of strikes, a truly spectacular sight.
Zhao Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Yu with envy.
The Blue Flame Wolf was tall and handsome, like a valiant knight, the kind of figure many boys dream of. Yen took it all in, chuckled, and patted Zhao Xiaofeng on the shoulder. Zhao Xiaofeng instantly perked up as if injected with adrenaline, his back straightening instantly, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. Yen said, "We're brothers. Go take care of the rest.
Don't let me down."
Zhao Xiaofeng replied, "Got it." Immediately, he turned his head, his eyes brimming with the confidence of someone who looked down on everyone else. Seeing this familiar scene, Zhang Kai gasped, "My God, what has Yan done to Zhao Xiaofeng again? Why have these once frail students turned into battle-hardened veterans? Has he transformed another elite-tier combat soul?" Li Kai's expression was grim ever since Xiaoyu had transformed into an elite-tier blue flame wolf. The grim look had never left her face. "Another elite-tier combat soul," she snorted coldly. "Zhang Kai, are you kidding me? How could Yan possibly have so many elite-tier combat souls? He is famous throughout the school for being dead last." No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhao Xiaofeng let out a mighty roar, transforming into a massive white-striped tiger over 6 meters long. His body was sculpted like divine metal, radiating fierce ferocity. The aura he emitted was even more overwhelming than that of the blue flame wolf. Li Kai's expression instantly turned as if she de-swallowed a fly, utterly speechless and completely devastated. Chapter 86, Yan, you can't do this to me. Elite Tier Frost Tiger. After Zhao Xiaofeng summoned his combat soul, the tension in the air rose another notch. Wow, what am I seeing? What a massive tiger! And it's another elite tier combat soul. Did you guys see that? Yan transferred it over again. How on earth did Yan get so many combat souls? The frost tiger let out a roar that echoed for miles, a true tigress howl through the mountains, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and their bodies to instinctively crouch to the ground. This was the true king of beasts. Yao Fandi and the others were already trembling uncontrollably, unable even to lift their hands, let alone fight. As the frost tiger breathed in and out, a misty white frost emanated from its mouth, the air growing bitterly cold. It strode up to Zhao Xiaoxi, its tiger eyes wide with fury. Zhao Xiaoxi stammered, "Cousin." Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoxi to be Zhao Xiaofeng's cousin. Zhao Xiaofeng said coldly, "Was it you guys who were insulting Brother Yan online?" Panic flashed in Zhao Xiaoxi's eyes. He instinctively glanced at Lin Changging. At that moment, the chimpanzee was already being wrestled to the ground by the blue flame wolf, looking utterly bedraggled. "Speak up!" Zhao Xiaofeng roared. A blinding cold light flared from the frost tiger's mouth, and an overwhelming chill descended, threatening to wither all life. Zhao Xiaoxi said through choked sobs, "We did it. Speak up. Let everyone in the arena hear you." Zhao Xiaofeng's voice grew even colder. The frost tiger brought its paw down, snatching Zhao Xiaoxi into its grasp as if he were a weakling, and carried him over to the stands. The two hosts were terrified. The sudden appearance of this massive tiger, even if it didn't attack them, instilled endless fear just by standing there. The frost tiger extended its claw, shoving Li Kai aside in one swift motion, and placed Zhao Xiaoxi in her spot. Li Kai let out a cry of pain, rolling once on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked utterly pitiful. Zhao Xiaoxi was so terrified he was trembling all over, shaking uncontrollably in his seat. At that moment, a teacher nearby shouted angrily, "What is wrong with you, student? Get back to the arena immediately, or we'll disqualify your team." Zhao Xiaofeng smiled. "I'll be right back." It won't take long. The frost tiger he had transformed into gave a sinister chuckle. Though it was meant to be a smile, it looked incredibly ferocious, sending a chill down the teacher's spine. Immediately after, Zhao Xiaofeng said, "Tell us the whole truth." Zhao Xiaoxi glanced at the microphone and said in a tearful voice, "It was Brother Lin. He has a grudge against Yan, so he posted something slandering Yan, then told us to leave comments below and stir things up." His voice wasn't loud to begin with, but amplified by the microphone, it rang out with startling clarity, echoing throughout the entire martial arts arena. The moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd was stunned. Everyone was, of course, familiar with the post from Silly Top from last night. The post had torn Yan to shreds, and no one could have imagined it was all orchestrated by Lin Changging. Such a malicious and heinous scheme. The girls who had once been infatuated with Lin Changging now looked dumbfounded, completely frozen in place. Poor Lin Changging, he was actually quite powerful, but upon hearing Zhao Xiaoxi's words, he was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity, slamming down a pair of sharp claws with brutal force. The chimpanzee was clawed with several bloody gashes and crashed to the ground with a thud. A flash of light later, it transformed back into Lin Changang. His mind was in chaos, he could no longer hear a single word. He just stared blankly at the ceiling, his body and mind both reeling from the massive blow. After Zhao Xiaoxi finished speaking, he was grabbed by the frost tiger's massive paw and dragged back to the arena.
Yan is my brother. If you go against him, you go against me. I'll expel you from the Zhao family.
Zhao Xiaofeng said coldly. Zhao Xiaoxi was so frightened he begged for mercy repeatedly.
It seemed Zhao Xiaofeng held a very prominent position within the family. Just then, Xiaoyu dragged Lin Changang over as if he were a dead dog and asked, "Brother Yan, what should we do with this guy?"
Yan glanced at Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaofeng, and a warm current flowed through his heart. These were true brothers willing to risk everything for him. Then, Yan's gaze turned cold as he said, "Take him away." He summoned the iron-horned wild bull. With a bellow, the massive beast strode out onto the field. Yan leaped lightly onto the bull's back, glanced toward the stands, and said, "Could that female host announce the results of the match now?" Li Kai had just sat down, her hair still disheveled, when she suddenly heard this. She was completely thrown off balance. I declare that the Don't Run After School team has won," Li Kai said softly through gritted teeth, her eyes betraying a venomous glare. Yan chuckled softly and rode the iron-horned bull off the field. Blue flame wolves and frost tigers cleared the path on either side, flanking him like trusted allies, a truly imposing sight. "My goodness, these three colossal beasts together, their presence is overwhelming," remarked a student. "This Yan isn't as useless as the rumors say. He is actually incredibly powerful," someone finally spoke up after a long silence. Though he received no reply, many had already tacitly agreed in their hearts. It was just that they found it hard to accept the reality. A student who ranked last in the entire school, if he were actually powerful and had climbed above them, they simply couldn't accept it right away. Yan and his group left the arena, taking Lin Changang with them. No one stopped them, they simply walked away with great swagger. They arrived at a desolate spot outside the school grounds. Xiaoyu threw Lin Changang to the ground and asked, "Brother Yan, what should we do with him?" Lin Changang opened his eyes to find a crowd of onlookers, all staring at him with hostile intent. He immediately grew anxious. "What are you going to do?" Yan lowered his gaze, looking down on him as if he were an ant, and said, "Lin Changang, you can insult me, but what I cannot tolerate is you insulting my sister." Lin Changgang's heart skipped a beat under that gaze. He sensed that a great calamity was about to befall him. "You've been calling my sister a cripple at every turn. Today, I'll cripple both your legs and teach you the consequences of having a big mouth," Yan said coldly. At those words, Lin Changang was terrified out of his wits. He stammered, "Yan, you can't do this to me. I'm the second young master of the Twin Star Group." Yan couldn't care less. He simply reached out a hand. Lin Changang suddenly cried out, "Money! I have money, Yan. Can I buy my legs back with money?" Yan's hand, suspended in midair, suddenly froze. Lin Changang seemed to have grasped a lifeline and hurriedly said, "Name your price, Yan." He found it utterly pathetic that he would have to pay to keep his own leg. If word got out, it would be a laughingstock. However, in the face of this ruthless man, Yan, saving his leg was the absolute priority. 5 million. Yan said. "What?" Lin Changang could hardly believe his ears. That was far too expensive. Little did he know that Yan's next words would make him want to spit blood. That's the price for one leg. Chapter 87, this Yan is simply pushing it too far. 24 that come to 10 million? Lin Changang felt the world spinning and nearly fainted. Yan snorted derisively. "What's the matter? Can't the second young master of the prestigious Twin Star Group even come up with 10 million? Lin Changang sighed bitterly inwardly. The Twin Star Group was indeed wealthy, but most of its assets were tied up in fixed assets. Coming up with 10 million on the spot would likely drain the entire group dry. If you want to pay, you'll have to settle the debt with your legs. Yan was about to strike again. Terrified, Lin Changang hurriedly said, "Wait, Yan. Can you give me a month to raise the money?" 10 million is too much, I need time to scrape it together.
Yen frowned. A month is too long. I can't wait that long.
Lin Changang said, half a month, then.
I really need the time. Make it a week.
I don't have that much time to waste on you, Yen said. Lin Changang opened his mouth but found he couldn't say a word.
How had he never realized before just how difficult Yen was to deal with?
Unexpectedly, Yen suddenly smiled.
Compared to 10 million, I'm actually more interested in your legs. Lin Changang immediately turned ashen and said, fine, a week it is. I'll go back right now and raise the money.
With that, he scrambled to his feet and slunk away, looking dejected.
Zhao Xiaofeng asked, Brother Yen, are you just letting him go like that? Aren't you afraid he'll renege on the debt? Yen laughed. Don't worry. Yen's money isn't something you can just renege on.
His words exuded a powerful confidence, as if everything in the world were within his grasp.
The others looked at Yen with an added sense of reverence.
Xiaoyu said, Brother Yen, we'll return the combat soul to you.
With that, she turned to leave. Yen waved his hand. We're all brothers. Consider it a gift. Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaofeng exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of unhidden excitement.
However, they still shook their heads. No, that combat soul is too valuable.
We can't accept it.
Yen reached out and put his arms around their shoulders, saying, an elite tier combat soul isn't much use to me anymore. You don't need to worry about me.
What?
At those words, both of them were stunned. Just how powerful did one have to be for even an elite tier combat soul to be of no help? Gao Wenyu and Zhang Lili, standing nearby, were filled with envy. An elite tier combat soul was an absolute rarity, something money couldn't even guarantee, and they never expected Yen to be so generous. When one is poor, one cultivates oneself. When one is prosperous, one benefits the world. Though Yen wasn't that noble and couldn't benefit the entire world, helping out his two brothers was certainly within his power. With his current strength, giving them a hand when necessary would be of immense benefit to them. As for Gao Wenyu and Zhang Lili, they weren't close enough for Yen to be that generous, though he got along with them quite well now.
Yen said, I'm going back to school to pick up Tang. You two should head home.
The next match should be the day after tomorrow, so make sure you're not late. After everyone said their goodbyes, Yen returned to Shangnan High School and ran into Tang at the school gate.
Are you okay? Tang asked.
I'm fine, I'm doing great, Yen said with a smile, surprised that Tang cared so much about him. Little did he know, Tang rolled her eyes at him, utterly speechless. I was asking if Lin Changang is okay. Who asked about you? Oh, so you don't care about me after all. Yen looked deeply aggrieved. Tang shook her fist playfully. Who said I don't care about you? But before she could finish, Yen's expression changed instantly, and he exclaimed excitedly, I knew it, my wife cares about me the most. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream tore through the sky, and marks from Tang's fierce pinch remained on his body. I was asking if Lin Changang got killed by you.
You can't just go around killing people in the alliance, Tang said.
I didn't lay a finger on him, but I did demand 10 million from him, Yen said.
Tang's beautiful eyes widened. 10 million? Will he actually give it to you?
Yen lifted his chin, his eyes brimming with bold confidence. Even if he doesn't want to give it, I'll beat every single penny out of him.
Tang looked deeply at Yen.
This boy she'd known since childhood had, without her noticing, become so powerful. Lost in thought, she didn't see Yen casually reach out and place his hand on her shoulder. I'll be a local tycoon soon enough. Come with me, my love, and you'll be living the high life. Yen laughed heartily.
Get your hands off me. Tang shot him a sidelong glance.
Yen was speechless, reluctantly moving his hand away, looking quite obedient.
Tang nodded in satisfaction.
Lin Changang didn't know how he made it back to the Lin family mansion, but he was a complete mess. He was devastated. The shred of self-respect he managed to scrape together had completely crumbled.
A stern-faced middle-aged man approached and asked, Changang, wasn't today the day of your competition?
Why are you back so early? This was Lin Changging's father, Lin Manhan, chairman of the Double Star Group.
Upon seeing his father, Lin Chongying could no longer hold back. He crashed to his knees with a thud and burst into tears instantly. "Dad, I'm finished." Lin Manhan's heart skipped a beat, fearing his son had caused a major disaster. Only after hearing his tearful account did he finally understand what had happened. "What? 10 million. The teacup in Lin Manhan's hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Even for Schweinchen Group, coming up with that much cash all at once would be a massive blow. Lin Manhan said angrily that Yen is simply pushing it too far. He has injured 2 of my sons in a row, and now he wants so much money. He is out to destroy the Lin family completely. Since his defeat by Yen last time, Lin Qiming had been deeply shaken. After recovering from his injuries, he had thrown himself into the battle realm, hunting demon beasts to hone his skills, and had not returned to this day. Lin Chongying said, "Dad, what should we do? I really don't want to end up crippled." Lin Manhan paced back and forth in the room, then said after a long pause, "I refuse to believe that a mere student could wield such immense power." His eyes gradually filled with malice, giving him a ferocious, menacing look. Lin Chongying was petrified with fear. "Dad, what are you planning to do?" Lin Manhan replied darkly, "Chongying, it's not that we can't afford this 10 million, it's just that handing it over to Yen for nothing is utterly humiliating." Lin Chongying asked timidly, his voice trembling with fear, "Are you suggesting, Dad?" Lin Manhan made a throat-slitting gesture and said coldly, "Then we'll take him out." At those words, Lin Chongying collapsed to the ground in terror. Although he had bullied others at school plenty of times, murder was a whole new level, especially when it came to a classmate. Lin Manhan said, "I plan to hire an assassin from the Shadow Tower. They never failed a mission. Yen is as good as dead." As good as dead? Lin Chongying had been feeling a bit anxious, but when he thought of the humiliation Yen had inflicted on him, a surge of hatred welled up inside him. Chapter 88, A Moonless, Windy Night, a Night of Murder.